in cash.
No, it's not about that. I feel like people judge them too much and they expect too much out of them. Like, oh, you don't expect like Martin Scorsese to have real money in Wolf of Wall Street. Because do we agree that money was not real?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. The fun coupons were just that, coupons.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So why do we expect like a rapper to do it?
Yeah. Omar's videos are real.
You know? Yeah, but we accept it
that's
way,
true.
though.
I think it's like a believable thing. Like people look at it and like, damn, I wish I had that stack. Like,
I think
for sure I could have,
No, I'm not going into detail about that, bro. Because look, that needs to change.
We just extended this motherfucking podcast.
That
So
needs
no,
to
that's
change.
good.
That needs to change because like it's just like when a rapper gets in legal trouble, you know, they get like persecuted because of like their lyrics. But then we don't say, oh, like it's entertainment. So it's like we need to like clearly define that and then stick to it, and then I'll say okay, fine. But like somebody who like played a mass murder, like they don't get to say, oh, look at how you was acting in the movie. Like that was really him.
Right.
And what you were saying was true. I'll agree with you 10 years ago. But this new era of rap, this new shit going on, like it doesn't matter, bro. Like the new wave rappers are not the street guys. If you don't know, I'm just gonna let you know now.
Yeah.
It's pure fantasy, bro. It's
like,
straight up.
Like
it's really some DiCaprio shit. Who can look apart?
So do you think some of them put on it, like I always think she's not that. Like Lady Gaga, like she puts on a persona and that's her brand. She sells to her people. She's a branding expert. But some of these guys like they're really not like that in real life, but they just do that for their videos and stuff. So that's their brand.
I think all the new guys, that's why they're always getting robbed and shit because they're not really that guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Straight up.
But that's like you said, you go to business school, you push the brands. You wear Coke shoes, Coke shirt.
Yeah.
Coke, you're gonna sell Coca-Cola. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's what you do. You just push it all day, all night.
But how will that? Do you think that'll change? I mean, do you think it's possible for that kind of?
I mean, if it needs to, I guess. You know. But like right now, like I'm all about change, by the way. So I'm not knocking you guys for faking it or.
Yeah.
If they can rap about something better than the guy who's living it, like, why not? You know what I mean? I don't care. Hardcore guys, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it's proven to work though, not going that way. I mean, if you look at like a lot of the new guys, like not new, but like if you look at Yachty style or XXX,
Yeah.
His style, Extenticon, however you say it, or
you gotta get more respect.
How do you say it?
I mean, I think it's XXX Tentacion.
XXX Tentacion.
Yeah. RFP. Bro, I never heard his like whole project.
Yeah.
Until like after he had passed, and like I regret that.
Really?
I was like, man, I wish I knew about his greatness while he was still alive because he was dope.
Yeah, he was dope. I like
his age to do all that.
I really like what he did. I like the style. I wasn't like that type of music. I'm not like the biggest fan of that kind of music.
Yeah.
But what he was doing was dope. Like,
have you heard his
like
project?
Which one?
The latest one that he released.
I did. I listened. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I listened to it.
I can tell because you need to listen to the whole thing.
All right, I'll listen.
Because you can't even say his style because there's so much variety on there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I
really
respect him. It's really truly a gift. Yeah. Kodak, same thing.
Yeah.
The way Kodak explains things, it's special, bro. Yeah, it's special. And he was and he was doing that, and he's been in the game now for a while, but
yeah,
he's doing that at a much younger age.
Mm-hmm.
I say something for the haters.
Yeah.
So sometimes when I'm listening to the newer rap and you go back to the old stuff, like you go back to like Precinct Talk, or even that's a little after.
A little closer.
But like I see like a lot of that rap, like the lyrics are like more real to me. You know what I mean? Like I can listen to them in the car and they're talking about like their daily life and stuff like that. And the struggles that they had in their life. And then you listen to some of the rap now, and they've got some elements of that, but it's more just like kind of not. I listen to rap now too, so I'm not hating, but like a lot of it's a lot just nonsense. You know, it's like there's not, like you said, telling a story. Like young dudes tell stories about, you know, this is what I do for a job, this is what I do when I get home, and this is what, you know, my trouble is my life. And now it's just like, you know, like it just seems like to me like it's less of a story.
Yeah. Who do you like now?
Jeez.
Just one person.
Now you're fucked.
Like,
I mean, Rick Ross still has. He's still got some stuff. It's not kind
no,
of
but
new age.
Rick Ross, yes. No, I'm saying new age. Who you like?
I'm trying to think.
You don't have to love him. I'm saying you like.
Like, what's some new rapper you listened to recently?
I'm gonna get crucified on the comments.
Nah, dude, you're a legend. The comments are gonna love you, dude.
Oh, what's her name? I like a lot of the girl, you know, woman MCs, like the Nicki Minaj stuff.
She's not new age though, bro.
Cardi B,
Yeah.
like Cardi B's rap. I really like stuff where like they mix in the Spanish stuff, like Pitbull, some of his stuff's cool. I know he's not really like a hard rapper, like street rap stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I do listen to some of the trap stuff, but you know, like it's not something that I'd like tell my mom about. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I listen to Lil Pump. You know, like
You got to, bro. You know, my mom listens to all that. Bro.
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
I was
bro.
gonna ask you that. Like when you go back,
My mom's
home,
been on FaceTime with Kodak the whole nine, bro.
that's crazy.
Your mom has?
Yeah, she had pictures of Gucci Man.
I love Gucci. By the way, Gucci. I like, you know, I listen to his stuff, and that's kind of new age too, but not really.
I mean, yeah, he has like a newer style, I think now.
But he's evolved. Like, he's evolved.
Crazy, bro.
Bro, like if you go back and listen to like Nelly, like country.
Yeah, no, look,
like that's crazy different than now.
I'm gonna help you out, bro. I'm gonna put all your frustrations with this shit to
I'm not.
ease.
I'm just talking. We're just talking.
It's two different things. You shouldn't compare them.
Maybe it's just two different genres.
Yeah.
I'm just
It's not. It is. Because I have all those CDs, bro. Like I got the CDs of all this shit you're saying, like the Jeezy CD, and you know, like back when Ludacris and all that. But I remember at that time listening to this stuff, like loving it and being entertained by it, and listening to like Lil Pump Today or like Smoke Perp or whatever, and I'm entertained just as much.
Yeah.
You know, and
It's like an evolution.
and I'll try to and it's like if you go to certain like markets, they play a lot of the older shit on the radio still.
Yeah.
And I can't stand it
Mhm.
because I don't want to sit, you know.
It doesn't
Speaking
take
back
that.
to because it's like back to the whole change thing. Like I'm like a million miles a minute. I really don't want to like decipher the fucking lyric and see what the guy meant. It just entertained me, bro.
Yeah.
Like
Some of the best stuff.
Smoke Perp song, a minute and 56 seconds, perfect, bro.
Yeah.
Boom. It gets the job done just as effectively as like some Nas shit that I used to love.
Yeah. Some of the best stuff is like Gucci is like one of the best because he could come up with like the most absurd lyrics that you've ever heard of. The watch around my wrist costs a Mercedes truck.
Have you ever heard of the CD?
Picture perfect, how I hold the pot. Like every other line is just some fucking absurd thing he made up.
One of my
You know
favorite
what I mean?
YouTube records is he had a mixtape that he made on the phone from jail.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I
That shit
love
was
that.
dope.
That's so good. It's just, and the way they mix it is so good. When you go back home, and, you know, is your family like, can you get this kind of music over there? Like, I know with the internet, I'm sure you can.
Even before.
Is there like radio stations?
Everything.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I don't know who someone paid just did a concert out there too. I don't know if it was like Calvin Harris or somebody did.
I heard like some of the guys over there, like, you know, the big money, like they have like personal, like they have Beyonce and things come like these shows and stuff.
Probably, man. They do all kinds of weird shit out there.
How do they make their money out there? Oil mainly?
I don't know. No. I just like big into
That's just what Ben told me.
Yeah, Ben doesn't know shit.
Next
Nah,
subject.
Next subject. Next.
No, it's our biggest export is like anything white that we deal in heavily.
Really?
Yeah, so no, like cotton, right? It's white, heavily, like the best. Salt, like you heard of Himalayan salt.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from.
Really?
Like
Well, you know the Himalayas are in my country. They're in my mother country. Yeah.
You ever thought about rapping yourself?
Oh, all the time, man. I don't know how. I wish I could though.
You got like all the greats in your phone.
I know. I could like my mixtape would be lit. Like,
Yeah, it was.
I'd have all the like super produced fucking beats and.
I was actually thinking about that. Your phone must be like a treasure trove of numbers.
Yeah.
Like if like a fan Boy got your phone, they probably
Yeah, like I don't use like what's that shit called? Apple Cloud.
iCloud?
Yeah, I don't use iCloud for that reason.
Yeah.
The extra long passwords.
That'd be a rap song too, extra long
Yeah.
password.
You should be a ghostwriter for us.
Who, me? Yeah, I do it on the side.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be dope.
That'd be dope. And then Omar can make my videos.
Yeah.
Where if people want to find out more about like what you're working on and stuff, I know you got Instagram and stuff like
Yeah.
that, but you have somewhere we can go, like, to like a blog or something like that.
Twitter.
I have like all the different social outlets or whatever, but I'm just heavy on Instagram, bro.
You're heavy on Twitter too, though, aren't you? You tweet a lot.
Twitter is like sporadic, man.
We'll link it.
Somebody wants a video by Omar on Instagram.
But I changed my Twitter though. Like,
You what?
I changed up like my tweets.
Did you?
I only like tweet like real shit, like personal shit now.
Oh, really?
Like what I'm going through. It's just like now I need it.
What made you decide to do that?
I feel like I needed it, like a place to like not vent, which is tweeting. You know?
Therapeutic.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Like it's very important. Cause I'm around like I'm around so many different personalities. You bring like drugs into the equation and all this shit. And, you can't forget who you are in the middle of all of that.
Yeah.
Like it's my work,
Not
it's my
get
passion,
influenced.
but like it should be like one part of me, like not the only part.
Right now you're kind of like underground, like so people don't really like know what you look like on the street. So are you ever afraid that you're gonna get like people like on the street? Like DJ Kyle, like he started off as DJ.
Oh yeah, I mean, bro, like in some bigger cities, it does happen, right? Like people want to like take pictures, but not like a celebrity.
But you could get that. It's like that could be like overnight, like one video takes it off.
I can't wait till that Omar the director video comes out, the Pee Wee video, the Pee Wee song. Can you talk about that? Oh shit, we're dropping it here now live.
Bro, you need to ask him, is he ever gonna like put it out, bro?
Let's call him live. Let's FaceTime him live on the podcast. We gotta FaceTime. We gotta ask him about the Omar video.
Bro, you guys, you can just be like, hey, we're on this podcast. You know, is this song coming out?
Pee Wee.
Are you feeling better now that I came in the podcast?
Yeah, man.
You made it so much better for it. Pee Wee wrote a song about Omar.
I had never heard of him before today. Someone check him out after. And I've got some stories for you. Like going on Jesse Little Bill Baird, brought the language of the long people back live from Concrete Studio. Back in there. What do you think about you?
How about the West Side Gangster? Who slung dick 24/7, bitch?
I know, I just got some new shit called the Iron
That thing looks dope. The iMac Pro looks good. I got the trash can.
Yeah, bro, no question, like that shit. I think edit 8K on it. Like Red Raw. 8K.
Why are you calling it Native American? That's offensive. Should be called indigenous pimps.
I think a lot of people who should know me and like want to like collaborate on stuff and like these big brands, they've just like not been around just because of like
There are a lot of Native American people there.
So now that
The
it's like
whole
more
city's
accepted,
full of them.
they're still not really there. They don't know, bro. They're so out of the loop. Because I'll see brands like link up with the most weirdest fucking artists. And like that was hot like 5 years ago. And then it's just like a cycle. Because it's like then you like if you're a whatever brand and you get this guy money, it doesn't do shit for you. Then now you probably never will get money again in that industry.
Yeah.
When you guys get
How about West Side?
Oh yeah, no, I mean like I don't know about other people, but like I prefer like a bank wire, you know. Yeah. No, I mean shit, people want to know. I mean, yeah, but this is like when you have like
Like the West Side.
that's such a thing in the positive. Just cash, you know, like, what are you doing?
Shooting rap videos.
Yeah, no, I'll
Yeah,
have
Rest
some.
in peace,
he
Uncle
probably has
Phil.
one that says Gucci Man, right?
Yeah.
He probably has
I mean,
Gucci
For
Man
real.
I
LLC.
mean, you can get it like cars or whatever.
They don't do that for me.
Would you ever? Do you think you'll ever shoot any big commercials for like big brands?
I would love to. I
You'd
feel like
like
I have
to?
so much to offer the big brands.
Yeah.
I understand like my world. Like I feel like get it. And like the engagement.
Look at this athleticism.
Yeah, sure.
So I feel like reach out.
I think so too. I think eventually the lines will get more blurred, and I think that.
I think I'm not trying to entertain or anything, but like I think you have like the business side, you got the video side, you got the creative side. So like a lot of these guys, like they just go to Kmart or Best Buy to buy a camera and they go on to put it, on the rest. And that's the thing is they got to realize that the value proposition that you get when you hire Omar is more than just a guy with a camera. But that's why people are learning that now. Though.
I have like the best camera you should shoot, don't get me wrong, but and I have like stuff that is not really up there in price. But if anyone tries to sell you on their product of what they own, if they're trying to sell you on their equipment, just look at it, run.
But that's like this is like
that's what I would do. You know,
that's like this is like a YouTube era. Like everybody buys a Mac, they buy a camera, and they go, "I'm going to go make a video." Which is how you started, but there's a difference.
yeah, but it doesn't mean like
That doesn't mean also it can't be successful.
yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It really, you're right. It doesn't.
But if you're an artist and you're trying something that's you're past that now, but like you're taking a work,
For sure.
somebody that might be the next Omar or the next
You get what you pay for. Yeah.
That's very true.
So getting Omar
I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's it. I'm gonna do that. I'll tell you what. What? Yeah, I'm saying so you're gonna make millions off of it.
Less than a Lambo?
You can buy it, Omar video, make money off of that. When you buy a Lambo, make nothing. Right?
But the thing about, I mean, yeah, obviously it's not about equipment, but do you honestly like shooting with Reds?
No,
I hate shooting with Reds.
I feel like they're like great for movies, which is why they're made, right?
Yeah, for
And
shooting
for
8K.
and in studio.
Yeah.
Like we don't have the luxury of being an artist, bro. Like, there's no Paramount Studios there.
And yeah. And people spend the same amount of time grading footage that they will editing an entire video. Like if you want to spend 18 hours color grading all your footage,
Is it like
shoot on the Red.
now let's talk about it because people ask me that question.
Really.
Is it better? It is. Do I feel like the average consumer can tell the difference? No.
Absolutely not. No, not on YouTube.
And also, sometimes with these deadlines, you can't. It's not practical for you.
Right. I've had because I shot a commercial for Land Rover USA like 5-6 years ago, and I shot the original video on a Canon 7D, right? And it was like I fucking knocked it out of the park with the video. Like the video turned out perfect. They paid me for it or whatever, but they asked me to reshoot it on a Red. So when I went back again to shoot on the Red, and I had never shot anything on a Red before that.
I'm a First
I went
Nation.
and reshot it the whole fucking
Why aren't there any Indian rappers?
Just not anywhere
First
near
Nation
it.
rappers.
Good lighting.
Yo,
We
bitch.
tried to go big budget.
I just pimped out this fucking TP.
hiring
Come in
the
here and suck my
department.
wee.
We had giant 9-foot freaking screen screens we were bouncing light off of, and like whole like monitor set up, like the whole video village set up and everything, and it was just a disaster, dude. Like the best one was the one we did on a whim.
I think
1
I'm
hour in a parking garage with
First
no
Nation
lights on a
kind of
7D. And then now we got all this Red footage with the color grade and do all this stuff, and it was honestly a nightmare for me.
I was just thinking about it. Like, when they spend money on those videos, that's literally like going back to
Kids, we're kind of Elizabeth Warren.
if you have a good
Style.
video, like that can make you millions of dollars.
Yeah.
like these videos go viral. You know, you have a good song, that's cool, but like you get the video, you get the whole package. Goes on. So like you really that when you buy these videos, you really invest in these brands. It's a no-brainer. Buy today.
Buy now.
What does Ben always say?
Buy now,
Buy today. Don't delay. Buy today.
Yeah, no, but I feel like Red needs to step it up, bro.
Right.
I buy all my shit, so I'm gonna tell the truth. Like, I don't care.
Have you heard of Black Magic?
Yeah, they're cool. Like, I don't like them.
I don't like them either.
The what do you call it? Reliability shit. Just like we can't be doing all this. We can't have monkeys sipping lean in the camera.
Yeah.
But Red, like, if they want to get into the music video world, which I don't think they give a shit, then you gotta be better, bro. Because it's like you can't go past the native ISO is I think 800. If you go past it, it's 90. So night shoots, music videos have darker skin.
What do they call you? First Station Pimp, West Side Gangsta Chief.
It's not practical.
Good luck getting a kid coming up who you 10 years ago buying a fucking Red camera.
Yeah.
You're not gonna get anywhere. You're not gonna get people don't want to spend more than $2,000 on a camera nowadays. I don't care how good.
Yeah.
You can shoot fucking any music videos on a $2,000 Sony camera or a Sonic camera. It's not about the equipment, like you said. It's about everything else.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many other things that matter besides like resolution. Resolution is some marketing bullshit, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
You gotta know how to use it.
yeah, I mean, when you go to the movie theater, bro, it's usually like a cheaper than that. And most Hollywood movies get mastered in cheaper because it's too expensive to do.
What's the craziest shoot? I was just thinking about the monkeys. I was like,
yeah.
was that the craziest one, or can you think of one that was crazy? Like you're like, I can't believe this is going on.
I think for me personally, like Stefan was weird. And I didn't even notice till like later that night when we wrapped up. He was going through like a legal situation and it was pretty serious at the time. We wrapped up, went back to like the studio. Roy's walking up, you know, like super happy, like, you know, hey, everything's like resolved, and, you know, like you weren't involved, and that's what they, you know, said. And she told me like what was really going on, and the fact that he was shooting a music video and doing all these scenes and just the way his demeanor was back there was really doing this, you know, while he was going through a really serious situation personally, no one knew.
Right.
I mean, like, not to get more respect on, but just know that, like,
Putting work. And you couldn't even tell, like, for face value.
I mean, back to like the persona shit, right? Like all the shit people rap about, like, it was really that fucking bad.
Right.
I got him to like fall on the ground and like roll over on the stairs, all this kind of shit. Because like he respects me and what my reviews and like he believes in that enough to do it.
Right.
Wearing a $6,000 outfit, you know, $15 shoe, like years on the ground for that video. I can't even know.
And crawl down the stairs.
Get all that.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it's like, you know, gotta love it, right?
But he's doing it. And every day, all day. No more than that.
Look, see, like on his collar, he's like a little snake that Gucci had on it.
Oh, really?
Because he said Gucci on my collar.
So you get beat and you shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you, like those people like sit there and like, you know, look at the shit and like, you know, write it out and find all the hidden meanings and shit. There's so much.
And this is like right here. This is like a little like intermission part where there's some like church music in the back. This part's not in the song, right?
No, it's not.
What do you think of Lil Dicky?
He was dope. I mean, I haven't heard shit in a while.
But he's like his music video with the save that money. I always think of that one because you're talking about like how much these shoots cost.
I haven't seen it, but I remember reading about it. It's like you did it for free or something.
Yeah, he tried to do it as least cost as possible, and it actually came out pretty cool.
You're just like Little Dicky to the
Yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah.
little chops too.
Hello.
Yeah.
We're still here.
I went to this school.
Did you really? Really?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that.
Or 2.9% of the population self-identify.
That's the value in Omar. That's what I learned in school.
Oh,
That's
that's
what you look for.
Do you consider yourself
Not world, you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah, you try face.
we're just the pawns.
like Elizabeth Warren? Not kidding. I think you put me against Elizabeth Warren right now, and I got bitch beaten.
So that wasn't even an altar or a confessional. It was a 1999 little thing from Home Depot.
For now, let's talk
It's a
about
screen.
Yeah, that I made look like
Shout
a
out Home
confessional.
That was sick. That was like,
And that, like, I had no choice because no church would let us do that. Like, that's like the whole, like, scandal shit going on with the Catholic stuff.
yeah.
And they were like, no, like, you cannot go in the confessional.
or the beginning of
So
time
I was fine. We just made some
I saw a thing.
That was so sick.
There was some music video that was shot in the church and they got in trouble for what had happened.
Yeah, it's probably this one. But I got crazy voice notes. It went from, like, nice to, like, aggressive to, like, death threat.
You ever worry about that kind of stuff? Like, cause I know, like, in the rap game, and I'm, like, super not in the rap game. But, like, in the rap game, like, you know.
So it makes you such a good
like you
interviewer.
said, yeah, I'm like Howard Stern. Like,
Yeah.
like, you know, these guys, like, have people that don't like him or whatever, and then if your friends with you and they don't like him, they probably won't like you, and then that makes you a target. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I've never really thought about it like that. Because to me, it's like,
I'm afraid of everything.
I'm not Gucci Mane at the end of the day.
still here.
But you're toxic.
I'm really not. Like, it's just the director.
Yeah. So, like, when you make the song called Omar.
Stevie made that.
No, I know, but when the rappers make that, they make
I mean, yeah, I guess. See, yeah, that's my boy, but he doesn't have that energy. He's not putting that energy out in the world. I don't think.
I'd be scared. I have a
Yeah. I mean, I don't think at the end of the day, I don't think Omar would be shooting videos with dudes who had a lot of people that wanted to fucking kill them or something.
Yeah, or actually, I mean, I guess to answer your question, like, I do know a lot. Not just like dangerous or something, but
Right.
you have to know, like, what's
You have relationships you have to maintain.
Yeah.
I'm afraid of
Yeah.
I'm afraid of everything.
Yeah. Exactly. Which also kind of sucks at the same time, because it's like, if you go to the mall, like at Nordstrom, like, they don't care, like, where what you do. It's so much easier, right? Like, you know, yeah. So, but I guess in music, for some reason, it's like more personal. So you definitely have to know, like, when to say no. And when to say yes. But it's also luxury. So if you have it, please do it.
Please.
Yeah. In the past, probably, but I don't like to receive history, so not recently, you know. I feel like if someone, like, really can't afford the video, then I don't do it. Or if they're having to, like, because I feel like they're gonna expect too much out of it.
You ever throw anybody for your video, like, just because you like, I know this guy's good, I know he's gonna be up and coming, and, like, you know, I film a video now, I'm like, you know, helping out. You know. Like, if you, at this point,
Like, if you believe in them, like, if you believe they really got
like,
potential,
you
they
might be able
have
to
money.
find somebody at this point.
I don't, man, because I don't even gamble and shit.
Yeah,
I think about it. I've done videos for people in the past because I just wanted to do it, but it wasn't because of
Yeah. But I mean, on the flip side of that, if you really want to make, if you're not established and want to make a name for yourself, you can do as much research as you can.
Oh, this is that's a different question.
That's a completely
He's
different.
past
Completely
that,
different. Yeah,
If
obviously.
you feel like that will help you, then you should do it.
Right.
But the problem is, from what I've, like, been hearing, it doesn't really work out.
So you think that from the beginning you said Yo Gotti was your first major?
He was the first one, yeah.
Was that like the turning point where it's like this is what, like, you know, like if you could think back, was that the turning point where it's like everybody started calling you after the Yo Gotti video?
Not really more involved.
So that was it.
Before, that was the thing. It was a big deal at that time. In those days.
So you should take Yo Gotti out to like Awful House or something.
I'm part Chinook, bitch. Are you? I've had salmon.
Extra butter.
I've done a lot of his videos. We actually, one of the
Does
last
that make
ones I
you
did
Chinook?
was the one he basically
Came
cut
from the ocean.
trying to find his first big deal.
How do you know? I don't know. It's from Costco, bitch. That's in Washington. They're based out of Washington, so it could be.
I love that you guys are throwing up in the roots to just like all old people like all like trying to be quiet, having like, and then you go up from there like Yo Gotti.
nations were talking about the relationship.
Shout out to Waffle House.
Great. This was an awesome podcast. 2 hours. 2 hours of straight heat.
And I feel like I got nothing that's out there in the universe that I want to.
Really? Well, what else? Get it out. Get it out now. Let's get it out.
Here's what they should take away with the video. Omar's the best. If you invest in Omar videos, you get good returns. How far? 30 minutes. So
Any shout outs, Omar?
we tried out a lot. I'm just thinking, like, if you want to
I
do
love
it,
this fucking video.
Look, I want to give a shout out. I'm giving a quick
Well, my people,
I
you
know
can
all
say
your
that.
videos you have like colors.
Yeah, that's what I feel like that helps you figure
So
out
sovereignty isn't something the U.S. ever gave these nations. The U.S. recognized which didn't just end with colonization. It's right there in the Constitution. And a totally chill ban on the Indian
Is it the same one you've always used? You never read it.
Yeah, same one.
The Congress shall have power to
Fiverr?
regulate
No, it's actually a producer from Tampa. His name is Elliot Craftsman. He's the one that I was like, need to tag. I want someone to say the name. But he's the one that put that together. Like finding the person, putting that cool echo on there. Technology is genius.
Do you think like girls are like in order to have that?
I don't know if that should be interpreted that way. I mean, that's cool,
My
but
biggest videos have no girls in it.
Yeah.
it didn't say it.
There's no girls going up on the blog, right?
It didn't say like these
How do you know
motherfuckers
what
are
you
solid.
use?
I guess. Okay, cool.
Or it just feels good.
It's
It's all about the idea
at
for
the
it.
same time, like, I don't think you could go wrong with having a girl.
Yeah, you could throw a girl in and it won't ruin it.
Well, that's such a big component of rap, though. Would you ever consider doing like consulting for other directors?
Yeah.
That's
Make good money doing that.
Yeah.
I really feel like I have a lot to offer these brands, so they're so oblivious.
But like a lot of these brands, like they want
So
to get
that
in,
would do
they
it.
want to understand
That would do it,
it.
but not the
There's
Constitution,
so much money.
in my opinion. It didn't say it.
But you have a good grasp on it, so like, and you have the business side of it, no disrespect. to any of
I'm
that.
hoping they catch up, but I don't want to do a situation where like they get hit too late.
Yeah.
Because that doesn't help me. I want my flash shit now.
But like if you needed like, this sounds really weird, but like rap tutor, like you're a business,
DNA.
business fan, you want to get start yourself to
I'm sorry, DNA.
like these guys.
Majority
they're
pimp.
but they may not be the best business.
I have more pimp blood in me than there is blood. You have 100% blood. I'm 101% pimp.
I got one artist right now. I don't want to sue him.
Yeah. I mean, it goes right along with video.
I just feel like it was some situation.
1,000% pimp.
Congress now has plenary power over these nations.
1,000,000% pimp, bitch. 1,000,000,000% pimp.
And this girl's pretty
I'm losing pimp.
Oh, he has a new one now with diamonds.
That had big consequences for the Chinook.
Shout out that person.
Along with many other tribes.
Shout out to the girl with the blonde hair and the golden pistol.
Yeah,
Oh, is that great?
Put in the, you can put in the comments who you think it is.
Yeah, that right there, man. My secret weapon with a weapon.
Shout out to her.
I'll be careful
Oh,
what I
you
say.
got food and that. You can play
Weird.
yourself.
Yeah, we gotta introduce Forrest to people.
Oh God, this is
Yo, hey man, hey, these people got a question for you, bro.
what was my question?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to them. Here you go.
Hey, make sure the mic can hear him.
What's up, dude? How you doing, man? Look at this. We're doing this podcast here. We got microphones. What's up, we? Yeah, we're talking about with your boy Omar. We're talking about how legit his videos are for you. How legit Omar makes videos for you. Yeah, definitely. Damn, you know, I like looking at you. You're the only person on FaceTime where I like looking at their feet.
Ask him about the Omar song. The song about Omar. What about it? Ask him. Say, what's up with the song?
Oh, the song about you wrote a song about Omar. What's up with that? Okay, the dog is here. I love it. You got any more questions for him? I don't want to take up too much of your time, man. I know. I'm like, yeah, look at him. He's chilling right here.
All right, Pee Wee.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it, man.
Dude, he's a fucking man, bro.
Dude, all I saw the whole time was just straight diamond. Looked like freaking Zills or something.
Rocking Zills has those down.
No,
I
I
tell you,
don't.
like, he had a smile on his face the whole time he was talking to me.
Look, that's the real deal right there.
Yeah.
I don't
I
think.
met him, so he kind of know what I'm talking
Yeah, he is. He's the real fucking deal, man.
So, like, look at like freaking, you have just and like people like listen to these rappers on the radio. Yeah, like Omar's my dog. That's just so cool.
about. It is, bro. It's definitely special. I'm not gonna downplay it, but
Yeah.
so I like what we do together more.
Yeah. So when you hit it super big and you're millionaire, what kind of car you
Oh, you know he's not already millionaire.
Car, I love cars, by the way. I've never owned a lot of cars yet.
like more so,
I don't want to put it out to the top. Yeah, I mean, I would love something like a Lambo.
yeah, like candy Cadillac or something like that.
Foreign.
I know
She
you
fucks
like
with the foreign car.
I thought you like all the cars and stuff. I see like
Oh yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
you can get like
I mean-
Captain Crunch Cadillac and
A
stuff.
lime
I've been
green,
getting
like a
charged.
Aventador, super Duarte, you know.
Danny's got the plug on Lambo.
Do I?
Yeah, that Lambo video.
Oh yeah, yeah. I do have the plug on there.
States can't tax native nations for tribal members, but in a straight level, if a non-Indian buys a coffee at a tribal gas station, the state can collect sales taxes off that purchase. This is the legal system of funding.
Huh?
By and large, recognized sovereignty means native nations can handle their own business without interference from the states. But native nations and states sometimes enter into agreements, government to government, to work together on certain issues. Like if the nation wants to open a casino, they have to enter into a compact with the state where that casino will be located. Or if the child of an enrolled tribal member needs to enter foster care, the nation and the state will often share resources. At the end of the day, sovereignty means native nations are better able to pass.
Luis, welcome back, bro.
Hey man, how you doing? Great to be here.
Good, man. I'm excited to have you back to talk
If
about
you
some
could
of
be
what's
part of
going
the fucking
Oh, yeah.
tribe, what would it be?
all around Mexico and South America. And it seems like no one's paying attention to it right now, but you have had you've been balls deep in cartel world.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know if it's luckily or what, but it's just the way things go. You know?
He said
I'm supposed to be supporting the whole
that's
thing for like
offensive.
Latin America, but Mexico's keeping me
We are
so
the
busy
UPEC
right now. It's
and,
so wild what is happening in Mexico
Inuit.
and what is about to happen.
Yeah. And like I was showing you last night, we got the tridents from my boy Manny, whose godfather is Felix Rodriguez.
Dude,
We're gonna be going to talk to soon, hopefully.
dude, that will be massive, dude. I mean, I've been after Felix Rodriguez for a while. I published this story about the involvement of the CIA in the murder of Kiki Camarena back in '97. The first time I published that story was in 2013 in a Mexican magazine called Proceso, several years before the documentary that is now showing on Amazon. And I try to get a hold of Felix, but he's a shadowy man. I mean, it's hard to get a hold of him, right? Mm-hmm. You've seen him like once every now, like on interviews recalling the killing of Che Guevara and his operations in Cuba and Bolivia. But he's never really out Mexico, right? He did in Mexico back in the 80s.
Right.
Maybe if we can get a hold of him, like, you know?
Yeah, one of the first documentaries you pointed out to me before you first came on the show was that documentary called, I think it was The Last Narc.
Yeah.
Was it? With I forget who that guy was, but they found out somehow that there was a Cuban guy in the room when they were torturing Kiki, and the Cuban guy was most likely Felix.
Yeah, I mean, that's what sources say all the time, right? And there is like available transcript of that recording where they're torturing Kiki Camarena. Mm-hmm. But I don't know, for some reason, the audio files have never been out. Several officials also say that they don't exist, that those tapes are fake, they don't really exist, and this is like a rumor. But there are transcripts of the whole call.
the thing is, the transcripts, they don't identify anyone, right, on the room. They kind of like identify Caro Quintero allegedly, but then again, Caro Quintero is an old man. He's always denied that he actually did something to her, Kiki Camarena. Everybody's denying it. He's involved, their involvement in the whole Kiki Camarena case.
Right. And Felix was brought into the CIA, I think, like leading up to the Bay of Pigs, right? When they were training a bunch of the Cubans or the Cuban Americans to like basically go over there and invade and fight.
Yeah, exactly. He was a massive operator, right? He's a Cuban that used to know his country so well, but he was actually working for the U.S. government with the CIA as an asset because he knew the region, he knew the language, and he was extremely, skilled for what he had to do. I mean, he found El Che Guevara, right, in Bolivia. So he was skilled. Yeah.
Hey guys, just wanted to drop in real quick to let you know that on the back end of this YouTube channel, it says that 70% of the viewers have not yet hit the subscribe button. So if you enjoyed this podcast and you want to see more underground investigative episodes like this one, I want to ask you a favor, and that's to simply hit the subscribe button below this video. By doing this, you're enabling the podcast to get in front of and reach more people, which allows this thing to sustain itself and helps us to get more.
Speaking on behalf of the U-Big
so
people,
all just do me the favor and subscribe to the YouTube channel. I promise to keep making these episodes better every single week.
real G.
Thank you all. I love you.
And I never saw that as
He was training the people in Mexico, the guerrillas,
It
right,
looked
to
like
go
a fucking-
fight over in Nicaragua.
Yeah. So what was
Buffalo
happening
Bill.
there is
It
that
actually looked like
the
Thomas
U.S.
Jefferson.
government through the CIA had this arrangement with Mexican criminal
I was
organizations.
thought
They
were
weren't
saying
still
that.
called. Called the Guadalajara Federation, right? And they were training people. They were training all these Mexican henchmen to go and fight in Central America. I don't think they actually knew what was really happening in the broader scope, that like they were fighting the Contras, and I think they knew that they needed to train armed people to go and fight in Central America, but probably they didn't understand who was behind the whole thing, because that was one of the main things that Felix was known for, right? For keeping a low profile on the CIA, like no paper trail, no money trail, all that kind of stuff.
So Felix probably went to these guys like Caro Quintero and Felix and basically said, we want to train our guy. He didn't say he was CIA. He probably just said, we want to train your guys to fight.
Yeah, what I think it's probably Felix just sold the version that he had a way to keep bringing cocaine to the U.S. as a free pass. He probably said, like, you know what, I'm a huge trafficker, soy traficante cubano, whatever, and I can help you out because I have connections, so we can bring a lot of airplanes. So when the Mexican criminal organizations said, like, okay, this is a free pass actually working, they don't give a shit what do they have to pay or what they have to do in order to do that. Their eyes are on the target.
They want money,
Yeah, exactly. So they're probably saying, just train these people. I need an army. I need a personal army, whatever. I'm fighting another criminal organizations, whatever, in Central America.
I feel like
So just train a lot of my people. So they're like, yes, we'll train your people, the use of arms, whatever, if you keep letting us, And that's where Kiki Camarena, this community agent, showed up. He found first this huge property where they were harvesting weed, marijuana in Chihuahua, the biggest plantation they've ever found ever. But also he found these ranches where they were training these young people. And he was about to call on his boss. He had asked for a meeting with this DA supervisor called Cookindo. He's the only one who has never done any interview when it comes to that story. He was the supervisor. He was Kiki Camarena supervisor. So if someone knows what really happened, it's Cookindo. But he even sued the production company of The Last Knot for how they portrayed his role in the whole thing.
Really?
So he's been out of it. Like, he's been out of every story. He's mentioned, because he's the main guy. He was the supervisor. He knows what happened. He's never
Aren't you littering?
never talked about it. So I don't know. That's also kind of like sketchy, right? Because you will come out and say like, yeah, my agents were working good, whatever. Kiki Camarena requested a meeting to tell me something before he was kidnapped and eventually killed.
This guy, his supervisor, he was in the office when Kiki got kidnapped.
He was in the office, and Kiki Camarena was kidnapped right in front of the headquarters.
Right, going to lunch, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Is this guy still alive?
Cookindo?
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah.
Probably
Probably between him and Felix, they had the whole fucking truth. You know, what's gonna happen? If they're gonna tell the truth, like sometimes I don't know, like they're probably gonna die before they actually tell.
You know,
Felix was like 80 something, right?
yeah, he's in his late 80s. And he can either walks around with a cane apparently, and gets around low.
Dude, he needs to come clean before he leaves. Oh, dude. Just, I mean, it's probably true that he could say, like, I wasn't even there. I swear to God, whatever. We'll take a Bible to swear.
Dude, it's crazy. That's like what we were saying last night. It's like the olden days of when the Guadalajara Federation controlled everything. It seemed like it was a much more smooth operation, way less bloodshed than what it is now with all the factions that are competing for power in Mexico right now. So right in Mexico, what is the dynamic and power structure of the cartels? Is it mainly just the Sinaloa cartel and the New Generation cartel?
Yeah, well, basically those are this is what's changed through these years since the 80s, probably. Or back then, they were basically Korean organizations. They were cartels. They were drug cartels. I don't think it's accurate to call them drug cartels anymore. We keep hearing the same thing over the news, right? Like drug cartels is probably the easiest way to make people to simplify what these criminal organizations are. But I don't think it's accurate at all, because they're not just drug cartels. Back then, Felix Gallardo and all these dudes, they were trafficking drugs, and that was the whole business, right? They didn't have any other business. But these criminal organizations right now that we're dealing with today, they're everything but drug cartels. Drug is just one revenue stream from a huge array of different revenues they get. Like they're involved in extortion, they're involved in kidnapping, they're involved in monopolizing, they're involved in basically the sites of corruption, right? Like let's say you're running to be a local president for a municipality in Mexico. You want to win. So the cartel shows up with you. So like, okay, you want to win this thing? We can put a lot of money and get you a lot of votes. So you win the election. But in order, after you get elected, what you're going to do with us is going to give us all the contracts for construction, for constructing hospitals, roads, schools, new developments, all that stuff. Because that's the way they're going to make money out of it. On these semi-legal things, right? They're monopolizing water, they're monopolizing gold mines, they're monopolizing a lot of like natural resources all over Mexico. Now they're all over with the immigration. They're basically handling the whole illegal immigration path and networks in Mexico and Central America. So they're everywhere where there is money to be made.
But cocaine is still like 80% of the revenue, right?
Yeah, cocaine is pretty large still, but I'm not sure if I will call cocaine still a main revenue for them. I think it's a steady.
I wouldn't even call it a main revenue.
No, I think it's a steady revenue. Probably the most steady revenue they have. But when you have things like fentanyl, which is huge revenue for them, I think that's displacing the revenue from cocaine. Cocaine right now is at its lowest price per kilo in the U.S.
I thought I saw a story. I've talked about it on this podcast recently, actually. I thought I saw a story somewhere where one of the bosses of the Sinaloa cartel put out some sort of message to all of the other bosses or people that were working in the cartel saying that if they caught anybody on the cocaine, they'd be executed. Like that. And there was like signs that they put out.
Yeah. If you take into account that they make public these announcements, it's not for the communication. They have private communication with the other organizations and stuff without making it public. They have walkies. They have means to reach every other member of the organization to tell them there is a ban, right? But the fact that they make it public says that they're talking to us, right? To people, to media. It's propaganda. That's what they leave banners. That's what they leave like bodies with a small mountain of fentanyl pills. So it's literally to unmark themselves from the whole industry. Like, no, we're the good guys. We're enforcing side by side with you guys, U.S. and Mexico government. We're working all together to stop the fentanyl production. That's bullshit. They're just moving kitchens to others. Right now, you go to Sinaloa, it's really hard to find a lab in a fentanyl in Sinaloa, right? Because there's our operations, they don't want to be on the spot, and that's stuff.
This is the article. Sinaloa cartel's Mexican members stop making fentanyl or die.
Yeah.
Crime group yields to intensify U.S. law enforcement pressure and kidnapping or killing producers who defy the ban. Is there a picture of the banners posting? Oh no, it's a wall.
Yeah,
this is all propaganda. This is just to get media attention.
That's what it was intended for, right?
Right.
For articles like this.
Yeah.
So everybody says like, okay, and they want the U.S. media attention. That's what they want, right? They reach out to journalists. They reach out to Mexican officials. They put out banners on that they think is going to make flashy headlines, the next day, and we all fought for it. I mean, of course, my editor was asking me like, "Hey, if you want to write a story on it," and I'm like, "Okay, let me just call some of these contacts I have in Sinaloa to see what they say, what they feel." And of course, everybody said like, "Dude, it's bullshit." Everybody's still, cooking fentanyl. It's just a way to make it look like the organization is not involved anymore. Because even rivals, like the guys in Tijuana, right, the Arellano Felix organization, they've been rivals forever with the Chapito faction, with the Sinaloa cartel.
Are they still legitimate?
They're still around. I mean, it's not handled by the main family members. But they're still around. The organization kept the name, but it's just new players, right? Like leftovers, or probably the leftovers. So, but even so, they also set up banners all over Tijuana saying like, "Yeah, we support or rivals initiative of banning fentanyl also on our territory in Tijuana. So we find fentanyl, whatever." But if you go to Tijuana, then it's so easy to get a hold of these M30 fake oxys or fake pills, which are all laced with fentanyl. So it hasn't stopped. I mean, the fentanyl trade hasn't stopped. It hasn't even wind down. It's huge. They just moved the kitchens. I wrote a story about the kitchens being moved to Bogotá, in Colombia. They started moving the whole thing to small apartments in Bogotá, to San Luis Potosí. So that's different Mexican states. That's really what's happening.
So where the cartels are at now, like you just mentioned, they're not just drug cartels anymore. They are multinational empires.
Exactly.
They're controlling many states or countries in South America, Mexico. How many total countries are they?
Dude, I mean, I guess I don't know, dude. I mean, it's gotta be hard because again, you have to understand these are like criminal enterprises or criminal entities, right? And they're not vertical. There's not like a single boss and then a bunch of people. They're like more horizontal organizations with smaller verticals tiers, and then probably 4 guys, and then but for the most part they're horizontal organizations, very dynamic. So you kill one, they move another one. If you arrest one, it's just the next one pops up, but the organization keeps. So that means when you try to identify what is or who is a member of a cartel, it's kind of hard because the old lady who's the lookout on the corner for the cartel, is she part of the cartel or is getting, $20 a month to make a call whenever she sees something strange? What they cartel, they themselves, the people who call themselves cartel are just the henchmen, the armed people. When you go to Sinaloa, what we see as the armed branch of an organization, that's what they call cartel. So if you say exactly, basically sicarios. And when I interview people that are managing the organization, that are
What about Billy White Shoes Johnson?
Attorneys or making decisions, they hate it when you call them cartel members, right? So you're a cartel member. They're like, no. I'm part of the organization, right? The Sinaloa organization. Yeah. The cartel is just the armed branch of our organization. That's how they see it. And I think that's probably when we're having a hard time to identify what is cartel, who represents a cartel. Again, the buyers of the whole thing, of the drugs, even if they pay with money or they pay with arms, are on this side of the border, right?
Or on the U.S. side?
On the U.S. side. I mean, that's where the drugs are intended to come. So most of the buyers are on the U.S. side of the border. So are they cartel members or are they part of the organization or are they just clients? Like, it's hard to tell the boundaries of what we call a criminal enterprise, right? Because when you think about let's think about a proper enterprise. Let's think about Coca-Cola, right? You have employees and then you have a buyer on large scale. So they say okay, I'm a distributor for you. Do they work for Coca-Cola or are they just distributors? How does that play out? In the criminal world, their whole thing is to get arms and money from the U.S. and drugs into the U.S. So you need to buy it. Even before you start cooking or buying, if you want to get into it, as an independent, what you first need is a client, right? Someone who's already buying your shit. So you will go to LA or Miami or whatever and find a buyer. And you say hey man, I have the capability to bring you 10 kilos of cocaine, purest quality, whatever. And when that person agrees, and it says okay, yes, let's do it. Then you go to your source and then source yourself and make money within that transaction. But then that's literally how the whole world of drug trafficking works, right? So there's a bunch of them representing the cartel or the criminal organization on this side of the border. Usual buyers, usual distributors, people that knows what arms they need back in Mexico, they know where to source them, and they're also making money out of it, or collecting the whole money for the criminal organizations, laundering money through hotels, through real estate, through a bunch of different industries. And they are part of the organization, right? They're probably the most important part of the fucking organization. They're not, right? They're not calling the shots, but they're handling the money. They're handling the whole part of the operation that makes a criminal organization work.
They're like the sales team.
Exactly. Yeah. So right now, basically what we have in Mexico, it's this dynamic, very dynamic operation between criminal enterprises or criminal insurgencies that they work they work side by side with the Mexican government as well in terms of corruption, in terms of getting rid of rivalries or even political rivals. With these past federal elections, we have the most violent election process in Mexico's history. There were over 19 candidates killed all over Mexico. What? It's fucking wild. It was, I think, 2 years ago. 2 or 3 years ago.
Actual presidential candidates.
Not presidential,
political
candidates. Yeah, like state governors, local, municipal mayors, presidential candidates. It was wild, dude, and that only shows you that a political the political aspect of Mexico, it's not only political anymore, it's also criminal or embedded, right? Because they order these hits. Why else will a cartel or a community go and kill a politician if they don't have stakes in politics, right? So that means they work side by side. And right now there are two main factions. There's the Sinaloa cartel with the Sinaloa organization with a bunch of different factions, and the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which is now starting to break into little factions as well. Those are the main ones, not the only ones. There are still the Zetas Vieja Escuela, which is a branch of the old Zeta cartel, right? You have the Cartel del Golfo, Cartel del Noreste. You even have
The worst ones are on the East Coast, right?
yeah, I mean, I don't think they are like on the East Coast because they really operate in whole Mexico, but they have stronger stakes on the East Coast because that's where you have the biggest international ports, seaports, where the precursors, arms, money are coming in. Right?
They're coming in from the Gulf.
They're coming in from the West Coast, from the West Coast. So you have all the coast of Sinaloa and all the coast of Michoacan, right? And so that's where the two main cartels are based or operating probably more stronger. And then you have the northeast part of Mexico, in Tamaulipas, in Nuevo León, you have the Cartel del Noreste, which is a strong cartel, also a branch of the Zetas. And then on the southern part of Mexico, you have these really interesting new development, which is an indigenous cartel. They're called Cartel Chamula. Chamula is an indigenous community from southern Mexico, Maya descendants, and they form their own cartel, like their own criminal organization to fight against the Jalisco, fight against the Sinaloa cartel, to handle their own shit, and they communicate all these Mayan language to each other. You have to be a Chamula and be part of the Chamula cartel. So the dynamics of the criminalization in Mexico are wild and are ever changing. So it's really hard to put a black and white thing on them. Like the good guys, the bad guys. These are the most violent. These are the main ones. There's a bunch of them. Even if you talk about just a single organization like the Sinaloa cartel, there's a bunch of factions. You have Mayos and Badas factions. You have Los Chapitos factions. You used to have the Milik or the Damasos faction. You used to have Los Rusos faction, right? So you have but then you have different smaller families like Los Salazar, Los Cáceres, etc. So you have a bunch of different families. And how do the Cartel Jalisco for the most part, they are a single branch, but by now they're breaking down into the ghettos and different other players that are going to break their own branch of the same organization.
That's interesting what you said about the indigenous cartel in southern Mexico. We just had a guy on here a couple months ago, or maybe 2 months ago, this guy named Luke, who Mexico and Mesoamerica, Central America, and he basically explores all these hidden cities, and there is like millions of miles of uncharted cities in the jungle down there in southern Mexico and Central America. And he says, like, sometimes when you go out to like these temples, he's like, they're guarded by armed cartel members because these guys will loot those places looking for gold and shit and looking for treasure and artifacts and pottery and artwork, and they'll sell it on the black market for tons of money.
100% true, man. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, these guys are not dealing with drugs. They have a branch that is looking for gold, or silver or ancient artifacts, to sell, like traffic and all that stuff. And that's literally how it works. The thing is, these criminal organizations are going to be around like flies around shit when there's money to be made, right? When you go to places like the Sea of Cortez in Baja California, beautiful sea, and you have a huge. You have a season where a lot of jellyfish come up, right? So
Yeah, but how do you
working for tourism and
how do
shit,
you
so the local fishermen
calculate fitness? Well, if you come to me, you're a trillion
and
percent.
there was
Everybody else
interest
sucks.
by a couple of companies in Taiwan to buy all the jellyfish from them, because they eventually dehydrate them, treat them with salt, and sell it to China, because it's a luxury food in China. So when the cartel learned about that, they're like, okay, so you're making literally millions of dollars out of jellyfish that we don't use in Mexico. Okay, we're in. So they started going in. The Sinaloa cartel particularly, by threatening local fishermen. They killed one, and they burned a couple of the trailers where they moved the jellyfish, just to make a statement and say, hey, you're not gonna go directly with these Taiwanese companies. We are gonna be in the middle. We're gonna buy from you, super cheap. There is no permission for anyone to go out into the sea without our permission. You need to ask us for permission to go and fish jellyfish before you do, so we know how many exactly you got out of the sea, and we have control of the whole operation for the make up. So they monopolize the whole jellyfish business now.
They're literally like a parasite to any sort of fucking money making operation that exists down there. Like, it's like communism.
Yeah. Literally.
What the? I wonder what China uses the jellyfish for.
They eat it.
They eat jellyfish?
Yeah. They dehydrate the jellyfish. They treat it with salt, and they eat it like
delicacy.
Yeah, it's like delicacy. Yeah, it's like
Some photos. I wonder if it tastes good.
These
Peanut butter and jellyfish sandwich.
It seems to be like super salty. I mean, that's
really?
what I've been told. Super extremely salty. Probably not tasting good for us, but
jellyfish is eaten in China and other Asian countries. In China, jellyfish is eaten as a delicacy in many ways, including in salads, part of cold appetizers, and marinated dish. Oh, it doesn't look bad. I bet you some soy sauce. I bet you it's pretty good.
I'm not sure, man, because if it's still very salty, can you imagine that even like soy sauce?
Oh yeah, it might be too salty.
Dehydrated and pickled with sesame oil and salad.
I want to try them now.
Yeah, I don't feel so fine.
The fishermen were making millions of dollars harvesting these jellyfish.
Yeah.
And now they're being taxed by the cartels.
Exactly, just as what happened with the.
I mean, is it a fair tax, or is it a tax that literally like cripples their business?
Literally, these season they lost the whole season. They couldn't pay their
I'm saying, is it a fair tax? Like,
there's no fair. There's no fair game. Yeah. So it's wild. They had to stop the whole season because they didn't want to deal with the cartels, right? They were too afraid. That's wild.
What's up, guys?
I spoke with one of these fishermen, and he's like, "Dude, I'm too scared to go out and ask for who's gonna ask for permission. And how is that gonna work? And if you're in the middle, and they think that you're ripping them off, and so like, no, you got more jellyfish than what you're telling me, whatever." She was like too afraid.
Well, didn't you just do a story about some farmers who were getting extorted? They were basically taxing them so much, and the farmers got to a point where it's like they're not making enough money on harvesting whatever it was they were the avocados. They weren't making enough money, so where they either had to die fighting against the cartel or die of starvation because they weren't making any money.
Yeah, this has been happening in Mexico for a while. Every super season, the U.S. consumes so many avocados and guacamole. Yeah, dude. Yes, that it makes a war in Mexico.
We love guac,
dude. Every Super Bowl season is war season in Mexico. So now there is a police called the Avocado Police, la Policía del Aguacate.
The West Side.
It's basically civilians geared up on their own resources to look over
Michoacan. That's in Sinaloa?
That's in
or that's Sinaloa in Michoacan.
No, Michoacan's a different state.
Okay.
It's central Mexico. So they that's where the self-defense groups came up 10 years ago with Polito Mora, right? That's the first time they basically armed themselves and said, like, we're going to fight against cartel, we're going to fucking die. Eventually, they won the first fight, which was a great precedent for, a great background for Mexico. So there started like a lot of people started forming their own guerrillas or their own self-defense groups until cartels said like, you know what, fuck it, we had enough. So this year, I was in Michoacan. They killed the founder of the self-defense groups, a man, a very fucking brave man, a farmer called Hipólito Mora. He was the leader. He was kind of like the central figure for every other self-defense groups in Mexico, right? And they killed him on his way back to his house from his farm, and they burned him alive inside his pickup truck. He had guard by the Mexican state officials. They put in guards to protect his life because he had been visiting threats. Even they all got killed and burned inside the vehicles. It was sad and alarming. For I visited his house. I visited the place where he was burned, where he thought he was burned. Dude, everybody was like quiet, like in a fucking funeral. No one was like saying anything. The town was deserted. It was really, I don't know, dude. It was like, yeah, kind of like sad and scary at the same time.
So what's gonna happen with this farm?
Well, they kept it. The fucking cartels. The cartels kept all of his land.
So they killed him and they got away with stealing his fucking farm.
Yeah, dude. And very recently, probably the story you were talking about, probably like 2 weeks ago, in Mexico State, these farmers also got extorted. They've been extorted forever by La Familia Michoacana, another cartel in central Mexico. But they asked for twice what they were getting. They were paying 1 peso per square foot on whatever they were harvesting. A peso, it's right now it's 18 pesos per $1. So it's probably officially not significant in U.S. currency, but for a Mexican, 1 peso per square foot of what they were harvesting, right? A lot of corn, beans, whatever they're harvesting. Okay, so if you have, I don't know, 10,000 square meters of whatever you're harvesting, you need to pay 8 pesos for every square foot, right? And they asked them for twice that. They're like, okay, so this year you're gonna have to pay, starting this year, double, 2 pesos per square foot. They had a really bad season because it didn't rain in that part of Mexico this season. So they were like, dude, there's no way we can pay that. They're like, well, you either pay or you die. They said yes, but they met a night before they had to meet these guys to pay their taxes, right? And they met at a soccer field in this little town in Mexico. The cartel members showed up, all geared up as usual, dressed as military members, whatever. And then the whole community showed up. They showed up with shotguns, machetes, sticks, and stones. And they were like, we're not paying shit. And fucking hell broke loose. You see the video, there's people getting cold killed like that. Like, boom, right in the fucking head. And then I look at the back and go, boom, you killed my friends. Everybody started killing everyone. In total, there were 14 murders. 11 of those murders were cartel members. So that was a big win for that community. They're like, because they killed the leader of the La Familia Michoacana, that region, right? So they're like, fuck up. Now, this past week, they came back. La Familia Michoacana came back to that town and kidnapped a lot of young girls, a lot of babies, mothers. They're keeping them as ransom. So because they asking like, turn over your leaders, the guys who started this fucking fight. Turn them all over to us, or we're gonna kill all your family members. And the situation is still tense. I mean, they still have to release the kids, the women, because they want the community to turn over their leaders who started that revolt against the cartel, to teach them a lesson.
And what does the Mexican military do about this? Are they asking for help?
Nothing. They've been asking for help for probably the last 5 years, this community. And the true Mexican army or the Mexican government never showed up. What the Mexican president said was just like, oh yeah, we knew about those guys. They were major targets for us. We were just unable to find them before, but they're dead now. So you guys are dead. And that's it. That's literally it. Yeah, dude, it's mind blowing what's happening right now. Like, why?
Now, who is? So you just got done with you did a really big interview with, and I think did you partner with Grillo to release it?
Yeah.
What was that interview? That was with the guy who basically was Damaso Lopez, right? He was partners with El Chapo.
Yeah.
Or he started out as his security. El Chapo, like, he gained his trust over the years, however long it was, and then eventually El Chapo made a deal with him saying, if I ever get pinched or if I ever get killed, you're going to take my spot.
Yeah, exactly.
And this guy that you met with was his son.
Yeah.
Got it.
So basically, the Damasos started off when El Chapo escaped for the first time from prison in Mexico. Like
He helped him escape.
he was the director of the prison. He was an attorney, and he was the director of that prison. So he helped El Chapo escape. So when El Chapo escaped, he knew they were going to come after him. So El Chapo offered him a job. He's like, okay, after I'm gone, come and look for me, and I'll give you up. And he made guy Damaso Lopez Nunez, a licenciado. He made him his right hand in the cartel on his faction, right? So he was basically calling shots. Like, even though you're gonna get a lot of his comments saying, no, dude, he was never a shot caller, whatever. He was the brains behind El Chapo, right? El Chapo will consult everything for him. It was like, what do we do? We're facing these and that. He was smart, man. He was an attorney. He would say, like, okay, let's not go into a fight, let's do this, or let's go into the fight, let's form a new group, let's move money here and there. He was El Chapo's right hand, his most trusted man, and they became confederates, basically. He was the godfather to his sons, and Damaso was godfather to Los Chapitos. Right. They were family, basically. Yeah, they were embedded with that family. They grew up together. The son of Damaso Lopez Nunez, Damaso Lorano, and Minilik, was basically part of Los Chapitos. They grew up together. He was best friends with Alfredo. He was best friends with Edgar, the youngest of Los Chapitos. And eventually, when El Chapo got kidnapped,
Was he friends with Minilik was friends with Ovidio,
all those guys. They literally grew up together. He was best friends with El Maggio's son as well, the Mayor. So it was narco juniors, basically owning the whole fucking state. And so what happened is when they arrested El Chapo, he got extradited. He sent a letter to Damaso, to a licenciado, saying that all of the money was for his 4 kids and his wife, Emma Coronel, right? But the organization, he was going to leave that in hand of the Damasos, right? The elite and the elite. Probably was a smart move.
Wait. So the money, meaning the money that they already had, the cash, or the income that the business was bringing in?
I guess both. Like the cash that he already had, the properties, all that shit. Because on the letter, what he said, it was like, you already have enough money. Just get out of this shit. Live your life. You have more than enough for his kids and his wife. You live your life. You have more than enough to live a good life. And leave the organization in the hands of Damaso. Right? It was probably a smart move because El Chapo probably thought that these was coming. These war against Los Chapitos, and that they're going to end like him, extradited to the U.S., facing life sentences, that kind of shit. So he didn't want that for his kids. He's like, you know what, like, let El Licenciado take the fucking heat, and you guys retire and live well. Well, they didn't want to do that. They were like, fuck no, the organization is ours. We're the head of the organization right now. They didn't listen to his dad, and they started fighting against the Damasos, against their godfather, basically, the one in charge. From what I understand, Damaso and Licenciado trying to negotiate, right? Or trying to say, like, guys, this is what your dad wants to happen to the organization. I want to fight with you. So then they started, killing his henchmen, killing his security people.
The Chapitos started killing his?
For what Mindy told me. his version of the story. And every time they will come after the event, they're like, "Hey, why are you killing the people?" They're like, "Oh, dude, it was a mistake. Sorry, my guy high or we were drunk, whatever. But I'm gonna give him a lesson. Sorry about that." And they keep doing it, until Damaso Lopez Serrano, El Minilik, got fed up with it, and he talked to his dad. He's like, "Dude, I'm gonna go all in against Los Doritos. Fuck it." His dad was like, "Dude, we don't need a fight. We don't want to fight between a family, between a single family. Let's just solve this out." He gathered a group of other cartel members from everywhere, even from like mafia people from Canada, like from everywhere, that they hate on Los Chapitos. Right? He gathered a group, made a WhatsApp group, and said like, "Hey, we need to get rid of these fuckers. Like, they're just making too much waves here in Sinaloa. We don't want them. What do we do?" So they started planning. And by the birthday of the oldest, Ivan Archibaldo Guzman, he was celebrating in Guadalajara, at this fancy restaurant. And they kidnapped the 4 sons of El Chapo. The order was to kill them, right? But El Mayo got in the middle, they tried to negotiate, and then El Chapo was imprisoned in Ciudad Juarez, by the border between El Paso, Texas, and Mexico. And from there,
And this is before he was extradited.
before it was 2017, probably a couple of months before he was extradited, 2016, I think. So he managed to get the news from the guards there, and he requested a call. So he called a prison in Jalisco, where El Cholo, his right hand, his henchman, El Cholo was arrested. And he said like, "Hey Cholo, I know you get along well with the Menchos people, whatever. I know that El Menchos, the head of the Jalisco cartel in information, I know that his son is in prison with you, with your friend. You know what? This is no time to make friends. I need you to kidnap him inside prison, to make him disappear until they let my kids go." So El Cholo went after the son of El Mencho inside prison, kidnapped the kid, made the director of that prison call El Mencho, saying like, "Hey dude, your kid is nowhere to be found. And this is a message to you. As soon as you free my kids that are kidnapped, I'll be yours."
Meaning English people.
Meaning people. So basically, El Mencho was like, I'm not part of this shit, but it's my turf, right? It's Guadalajara, it's Jalisco. This is my turf. So he ordered the Chapitos free. So they had to free them, and then they freed his son inside prison, right? And that's how they literally declared war against each other. Los Chapitos against Damaso. Los Chapitos eventually managed to get a lot of more power and overpower the Damasos. And Damaso was arrested in Mexico City. Damaso's dad, was arrested in Mexico City.
What year was he arrested?
I think it was 2017.
Okay.
And then months after, Minilik couldn't hold his turf, right? So he went for the border in Calexico and threw himself over to the DEA. He has been talking to the DEA for a while now, and he has been planning on putting himself over so he can give information against Los Chapitos. And now he's the main guy who's trying to hunt against Los Chapitos, because he served for 5 years. They released him. He's free. He's not under witness access. He's not under witness protection or whatever. He's just the main source of information.
He's not under witness protection at all?
No, he's not. They're protecting. The DEA is protecting.
The DEA is protecting.
But he's not. He never signed a certificate. He's not signed it.
So how much protection could he possibly get from the DEA?
Not sure. Not sure. But when I met him, I could tell that there were a couple of incidents around the place we met.
Oh, really?
So they're putting it on
to. So, okay, explain to me how this interview came about. Did he reach out to you out of the blue, or how did this happen?
Yes, he reached out to me through Instagram first. He sent me a DM. Of course, I'm like, yeah, dude. I mean, I get reached out by these amount of
Your DMs must be
fucking wild. I mean, if we probably get 5, 10 messages requests every single hour, of people saying everything from threats, from help me, I have a family disappear, whatever, to advise, hey man, I'm traveling to Mexico. Is it safe to go to this resort in Cancun, whatever? To, hey, I'm a Michael. Hey, I'm talking to you on behalf of this crazy secret organization in the US that you never heard of, and we're gonna kill you. To raise a contender to watch out. I'm a US official when I know that this is happening. To this is a new software criminals are using. I'm part of it called Titan. We'll get into it later.
These leads all come in through your
Most
DMs.
of the leads come.
Most of them.
Yes.
How do you filter out which ones are legit or not? Do you actually go through them all?
No,
I imagine it's got to be hard
no,
to understand.
yeah, no. I mean, there's no fucking way I can go through it all. What I usually do is when I think there's will be a story, I go and try to vet the information and the people behind it. If that person is not willing to turn on his video camera, to share IDs, to share like kind of like that kind of shit, I just drop it. I literally drop it. Right? If someone tell me, even if it sounds like good info, most of the guys with good info, they will do it. They will follow it. They will like,
I'll show you.
yeah, dude, like let's move to a secure app. I have a couple of secure apps. And let's move to that, open an account in these several secure apps, whatever. And turn on your camera so I can know you. Because you know my face, you know my name, you know all about it, but I don't know who's behind that account. So it's only fair to be on a neutral space. I know how to take care of your side of things so you don't get backlash or whatever. I'm not going to record anything. We're just going to talk first, right? I need to understand who are you. Why are you bringing this information to me? What are your motivations? What do you want for it? What kind of information is this? I waste a lot of time with kind of like fake, weak leads, right? But sometimes it works because you get some strong fucking leads, you know. So sometimes it's just nothing, all views, something like just rumors, something like I know a guy who knows a guy who has a cousin, blah 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 blah.
How do you vet, or how do you what like red flags do you look for when you're vetting some of these people that are messaging you to determine whether they have some sort of ulterior agenda or motive, or might just be like one faction of one cartel that wants to like attack another faction or paint another faction in a bad light? Or
first red flag is when they say it's just for the sake of truth, just for the sake of, you know, everybody has an agenda, dude. Like everyone, especially if they reach out to someone who's about to publish something. So yeah, so most of these guys are I speak with a lot of honesty. Like that's what I do. I talk about my ways of doing it. I'm very honest on saying like it's probably nothing. I'm probably not even gonna publish this shit, or just stop and don't tell me shit because I don't want to know about that stuff. Or just like, hey dude, I'm gonna have to, if you bring this information to me, I'm gonna have to vet this through Mexican officials. If you're with it, I mean, I'm gonna protect your identity and everything. But with this info, I might have to vet it through these people to see if they know something. So I'm super honest about my process. Right? And when the person behind that account is honest as well, and is like talking to me on video, whatever, and say like, you know what, you know why I'm bringing this here? Because I want to retire and I want to fuck these guys over, and that's it. Or they did me wrong and I want to fuck them. Or I just think this is overstepping, you know, my morals or my, you know, saying this is something that I don't want to be involved into, but I got this info, so I'm just handing it over to you. Do what you have to do. Or yes, I'm a member of the faction against those guys. So those guys are motherfuckers, like Damaso himself. When he reached out, he said like, "Hey man,
So
I'm
sick.
Damaso in the league."
Doing, oh, Rabbi, you're the coolest one.
Free. So I uploaded a video saying that it's free. And
we have the video that he originally sent you.
no. Videos that I posted on my YouTube talking about him first, right? Saying like, hey, so Damaso was free. This is this guy. This is what he did. Blah blah blah. This is what he was like debriefing what he was Damaso, right? And then I got reached out. He's like, I'm reaching out to you. First of all, because you talk a lot of bullshit, but most of that bullshit is necessarily lies. So I just want to set the record straight for you. And I'm like, okay, I don't know if that's a compliment or what, but if you are really who you say you are, let's move to a secure app and turn on your camera. I'm pretty sure that I can recognize your face. So he did. He turned on his camera and he had the hat on. He was in selfie mode. And I was like, can you move your hat a bit up, so I can see your face? And I saw his face and it was him. And I was like, oh shit, so it's really you? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, you look older. And he just laughed. He's like, yeah, you look more fucked up too, camera. So I'm like, thank you, dude. So yeah, I mean, can you show me your ID passport, something that has your name? Yeah, I mean, I don't have to, but I'll do it for you. So he shows his ID, whatever. And then we kept talking. We like turn off the camera.
Yo, dog, you want to do a coffee
So
ad?
I'm like, dude, I'm very interested in
Where'd it go?
with you, but I'm pretty sure that you're reaching out with an agenda, right? Like, what is it? And he was very clear about it. But I just want to fuck the Chapitos over. So I just want to talk a lot of shit I know about them and how things really went. And yeah, I'm being transparent. Yeah, my intentions. So I'm like, okay, so those are your intentions. On my intentions,
Did you learn anything about Native
the
Americans?
intention,
Yeah.
I don't want to fucking.
I need my fucking card, bitch.
Fucking people, whatever. I just want to interview with you, and that's the main thing.
I'm throwing that
Kind of
motherfucker around like
on
a
the middle ground.
black
Where
card.
I
Yo,
when I'm
bitch.
gonna make an interview with you.
Give me my
But
fucking
I'm not gonna
TP.
talk shit about these guys.
Get
And
in my
I'm throwing
pueblo.
proof and shit. And he's like, no, I have proof of what I'm gonna tell
They
you.
call me Chief
And, okay,
Pimp.
so perfect. So we agreed on meet, right?
In person.
In person, yes. So I flew to LA. He was not living in LA. He was living somewhere else. So he
We
traveled
already saw this one.
to LA.
You weren't really concerned about meeting with him because
Yeah,
you
you're
already
not
know
very
the president,
funny.
He was a free man. Like he had no reason to fuck with you.
Even though
I
I'm
went to the
mean,
phrase.
you never know.
Rabbi's
So
a
yes,
huge
You still
pimp.
never know.
yeah. So I was absolutely I was kind of like concerned about that.
Ojibwa.
I was like, fucking
I like that
just
one.
do it.
I might want to be a Jibbawa. I
I
might
flew to
find some
LA.
Ojibwa
He
bitch
asked me
and
to be in
Oh,
to the hotel too.
Jibbawa.
I have a whole protocol when I
Yo,
travel.
this bitch sucks, but if she's a Ojibwa, she can get it. Shout out to the Ojibwas.
This whole protocol to
Do you have people that go there for you in advance to scope out the location? Like,
But
a
this
lot
bitch
of
grew
people
up in a
I
fucking
know
tree.
presidents when they go and visit places for meetings or
Yo, girl,
presidential
where'd you have your first
candidates, they
period?
have what's called
On
an
a
advance
branch?
team, where they go like if they're meeting at a hotel, they'll have a team of guys that like walk
Oh,
through the
no,
hotel,
not
talk
Polo.
to people,
Polo.
like
No,
Polo.
I don't like I
Polo.
work on
Polo.
way more simple,
Polo.
protocols. Part of it, I consider probably part of it. It's just either arriving
Yo,
way
dog, how
earlier,
about some Rodney
day or
Dangerfield, like
2
a
days
pimp,
or 3
like a West-
days or even a
like a
week
West Side
earlier
pimp.
or a week later,
Polo.
and say like sorry, whatever, blah blah blah. So I yeah,
right.
I
that's
take
part of
such
it.
a
Like
shit.
so it's a whole protocol I have that has
Rodney,
worked for me to make me feel safe. Even choosing the
Polo.
I just asked
Polo.
because he said the place, but I asked
Have you ever
to room
Have
and book my own things. Okay, you want me to be in this hotel particularly? I'll be there, but let me handle the whole fucking thing of my arrangement of flights, transport, hotel room, all that shit. Because he's like, I can put you in that hotel, whatever. That's like, no, I don't need you to do
His
that.
hands.
Just set a place.
My hands
I'll
on my
go.
own.
I
Not
set the
yours,
date.
they are my own.
So I request
Not
that
yours, they
a
are
certain
my
room where I feel
own.
safe, where you have like certain ways of exit and blah blah
In
blah.
the
Security
end,
protocols on
only
and yeah, I waited and he showed up at the agreed time, and he was very
I gotta take a
normal.
dump.
It was like just like a regular dude.
Oh,
and said,
fuck,
okay,
my
what's
honey.
up?
Are you armed when you go do this?
On the U.S. side of the border, most of the times I'm not, but sometimes I am. In Mexico,
In the
no.
end,
But in
Simpson
Mexico,
yo,
when
bitch, my name
feel-
is fucking.
Here's the thing.
What's your
My,
name?
the
Oh, my
simplest
word.
thing
I
about
gotta
a
take a
security
dump.
protocol is that if you feel you're gonna
Nicki Minaj
have
gotta take it.
a chance to die, like a real chance, like a real threat, so don't fucking go. Right? So it doesn't work.
I like the kinetic
So that's
energy.
the
These, I got a
simplest
rod
thing. It's
from
like,
God
okay, so I
inside
feel
me,
like a real
girl.
threat.
I got a rod from
something is
God.
off. They're asking me to travel to
This
this place
bitch is
to meet
full
these
of
guys,
tungsten.
blah, 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 blah.
Bitch, I got a
I'll
rod from
just
God.
Even
Right
if it's,
up my tuchus.
You hear
Oh.
that?
yeah.
Allegedly. Look at the West Side
Sound
pimp.
Steve?
It's the coyotes.
Oh, it's that. Okay, sorry.
So that's what I do. When I feel like, okay, I might go, In Mexico, depending on who I'm meeting, if it's like a middleman, middle range, whatever, I do have a bunch of contacts in Mexico that I just ask them like, hey, can you like proper geared up or whatever, then I ask them like, yeah, you can show up like geared up and whatever. They will show like basically security escorts and like that kind of shit. Especially when it's a bar, when it's a public bar, crowded with people, and like a club or whatever. And someone wants to meet there for a reason. I ask them to go like fully. Like, hey,
Really?
Yeah, like can you help me out? And like,
Why at a bar would you want them to look like that?
because you show that you're with people, right? You show that you are with security, and so they're basically bodyguards, and you want them to know that you have bodyguards. Because when you put into the mix alcohol and shit,
right,
then things can go off fast. That's the other thing. Like I've been reached out recently by a source that he's slow dude, like probably one of the biggest interviews I could ever do eventually if. But this dude is always wasted, dude, like shit faced. So I'm always trying to let him know, like, dude, okay, call me tomorrow when you feel better, right? Because I don't deal with people that are under the influence of anything. Because you need a clear mind, and also I need respect, for like, dude, I'm giving you respect. I'm a journalist. This is my job. I'm being a professional. We're not friends. We're not, this is not a social gathering. This is work for me, and I'm taking time from my family, from whatever, my work, whatever, to give you time. And I appreciate you giving me time for this. But I need also respect from your end. You can call me all shit facing, like, hey, I'm this and that, 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 that. Even if your info is great, I'll rather pass on it because that's not the way I work.
Right. Pardon.
Show. Damas was very, very serious, right? He was like cleaned, serious. He agreed.
How old is he?
He's 37.
37. Yeah, if I would have met with him in the hotel, I would imagine like my first reaction would be like, we got to meet in the lobby or like in the restaurant at the hotel. Or
Here's the thing. I requested for a room with a window to the street where I knew he was coming. I asked him to show up right at a certain time. Well, he asked me to meet him at a certain time, and I'm like, I'm gonna meet you upstairs. I'm gonna meet you in this room. But I changed the plan, so I met him on the street. Right when I was looking over the room, I saw a couple of DA agents around because you can tell they're like in cargo pants, these Oakley glasses.
Really?
So they kind of like scouted the place, blah, 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 and then he showed up. He pulled over on a black SUV.
So he had the DEA as like an advanced team for himself.
I think he didn't have the DEA. I think the DEA was like
just following him.
Yeah, following him. So I'm like, okay, he's moving. Apparently, he's gonna go into this hotel for some reason. So boom, they kind of like went and say like, okay, let's see what happens.
You're doing like legitimate spycraft.
It's crazy fucking shit. And then I saw him arrive, and before he pulled out, I was already in the street, right? I was already out in the street, so I greeted him. He kind of like surprised him. Like I opened his door, he came out, and he was like, "Hey, cómo estás, compadre? Hey, dude, how you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, dude, all good. So what's up?" It's like, "Hey, you want to jump in and probably have a drive and grab something to eat, whatever, before we're going to." And first I was like, probably not the best idea. But I kind of like felt that he was pushing a bit for it. So I was like, okay, so okay, I'll follow through. Yes, let's go. So I jumped into the back of his car, black car, tinted windows.
Who was driving?
One of his guys. I didn't.
Did he have a lot of money?
Dude, yeah, man. Like, yes, like a lot of fucking money. Yeah,
like his own driver, full-time driver kind of money. Okay.
This guy from Sinaloan accent, young kid. Yeah. I thought he was a family member or something like that. He was like quiet with bunch of like cash money on his fanny backpack, and a cap driving around. And
What are you laughing at? He had a fanny pack full of cash.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Because this guy, he was not able because of his because of the legal condition. He's not able to meet journalists, family members, criminal members, or former criminals, or handle money. Right? He needs to use a pre-approved debit card where the DEA, allow him to keep some of his money. But of course, what else is going to do? So he has a bunch of cash, right? But he's not handling. His other guy is handling the cash.
What kind of car is he driving?
I can say. I mean, probably, yeah, I can say. And we went. I can say that we went to have pancakes. It was
pancakes.
Surreal, dude.
You go to Waffle House or IHOP?
Waffle House, sitting with fucking this former leader of the Sinaloa cartel and his henchman or whatever it was. He called him secretary, so with his secretary, and a fucking Waffle House having blueberry pancakes.
Well, it wasn't pancakes. Waffle House doesn't have pancakes, I don't think. It's only waffles.
Yeah.
No fucking way, dude.
And and then some other people showed up. I can say whatever. And then we went back into a hotel room. I was like, "So you're ready? Like, do you feel cute to go back to the hotel and then start an interview?" He was like, "Yeah."
Did you feel pretty good about? Did you have build a rapport with him during when you guys were eating waffles?
Yes.
Pretty confident.
Yeah, dude. What I want to do with every single source is first that they know that they have my respect. That I'm not judging. That I'm not, anyone to judge whatever they do, whatever they want to say. What I don't give a shit. They're fucking humans. So I try to find a common and relatable ground, right? Something, even if it's a sport or a color or music or something we have in common, so we can start like small talk and relate to each other, right? So we can find common ground,
right?
Right before going into full journalists, what they do is they do full journalist mode, and just dump a bunch of questions, right? They're like, so how do you start it? Blah blah blah, 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 this and that. Tell me this, tell me that, tell me boom. Yeah. I'm not easy on them because I questioned Damaso really hard on the accusations of him killing a journalist, probably the last brave journalist in Mexico, Javier Valdez. He was a fucking legend, dude. He was an inspiration for all of us. And he is formally accused of killing Javier Valdez.
Who accused him?
The Mexican government. The Mexican government is asking the U.S. government to deport Damaso so he can face jail in Mexico for the killing of Javier Valdez. So this is not only an issue of cartel, this is a binational political issue between the two countries.
Does the Mexican government really care, or do you think it's the fucking proxy cartel within the government trying to get him whacked?
Exactly. That is what it is. That's exactly what it is. Anyways, I questioned his version of him not killing Javier Valdez, and he said it was Los Chapitos.
So how long? Okay, so let's go. Let's do it. After you guys had breakfast,
so we went back to the hotel.
Back to the hotel, and then what?
And then
how did it go? Did the guy come with you, or did you guys go alone?
No, we came all together.
Okay.
I had the room already set up, no personal. Like my backpack was literally ready to go right next to the door in case something, whatever. We came up. He sat on a chair, and his other dude sat on the other side of looking towards the door. And I literally sat on the floor. It was like, you wanna? There was another chair, whatever. No, I'm sitting on the floor just to make a statement that I'm cool. I'm not feeling threatened, so we can all relax and be cool. And I sat on the floor, and I start talking. So they're like, this is probably the first and last time I'm gonna talk to you. So, do you have enough time? And it's like, dude, I don't have anything else to do but sit in my fucking house. So, by all means. So this interview lasted for probably like 12 hours, 11, 12 hours. We kept talking. We ordered food. We kept talking and talking and talking. I first wanted to get out of the fucking room, the whole journalist thing, right? Javier Valdez. So one of my first questions was like,
Started with that.
I started with like, how do you feel? What are you doing now? What is your legal situation right now? What is happening with your dad? Is he still behind bars? Are you comfortable openly saying that you are cooperating with the U.S. authorities to go against Los Chapitos? I explained what my plans were to publish, right? It's like, this is not going to be a biography or some shit like that. I'm going to push back into what you say and lay out what I feel is the truth and your impressions. He only said, like, I hope you're not too harsh on me. And I'm like, well, let's see, man. Let's see how the text goes. I'm not going to be particularly harsh on you. It's just the way I write. I'm trying to be as objective as I can, right? So I want to get rid of the white elephant in the room, Javier Valdez. And he's like, okay, let me tell you. And I'm like, okay, before you tell me, I shouldn't tell you that one of my biggest fears right now is to be sitting across someone who killed a journalist.
Right.
Because if you killed a journalist, then you're basically a direct threat to me as a journalist as well. So I don't want to be in the middle of that. So if you come true and you say the truth and you say, you know what, yes, I was involved, I'm not gonna be judgy, but I'm probably gonna call this interview off and just leave, man. I can't do this like that. And even if I feel you're not telling the truth, I also might take everything else you say for untrue, right? So let's get rid of that shit. I'm being honest with you. I'm being clear. I'm risking myself a bit too to be here. I'm being like good to you. So let's talk con los huevos, no? Let's talk like with balls. And yeah, I mean, he started laying out his version that is out on the story. He said basically that he wasn't him, that it was Los Chapitos because of an interview the Javier Valdez published with Amazon.
He published an
Yeah, when they were at war, Damaso reached out to Javier Valdez, to this journalist, and they said like, "Hey man, I want to give you an exclusive interview with me and my dad, telling you what is happening right now in Sinaloa within the Sinaloa cartel." Javier Valdez said, "Okay, let's do it." He did an interview with both of them, and he published the interview. And when he was about to publish the interview, Los Chapitos somehow learned that he had interviewed Damaso. So they asked him, like, "Hey man, how much money do you want for not to publish that story?" He said, "This is not a money thing. We're gonna run the story." And then he called his the director, the owner of the newspaper. So like, "Hey, I want to buy you that interview. How much money do you guys want?" And they say, "Nope, we're gonna run the story." So they published the story, and Los Chapitos sent all of their henchmen to basically get all the newspapers distributed in the whole state, so no one could read that story. So they burned the whole fucking So they stopped the delivery, pickup trucks, whatever, and then they burned the whole fucking thing. Then they published the story again.
Is this verifiable? That they did this?
Yeah. Everything is it's a verifiable version of that happening. Even the director of the newspaper published the whole this version on the website, right? So before that, after that, they published the story again on the next printed version, right? And they posted it online. That's when they killed Javier Valdez, right? But right after the interview, Javier Valdez also published an OPD calling Damaso a shitty fucking henchman for the Sinaloa cartel, that he had no decision-making capabilities, and he was like dumb and kind of like trashing Nick. So after they published those couple stories, he got killed right in front of the newspaper. Damaso says he was killed by Los Chapitos because he published that interview. But Los Chapitos said it was Damaso because he kind of like insulted him. What Damaso says is like, imagine if I go killing every guy who was insulting me, who's gonna be fucking bloodshed all over. I can't take an insult.
What does your gut tell you?
My gut tells me that it was Los Chapitos, man. It kind of makes sense. It kind of makes sense that you know what? What I think is, really killed Javier Valdez is the impunity that is in Mexico. A journalist in the U.S. will never face that fate. Even if you're giving an interview here, getting an interview there, you publish some shit, blah, 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 blah. A journalist should never face the questioning on who was the one who killed him. What got him at the end is that he got in the middle of a fucking war of factions. And that he didn't have no protection by the authorities, right? That the whole fucking state is run over by these guys. So whoever killed him, whoever of these two factions killed him, they shouldn't have been able to reach out to him in that way, right? To threaten him, to kill him, if the Mexican government will do his job, right? So either way, my gut says it was probably them because they show that they didn't want that story published. But I'm not putting my hands for Damaso because he could easily be Damaso. He had a lot of power. He, of course, is a man capable of killing people, right? So I'm not putting my hands in the fire for his version. This is what he says. I still haven't had an interview with any of Los Chapitos to hear their version, right? Hopefully one day I can bring the other version, their version.
More journalists die in Mexico than anywhere in the world.
Anywhere in the world outside of a war zone. Yeah.
Outside of what?
A war zone.
A war zone. Right.
Yeah.
So what else did you get out of that interview with him during that 12 hours?
So basically, we got rid of that shit, and then he started telling me how he became part of the organization, his whole that story, how he grew up, and how he didn't want to be part of the cartel. He's like, dude, I wanted to be a pilot. So I wanted to study for pilot. I started like the school, whatever. But in order to be a pilot in Mexico, you need to go to at the end. You need to go to the through the Mexican military to get a permit to fly. So he's like, okay, I approve all my tests and exams, whatever. I showed up to my dad. It was about 18. He's like, dude, I need my credentials from the Mexican military. I'm going to show up to the military zone here in Sinaloa, whatever, to ask for my card. And he's like, the fuck, you're not going to do that, dude. Like, that's too risky. No, find another fucking thing to do. And he's like, what do you mean? He's like, dude, you have my same name. The government is all after me. They're going to be after you, or they're going to take you in order to get me. So no, find another thing to do. So he's like, what else? And he's like, just set up a business. And he's like, okay. So I started setting up a business. And then my dad said, like, okay, but you're not going to run that business, right? You're going to have a front man running that business for you. And he's like, no, dude, the whole fucking thing of doing a business is to run a business.
He wanted to get his hands dirty.
Yeah. And no, he was like, no, dude, like, if you do that, you're risking yourself. You're putting yourself out there too much. So don't. If you want to have a business, I can give you the money, put the business, but have a front man run for you. And it's like, nah, it doesn't make sense.
He doesn't want to just be an investor. He wants to actually do something. And then his thought was like, then he was like, okay, so then you want me basically to become a fucking trafficker. And he's like, fuck no. And he's like, dude, you don't let me do anything. I want to do something. So yeah, let me move some bricks. And he's like, all right, if you want to do that, that's on you. So he gave him a couple of bricks. He told me that he sold the bricks, came back home, and his dad asked him like how much money he made on them. And he's like, I don't know, let's say he paid $10,000 for the bricks, sold them, came back, how much money you made on it? And he's like, 10,000. He's like, what do you mean 10,000? 10,000 on top of the 10,000? He's like, oh, 10,000. And he's like, dude, the whole fucking business is supposed to be made for you to make money, dude. That's how they work. No one explained to him how the economics of buying and selling works.
So he's like, okay. So then he started learning how to do that shit, right? How to sell bricks and how to, he was eventually in charge of moving large quantities of cocaine and shit in Sinaloa, and then handling the money, and then blah, blah, blah. And then he kept stepping up until the war between the factions broke loose.
What is Damaso's relationship? Does he have a relationship, have any communication lines then with El Chapo?
No, he said anymore. He said he said like at the beginning, of course I felt bad, but because El Chapo was my godfather, and when he escaped, we lent him our houses, and we were in charge of his security, so he was around. And when they killed El Chapo's son in 2016, I think, Edgar killed his son. He killed his son, dude. Which one of the sons? And Edgar, who was the youngest.
Oh, fuck! I didn't realize that.
Edgar was mine. He was killed, allegedly by mistake, because
By
same
who?
by another guy, by the same organization. They thought he was part of the Beltran Leiva rifle faction, but it was allegedly his own same organization who killed it by mistake. Yeah, and he was best friends with Damas. They were best friends, like these kids. Damasor said that he felt very heartfelt. He's like, I was supposed to be with him that night, but I got a call from a girl, so I went into her house, and when I'm taking a shower to go to him, they called me and said like, hey, dude, let's go. And he's like, dude, that broke my heart. He was my best friend in the fucking world. So whenever I met El Chapo would ask me, like, how was Edgar? What kind of girls he liked? And he was kind of like replaced Edgar with me. So when I got married, when every birthday and stuff, El Chapo would show up to my parties, but he wouldn't show up to his son's parties, his son's own wedding or birthday parties and whatever. Like Ovidio and like that, he wouldn't show up to that, but he would show up for Damasus, right? So they started getting jealous, like why the fuck are you is your dad showing up to every single one of your fucking parties, start showing up to us? Yeah. So he felt like he was in the head of El Chapo, he was like another kid. But then he's like, well, I asked him, like, was it hard to play against El Chapo in his trial? Like, to claim him and say, like, yeah. And he's like, no, yeah. He sent a letter to his sons saying that I'm going to find the fucking rat who's biting on you guys. And so he's like, okay, so he's after me. I'm just going to go after him. Fuck it. So he went, yeah, he's like, I don't feel bad about it. Like, fuck it, he's going to he's either his life or mine. So it's like, right. And I'm like, dude, how comfortable you feel telling that you are sharing all the information the US has against other people? And he's like, dude, that's my fucking plan. That's my goal in life right now. To have him either killed or arrested. And he's like, he told me, like, I swear to you that I'm gonna see the four of them here, the three of them here. The four of them here in the US. That was before Ovidio was extradited, right?
And after this interview got published, who reached out to you?
So this is the interview got published on crashoutmedia.com. Sorry for the advertisement. The Substack we're managing, Yuan Grillo and myself, we're kind of like partnering to publish exclusive stories there. And the story went huge, right? Especially in Mexico.
Quick aside, before you published it or before you even interviewed him, did you reach out to some of the big like media outlets that you typically work with?
Not before interviewing him. Like after interviewing him, after I recorded the whole fucking excited, I recorded the whole interview with proper podcast microphones and stuff. Like about a year and a half full. It's not the whole hours, of course. It's about like 3 hours interview.
Wow, you edited 12 into 3.
I didn't record everything. Okay. There was no fucking way I had enough space to record everything. Right? So I did take notes on everything. I have like huge notepad of notes, but I had 3 good hours of audio. But then so I didn't reach out to anyone. Probably for a month after the movie. I was planning on how I'm going to publish it, it's worth it, what scenarios I'm going to face, what backlash I'm going to get from that, the legal side of it as well, like the whole fucking thing. So it took me a month. Before traveling, I also was dealing with another set of stories, hard recorded stories, so complicated. So I need like free space. When I have some stories like these, sometimes like that, for probably 2 weeks, I went out of my home to my parents. to live on one of the rooms and to just stay there and think, right? Try to focus and just think, what am I about to do? And is it worth it? And how to package this thing? And who I'm going to pitch it to? And just dumb the whole fucking thing, you know? Yeah. And then when I had something together, I reached out to Rolling Stone first. They said that they were interested. They were like, yeah, fuck yes, we're definitely interested. This is the godson of a chapel speaking for the first time ever. So this is massive. Doing a bunch of people, right? So this is a great exclusive show. Then they took a fucking week or 2 weeks to get back at me with something. I asked them like, okay, so what's the rate and how many words and like the details usually you ask after a ticket. You have a deadline, whatever. They didn't answer for 2 full weeks. They got back to me with a question. They're like, how competitive is it? And I was like, dude, if you're asking me that question, then I'm just probably gonna waste my fucking exclusive story in a magazine, but it's just gonna put it on the back end of the magazine. It's not gonna package it well, right? I was really disappointed at Rolling Stone because I have high regards for the magazine. It's a great fucking magazine. They produce great fucking stories. But I didn't feel comfortable after that. I was like, man. They also have another huge story of mine that has been sitting there for over a year. And it's a huge all-exclusive shit. And this was assignment they did to me in Florida. And it's almost like a year, and I haven't heard back. Not even about a kill fee, not even about edits, nothing. They just let my story sit there, and they stopped answering. They did a couple of 3 months ago. They did reach back. When I reached with that story, with that pitch, I also asked for that other story. Like, hey, but what happened with that other story you were sitting on it? And they're like, no, we're gonna actually pay you better. This is gonna be in the print magazine. So we're trying to find the right moment to publish it. But it's like, yeah, dude, for a freelancer to sit on a fucking story for a year before, and then you get paid 30 days net, like after publishing it. You can kill journalists like that because it's just like
these legacy media outlets and these big publications. That is the reason for the rise of independent journalism. And that's why people like you, everyone that's watching, needs to go to Luis's channel, subscribe. You guys, you have Substack, you have a YouTube channel. What else do you have?
And my Instagram, which is
Instagram. Do you have Patreon or anything? Or?
No, I don't. I'm not trying to keep everything on YouTube and Substack.
YouTube and Substack. That'll obviously be linked below.
Yeah, dude. So yeah, I was really disappointed. That can kill a fucking career. And I was like, dude, why do I feel kind of like mistreated by a magazine with this information, with this fucking story I have in my head, right? I shouldn't feel like that. So I decided just to move it and to pitch it to the guys who I work more regularly for. I actually have a routine with them, with Vice News.
Oh, yeah.
So I posted my story to my editor, but at the moment, Vice was going through the whole bankruptcy thing, so they didn't have the capability to move it into. I was like, these guys are not.
When did they go bankrupt?
On January this year.
Really? Did you find that, Steve? I didn't even hear about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's when the whole conversation started. Then probably 3-4 months ago, 5 months ago, they publicly went bankrupt. So it was May. That's when
2023, Vice Media Group filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Protection in the Southern District of Texas. The company's bankruptcy cases are jointly administered at. Whoa!
Dude, they've been.
I remember fucking 8 years ago, 7 years ago, you would see articles coming out every month about how Vice is worth upwards of $2 billion. That what does that say? Consortium led by Fortress. Oh, Vice agreed to be acquired that. According to Vice, the bankruptcy process will strengthen the company in position for.
It was basically acquired by the main money lenders, right? They were the main investors, so they basically just own it now.
Because
that shit is so
Rupert Murdoch and
Disney, they all have stocks.
They all own a significant portion of that. You actually hung out with Shane Smith.
Yeah, I started writing for Vice News as a freelance 10 years ago. So I mean, I met.
That's when it was really Vice.
Dude, yes. I mean, when it started, dude, it was wild. It was they were great at packaging shit and doing stories that you can't publish anywhere. So they were good, but they lacked the proper journalistic ethics and the proper journalistic view of it, right? Like what is news and what is just not news, and how to handle a news story, right? Ethically, how to handle ethically and professionally.
In the beginning, it wasn't news though.
It
was just like they would go into fucking war zones or go into some crazy fucking place and just turn their cameras on and start fucking talking to people.
Yeah.
And then they'd come up, like Heavy Metal in Baghdad. The fucking documentary is insane. And Chirac, the noisy thing where they're in Chicago and they're fucking in the inner cities of Chicago, like with all the musicians and shit. Like it's fucking insane what they would do.
That was the great fucking thing about Vice. That was news because there was like unreported stories, right? And we had meetings before reporting on all that shit. Like there was an editorial thing behind it, but there were not like proper editors and shit like that. When they come out with Vice News, they hired, for what I think, it's the best of the best in the fucking industry, right? The best fucking editors, the best fucking directors, a lot of like great fucking journalists, video journalists, and you know, like they have like a great fucking team that put together Vice News. Still to this day, dude, like I mean, they've been letting go hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of journalists in Vice News. I mean, great people, like my good friend Keegan Hamilton, he's fucking a badass man. David Noriega, who was covering Latin America, is like great. Emily Green, who's like the top fucking reporter when it comes to immigration stories. Solid fucking people. So they're letting everyone go, right? And don't get me wrong, I mean, Vice still has like some like of the great fucking editors and editorial directors within Vice that they're like holding positions even through the whole fucking mess right now. So when I pitched this story, Vice was going through the whole thing, right? So it was hard to think that they would have the mind to take and properly wrap these stories, right? I was like, I don't know, dude, like, am I gonna pitch this story, I'm gonna see this forever, or I'm gonna pitch this story and then they're gonna fucking kick me in the ass because they're bankrupt right now, and I'm not gonna even get paid, I'm just gonna get fired, and then I'm gonna feel like shit afterwards. They're really honest people, and I really appreciate that about Vice, at least on my editorial team, like my editors and shit. So I spoke to my editor, Deborah Pinello, about this. And she's like, dude, we would love to have your story, and we're probably gonna try to make it work and look good, but it's your call, right? So I understand where you're coming from and how you feel about Vice right now, so it's your call. I decided to make a statement and say, call you and say like, hey dude, why don't we fucking join forces and publish these on one fucking thing, on your Substack account, link to my Substack account, and we'll do an interview, like you interviewed me on my YouTube channel about like the behind the scenes of the whole fucking thing of Damaso's story, right? And of course it was like extremely like cool. It was like, fuck yes, dude, I'm gonna treat this with respect and shit. Let's see if we make money out of it. I did. I mean, of course, nothing huge, but
somehow is it comparable to what you would got paid by Rolling Stone or Vice?
It really depends on the story. But let's say the range for a simple 600-word tapping story, right? Like one of these stories you can tap within an hour. Like a couple of calls, 600 words. I'll get between 600 and 800 bucks per one of these stories. Right? If it's a more complicated, whatever, you can get 1,000, 2,500. Probably no more than that. It's hard to make more than that. So it's kind of cheap, really cheap actually. So yeah, basically what I did is like, okay, so you just like ask, like, can we get something? Can I get something more to this closest to what I get paid by the industry right now? If we go there, they're like, I'm definitely gonna apply. We're gonna put half of the fucking store in the paywall, and let's fucking give it a shot. I did that, but I also said, like, you know what? This story needs to be written in Spanish for a Spanish publication that was my home back then, which is a major industry magazine, journalism magazine in Mexico, which is Proceso. The director of Proceso, the only interview Mario Zambada given to something. He died, well, Julio Scherer. They founded this magazine with that kind of like strong fucking critical reporting, right? And trusted enough by Comandante Marcos, president, and Mario Zambada to give interviews exclusively to Proceso. The story broke in 2013 about the CIA being involved was my first cover on that magazine, right? The cover of that magazine. So they invited me to collaborate a lot with Proceso magazine back then. That was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So I was like, fuck it. You know what? I love that. Those dudes, they're having a bad time. They're fighting everyone. They're losing money by doing it. They're about to implode. So probably this is gonna be my last chance to feel again that I'm contributing to that fucking magazine. So I called the editor. He was super fucking excited. He was like, no, dude, I went, wait, you have proof of this? I was like, I have the audios, I have photos, I have exclusive photos, I have photos. And he was like, sadly, dude, I don't think we have the money to pay you for something like this. We're going through shitty fucking years right now. We're actually about to close the print magazine. And I was like, well, how much can you pay? And he was like, you can probably, that's probably pay $1,000. Let's fucking do it. Send me the money, send me a wife, and I'll tell you the story. And he's like, fuck yes, let's do it. And they treat the story with a lot of respect, as well as Grillo. With Grillo, I probably start the story in English, and in Spanish, what we process. Right? Grillo treated the story with the utmost respect. You know, he really packaged it well. He served as my editor for this one, so it was great working with Grillo. And I was like, dude, we might be up to something. In Spanish as well. Exclusive photos, exclusive videos, and then wrapping it social, you know, with interviews, magazine, so that's kind of what we're trying to do right now. And after we got published, the first thing is I got a call by Damaso's people. That was, dude, that's just cool stuff. Are you advertising this shit?
Yeah, I do that on the podcast. I get everyone to do it. It's like a become a gag now.
Oh shit, dude! Every time. So I get a call by his people, telling me
By whose people?
By Damasos, by the leaks people,
Okay.
saying like, "Hey, dude, so we might have a problem." Damaso was not allowed to talk to the press, right? And he might get deported because of this interview. And I was like, dude, but this is probably something new, right? And he's like, no, all good. I'm just letting you know what's
This is after the article
out. I think probably Damaso kind of like knew that it was going to go big. We probably didn't know that it was going to be that big, right? Because, of course, it made the Mexican government to push back again for his extradition back to Mexico. Right?
AKA the cartel.
Exactly. I left a lot of the interviews out. A lot of the things he set out. Everything I couldn't get a proof of, and that wasn't first things he actually lived through, I left it out. He talked a lot of shit about Los Chapitos, a lot of like shit about El Chapo, personal shit.
Really?
Crazy stuff. But I'm not in the middle of that war. That's not my work department. So why would I publish shit like that? But it's unproof, right? So I left all that out on purpose, and I made a disclaimer about the Javier Valdez version, right? I published the version that his colleagues and family members said his colleagues and family members, his wife and kids, they are sure that it was him, right? So I published that thing. I published that book. So his family,
Sure was.
they're sure it was Minoli, right? And the authorities, whatever. Although he says this, so that was that. Um, and then after that, Los Chapitos, through one of their cousins, just another wild fucking story, reached out to me by another Guzman, a man who I can't say his name right now, probably in the future, but he's supposed to be dead. They allegedly killed him. He made the news. Like, they killed him. They killed these guys. And he's like, nope, I'm actually alive. I mean, I'm injured, right? But I'm alive. And I was like, dude, again, the vetting process, like camera, blah, 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 blah. You did all this with him. And he was one. Yeah, he's the cousin of lots of people. Wow. And he was like, the first thing he told me was this. He's like, and I'm gonna lay it on Spanish and then I'm gonna translate. Okay. They're like, compa, yo sé que todos tenemos un precio. ¿Cuál es el suyo por entregarme aquella plata? He's like, dude, I know every one of us has a price. What's your price to let me know the whereabouts of fucking that? Right? They wanted to find Amazon. Dude, I saw that fucking message for a day. Just it was a message request. I didn't come back. So I was like, just like, shit, what do I do? Is it real? It's not real? Is it just a threat? Or is this just like a friendly? How do you answer this fucking message? If I answer, I might be entangled in something I don't want to be in the middle of. Even if I had the location of Damaso, I'm not sure I want to share that shit, right? But I don't want to get killed for it also. Mm-hmm. The thing is, I don't have it. So what? I mean, if I say I don't have it, they're not going to believe me, right? Because they might think, of course you fucking have it. But I don't. Right? So I was like, and so I sat on it for days. I had to go to Mexico to give a conference about what we face as journalists, right? I'm trying to do more of that, more like public speaking for college. We was for a group of attorneys from Canada that are trying to find.
Yeah, what's going on, Dory Crypto? How you living, Tim?
How can they keep being working in a world where there is a cancel, like strong cancel culture, like without being afraid of speaking, of using the right to free speech, right? So I was like, if I get threats, my life has been threatened several fucking times, you can do this too. You're only facing cancellation, you're facing, death threats. So that's basically the whole thing I do when I go into like talk public speaking. And then I went. They had a dinner, but I didn't feel like going to a dinner. I was like, no, I'm just going to go back to my room and think and see about like how I'm gonna answer.
To this DM that you have.
Yeah, exactly. So I opened it and I replied with a lot of respect. This was after, of course, like betting this guy, right? Like I asked him like to move to a.
Oh, so you.
So I opened the. So he sent me this message saying like, "Hey, Luis, I'm this and that." So I'm like, okay, got it. I sent him my secured app, and then he moved there, and then he sent that message. But it was a message request. So I was just, okay, shit. If this is real, I might be in the middle of something that I don't want to be. Anyways, at the end, I just replied, you know what, man, like, I'm going to give you the respect I give to everyone. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I were to do my job for money, I will have. I'm doing a shitty job, right? Because I'm not doing it for money. I'm a broadcast journalist trying to make a living, enjoying what I do because I enjoy doing what I do. Thanks for your offering. Even if I had this location, I probably wouldn't share it, and I hope you understand it. Right? But I understand that every story has two versions. if you and your family have a different version, my ears are absolutely open to actually hear you and know your side of the story. And that's it. And he was really respectful. Dude, I just wanted to let you know that fucking guy is a murderer as well, and you're not dealing with a good man, and he's trying to clean up his fame, whatever. And I'm like, I completely understand what you say. I'm not trying to clean up his name. So whenever you feel good to tell it, like, and you need to use your story, your side of things, like your family, whatever. If Ivan or whatever wants to talk about it, and he's like, okay, let me get back to you on that, and thanks for your loss. And that was it. And that's where I got my bonus and my benefit on.
Fucking knew it.
Like rolling on a fucking memory.
Oh. That's why I had to pick you up at the private airport.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not Tampa International.
I'm not fucking flying United and so on, dude.
Fishy, man. Whoa.
Yeah,
how much money do you think they have?
I mean, they do have more than enough money, you know?
They have billions of dollars?
Yeah, easily, dude. Like, I mean, if you think about the fact that they're laundering money through major artists in the U.S., you know that they have a lot of money.
What do you mean laundering money through major artists?
Through events. I mean, I can't say because I'm not the type that says just things out of saying. I'm working on something. Okay. They launder money. They launder money through major artists.
Like musical artists?
Musical artists, sports fans. They do have a whole fucking machinery on laundering money. And we're talking millions and millions of dollars of money.
Oh, so they're acting like record labels. And basically, I'm guessing this is how they could do it, but they could act like a record label and they could give a musician or a singer a ton of money in advance to produce a record and pay for their tour, pay for everything, events, marketing, all this stuff. You could dump millions of dollars into that to build up an artist.
And free cocaine.
And free coke, yeah. That's probably.
Whoa, that's a great fucking way to launder money.
Yeah, dude. And that's just part of it. So yeah, I mean, when you think about that, like it's okay. So it's millions of fucking dollars. It's not like you put $100,000 to produce something like that.
Right.
So yeah, that was that. The conversation ended right there, and I'm still, you know, trying to see if there's something else to be like. Hopefully, with these guys. I mean, I haven't heard them because after that, a lot of shit happened, right? Like, they get sold out of the video.
Yeah, so last time you were here, we basically, I think it was right after you went through Ovidio's house after it was raided by the military, I believe. Yeah. And it was all shot up, looted. They stole all his watches, all of his clothing and everything, and it was insane. And he had still been in custody by the Mexican government when you were in his house.
Yeah.
But since then, I don't know how long ago it was, a couple months ago, he got extradited.
Yes. I mean, it was due, right?
And you met with his lawyer that day. You were at his house, right?
Yes. I met with two of his attorneys and his mom. They were pretty pissed, right, about us being there to go into that house. But anyways, I think I faced a lot of like backlash, a lot of like shitty comments on that video I have on YouTube from a lot of like fanboys, right? They feel they are part of whatever. And they're just fucking fanboys of the chapel, and so like, oh, that was disrespectful. I hope you get fucking caught for doing that. If you come into my house like that, I will definitely kill you, whatever. And it's like, dude, this is a house of a criminal that was doing a lot of crazy fucking shit. That he's behind bars, and this is, from my point of view, of public interest of what happened. Not only for the sake of what happens in that town, but probably for the sake of what the military did during operation that was illegal. Like,
they fucking looted his house.
So it's like, dude, I'm pretty sure that you fucking fanboys are the most
idiots
upset about this, and probably the family was like, okay, this is proof enough as well. That they fucking looted the fucking house and they shot a place where there were kids inside.
Right.
It's about the truth. I'm not siding with the Mexican military. I'm not siding with
Showed
the
how
criminal.
they pulled up in fucking Hummers and shit, shot up a whole town,
Exactly.
killed innocent people.
Exactly, dude. I mean, wrongdoing by the Mexican government, wrongdoing by these cartel members. In the fucking middle, it's a town of innocent people, old men, and two kids that are daughters of a criminal, but they didn't willingly, were there, right? They could probably be killed,
They could have been way more surgical,
right?
in doing that.
And now, again, this is a criminal, and that's the way he makes his money, to buy these cars, Rolex watches, whatever. That gives no reason for you to go and fucking do this and steal everything. It's wrongdoing all over. It's wrongdoing all over, and that's my main fucking goal in what I do. People say like, okay, you're siding with the Mexican government, and then people say, okay, you're siding with fucking cartels. And when I have like sources on both sides of the spectrum, sometimes I get reached by elite fucking Mexican military, that are my sources. I'm like, dude, why are you siding with these fucking shit people? And I'm like, what do you mean? You're fucking stealing, man. It's making us look ugly. It's making us look like we don't have enough power or brain operation. So you're siding with these rats. And I'm like, dude, no, come on. What you call it was also wrong. And then I get called by these guys, and I'm like, hey, why did we do that? Like, I mean, I know you work for the Mexican US government and you're fighting with them because that's what the journalist does. And I'm like, fuck no, dude, I'm not siding with them.
Who is saying that?
Cartel people, some of my sources in Sinaloa.
You have people like high up Mexican military.
Yeah. I have really strong sources on the Mexican military. Like,
really? How high are we talking? How high up?
High up enough to let me know hours before Ovidio was indicted that he was going to be extradited. Whoa. And that was secret even for them because they were there. They didn't tell them that it was Ovidio, right? They tell them, hey, we're going to extradite a person. I need you guys to show up at this prison, blah, 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 take out these guys, go and take them out. And they went, and they were like, oh, yeah, the guys that are going to fuck the next guy is with you. And one of these, several of these guys. So I heard rumors. That there was movement from lower tier people in the military. They're like, hey, dude, there's unusual movement in this. They're taking out. And I was like, let me ask these other guys who are higher up. Hey, dude, I'm hearing of movement on this prison. You know anything that's happening? It's like, dude, yes. Let me back to you now. Okay, it's back. They're like, okay, now that this person here heading towards the US, I can tell you, this video was mine. So boom, I tweeted it first. Like, boom, the video was going to get next time. That was hours before it was like making headlines, whatever. And then when he arrived in the US, I also have good sourcing in the US and and they send me the first picture of video on a former DA James published on his Twitter the photo of Rabbi sitting on the jet on his way to, and then hours later, these other he sent me the photo of the video, his mugshot basically. Right? He leaked his orange jumpsuit. You have it on there. You have the photo I sent you. Oh, Steven has it. On his orange jumpsuit. Yes, I had to put a watermark because it's huge on Twitter.
Look at the jaw on that guy.
Yeah, dude.
Got the crimson chin.
So, and the water either comes out freezing cold in Chicago or hot enough to burn the skin. and he doesn't have any, like sometime no windows. It's a shitty fucking place. It's a shitty fucking place.
So, did you get the story from his lawyer on how they got to extradite him? Like, was there any pushback from the Mexican government side to the U.S. State Department on the extradition, or was was the U.S. and the Mexican government working together to get him extradited?
Yeah,
basically just fighting the war.
Yeah, exactly. The attorneys have set a bunch of what we call in Mexico amparos, right? Like legal resources to stop this extradition. One after another, after another, after another. So legally, lawfully, both governments will have to go and dismiss one by one of these legal resources, right? It will take years, and still you will have a lot of other resources to stay in Mexico. Both governments basically said, fuck the law, let's get this fucker out. And they didn't, again, I'm not siding with anyone. This is just the way things are. The Mexican U.S. government broke the law in order to extradite. It was illegally, unlawfully extradited to the U.S. He had resources and not resources in place to stay in Mexico to avoid extradition. You can't expedite an extradition of a Mexican like that, especially when you have a lot of legal resources in place. The thing is, the U.S. Legal whatever agencies are pretty smart. So right now, even Ivan Archibaldo is not arrested, but he has an extradition order in place. Right? Who? The oldest of the Chapitos, Ivan Archibaldo Guzman, he has an extradition order, even though he's not arrested. That extradition order is in place in the U.S. So when he gets arrested, that order enters before he can set up a legal resource. Right? That's what happened with the video. He had an extradition order since 2019 that was still in place, just got to be renewed every, I don't know, months or years, I can't remember. But the U.S. has just to ratify, right? Like, renew the extradition request. Boom, boom, boom. So when he gets arrested, even if he starts a legal resource, they're like, hey, I have a legal resource. Yeah, but the extradition is prior to that legal resource. He should still have a lot of other legal resources like he had. Even one of his legal resources was saying that that wasn't him. One of his legal resources, he stood up before a judge in Mexico, federal judge, to say,
Ovidio?
Yes. They asked him directly, are you Ovidio Guzman? Yes. Are you Ovidio Guzman Lopez? Yes. Are you the person on these photos? No. Are you the person of these address? No. Are you the son of Joaquin Guzman Lorena? No. So you're not Ovidio? Yes. It was legal resource to say, like, yes, I am Ovidio Guzman Lopez. Yeah. I have no clue who Guzman is. Joaquin Chapo Guzman, I have no clue who that is. And I'm not the person you're looking for. Right? That was a legal resource.
What is the government's? Does the U.S. have a plan in place for all these extra? Why do they want to extradite these people to the U.S. and why aren't they happy with them just sitting in prison in Mexico?
I think because, first of all, the alleged damage they've done to the U.S. by trafficking drugs, and that the target country was the U.S. was harmful to the U.S. Right? Mexico is just a transition country when it comes to drug trafficking charges, right? So that is why most of them are extradited into the U.S. If the traffic or the crimes will be the other way around, they will have to be in Mexico first. For starters, right? For starters, the crime is committed against the U.S. The drugs are being trafficked into the U.S., not trafficking. Second of all, the fact that the Mexican authorities didn't have any charges against most of them. Maybe they don't hold charges against many of these guys because they haven't set up a proper paperwork, a proper investigation by Mexican prosecutors. Makes them basically to say, well, we don't have charges in Mexico. We only have an extradition order to face justice in the US. But like our other friend of Plaga, yeah, no charges in Mexico. El Nino had no charges in Mexico. All charges are in the US. But when you look for his criminal charges in Mexico, there's none. Not a single one. Fucking wild.
Where is El Nino right now?
He is in Mexico City. Sitting in a prison.
Does he have an extradition?
He has an extradition order. Yes, he's definitely, most definitely going to be extradited as well. Pretty soon.
It's so bizarre. It's even just looking at the war on drugs and what the plan was there. Like extraditing these people, it's crazy. They don't understand what's going to happen when they get extradited. Do they see that? Look, these cartels are just going to be broken down into smaller factions and become more violent.
Yeah, exactly. Like, let's think about talk about like the Sinaloa cartel. Right? Like, let's say they nab all of the people. They the whole
becomes a power vacuum.
There's power vacuum. And not only that, who's going to be the next one up?
Right.
Who's going to be the next target?
Right.
Is it really an automatically Almighty? Right? He's the only one left on that faction, on the Sinaloa cartel.
And he's the one that nobody talks about.
He's never been arrested. He's 80 years old now. Diabetic. He's out there. All of his sons but one have been arrested in the US. All of them except one.
How many sons?
I think 4. El Mallito Gordo, Sajín, and Vicente. 3. There's 4. 3 of them have been arrested and now. 3 men in the US.
And so the one son that is still living in Mexico is running the organization.
El Mallito Flaco. He's the only one. He's the only one still in the loose. Shot away at his dad. There's only probably 2 available photos of them. No, it's actually 1. And very old photo of him that was published by the DA this morning. No one knows where he's from, but he's basically having to lock it.
And did he break that story of him into how he got into the cartel with his friends with somebody in the CIA or something?
Yeah.
A girl whose brother was in the CIA.
Oh yeah, I did a story that is on my YouTube explaining the possible connection to my son and the CIA. His older sister, this guy called I should have forgotten his name, but he's a Cuban. And he started doing intelligence for the CIA. He got papers to be legal in the US. And when he traveled to the US, he started trafficking shit tons of drugs through Florida. And then he moved to Las Vegas, where he became even a bigger trafficker there. And then he got arrested twice for drug trafficking because he was being just too flashy in Las Vegas, right? And then he moved to LA. And in LA, he was like looking for a new source, someone who sourced him first weed and then cocaine. So he traveled to Sinaloa to meet with people sourcing, like say, okay, I want to find who could help me out source drugs to the US. And in the meantime, he met Modesta Zambada, the oldest sister of El Mayo, and who I think, in my opinion, if you ask me, she's the real deal behind the cartel. She's the real one behind the organization. And no one talks about her. Because he's a lady. And Mexico is so machista, dude. Like, Mexico is like, no, there's no fucking way behind the cartel. Dude, she's the oldest. She's the one who met this trafficker with ties to the CIA first. And Mayo was like, what, 11, 12 years old? So we're going to believe that a 12-year-old kid started this imperium? She started it, dude, along with these guys. And then they brought El Mayo. And then El Mayo brought his brother, El Rey Zambada, who's free also right now. He was also arrested, extradited, and he's now a corrido in the streets of LA. All of the Zambadas did, but El Mayo, Modesta, and El Mayito Flaco, all of them are free men who did their best to comply, who cooperated, and are free.
Didn't the son write like some crazy fucking book?
Yes.
You were telling me that last time. The cover of it's like wow.
Yeah, it is a book written by journalist Annabelle Mendes, and it's called El Traidor, the Traitor.
The trade.
And it's an autobiography, like saying laying out his whole fucking story of what he sent to somebody. Yeah, I showed you photos of his arrest. He's like this handsome,
Yeah.
you know, and next published a couple of exclusive photos of his
Now, so El Nini is arrested. He's in Mexico City. And what about El Plaga?
And El Plaga, well, El Plaga is...
And for people who don't know who El Plaga is.
Yeah, so El Plaga is basically... He's not a head of the cartel. He's a henchman. He's basically the equivalent of El Nini for a former Sinaloa cartel faction called Los Rusos, the Russians.
And El Nini was basically in charge of Sicarios, right?
Yeah.
He was in charge of the killer, the henchman.
Exactly. The whole security for Los Chapitos, right? He was the security head for Los Chapitos, and the Plaga is the security head for Los Rusos. Right. Los Rusos used to work for Mario Zambada, and not long ago. They were the most loyal people for Mario, because El Russo is a dude that has been out for a while. Since he was like 17. He's a fucking murderer, and he knows how to traffic drugs, how to move around. So Mario trusted him a lot. Trusted Russo a lot. Long story short, Russo got into an argument with Los Chapitos. Everybody fucking hated Los Chapitos. Like every other single faction, they hate him. Why do you think that is? Because they're the inheritance of like Chaco, and they're young. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's probably part of that. You know? So this guy started fighting with Los Chapitos, and Mayo gets in the middle and say like, hey dude, like this is not good for anyone of us. So he asks El Russo to go to the border of Mexico to US to Mexicali, right across Calexico. He's like, okay, that's gonna be your turn. That's the thing that's sort of mine forever. That's gonna be your turn. Get there, get your men over there. Don't come back to Sinaloa, so we can avoid, infighting. So he left. He promised El Russo that he's going to take care of his properties, of his ranch, his houses, all that stuff. The Chapitos are going to touch his shit, right? Because we're good now. So he's like, okay. Then 2 years after, a year after, the Chapitos landed one of his ranch and started burning his properties, taking his cars, whatever. So El Russo is like, no, you want to fuck it. I'm going to go back down there. And they started this massive fighting. That was all in the news. It lasted they kept fighting for over 3 weeks. Massive shootouts, a lot of killings. Even the Mexican Marine was involved. Allegedly, the Plaga told me the Mexican Marine was operating on behalf of the Chapitos. That's what he says. And so El Mayo kind of got angry at El Russo and said, dude, I asked you to never come back. Especially not to fight. He's like, yeah, because you made me a promise and you can comply. So fuck it, I'm not gonna leave my fucking ranch and properties to be taken over by these guys. So Mayo decided to not back him up anymore. He's like, okay, I'm not gonna fight against you, but I'm not gonna back you up anymore. So we don't work together. That happened probably last year, so he became an independent, right? Former Sinaloa cartel, and they operate hugely in Mexicali and New Rio, Colorado, across California, part of Arizona, and then the Plaga reached out. I had reached out.
He reached out.
The thing is, El Plaga has a huge following on Instagram. He has this massive account where he posts a lot of his Rolex watches.
You know his username? We could pull it up.
I don't want to publicize his, because I mean,
you don't want to give them any clout.
Yeah, exactly. They all want to it.
They love the attention.
They will fucking love it, and I'm not. Okay. So, anyways, he has this huge following on Instagram. He posts his luxury cars, watches, guns. He even posted another narco monkey, who had with a scar. He had a scar and a narco monkey on top of it. And so
I saw that photo in the
article, right? And so I reached out 2 years ago, to him to see if he wanted to give me an interview because I was about to go to Mexicali and all the area. He never replied. And then probably a month after the interview with Damaso came out, he reached out. And he's like, hey, dude, what's up? And I'm like, well, again, your app. He talked to me. So he reached out, vetted him. Now it was on camera. I asked him for his ID. So his ID, he was driving a pickup truck. And he stopped in the middle of the night. How old is this guy? He's like 24, 26, like he's young. And he's had of like 2 partners. So we talked about a lot about like people. He asked me like, "Hey, did you really meet with Amazon?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude, yeah." And he's like, "Well, I don't like those kind of guys, but an enemy of my enemy is my friend." So like, okay, like, can I get a hold of him? And like, dude, I don't have any contact in way to contact him. He contacted me, and then lost connection again, right? I don't have any to get back to him, right? So I'm like, oh, okay, dude. So I'll do it. So what's up? And I'm like, dude, can you give me a proper interview? It's like, no, let's do it.
In person?
I wanted to be in person, but it's like, dude, I can't promise you that I'm gonna be around because my boss can't take care of it. He moves me around a lot, so I can't promise you that it can be. Let's do a video call, an interview, and if eventually we have the time, I'll travel and we do it. Like by any means. So he laid out all these stories about it. So he told me about he was 2 years ago. He was arrested because he got into a gunfight with Mexican police officers with one of his henchmen, one of his right hand, and he was they killed him, and they arrested him. And there's this mugshot that you have also on the files where he's that's his Mexican mugshot, and he's all beaten up. You can see
that's El Plaga.
Yeah, that's the pilot.
Look at that haircut.
Yeah, dude.
Can you punch in on that a little bit, Steve?
You have his mouth all.
Oh shit, he got beat up, huh?
He really beat up, dude. And his nose all broken.
Look at that Louis Vuitton jacket.
He told me that they were partying in a club in Mexicali. And then they went out of the club like at 7 in the morning. They were driving back to his whatever. And they get stopped by state police officers. And he's like, his friend was like, don't fucking stop, dude, fuck him. He's like, no, they don't want to start anything. I mean, but he's like, but why are they stopping us if they know who you are, right? Who you work with? And he's like, I don't know, let's just stop and see what's up. Yeah. So he's like, when I pull over, this guy, Tito, whatever, jumps out of the vehicle with his fucking gun and shooting at the police. And then these guys start shooting as well. And there's a couple of killings, and they killed Tito. He tried to run, got arrested, got beat up. And he was moved to a Mexican security prison. And when he called me, I was like, "What? Are you supposed to be behind bars?" He's like, "Dude, I was free to the 3 days after. Like if they ever negotiated with me, and they were not." And I'm like, "Dude, are you fucking sure?" I betted that info to other sources, and it was fucking out. It was out. And I was like, okay, this guy's really out. When I told you this story, I faced hard pushback by Mexican men saying, no, he is behind bars. The chief of police of California, he told me what I personally put him on a plane and sent him out for years. I put him out to Oaxaca. So he's behind bars. I know for sure. And I'm like, well, check again, because he's out.
I just FaceTimed him driving his truck down the street.
Like, I don't know who you talked to, but he's behind bars. That's for sure. So then he had to show up for a hearing. He didn't show up. And the federal church declared non-present. They couldn't find him. And I was like, of course, they couldn't fucking find him because he's out.
Right.
That's proof that he's out. And they're like, no. And then they put out a presser saying that my story was bullshit. And then they were going to publish his photo behind bars. So now we have him. We're going to publish his photo.
Did they publish it?
Of course not. They haven't said anything like this. They just didn't want to. he left like fucking idiots.
So it's just like Caro Quintero.
Yeah.
After he got arrested,
Mhm.
he's like, you fuckers, I'll be fucking out of here in 24 hours.
And he's out, dude. And there is a search website where you can search for people arrested. So if you look for Imuni, it says where he was arrested, by who, or what time, and who is responsible for his arrest, whatever. Where is he going?
Right.
The video stuff.
Right.
But this guy, it only says arrested, no time, no place, no agency responsible for his arrest, nowhere to be found. It's not.
So why do you think he was able to get out, but not El Nino? Aren't they kind of like the same? Don't they have the same kind of power?
In their organization, they have the kind of like some power, but their organizations are definitely not the same level.
No.
The Chapitos faction, I mean, even the Ozos are by far not even close to what Los Chapitos are right now.
Right. So you would think El Nino would be able to get out easier than him, right?
Not really, because when you are requested, when you are looked after the U.S. government,
Oh,
especially for those
I
charges,
see what you're saying. Right.
it's too hot.
Yeah.
They arrested another
They don't have as much heat on them
Exactly.
as El Chapitos.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah. So yeah, dude, that was another cool interview published again with Grillo, with Grillo.
It's crazy the mindset of kids like this 24-year-old kid, and he thinks it's cool to be called the plague.
Dude, yes, I mean, this is the thing. On the interview, I asked him, like, why do they call you La Plague, the Plague? And he's like, because I leave no one alive, like the plague. I kill everyone. When I go into fight, there's no one left. And that's why I got the trust of my FAR, because he knows that I don't back up and I kill and shit, dude. And I was like, what made you interested in this shit? And he's like, the corridos, dude. Like, there's Mexican corridos. This is what was going on. There was this group, the most elite Sicario group for Los what? Anthrax. Like Anthrax. Like the Anthrax. Mm-hmm. They were huge, dude. I mean, El Chino Anthrax has this typical story because he was arrested in Netherlands when he was arrested for being part of the Anthrax, right? He was put in jail in the US. Before that, he was one of the first sicarios that was super flashy and huge on soldiers, right? He was posed watches, Lamborghinis, whatever. He even posted a photo with Paris Hilton. There is a photo of Paris Hilton in Anthrax where they had Sicario somebody. He was huge. And he was arrested. He started cooperating. He was in a halfway house, and then he vanished. And then his body appeared shot into pieces in Seattle. Some say he was kidnapped by the same organization. Some others say he escaped, went back. El Mayo said, like, now you're a snitch. Cut him into pieces. So that was the story of so these Anthrax groups, because they were fucking elite and flashy as fuck. A lot of people started like making corridos about them. So El Plaga got enticed by the corridos. He was like, dude, I want to be an Anthrax. So he met someone in Tijuana. These guys from Tijuana. He met someone in Tijuana that had connections in LA. He went to travel to LA, introduced himself to these guys, to one of these shooting rockets members. That's where he met Izumi. They were friends before. They were starting together, trying to be henchmen, you know.
Oh wow!
And this guy is another like big player in the Singapore hotel. Told him, like, you know what? You're not gonna make a lot of money with the Anthrax. I mean, they have respect. They make a lot of money. You're from Tijuana, dude. I know a couple of guys that work for us in Tijuana. La Rana and Aquiles, two brothers working for Maya Zambada right there. Go out with them, work for them, and that's where you're gonna make money. And he's like, fuck yes. He introduced me to those guys. I stay loyal to them, and I started making shit tons of fucking money by helping trafficking drugs and being part of their security. Started growing up, and Yumi started growing up with the Chapitos. And then she went to work for El Russo called her back up to what he was in the ground. So like, hey, I'm gonna go fight back my turf in Sinaloa. She went with them. El Russo was like, hey, come work with me. And then Mimi and him started like fighting.
So like this culture of these corridos, like these corridos, it's basically like songs, right? They're like famous songs about legendary drug dealers, dead or alive. Right? So like there's this culture of the allure of being this big cartel member or this person with power in Mexico, driving these big lifted trucks, driving Lambos, having guns, and they market it almost to the youth of Mexico, to really young kids. It's like, wow, look at these people. They have this power. They have these great cars. And then the barrier to entry is like you have to become a killer. Like you have a young 12, 13, 14-year-old, like if you want to be in a cartel, you have to show us what you can kill. Is that sort of like how they bring them in?
You know what, like I didn't want to believe that the music has the power to bring someone to try to be part of the. I felt like it was almost like when the whole Columbine massacre happened and everyone
They blamed it on Marilyn
Manson. It was like that's done, which it is. But the story of the Plaga, particularly in Mexico and the tells me otherwise, right? Because he got enticed by the music, by the anthems. He's like, I want to be one of those fucking guys. And he even uses a name that has to do with a viral infection, right? The anthrax and the black plague. Yeah. So a lot of these kids, they work for that. It's not even money, it's not even power. It's for like being famed and having multiple leaders. And look at what Peso Pluma is doing now. Everybody, no one really knew El Nini, right?
Right.
Until Peso Pluma started singing about it. Everybody wants to be El Nini now. If you go into my Instagram account, I have a photo of his arrest, and the comments, it's like, free El Nini, man, El Nini's the real deal, blah, blah, blah. Like, everybody's, super excited about that man. And they're like vouching for him.
Yeah, but like the difference between those guys and the Columbine shooters is a stark difference. These guys are trying to make a name for themselves. They want fame. They want money. They want a life. They're coming from nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
They're coming from poverty.
Definitely. Yeah.
These shooters at these schools like Columbine, or whatever, these guys were complete antisocial. Had no friends. Who knows what kind of I don't know if they were on depressants or whatever, and these religious fanatics want to come after them, claiming that Marilyn Manson is the Antichrist. Listen to these goth music. These guys knew they were going to die.
Exactly.
Right? It was suicide.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm not saying it is the same at all. It's absolutely different motivation.
And Marilyn Manson's interview with the guy who made Columbine, Bowling for Columbine, Michael Moore. He asked Marilyn Manson. He goes, if you could talk to these kids, if you could say one thing to these two guys who killed everybody, what would you say to them? And Marilyn Manson's response was, I wouldn't say a word to them. He's like, I would ask them questions. Yeah. And that's what nobody did.
Exactly. So basically saying like these kids were unheard for the most part of their life.
Right. They were not hurt. Yeah.
That's probably the same shit. I mean, I don't know, dude, but probably a kid, because again, this whole story about these kids not having a chance and being impoverished and saying like this is the only way they could, that probably happened with a different generation. That happened with El Chapo, with Maya, that grew up in street poverty, in the woods, whatever.
And El Chapo started by killing people, right? He was originally like a fucking cigar.
Yeah. These guys, these are city kids. They're not rich, right? They're middle class. They live well. They can go to school. Like me, Plaga. These kids are not like, that was my only option. They actually were looking for that option. They were looking for that, right? And it's, again, it's like, why? Probably because how we all put these guys on a fucking pedestal, right? We talk about these guys like they're major players. We kind of look up for them and say like, oh, these guys, And that is exactly why I try to interview all these people. Because I'm like, dude, I want to bring them down human, right? To what they face, to what they are. Because otherwise, you only listen to the corridos about them. And what do the corridos about Praga say? He's a badass killer, he's a good man, he has a good heart, but he takes no shit. That's why he kills a lot of men. And if you cross his path, he's gonna chop your fucking head, whatever. Makes him look like this bravado macho man that is cool and is fine, but if you cross my way, I'm not gonna have mercy. And it's like, dude, no. These people are bad in the fucking head, right? They're fucking killers. They don't give a shit. They move fucking drugs. They're doing a lot of like crimes that are affecting us, all of us. And they face other lives. They face living like rats. They face living without like these two, right? I asked him like, why will you be open to share a lot of shit on your Instagram? And he told me like, well, I don't share the beheadings. I don't share like that kind of stuff that's gonna get me in trouble. What I share is my luxury life, right? My watches, whatever, because that's why I do this for money. If I can show it, then what's it? It's gold. That lets you understand is it was like, okay, so this dude, he hates people. He chops people's heads off. But he doesn't show that. What he shows is his luxury life. And he does that because on his head, he's doing what he does for the money to show. Right? So if you can't show, then there is no sense in what he's doing.
Yeah, it's like it's making a name for themselves and like sort of symbolic immortality, trying to, you know, they get corridos made after them and they live on beyond it. If they die tomorrow, there's going to be a corrido, or you know, some of these graveyards that have like these crazy memorials to these guys. People go there and party, and it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild how they leave, and I don't know what's going to happen to the podcast. He's going to because after the interview came out, also he went to Mexico. The Mexican government actually kept his back, so that made the story even amplified more.
Yeah.
And he closed his Instagram for a couple of weeks or months. He recently opened it back up, but he cut all connections. So
one of your stories that you've most recently done that terrifies me the most is the story of this Titan software.
Yes.
How did you first come to learn about this software and explain what it is?
Again, it was an anonymous tip first. One of a source reached out again on Instagram. He said like, hey, dude, you need to know about this software that Mexican influencers are using. And I'm only sharing this with you because I think you are the one to talk this story, whatever, to find out more about it. And I can't say a lot of stuff about these guys, so for this security, right? But basically, Titan, what this is a Mexican development software that is like a mega database for a lot of Mexican databases, right? It gets Mexican border ID database, phone companies, different mobile and land phone companies, databases, banks, most of the banks, probably all of them, credit scores, etc., criminal backgrounds, and also has the capability to live track you. And it is as easy as to enter a full name, or we call in Mexico an RFC, which is your basic tax ID, or a phone number. And by doing that, well, these source offered me a login to go in and try the platform. It was mind-blowing how fucking easy it is to just enter. I asked permission to a friend of mine in Mexico. Enter his info, and he gave me several sheets of personal data, like his most recent calls, like at least of log. And then these database makes like this call crossing to try to identify like how close the people he's talking to are to him. Like you can tell probably that he called his mom, or he calls there are like 100 calls in the last month to these numbers, right? So the circle is really up to the most. Exactly most and whatever, like most recent calls, whatever. Sheet about his credit score, security background, and background check, his plates, of course, addresses, different addresses through the years, Mexican ID, license, what else? It was like a bunch of like shit with like different phone numbers, and list of the last hour location every 15 minutes. he was for the last 2 hours. So you can track where he was, where he's been the last 15 to 15 minutes, talking about that. And then you can access these live locations. What this live location uses, it's a protocol called SS7, which is a mobile protocol used by mobile companies all over the world, so they can communicate between each other. Without this protocol, if I have a Verizon and have AT&T, we wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. That's why you can communicate with people in China or Mexico or whatever. But these protocols have been widely criticized for a while because of its vulnerability. It's super easy to access this protocol without any malware or whatever. And Mexico, a few years back, made this anti-monopoly law that basically bans a single mobile phone company to own the whole registry or the biggest spectrum for the use of mobile technology, like mobile communication ways. What this does is that you and I can set up a mobile company in Mexico, right? We can show up with paper, let's say, like we want to start our own Danny Jones mobile phone company. It's super easy to get approved, and you will have to pay the rent for access to this product, right? That you pay that to the biggest companies because it's cheaper than to get one of your own, right? Your own product. So yeah, okay,
Pay for a license.
Yeah, you pay for the license that AT&T is using, and you can use that for your own small company. So a lot of criminals and a lot of like these security software shady companies are accessing this SS7 protocol. And through that SS7 protocol, they can pinpoint where you're at, live, without even sending you a malware or whatever. It's just legal because that's access to a protocol that every legal mobile phone company has. And that's where they're accessing you. Your shit. And I'm tracking you all over the world. On my article, my story on Vice News, for legal reasons, I didn't want to face the U.S. government asking questions, whatever. It was just too messy to say that it works all over the world. Proof that in Mexico, but I prove on my own devices in the US, in Texas. And it works. Because it works through SS7, or it also works through a different way of doing things, which is basically
Oh, that is so funny. Oh, that is so funny.
So they can take the software, enter your name,
I love
or
you.
your phone number, or your social security number, and
Froggy
they can
Ranger,
where you are
the
anywhere
difference
across the world,
between
find
the
your
Twitter
credit
and
score,
Blue Sky bot
find your
problem
recent
is
call
very
list,
funny.
read your text
Twitter
messages.
has an overabundance of scale bots and rangers. Blue Sky has one really persistent and proliferating bot promoting the Discord of the world's craziest rabbi. I love you. I fucking love you. That makes my day. That is so fucking funny, dude. Oh my word, is that fucking funny?
I sent you the video. I think you can put out a video of like how the screener goes and how easy it looks like.
Attention. Please read the attached Little Peace Manifesto.
It's like
the biggest pimp of all time has been live streaming 24/7, 365 Please join the Discord to discuss Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, MILFs, and
marketed by the Israelis.
Equals #1 resource. Please share to be a trillionaire.
It was not used by governments to weed out dissidents or journalists.
What is that?
So the thing is,
What is that? I'd be like,
all the
huh?
information you have about Pegasus, right? Because it's available. It's information easily available. Well, that's one of the sheets it sends out.
Okay, so this is
made my fucking house, son.
Yeah, that's a brief. I wouldn't zoom on anything in case they like, but probably most of the phone numbers are not working. Something okay. Yeah, that's how it looks. Gives you a lot of stuff. So now, Pegasus, the thing is, it was developed by a proper known company developing software and acquired by official means by the government, right? It wasn't acquired under the table. It was officially acquired by government. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 200 grand you pay for a license to Pegasus.
The thing
And
is,
they have the 0-day exploit with that. So
Exactly.
like you don't need to click on a link. You can just basically send it to somebody and it automatically infects them. They don't need to click shit.
definitely more aggressive, definitely more access. I mean, gives you access to a device, right? You can turn on and off cameras or microphone. This shit is nothing like that, right? But the thing I find more dangerous about this thing is that it is not acquired officially by governments. This is highly overlooked, highly shady. The login, there's no information who's behind this shit. You don't know because it's a single in Mexico that gets people say like, okay, but the Mexican email, the Mexican border ID, they have a lot of like firewall, so it's almost impossible to activate that shit without that strong malware. Well, the thing is, you don't need it because your malware is corruption, right? You pay someone in to give you the whole access to update it. That shit. Same phone companies, banks, blah 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 blah. That shit is working. Now, I spoke to the developer. He said my intention to this was to provide a Mexican government all over the world access to track criminals. But I know that it's been used by, I don't know about you, but and this is not acquired on an official capability, right? It's acquired by a single state lender that says, okay, the license is super cheap. It's about $100,000. Give me 500 license. I'll pay it on my own pocket. And I'll give access to my agents, so we can work properly this platform. But I'll sub-rent it. I'm going to rent this out to criminals as well, to people in the capital Jalisco, Sinaloa, so they track rivals or database citizens. And that's how this shit is working. That's how I find people that they want to dispute it.
And people within the Mexican law enforcement or military are knowingly licensing this software out to the cartels.
Dude, this is the biggest proof that Mexico is a fucking narco state. They're working side by side. You only have access to this kind of shit by invitation to a WhatsApp group. So this WhatsApp group admins are either 4 or 5 different admins. It's a mix between state police commanders and cartel members, high-ranking cartel members. This is the concept that will give you access to this WhatsApp group, where you have access to this technology, to signal blockers, to exotic animals, to like passport. I'll show you first, like fake US passports, but they're like, because they kind of have a consulate. A lot of crazy shit, dude. Like if you need a different identity in Mexico, you can easily get it. It's wild. It's fucking wild.
Yeah, that's what that dude was telling me. The guy you introduced me to, who came in here.
Yeah.
Fernando Puente. He was telling me how when he was a coyote, they basically would bring you into the house. They would have a whole change of clothes for you, make you look like a fucking worker.
Yeah.
They'd create you a brand new passport. Yeah, across the border.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they're even selling.
Yo, Steve, pull up that tweet I sent you earlier.
They're even selling.
What is this, bro?
This is bombs that they hang into drones. Even one of the selling points is like it has a hanger for your drone, so you can.
Oh my god! So the DJI little consumer drones that you want in Best Buy, they can carry these things, and they just drop it. A drone bomb?
Yeah, dude. This is the kind of shit they're selling on these WhatsApp groups. Bombs, dude. 22,000 pesos, which is $1,000.
And who is getting these bombs?
This WhatsApp group. Well, these bombs.
So the Mexican military is getting them and selling them on the black market to the cartels.
Yes, exactly. Yes. These kind of like high level weapons. It's a SCAR. People know about guns. SCAR is pretty expensive.
SCAR, yeah.
And this is SCAR, all covered in gold,
right?
With a scope and a lot
gold magazine, gold handle, gold butt barrel.
It's ridiculous. I mean, but
what was that thing you were showing us earlier with that fucking thing that looked like a
laser gun?
The laser.
Oh well, that gun. That's a signal jammer.
A signal
They
change.
use that against their own technology, right? Because if the Jalisco cartel has, if the Jalisco cartel has drones bombing, not with bombs, or you need protection against, then you also need protection against the government drones that are looking under your turf. So they will on the same group, they will sell this kind of shit, so you can block.
And how does this thing right here work?
It's basically a shotgun that blocks the signal of your drone. So if you have a drone that is communicating through GPS to find its way or whatever, as soon as you fire this shit, it blocks the signal of that basically shuts off your drone, so it drops. Dude, it's so wild that a lot of like police, they don't even know that this is happening on these WhatsApp groups, because this world is so small. The criminal world is so small that one time I was at a bar with one of my sources. He works for the Mexican military. So I was at a bar with them, and we're talking this and that. And on the WhatsApp group I had access back then, I'm not part of the WhatsApp group anymore, but someone posted a pair of binoculars. They look like super high tech, not your regular night vision shit. They look like really something, and they were like really expensive. They were selling those shit for 200,000 pesos, which is like 10 grand. And I was like, dude, this looks like something really geared up, not your regular binoculars. So I showed him that. So I was like, do you have any clue what this is? Like, what kind of binoculars are these? He looks at it, and he goes pale. He's like, where do you get this? And I'm like, Forrest is telling him. Dude, no, can I use your phone, please? And I'm like, no, wait, what happened? He's like, no, just send me a photo, like a screenshot of that shit. And I was like, all right, yeah, but I mean, what happened? He's like, just give me a second. He picks up his phone, he calls someone, he's like, hey, remember that fucking pair you bought for me? Well, guess where they are. And the name's like, Taco Dude. He's with a Jalisco attack. Why? Why are these binoculars in the hands of the Jalisco? He's like, okay, just think about that. So he hands his phone. He's like, dude, I sold this pair of binoculars. These exact pictures. He's like, I'm pretty sure he zoomed in. They have a mark where I erased the see whatever to a guy who works on the military as well. And turns out he's selling this shit to the Jalisco. So I was like, oh, okay, dude, sorry about that. Yeah, dude, like this world is so they're sourcing from official, unofficial, military, police, U.S. military, they're sourcing from everywhere, and they have access to a lot of stuff. This was a major leak that this source granted me access to. He granted me access to.
What these are all IDs and passports.
Yeah, U.S. residents. They are fake. They have all the ceilings, all the markings, because they're coming out properly from the U.S. from a U.S. country like Mexico.
How much money? What percentage of the revenue that these cartels are bringing in is from smuggling people over the border?
Right now, dude, that is huge money. That is huge money. This smuggler agency that Juarez, he recently told for a story that they are making more money from smuggling people than from smuggling coke. So he's like, dude, we're kind of like dropping that. We're now huge on the human smuggling side of it. Because for a single male, just to get him across the border, literally over and on the wall, they're charging $1,800 for a single man. If you're moving a whole family and they ask you to go to New York, yeah, then you arrange the whole fucking thing.
They'll even drive you in fucking New York.
Yeah, dude. I mean, they get you passed through checkpoints, and then they tell you end up on a bus, right? Because then there's no more checkpoints. After 20 miles from the border, there are no more checkpoints. There's only one. Well, like there are checkpoints in a circle around 20 miles from the border, and they get passed through using different tricks and different.
Play this video, Steve. This video is wild. I just saw this on Twitter this morning. It looks like these guys are somehow like they're tying this shit around those.
Oh, that's clever.
And they're making them. What is it? They're widening the bars or breaking them.
They're cutting off they're sawing those bars off.
Oh,
You'll see it. There it is.
Is this the wall?
Yeah.
They're just waving at the cameraman.
Yeah, dude. They're laughing. Look at them. That dude is recording.
It's a joke.
They don't give a shit, man.
Look at this.
And again, are they really a threat? I mean, look at these kids, this woman. They're not a fucking threat now. They are not. These guys are making money.
So these guys are coyotes?
These guys are coyotes. Yeah. That's exactly what happens with most libertarian policies.
How recent was this? Can you look at the tweet and see when this was or where this was? Like where specifically on the border was this?
7th.
This was posted. Oh, this was just posted a week ago. Mm-hmm. The cartels run the border now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's pretty obvious. I mean, what was happening before the whole detention? Nothing really. I mean, a lot of Mexicans were coming in and back out. They were like getting across the world and then back to Mexico and then back the next day. But when you put in place the terrorist policies, when you put crocodiles and crazy shit, cartels are going to bank on that. They're going to make money. They're going to make a lot of fucking money, and you make them powerful by trying to stop migrants from reaching the border and not having a system in place. You're making them rich. If the borders were open, as people say, like they're wide open, well, who's going to charge for a wide open border, right? No one will be making money. You'll face a lot of mess of migrants coming over illegally, right? That's a different thing. But no one will be making money. No criminal organization will be banking money. But when you close the borders, when you really close the borders and make it harder and harder and push people to remote places, in the desert, through the sea, across a huge wall, under tunnels, that's where they're going to catch in. And they're going to become more and more and more powerful. So the money they're amassing.
The harder it is to do it, the more money they can make.
Absolutely.
And when you can just shove a couple kilos in a backpack and walk across the border legally, it's not that hard to do.
Again, the migrants are not breaking drugs. The cartels don't work like that. They don't put two eggs in the same basket. If you go into CBP, and I really ask all the people to do that because it's open information. Go to cbp.gov and look for the statistics on seizures, right? How much drug is being seized ports of entry and in the ports of entry, I mean, to the desert. 99% is getting on ports of entry. On proper ports of entry.
Like shipping ports?
Not like the regular bridges.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, vehicles, commercial, personal vehicles, whatever. What we use, like 99.8. Very little drugs are being smuggled in between walls. Because it's riskier and you don't need that.
Right.
What you need is a full border packed. Like when the CBP officers are taking a long time checking on you, and that's making a huge fucking line on the bridge. That's when they're like. So these holiday seasons, like December, a lot of Mexicans go to the U.S. to buy gifts for Christmas, right? So the border waiting times are like fucking $3, $4, $5. You have to stand in line to get across into the U.S. and shit. That's where they guys take advantage of that shit. There's a lot of cars. We have more chances of putting one car packed with in 100,000 cars.
Fernando was telling me that there was a system in place. I'm not sure if it's still in place, where citizens of Tijuana, actually there's programs where they can cross the border every day to go to work in the U.S. in San Diego or somewhere.
Yes, it's a border crossing corridor.
Is that still in place?
Yes,
they'll do that.
Yeah. Which, I mean, again, it's for border crossing, right? Like you're perfectly legal to go.
You're a Mexican citizen, but you work in the U.S.
You go back and forth.
I heard this guy John Mearsheimer was doing a podcast on Lex Friedman, and they were talking about immigration. And basically, John Mearsheimer was making the point that the two main things for a country to become powerful are there's two proxies. One is GDP, and the second one is population. And he was making the argument that like people in the U.S., Americans, young Americans, aren't making babies like they used to. And he's saying that the immigration of people from South America and Mexico is a good thing because they're still making babies and they're still crossing the U.S. We want more people. Yeah. More people is good, and more people equals a higher GDP.
Yeah, definitely. If you actually have a program to make these people enter the workforce legally, right?
Yes.
If you make these people enter the workforce, then you have a lot of people working, making money, moving money, and you have larger populations, right? When you remove the whole race about it, if you want a country just of white people and you don't take into account immigrants and say like, well, they don't count. Let's just count for the white people. This is whatever. That doesn't work, right? If you take into account a lot of like immigrants, say like, okay, let's make these people work and make them get into the workforce. We definitely have a stronger workforce, right? We all paying taxes, buying houses, all this stuff.
Well, the crazy thing is like they don't punish. I don't know exactly what the system is, but the people who run big companies that hire these illegal immigrants, they know they have tons of illegal immigrants working for them.
Yeah.
And they pay them cash, and don't pay them a lot of money.
Exactly, they're fucking.
So they're benefiting on.
Yeah.
That's why Mexico is our biggest trading partners, because we put 90% of our manufacturing in Mexico, and we get it dirt cheap.
Yeah, bro. I mean, again, this country is not in hands by politicians. It's hand of fucking robbers that are owning huge companies. They're stealing from the country. They're doing all this crazy fucking shit, like outsourcing for cheapest fucking labor, benefiting everyone but only their own pocket.
So whose fault is that? Is that the guy who's trying to work to pay his family and he's not a citizen, so he has to get paid cash, but he's providing all this labor? He's working harder than any fucking other person on the job site or whatever it may be. Is it their fault, or is the fucking guy who owns the company who knows he's getting this shit for 50 cents on the dollar?
It's corporate America, dude. Right? Who's fucking up? They own the fucking country. They're doing all these crazy, shady policies for their own fucking benefit, but for the demise of the whole country. I'm pretty sure that any politician, call it Biden or call it Trump, they're well educated enough to know what's better for our country. But they are in the fucking hands or the paws of corporate America. Yeah. They don't give a shit. Yeah. They're gonna tell you like, no, you know what's best for our country? Let's outsource everything to China. Let's outsource everything to Mexico, and let's let these illegal immigrants work illegally and get paid cash instead of like actually put them on the workforce and make them pay taxes like anyone was for the benefit of the country, right? And them, because they're gonna be legal, so it's a win-win. The only ones losing is the owners of that company. They're gonna have to pay taxes on employees and all that shit. They don't want to do that. Yeah. Because they want to earn these extra fucking pennies.
Yeah, and the politicians, all they want to do is they're going to do whatever it takes to stay in power.
To stay in power, yeah. And if these guys, corporate America, call it corporate cartels, American cartels, whatever. Mm-hmm. They work as fucking cartels. They're exactly the same shit, right?
Same shit.
And they own
it's within legal boundaries. There's a machine, there's a mechanism in America that allows this stuff to work legally. And I mean, senators and politicians, they're basically prostitutes to big organizations.
Exactly.
Pharmaceutical.
Exactly. Yes. That's what's happening with this country. We talked about this yesterday. Like this is a country that manages to every 80, 70, 50, 100 years to renew itself in its fucking ratings because it's people, right? Because of the benefit people have. They kind of like take everything for granted. But when these countries feel that their level of comfortable is being threatened, that's when it steps up. And it's great. And it's something that it's not happening in Mexico. Places like Mexico, we're optimistic about it. We say like, no, this year we're doing great, we're doing better every year. But in reality, we're going to shit. It's just our opinion that it's naturally optimistic, and we're feeling that we're doing better every administration, every year. We now have trains, we now have electricity, we now have whatever. Fucking country is going to shit. While this country, the opinion usually goes like that, but the country goes like this. It always comes up first, right? And it's because people still has the capability to turn the country over, right? To say like, okay, it's not Biden, it's not Trump, it's not the migrants, it's the fucking corporations. Let's fucking switch that up. And it gets a lot of sacrifices for the people, right? Like economical depressions and all that shit. But it works at the end. And this country renews itself. And that's beautiful about it. That's cool.
Well, bro, I always enjoy these conversations with you.
Same, bro.
Your flight is coming soon. We got to get you out of here. But I really enjoyed that. Where do you envision the next? Where do you envision the dynamic playing ground of the cartels in Mexico going and the factions? Where do you think this is going in the next 5 years?
The next 5 years are going to be definitely interesting because the whole playground is going to be on this side of the border. This is where everybody's going to be either arrested or snitching or talking or on trials. And this is going to become really interesting to watch all these legal developments. I'm pretty sure that we're going to start seeing also killings in the street in the US from these players. Right? It is not the first time. It happened before in Miami. It happened before when all the Colombian cartels were arrested and brought to justice into the US after Pablo Escobar. They all were here in the US, snitching, talking, playing their cards on these and killing each other on these cards. And this is what is going to happen eventually here because in our cartel. Probably most on the West Coast, in LA and other places. But the next playground for these guys for the next 5 years, because you're going to have the trial of Ovidio. Probably one or two other chapitos. Some of them are going to get killed in Mexico. Then you're going to have the Mayos. Then you're going to have new players with the cartel. You're going to have Rabbi, Damasos, all these people are already in these side of the border. 3 out of the 4 killable Mayo are on this side. One chapito and security chief probably going to be soon on this side of the border. Damaso is on this side of the border. So everybody's going to be on this side of the border cooperating with authorities, and that's going to play out really interesting.
Well, I'll be following you closely. Again, tell everybody where to watch your videos and read your Substack and all that.
Start to my YouTube channel. I'm going to revamp my YouTube channel, hopefully make it more consistent. Breaking news there before on Legacy Media. I'm trying to make the leap of faith, with your help, of course. When I relaunch with some good stuff, I'm going to be back and asking for a solid for you to
Hell yeah.
revamp my YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, man. I'm psyched. I'll link it below. And thanks again, man. We'll get you back in here sometime next year.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye, world.
So you have to aim the shower head at the hair. That never works. You got to get a pool of water from under the shower, run over to the hair. And the hair, it doesn't even want to go down. It's like fighting to survive.
Yeah, Julian, we were recording a little Patreon episode before you got in here.
Oh, really?
And we were watching the video of those deans at Harvard talking about they're saying the jet of Jews is not considered hate speech at your university. It's like, well, not unless you conduct things.
Right. You have to actually commit it, which I pointed out in the tweet. I was like, so it's impossible for an individual or even like a campus to have a jet, right? And genocide is the removal of all the people on Earth.
Right, exactly.
But you can call for it, right? You can call for the, we want to do this, but, Armenians should not be, people from Tennessee should not be allowed to exist. That's shitless Tennessee. Right? And if you're doing that, so that's speech.
But then they're saying that speech is okay as long as you don't actually go out and kill everyone from Tennessee. But imagine trying. Would you kill everybody? No, it's really not. It's a strong complete moral cowardice. I mean, universities have gotten so wrong.
Did you see what Dave Portnoy said about that? David Portnoy came out and he said that I think he went on one of the shows on TV and he basically like, I'm no longer we're not gonna hire any students from those universities until those deans step down.
Yeah, I mean, I was going around saying it's actually a good thing. My university is very prestigious, but it's not as prestigious as Harvard. And that's a good thing because the more prestigious the university, the more the president wants to keep her job. And the more she wants to keep her job, the more dangerous it is for the university. Universities, forget about they've lost stations and stuff like that. Those universities have a combined $120 billion endowment. They don't need donations. They need like if you give them $100 million, their net worth goes up by 1/10 of 1%, right? So this is not something that really affects them. But
so what's going on with that? Like, why are they doing
I think that they are so incredibly beholden to not offending, which I think is very demeaning towards Muslims, that they can't say that these certain things are off limits and you can't say certain types of speech. Just like Jews wouldn't go around and saying we call for the complete liquidation of all Palestinians from Israel. Right. It's not something we would ever do. So it's called making principles of your community. Like you can have free speech. By the way, free speech applies to the government. The government of the United States cannot impinge upon your free speech, my free speech, and compel us to say stuff. But campuses compel us to say stuff all the time because it's not a free speech. It's not truly subject to the First Amendment because they're not the government, even at a public university like mine. And then people will try to say, well, no, they get government funding, but there are a lot of professors that don't get government funding. So what do you do in that situation?
They can inhibit free speech very easily by you basically can lose your livelihood or you can lose your job or your tenure. What's the same thing with the internet? People sell because they don't want to be kicked off too.
That's right. Yeah. So the more prestigious you are, the less likely it is that you be able to do any other job in life. This woman, Claudine Gay, I mean, first of all, for her scholarship, she's the president of Harvard and dean, and just correct you like me saying, this is just a little YouTube channel, right? This is a huge YouTube channel. You're the founder. Although I have to say, when I was invited on the show, it was called Concrete. So
yes, it was.
Now it's not called Concrete.
Yes, and we have more than 10,000 subscribers. So.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Yeah. I think you have a lot more than 10,000.
So yeah.
But no. The titles are very important for academics. See, we don't get paid that much. We don't get too much fame. We don't get too much attention. Yeah, some get more than others, but academics really rely on one type of currency for their existence, for their self-gratification. And that's how many times they get cited by other egg-headed academics like me. And to do what the president has been accused of, and it seems very credible. In fact, she's already going back and retracting these papers and having them re-edited. It's very scary, right? Because there used to be a saying in the Soviet Union. I don't know if you ever saw those pictures, like Lenin and Stalin, or this Trotsky, this other guy on a bridge, and like in the 1930s, and then they redid this picture and they edited out this guy. But in the 1930s, and it looked flawless as if you did it with Photoshop, but of course, it's 80 years before Photoshop existed. So so in the Soviet Union, there was a joke. They used to say the future is known. That communism is the future is bright and glorious, but the past was always changing. So they'd go back and erase things from history. So literally what she's having these journals do, which is unprecedented, in some cases decades later, the president of Harvard, I couldn't get this done. I'm just a lowly, tenured professor, right? The president of Harvard has convinced the journals that publish her academic papers, which are now being cited for plagiarism, that there's a claim that she plagiarized. She stole work from other people, which is fine to do, and not even stealing if you quote it and you say Brian Keating wrote this, Danny Jones wrote that, and you put quotes around it. But if you say your greatest hit, buying a Lamborghini for $4.1 million, whatever, and I just I change it and I put Brian Keating video buying a Lamborghini. I get all that's wrong. That's objectively intellectually dishonest. But then to have YouTube go back and erase that you made that video, that you did this interview with a CIA spy or a NASA, the whistleblower, if you were to do that and go back and just erase you, that you never did it, I did it. it's very scary. It's rewriting of history.
Yeah.
What else do we have? We don't have our memories and our history. So it's a very depressing time to be an academic. In part, that was the reason that I wanted to, play around with what Jordan Peterson is doing with the Peterson Academy, which is a for-profit university, but with a cost to the consumer of less than 10% of a traditional university degree, and accredited eventually. Although not yet. There are all these weird chicken or egg things, like you have to graduate a college class, like people have to get their degree from Peterson, this new university, Austin, Texas. They have to get their degree before the university itself becomes an official university. Does that make sense? So it won't be accredited. I don't know if you went to college or not, but I went to college. I went to undergraduate. That was an accredited undergraduate. I got my degree, Bachelor of Science, and so on. I went to get my PhD, also accredited. For new universities, it's a little tricky. You have to go through certain hoops, legislation, so that just everybody can't open their own university and charge people tuition for degrees.
Right.
So academia has been really under attack. I mean, it's been bad for a long time. This so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion, or as I call diversity, inclusion, and equity, and that makes the acronym DIE, is a impingement upon. So for these people to all of them discover their newfound love for free speech, it's kind of surprising, because some of these people were some of the most oppressive of ideas that they disagreed with, and controlled the speech on campus extremely, extremely strictly until October 7th. And when October 7th happened, and Jews were massacred in their beds in kibbutzim, and they're were kidnapped for the first time in war. There's no record of babies. There's a baby who's a couple of months old is in captivity in Hamas territory in Gaza. Never happened in human warfare, modern warfare, and that this is acceptable. And the day after this happened, on my campus and other campuses, students celebrated. They actually were concerned about the people of Gaza and Palestinians, and said that the martyrs had done great good, meaning the Hamas terrorists.
People on your campus?
On my campus.
What were they doing specifically?
So they said they had rallies in support of the quote-unquote martyrs. These are students for justice in Palestine, they're called. They're on every campus, many, many campuses. Some campuses have actually evicted them and removed them. Columbia University, Brandeis, recently Rutgers University has banned them from campus. They have different affiliations, some with groups like CARE, which is found to be extremely problematic in its support for the October 7th terror attack. Anyway, so these campuses have become really intolerant. In fact, at my campus at UC San Diego, we had a rally outside of the student senate, so the undergraduates voting on whether or not they should condemn anti-Semitism. In other words, all your fellow students gather around, and they said, we want to make a condemnation because there's been so much anti-Semitism since and before October 7th. We had a swastika written in human feces in one of our dormitories at UC San Diego. This was almost barely mentioned during what these Students for Justice in Palestine have a week every year, and they call Israel an apartheid state and other slanders against Israel. But anyway, they had this event that happened. That swastika, I'm not saying it was created by them, but it happened at the time when they had these events on campus. So the student senators decided we're going to have a forum, a referendum, and just say we condemn anti-Semitism. Well, outside that meeting, there were students wearing keffiyehs, the Palestinian garb, and others, and they hoisted the flag of ISIS. They hoisted the Shahada, the flag that represents ISIS, Islamic State, in front of where these senators, to my knowledge, none of them are actually Jewish. Some of them are Asian, some of them are, Latin American, some of them are whatever. None of them are Jewish, but they hoisted this flag in front of where they were holding this meeting, clearly meant to intimidate. Nothing was done to them. You can come to meetings now wearing full head coverings, unless you wear the wrong one. So you can wear a complete keffiyeh that covers your head, but I guarantee you, if somebody showed up with a KKK Klan hood, they would be escorted immediately, as they should be.
Right.
You don't have to host people in your campus. If I came into the studio and I said, my First Amendment right has me to be able to say whatever I want and start talking about the KKK, this is a private organization. You have certain principles that protect your decorum and what you expect the people that come on here and come into your private place of business or even in public spaces. So campuses have become real kind of centers for a lot of extreme repugnant views, and not just, and very far away from what academia is supposed to be. and why I became a professor.
It always wonder too when you look at history and you like how much are these students being influenced by where is their influence coming from? You know, you always wonder like, is it coming from an outside influence just trying to sow chaos within the United States? Does people really believe this? Because these people are so disconnected from what's going on in that part of the world. Like they have no fucking clue. We're surrounded by 6,000 miles of ocean in both directions. Like we have it so good here.
Yeah.
So, and you can't begin to think what it must be like living in that part of the world that's just been torn by war and religion for so fucking long.
Yeah. No, and you look at it and you see people, you know, protesting the LGBTQ, or, you know, organizations protesting on behalf of Hamas. I mean, these are things that don't make sense because their views are antithetical. Like, try finding when was the last Pride parade held in Gaza. Like, just look that up and check it. Never happened, right? Whereas in Israel's a parliamentary democracy, so they have vote. They have all different parties. They have an Arab party. There's Arabs on their Supreme Court, meaning Palestinians. They're people that are Israeli citizens that serve in their military. I was just there in September. I spent time with a man whose father is a 26. He's a Bedouin, Muslim Bedouin from Tiberias, and his father's been in the IDF for 26 years. No problem. He's devout, practicing Muslims. Okay, to say that there's like ethnic cleansing and apartheid, it's just such a lie. In South Africa in the 1970s, they didn't have blacks in the parliament. They didn't have a parliament that has a LGBTQ party. There's a party of that. There are parties of atheists. There's parties that are religious. It's one of the most diverse and multicultural societies on earth, and it's in the most dangerous part of the world. And the Jews have lived in complete, you know, kind of abject, you know, fear for decades. And this is not to deny the Palestinians should have a land of their own. I've never claimed that. I've never said that they shouldn't. But by the same token, you look at, you know, things on October 6th versus October 7th. How could you possibly, you know, see how you could make an agreement to live in peace side by side with these, you know, people from Palestinian territories who now support? There are more supporters, I read yesterday, of Hamas in the West Bank than in Gaza by a proportionate amount. Yeah. So these are the people that Israel is going to attempt to make peace with. I think it's going to be extremely challenging. I think Israel had huge breakdowns in their society and internally, but they're a democracy, and these things would get worked out. Probably not will be gone. But the campus culture has gotten so it's become so virulent. These ideas, like you mentioned, that they propagate in a mind virus, that things you could not get someone to believe in unless they were an intellectual. There's a phrase that Lenin used to use called useful idiots. You know, there'd be people that could do good because they were stupid and easily duped. But I came up with a phrase that's called useless geniuses. We have all these brilliant people on campus, like the father of string theory. Maybe we'll get into it, or one of the modern fathers of string theory, Edward Whitton. For until October 7th, until just this summer, he had his Twitter feed, and if you look at his Twitter feed, essentially every single tweet about it was about how evil Israel is and how just the Palestinians are and how they, you know, Israel is basically an apartheid state.
Who is that you're talking about?
Edward Whitton.
He's on Twitter?
That's Twitter.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. And so I made jokes like, no wonder string theory hasn't made any progress in decades, you know, because there's this guy who's the opponent champion of string theory, and he's obsessed with. He's a Jew. He's obsessed with the alleged atrocities that Israel is committing. This guy's silent. He's completely silent. So I have hope for string theory is about to make a revolution because Edward Whitton, maybe he's gotten back his whole intellectual back. But until then, he's called a lifetime the smartest man on earth.
Yeah.
And he believes things that were just completely, just absolute, just nonsense. And it takes sometimes an intellectual to believe such.
That's funny. So before you got here, I told you we were doing a little Patreon episode, and I called up Jack Sarfati, and I said, Jack, he's a friend of mine now. After I went and visited him, I wish there was more people like him.
Cool.
I said, Jack, 10 videos on string theory this morning. Can you tell me what string theory is? These YouTube videos can? His answer, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's art. It's mathematical art.
I saw his
interview.
Jack's a problematic person in a lot of ways. He's extremely He's extremely obstreperous. I mean, he loves to cause trouble. He copies me on emails. I've asked him to maybe 100 times. I'm like, how do you possibly expect to revolutionize technology and physics if you don't understand how to use BCC? I would just love that thing. And one of my friends, who I won't say who it is, so every time Jack sends an email, this guy sends him a link to like donate to Kamala Harris re-election.
Oh no, that's hilarious.
Because this guy is he's asked him 4 times, guy won't do it, and then there's always a new thread, and he changes his email address. So it's like every day this guy's getting a new email from him. I actually have a block, so I blocked all his emails. So Jack, if you're out there, try harder, my friend. I think he was at UC San Diego before
he went to UC San Diego. Yeah, he got his degree there.
And he's
not his PhD, but he got his master's in physics from there.
Yeah, so I have no record of anything that he's done in the last 25 years or more. Even that, I haven't gone back. I believe that he was mentioned in this book by my good friend David Kaiser called "How the Hippies Save Physics."
Yes.
To what extent his contributions are really, recognized. I think you can look at who have gotten, these awards, who get citations, what papers have been published, what journals, and just the way that he communicates, I think, is really obnoxious, and the way that he criticizes my very good friend Eric Weinstein.
He's an idiot. He's a schmuck.
Podcast called him an idiot and a schmuck. I think
he calls me that almost every time I talk to him.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be around him, right? You're not in the field as the same field as him, right? But everyone's an idiot compared to him. So if
exactly. That is a fact, by the way.
Yeah, Jack. They say, let me give you a tip. They say you're the average of the 5 people you're around the most. So, all everybody around you is an idiot. You're the idiot. It's like the fool at the poker table. But God bless him. He can do his thing. But look, the difference between these guys, it's string theorist and Eric Einstein and Brian Greene, and Michio Kaku, who Julian, a mutual friend, has had on. They're all theorists, okay? So they're working on theories that are, by nature, provisional. Every single theory is provisional. The theory of evolution is provisional. The theory of plate tectonics is provisional. In other words, it could change. I always like to bring up this idea. Like, do you believe the Earth is a sphere? I don't know if you've had flat earthers on the show.
I have, unfortunately.
I should have done my due diligence.
I know it's yeah. No, I know it's not a perfect sphere. It's like a flywheel.
Well, it's exactly. It bulges at the equator. It's a little narrow at the pole, so it's kind of like a pear. It's a little weird shape. But if you believe that it's flat, you're more wrong than someone who believes it's a sphere, even though you both are wrong technically, right? To explain, you actually need to involve some spherical harmonics, and even those will have some deficiency in capturing the accurate shape of the planet itself. But there's degrees of being less wrong, and then there are classifications of people who say that are not even wrong. A famous quote from Wolfgang Pauli. So the question is, can a theorist really make progress? The answer is no. A theorist can't do anything, can't do crap by themselves sitting in a room. Because, for a very important reason, you may think it is the job of an experimental physicist like me or a theoretical physicist to prove something. But actually, proof in physics is completely impossible. Any physical science is impossible. There's only 2 subjects you can prove something. One is called logic or philosophy, and the other is math. Math can actually have a theorem like 1 + 1 = 2, and it will take 200 pages to prove it from different category theory, group theory, set theory, and you can prove it multiple ways. You can prove the Pythagorean theorem in, I think, 300 different ways you can prove it. But you can't prove a theory of physics, right? If I say the evolution is true, all I have to do is find one counter. I'm not saying this exists, of Lamarckian genetic traits, and actually some of it, was thought to be very plausible, say, or that, you find some type of creature that doesn't use DNA and only uses RNA or some triple, I'm making it up, but the point is one counterexample can falsify something that was previously believed to be true, like Newtonian gravity. Like Einsteinian gravity. We don't even think Einstein's the final word, right? There's no final word because there's no proof in physical science. There's only proof in a mathematical, abstract, abstruse sense, as it is, say, in mathematics and in philosophy. So for physicists, it gives them great angst. Theoretical physicists know that not only is it not possible for their theory to be proven, it may not even be tested. And this is the problem with theories like that of people like Michio Kaku, Brian Greene, or Edward Witten, string theory, Jack. I can't look into Jack's theories without getting a headache.
He says, challenge any of these schmucks to debate the Salfati. They're all scared.
Oh, yeah, right. So
no one will debate him. That's his problem.
No, I'll quote what I was told once that Richard Dawkins said. He was asked to challenge someone who doesn't believe in evolution. He says, I could see how that would be an outstanding addition to your CV, you can understand how it'd be an absolutely horrendous one for money, right?
Right.
So Jack's gonna completely, no one's gonna debate him. No one's gonna because
They don't want to be associated with him.
they don't want to be associated with him. They don't take him seriously. I actually joke. I say like somebody comes up with it because actually Eric Weinstein's called me up a lot recently asking about like my thoughts on Grush, and I actually haven't done my due diligence on it. I've been so busy the last couple of weeks, but it's something I'm going to have time, maybe even talk to Grush at some point. But I always ask Eric or whoever I talk to, or they have some new theory. I say, what's the Sarfati number? Like how far away from complete abject unfalsifiability? Just like I got there first, I came up with this, and just the kind of grandiosity that people like Jack. And there's many of them. I get emails from them every day. Professor Keating, you're wrong. Everybody's wrong. I'm right. Let me come on the podcast. Let me write a paper with you. I'm not good at math. I mean, Jack's probably good in math, but they'll say, I'm not good in math, but if you help me out, we'll share the Nobel Prize. And, I don't blame these people for having passion about these different phenomena. But look, if I asked you, Dan, I said to you, look, which is more important? Let's say Grush is, or there is something, and I don't know, I actually don't know, which because you do an outstanding, you don't really kind of tip into what you truly believe. You're dogmatic, you're kind of curious, you want to know the answer. For me, if I asked you just point blank, I said, let's say Grush is right. What do you think is the technology that allowed these spacecraft to get here? He's claiming, as far as I understand it, he hasn't seen, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't follow this nearly as close as you do. But he's claiming that there are people in the government, our U.S. government, that have covered up the landing of spacecraft with bodies inside, with some type of biologics, he's called them in congressional testimony. I've had on Ryan Graves on my podcast, who's a former F-18 pilot.
We've been here too.
Yeah, he's great. He's a very sweet guy, and I believe he's earnest in his mission, what he's trying to accomplish. And he hasn't said, though, he never said that he saw these craft, these spheres and stuff.
Yes, exactly.
He said that he knows the pilots, and they would not only see them, they'd see them every day, every deployment. And Fravor claims he saw this Tic Tac. Let's just say they're all real. There's some kernel of truth. God tells you, here, Danny, boom. They're true. There are Tic Tacs. There's crash saucers. There's biologics. There's cubes with spheres and spheres with cubes. What if I asked you, Danny, what was the technology that was more important to those aliens to get? Was it string theory or was it metallurgy? What would you say it is? What technology enabled it more? But if you just had a guess, was it something like string theory or was it something like metallurgy?
I would say something like metallurgy.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more practical, right? There's nothing about string theory necessarily that involves anything that's a necessary condition for those aliens to get here. And yet you have people like Jack and like others. You need this warp drive and you need this theory of physics, and Eric's theory of geometric unity is wrong because this is to answer this question usually presupposes the fact that these distances are enormous, which is true. I mean, these distances are enormous, but the age of the universe is also quite enormous, right? So if you imagine that these craft have been traveling, if they exist, and I'm not saying I actually don't think they exist,
right?
So I'd rather kind of defend that, but I think to be an intellectually and to be honest, you have to say, look, let's give the other side steelman your opponent's argument and see if that sharpens up your own. So from my perspective, when people result as Dave Grush has, that these things are holograms and they travel at faster than the speed of light and they can manipulate space-time. I've heard him when he was on Joe Rogan speculating about this, tying in these loose notions of quantum mechanics and relativity and warp drives and all these other things.
He's a physicist too, isn't he, Grush?
No.
I thought he had a degree in physics.
I'm sure he's doing.
That doesn't mean he's a physicist.
Yeah, and he's not a pilot. And
right.
And I don't think that those things necessarily like Fravor. Oh, you're doubting a U.S. Navy veteran. I'm like, he has bigger balls than I do, but doesn't mean he's like better observer and analytic when it comes to data analysis. He did an eyewitness thing. Probably most courts, eyewitness reports are replete with being completely erroneous, misinterpreted. There are famous studies where there's like Stanford says a gorilla dribbling a basketball like between all these other people. You're just counting how many times somebody dribbles a basketball and the gorilla goes through. Nobody notices the gorilla. I mean, the fact that human beings are not considered as reliable as other forms of evidence in many situations leads me to say that, like, yeah, I'm just as qualified. I don't have the balls that David Fravor, Ryan Graves have, my friend Ariel Kleinerman. I have on all these guys. I haven't on David Fravor, Alex Dietrich. I mean, big balls, whatever she has, big ovaries. I don't have the courage. I didn't have the physical, mental abilities to be a pilot at their level. I fly little Cessnas around. But okay, so I stipulate that. But does that mean that you just trust whatever they say? I mean, are we in the stance? Are we going to take the stance that someone in the government is to be trusted? I mean, I always thought the government is to be suspicious of. Right? They covered up Roswell. They covered up all these things. Right. Kennedy assassination. So you can't have it both ways. I mean, at some point you have to look and say, what do the data tell us right now? And I'm always surprised on my channel how many people just assume that I'm working for big astronomy, or there's some conspiracy that I'm a part of, that like because I am skeptical of the existence. Look, I'll be honest, I'm skeptical not only of the existence of alien technology, I'm fairly suspicious of the existence of alien life, which is a prerequisite for alien intelligence and technology, right? So, and I've made arguments for that, like, was on Joe Rogan and Lex Friedman, but I'm not the final word either. So caveat emptor.
Why don't you believe that there's alien life? Or you said you have said before that you don't believe that there is alien life or intelligent alien life because
I'm careful about it. I don't say I don't believe. Like I say, I don't believe in gravity.
You don't either. Evidence. There's no evidence. That's right. But people like Jack Sarfati would say that there is evidence and they've seen it, and it's not something you can measure and test in a laboratory with beakers. It's something that you have to see. It's intelligence, it's police, it's investigative work, it's police work. Like it's something that scientists aren't going to have access to, and they won't be able to measure and detect, but it's something that exists because they've seen it, and they know that, if you have a security clearance or whatever it might be, it's verifiable. Okay. And it's there.
So I ask you, are you Christian?
I'm not really religious. Though.
You don't believe in God?
I mean, I believe in God. I haven't really explored it too much. I believe in something.
Yeah.
I don't follow a strict faith.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. You're not practice. I don't practice.
Right.
Fine. But people that believe the existence of Jesus Christ, not only based on the testimonies of the New Testament, but also because they've had personal revelation or they've been saved, salvation by works of Jesus that they ascribe to Jesus, right? Would you attribute those scientifically in any way? Would you say that their personal revelation of Christ, in their deepest, darkest moments, they're at the bottom of a bottle, or they're at the top of the world when they have a baby, or whatever? Is that a scientific claim, or is that a faith claim?
It's not scientific.
Right. So in that sense, that's okay, because faith is one thing and science is another thing. These things that they're talking about, that they've seen with their eyes or they've experienced, and there's some cover, those are also, now they're not only faith, but they're also saying they're scientific. If you're making a claim that there's objects, and those objects have traveled across interstellar distances, or as Tom DeLonge told me on my podcast a long time ago, that those things have come from forwards in time, backwards, I don't fully understand.
Right.
And he can't prove it, and he has no chain of evidence that traces the alien spacecraft that he claims he has evidence of. He's lost the kind of provenance, as they would call it in antiquing. So at what level do you say, well, okay, that's now you're just talking about faith, which is fine. You can talk about faith all you want, but faith is almost like taste. Like, I hate fish. There's no much, you could take me to a seafood restaurant down the street and tell me how great this thing tastes, and I'm going to say, I don't give a crap. I'm not going to eat that thing. And you could say, even as people do, it doesn't taste like fish. I'll say, you know what else doesn't taste like fish? A freaking hamburger doesn't taste like fish. So I'll just skip the middleman and I'll have my own hamburger, right? So there's no amount of that that will convince a person to believe based on your faith in something else, which may be very visceral to you. It may have saved your life, or it may have, made you a better man. But that doesn't have any effect on other people. And science is about the determination of rules and patterns throughout the universe that hold throughout the universe. The Copernican principle states the universe doesn't care who you are, where you are, what you're made of, what day it is. If I drop the gift, I'm going to wish you a happy Hanukkah. So I brought you a gift. So I got you 2 gifts, 3 gifts. So this is your gift for early Christmas because I want you to keep your anus clean.
Your anus. So
So I got you.
Wow, this
So
is amazing.
You got to share with Steve.
Oh, Steve, we can keep our anus. We can bleach our butthole.
Your anus. You know that NASA's considering changing the name because it's so embarrassing to say your anus, right? They've commissioned a panel.
That's beautiful.
They've come up with the following term: your rectum. So, and I'll tell you what this is for now. But if you look at something that is portended, sort of masquerading as something that could be scientific, forces, fields, life in the universe, all these things are contingent upon the existence of life, which is a physics question, a biology question, evolution question. And so they're saying, here's this thing that interacts with some people, but not others. Well, that violates the Copernican principle. Sorry, I'm going to have a big problem with you if you say that, like, there are only certain people that could experience it. So what good is it? So in other words, only the people that want to believe it will see it, and only the people that already do believe it will experience it. That's not science. It may be some cult or some new thing. And you see a lot of the same types of behavior. People get very obsessed, almost cult-like, in their fervor for this. Jack is screaming out, why won't you listen to me? Why won't you? And I think he's suffering a crisis of meaning, and that, he wants to be accepted by as many people as possible. Well, how's that going to happen if you keep, solipsistically referring back to yourself that you could only be the one that can be trusted with this information, and you're the only one that could see it, and nobody, no matter how much, will ever get to experience your perception, your taste, your experience. So I feel like it's at the highest level, it becomes pointless almost to debate these people.
So what, in your view, what do you think explains all these things like Roswell and these things that these pilots are seeing on their radars and the sightings above these nuclear bases and all this stuff? Like, what do you deduce from that?
I don't want to avoid the question, but I'd say, like, why don't you believe in Muhammad? Like, why aren't you a practicing Muslim then? It's not fair, right? I mean, like, maybe you haven't seen evidence to believe. Like, it's not up to you to explain why you're not a practicing Muslim, right? It's up to me, if I was proselytizing as a Muslim, to try to convince you that actually Muhammad, the prophet, was this and that, and you should accept him, or Jesus, or whatever, right? In other words, my lack of believing it is not a statement about me, unless you say, like, well, what? In other words, how can I explain a billion Muslims worshiping Muhammad, Allah, and being like, okay, this is something that has convinced them. So now you're asking me an analogous thing, like, what explains all these things? Well, I don't believe that they're representative of a reproducible scientific chain of events that can be tested using the scientific method. If in fact it's true, which I don't know, but if it's true that they only reveal themselves to certain people in certain places or on nuclear plants, then I have to be very suspicious as a scientist, right? I mean, I'm a father, so I have kids, and I look at the kids, and if they say, like, well, I have an imaginary friend. Oh, what's his name? Well, you can't know, you can't experience him. So, but he's telling me to, like, steal money from your wallet. Like, okay, well, I would like to know more about that, because you're telling me that something is happening with something that I cannot have access to, because either I don't have clearance or the government's conspiring to keep me from knowing that information, et cetera, et cetera. So what is the information that's out there? It's too hard for me to kind of assess the credibility of what's been claimed by various people. As I said, they're much more courageous, they're much braver, bigger balls than I'll ever have, right? That's Grush, whoever, Fravor. But that doesn't give them any extra ability to practice the scientific method than I have. And when I don't know, I mean, it would almost be better for me, because you've investigated these more. I'll say why I think it's unlikely. I'll never say that they don't exist. I won't even say that what they're claiming isn't correct. I'll just say you have to ascribe a probability. And to me, the probability is very low. I can't say it's zero.
That they ever saw this stuff ever happen?
That there are actually, I don't want to say that they saw it, or that there are alien spacecraft from another solar system somewhere else in either our galaxy or another galaxy that has been collected by human beings on Earth.
Right. I'm not saying that that's what it is. I'm saying, like, Ryan, or the people that Ryan knows, or Fravor, the things that they saw, what would you imagine them being? Based on your scientific perspective and your back, like, you don't think that they're aliens from another galaxy. I don't think they are either.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think? What do you think the explanation for them is?
Well,
do you think that it's just a construct,
Well, so the name of my podcast is called Into the Impossible. Oftentimes people think it comes from the Sherlock Holmes quote, which is that, once you've excluded anything, no matter how crazy the facts that remain, no matter how impossible they are, that is the actual truth. And for me, the Into the Impossible comes from a different quote from Arthur C. Clarke. The only way to determine the limits of the possible is to go beyond the infinite. I have to ask, what types of phenomena are possible within the laws of physics that I am very, very conversant with? And what things would go, so to speak, outside the laws of physics? You'd have to ascribe things to that. So, in other words, how many improbable things does one have to believe to actually accept that these things are from another galaxy? That's a separate question. Right?
Yes.
So, what are they seeing? So, I will ask a different question. I'll say, what are plausible other explanations for what they've seen? So here's a statistic. When the planet Venus is visible on Earth about 9 months out of the year. 3 months out of the year it's behind the sun. It's too close to the sun. It's emerging from behind the sun. You can't see it. But 9 months out of the year. Not only in America, but throughout the world, the number of UFO sightings is statistically an incredibly amount more meaningful to be detected or to be claimed during the 9 months of the year when Venus is visible. It's extremely bright. If you've ever seen it, it doesn't seem to move. It seems to hover. Like the way the moon doesn't move when you're driving, the giant parallax. Same thing happens with Venus. It does change a little bit. It doesn't twinkle. It doesn't flash. And so millions of people, literally millions of people, report it when Venus is out. The number of UFO reports goes up dramatically in a statistically significant manner. Conversely, when it's not up, they go down. Okay? So that's an explanation for some things that people are seeing, right? So if you said every single one of those people, unless they're all right, then we can't believe in that being a UFO. Okay, so you'd be right. That's Venus, so it's not a UFO. We have a very good identification, and it's not even flying; it's orbiting. So other things that make me suspicious about these claims. A lot of them are by military pilots. So what do militaries do? Do they only have the best interest of their people at heart? Do the military ever use their own, and tragically and horribly use their own conscripts or volunteers? Do they only use them for beneficial purposes or for the actual missions that they signed up to do? Do they ever do psyops on them? Of course they do.
Right.
Do they ever abuse the power? The government ever abuse the power and abuse the people that are very bravest among us? Of course they do, right? Do they ever subject them to things they would never subject ordinary citizens to under the Constitution? Yes, they're exempt from certain things. They force them to get vaccines. They do all sorts of things, right? And so, could it be that they are maybe testing these powers? Absolutely. Right. Furthermore, what are some other types of technology? Do you think all technology that the U.S. inventory has or adversary governments have right now is known and is published in popular science? Hell no. Of course not, right? So therefore, there could be advanced technology that could have been basically kept completely clandestine until it was interacted with by someone who thought they were a whistleblower, right? So, and then, is it possible to maintain the conspiracy? It would have to be. I mean, David and others are alleging there's a conspiracy to cover up these things. And can the conspiracy be maintained over 8 decades? Not only between the thousands of individuals, you have to imagine. Let's say Roswell, even though I don't know it's not that. So don't blame me on the channel comments below when you like, subscribe, and comment. And don't find. I don't believe this, but let's just say basically something like Roswell happened, where there was a crashed spacecraft in 1947, which, by the way, occurred very close to the Trinity site, very close to military secret compound, and as are many of these things cited. Very few of them are cited over Manhattan, in the middle of the Thanksgiving Day parades. Occur in warning areas or military traffic areas. Even I, as a small pilot, am allowed to go into. So where the Tic Tac was seen was an area that's not restricted or prevented from access to. It's something I go into at my risk. I can get shot down. They actually use my plane as target practice. They don't actually shoot. But there's a little Cessna, and they'll practice locking on. Thank God they do. I want them to train. I want them to be the best freaking fighting force in the world. I love this country. I want them to be, and I want them to be protected. I want them to be safe. I don't want them to be experimented on. I don't have control over that. Right. But could they be being spoofed? Could this thing have been a drone? Now they'll say, well, it moved so fast, it can't be. Are there ways to spoof both optical sensors like the human eye, cameras? In 2004, Well, I gave this example when I was on Joe Rogan's show. I'll give it now because I don't expect everybody to listen to all my stuff, although I wish that they did. I said 1943, there was a great physicist, actually featured in the movie Oppenheimer. His name is Louis Alvarez.
Yeah.
And Louis Alvarez was just a genius. He and his son actually came up with the theory of how the dinosaurs were exterminated through this impact of a meteorite, and collected the evidence for what's called the TK boundary, the Chicxulub event in the Yucatan. And so he was just a polymath. He knew everything. But he was also a nuclear physicist. But he, in part, in addition to the Manhattan Project, there was another secret project led out of MIT. And it was to develop radar in partnership with the British. And it was to develop the first radar sensing technologies, early 1940s. And it was almost as important, if not, it's probably more important than the Manhattan Project. In other words, it saved more Allied lives, perhaps, it established protection. It allowed London to be basically saved during the war from complete, just utter annihilation.
Right.
So Alvarez was working on it, and in that time, it was just radar would be used. It would send up a pulse, and that pulse would bounce off an aircraft, come back down, and it would get reduced a little bit by each time it transmitted, something called the inverse square law. So the signal amplitude or the intensity decreases, the flux that you detect decreases as 1 over the distance to the object squared. So if I bounce a sonar or radar off of you, the intensity will decrease by 1 over the distance between us, say a meter away squared. And then if I move you twice as far away, it'll be 4 times lower. Okay. And then it will also get another factor because now you become another transmitter at the same distance. So it goes down as 1 over r to the 4th power. It's a very, very steep function. What Alvarez said, and the Germans knew that. So the planes coming towards them, and they would the Allied planes were coming towards the Germans. The Germans would say, "Oh, the signal's getting bigger as 1 over the distance to the 4th power," and then they could target it very accurately and send rockets, shoot it down, send out other planes to shoot it down. What Alvarez said is, "Let me do the following: as my plane is flying towards you, I'm going to transmit a signal to you." Okay, it sounds weird. Why would I transmit a signal telling you where I am? No. But he transmitted it at the exact rate of decrease that I would expect as if the plane were going away. So he started off with some signal at, say, 1 unit, and then he dropped it by the 4th power, and they were like, "Oh, the plane's going away. It's no longer a threat." Boom! And then they blew up the site with an what's called anti-radiation. So if you were a German, one of the most advanced technological, civilizations on Earth, you would be saying that object defied the laws of physics. Not only did we not see it, but we also had some stealth capabilities too. But it actually it moved faster than the speed of light, and it moved in a way that we can't understand. It was here 1 minute, but actually we thought it was there, but it was actually 80 kilometers away, and that happened in 1 second. That's microseconds. So it appeared to defy the laws of physics. So there are all sorts of things that they could do, especially during the military. Military are the least reliable in a certain sense because they're probably the ones that are most confronted with both the adversary's highest technology and their own friendly militaries, psyops and experiments on them and loyalty tests and all sorts of false flag events or colored wars, all sorts of things that they can do to sort of spoof and to train and to test the fighting force's readiness and their loyalty. And that's just a fact of life. So, and you have that. Is that more plausible, Danny? And I'm not saying I'm right. And again, I'm never saying this that I have the final word on it. Do your own due diligence. This is not investment advice. But if you look at the data, then you compare it to the alternative hypothesis. It's called the likelihood ratio test. This is what scientists do. You say, how likely is it that this vaccine is going to improve your life and prevent some disease versus it's going to kill you? And for most vaccines, it's very important to know that likelihood ratio. But you're always comparing the null hypothesis. Okay, the null hypothesis is this is not going to do any harm or any benefit. Or in this case, there are no aliens. Is my null hypothesis. Okay. Then take this ratio, and we can do a mathematical function that will predict what are the different levels. In other words, should it be 99% confident? Should it be 50% confident, which is almost useless? Or should it be 99.99% confidence? In hypothesis, it's called hypothesis testing. And then you have to question, what if there are aliens and you assume that they're not? So you get a false negative. Okay, so if Brian Keating is right, then I'm responsible for a huge false negative. Or if you say there's a false positive, you are claiming they're aliens when there aren't aliens. Those are both errors, right? In both cases, you're wrong. You'd like it to be there are aliens. If there are aliens, you detect that there are aliens. Or if there are no aliens, you rule out the existence of aliens. Those are the kind of correct answers. And then there's two different ways you can be wrong: false positive, false negative.
Right.
Which is worse? Like, you go to the doctor. The doctor says to you, Danny, you got cancer. Which would you rather have there be? He's false positive or false negative?
Right.
Right. So it's right. Yeah. But normally, what happens is you might get a false negative. Right? I mean, that's much more common because it's hard to see small amounts of cancer. It's also hard to see small amounts of UFOs. Right. And these things have been able to travel across interstellar distances. Right. And the old joke Elon Musk keeps making, like, why is the photo quality so bad? Why is the video, why is it so crappy? The cell phones have gotten so much better. I think I have some explanation for that, by the way. Or here's my other favorite one. And again, I'm steel manning my opponents, not my enemies,
right?
Just my intellectual opponents. I don't not want to believe it. By the way, let me put a pin in the explanation for why these things keep happening. But I and good physicists like that. Even people that aren't physicists that are skeptical, they Below. He's a good example. He's a skeptic. He doesn't believe, and he's got vested interest in millions and perhaps billions of dollars in the Galileo project and all the other things. And he'd be great.
I talked to him.
Okay, great. So my question is, who would be more overjoyed at the existence of some? I mean, whatever. If again, assume they're aliens for the time being. Have they led to the Independence Day like destruction of the Earth? No, right? We're still here.
Yes.
Maybe they're planning something, but like so far they've been benevolent or benign.
Right.
They haven't bothered us, right? Who would be more overjoyed with a race, a species, a civilization of technologically advanced aliens? Who would be more thrilled than physicists? We would be. I mean, you see how we get with like ChatGPT, which is like nothing compared to the kind of intelligence it would take to make an alien spacecraft that can traverse the galaxy and bend space and time. Right? In other words, physicists have a vested interest in aliens existing. In other words, I will say, I want there to be aliens to tell us about the physics of the 29th century. I don't want to wait that long. I'm going to live for another 50 years maybe. I'll learn as much as possible while I'm still alive. Aliens can help be the ultimate cliff notes to help me understand it. And so I have a vested interest in there being aliens, okay? But as I say, I'm skeptical about it, okay? Now I mentioned, there's kind of joke, again, in Elonism, gotta love Elon, but he's like, oh, these aliens are so advanced. They navigated from the closest star system, Proxima Centauri, B, traveling at quarter the speed of light, would take 25 years, and do untold damage, to whatever biologics are in there, and it would require, basically the warping of space-time to accelerate to these speeds, anything macroscopic like the size of a spacecraft, like a Tic Tac, almost an infinite supply of energy, propulsion, Safari warp drives, whatever you want, okay?
Yeah.
But they crash in the island of Catalina off the coast of Los Angeles. They like crash somewhere in Roswell. In other words, they're so skilled that they traverse the entire galaxy, but they can't. They're not real because they crash all the time.
I don't think that's what a lot of people believe. A lot of people believe that they're from here, that they're living under the oceans, and they're coming from here. They're coming into the oceans, and that's what Sarfati believes. That's what a lot of people I talk to on here believe. That they're not coming from other galaxies. They're actually here.
So like Atlantis.
Maybe Atlantis. I don't know, but they think that these things are coming from the oceans, and these things maybe live under the oceans, or they're walking among us, or maybe there are people that are out there like me and you, or Elon Musk, more likely, that are genetically also like this alien race, right? They look and talk like me and you, but they aren't. They don't look like the aliens we see in the movies, but they're technically aliens. Okay. And or this technology that's coming around, that's flying around, that they're seeing is not necessarily. It's not coming from another star system. It's coming from here somewhere, and it's remaining hidden.
I'm talking more about the types of alien, like the Roswell. Roswell, to my knowledge, is not from the ocean. It was from another star, Reticulum, whatever, Omega. So, but I just want to make a statement about that. If you do hear that, again, supporting the fact pattern that should be amenable to many members of the audience, and not to ingratiate myself, but because it's a legitimate, as a scientist, you should actually specify all the ways you could be wrong.
Right.
I'm telling you all the ways Brian Keating could be wrong. So in this case, though, those that say that it's impossible to believe that these advanced civilizations crashed, after navigating their whole way across the entire galaxy, right? No, actually, it's a very common effect. Something like 6 times. So I don't want to say this, jinx myself. I'm getting on a plane, an hour and a half. So something like 6 times, you're 6 times more likely to be involved in a plane that crashes upon landing than you are at any other phase in flight,
right?
Even though the fraction of that plane being in landing is only a few minutes or a few seconds.
Landing and takeoff, right?
Yeah, takeoff is also dangerous, but landing in particular, and it's the whole landing process, not just like touching down the runway. And these aren't fatal crashes. I mean, 90% of crashes people walk away from. Most commercial airlines, and please God, it should hold true at least through tonight when I get home.
Unless you're on that Malaysian flight with the UFOs that are.
Oh yeah, you were talking about that.
Yeah, we ain't got caught up in levels of drama.
I have not investigated.
Just don't even look at it.
When that was happening, it was right when the experiment described in my first book, Losing the Nobel Prize, we made the announcement on the front page of the New York Times that we discovered the origin of the universe as evidenced by these waves of gravity. And so, that was right when Putin invaded Crimea the first time, and when the Malaysian airline tragically crashed. So we shared the New York Times top billing with those events. Anyway, so it's not at all unexpected that if these spacecraft were traveling, that they would crash in the final segment. And to give the people like Elon to say, oh well, why is the video camera so crappy, and why is it that this, again, another thing. It's called the zoo hypothesis. These are just ways that you could evade the Fermi paradox. And so basically, Fermi paradox is a interesting scientific. He was a physicist, a theoretical and experimental physicist, last of the breed.
He was at Los Alamos too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a huge. He was one of the. He invented the first controlled chain reaction at the University of Chicago. At Fermilab is named after him, and people claim weird things in Fermilab. But the Fermi paradox is, the universe is so big, it should be competing with aliens. How come we haven't seen them? I mean, of course, a lot of people believe have seen them, and just it's being covered up. But the question is why, the video quality is so bad, or why they would choose to come here. When you think about, what is interesting about Earth? Is Earth interesting? Is that worth them coming to take a look at? A lot of people say no. And a lot of people, though, you look at how amazing life is on Earth and how amazing human beings are. To me, it would be a natural place for them to come visit. And so, when you think about, well, what interests them and why would they allow themselves to be seen? So there's something called the zoo hypothesis I mentioned. The zoo hypothesis is that they're here, but just like when you go to the zoo, you don't go and knock on the window of the gorillas and keep bothering them. Or Jane Goodall, the primatologist, and she would go to the Serengeti. She would go, "Hi, everybody!" Taking all these flash paparazzi type pictures. She wouldn't do that. In this case, let's say the aliens did come again. Don't believe this personally, or I don't have evidence for this, but if it were true that they left when they first discovered that human beings were alive and could produce things. The very first technological signature we blasted out into space was like the 1936 Olympic Games, something like that. The first widely televised, not over cable TV, but over the air, so it was free to propagate. Now they wouldn't see anything, or they'd see very little because most stuff goes under the ocean. So it was broadcasting through satellite into outer space. So 70, 80 years ago, they could have known about it. So what's 70, 80 years ago, what kind of technology do they think that we had? So let's say they start off, human beings over there, planet 3 Sol, it's in the solar system, it's green, blue planet, let's go there. They set off 80 years ago. They're looking at the technology that we had then, right? So they wouldn't say, we should make sure we cloak ourselves and are stealthy because they have iPhone 15s. They don't know about that. In other words, they left. They're not, they're the technology that then maybe as they travel, they could have learned about our technology as it keeps increasing, but not only at the rate at which we were broadcasting into the, they just learned about iPhone 15 when you and I did, right? Like 3 months ago.
Right.
So in other words, it's not surprising. So a lot of these things are, I think, basically pandering to they're not there here, so you can just dismiss it because the video quality is crappy. They wouldn't crash land if they're such expert pilots, and they wouldn't allow themselves to be seen. Those are completely illegitimate arguments against it, supporting a position I believe in, which I have faith in, or
right,
evidence for, which is that they don't exist. So I think it's important as a scientist to do that, and I think the more you talk to experimentalists, the better. People are actually building stuff, grappling with if you brought Edward Witten in here, I don't know if he could, turn on the Wi-Fi and get the Wi-Fi up to boot again. Theoretical physics is very different than experimental physics. They have a different skill set. It's much more like a mathematician. I don't think anyone would say, let's get the mathematicians in here. Although, people like Stephen Wolfram have done things with deciphering alien language in the movie Arrival. He was a consultant on that. So, and Kip Thorne, he's obviously did a lot of work in the movie Interstellar. So, yeah, these are things that are of interest, but I almost am betting against my own self-interest.
When you talked to Ryan, did he mention to you the thing with the cube and the sphere?
Yeah, I mean, he had said that that's what his fellow pilots had claimed that they had seen, and we're seeing on this continuous basis.
Yeah, so from what I understood was when they saw the cube and the sphere, they were flying, and then all of a sudden, they just passed this thing, and they said it was right off of their the left or the right hand of the plane, off the wingspan. They didn't necessarily see it.
That's not what I heard.
Oh, really? What did you hear?
Well, I asked him that specifically as a pilot. I was like, how close were these things? And he said they flew between us. And he said that multiple times. And I said, you have to be more clear. How close were you? Because one of my best friends, Art Kleinerman, is a Princeton physics graduate and a commander in the Navy. He actually was higher ranked than Ryan. They're buddies. He went to his wedding. And so Ryan was right there. And I said, when you guys are flying these formations, how close are you guys? He said, over a mile apart, typically a mile apart.
Really?
So 2 planes separated by a mile. That means the closest, that they could have been to this thing is half a mile. And they might have perfect vision, but the cube they describe is about a meter across, something like that, and the sphere surrounding it. I was getting myself, but I believe that's what it was, about a meter or so. So to the visual acuity to see something, imagine you've got half a mile, 10 football fields or more, and you're looking at the football. How could you tell the football was 1 foot big, or could you tell it was 3 feet big? If it wasn't glowing or doing something, it's very difficult to do. And again, no aspersions on mine. I think what he's doing is very important, and I also think that he is not claiming he saw it. It's just like Grush. Grush is not claiming he saw these things. He's saying he has knowledge of people that have seen it. And in the case of Grush, I don't know what his motivations might be. I'd love to talk to him. He seems like a great, again, courageous, valorous, patriotic, whatever. But he's not claiming these things. Ryan has a motive. He actually has a motive. And it happens to be a beneficent one, a good one, in that he's concerned about the safety of his fellow pilots, which actually made me a little bit suspicious, not of him. I love him. He said, to my house for dinner. I really enjoy Ryan. But he described, and we talked about it.
Yeah. You want it? Yeah, throw it up. Yeah, continue.
So Ryan didn't have this particular fact happen to him, but Fravor did. I don't know if you remember the interview when he did with Lex Friedman and others, but he said, he saw this Tic Tac, and then almost by the time he landed back on the aircraft carrier, his fellow pilots were just hazing him mercilessly, and he was outranking him. So I could understand a little bit of teasing or whatever, but they basically didn't believe him. And now Ryan's saying this is happening all the time off the coast of Virginia. By the way, they're both in warring areas, both in the same type of aircraft. Ryan's aircraft and the ones that have been seeing this have just been upgraded to a new type of camera. Right. Again, they use these cameras to lock on to see, they do everything from my friend Ariel, I don't think it's classified, like we talked about. He shot down an Iranian drone over the Persian Gulf during the Iraq War. They see these things all the time, and it was right after they upgraded the systems. Why do they upgrade them? They have to calibrate them, and they have to get better and better systems. Fravor's 20 years old now. I'm not 20 years old, and 10 older than the one that Ryan Graves is using. Squadron. So the question is, would they be, kind of hazing somebody? If indeed it was causing this grave threat, and something's happening all the time, why is it happening in these warning areas? Or why is it happening in places where they do training? It's not happening. Why aren't there, by ratio of proportion, tens of thousands of commercial pilots, private pilots like me, seeing it, reporting it. I could see if you're a commercial pilot and you report this. If you get hazed in the Navy, they're not going to kick you out. They're just going to put a fuzzy alien on your bunk. If you're in flying for American Airlines and you keep reporting this, you probably would get either put on psychiatric leave or something like that. So there's a big imperative to keep quiet probably for those people. But people like me, just private pilots flying. Sometimes I fly cancer patients to get treatments, and it's called angel flight, which is a charity people should be aware of. There's no incentive for me not to report this. There's no reporting platform that is as good as the one that Ryan's going to make with the Americans for Safe Aerospace. So there's a motive. It's a good one for him to do it. I think you have to ask, why aren't there more sightings by people that have no skin in the game? That's a question.
So this is an interesting article.
Yeah.
My friend Jeremy Reese pointed this out to me. Scroll down. Okay, so this is a patent, and this is a radar deflector that was used during I think it was developed during like the Bay Hicks to spoof radar.
Yeah, it's U.S. patent 2 million.
Yeah, so just can you zoom in on the text?
9 million.
Can you zoom out, punch in a little bit on so we can read it? Yeah. Scroll up.
Yeah, airborne paragraph.
Yeah, right there.
Reflectors on your bicycle.
Yep. High altitude balloons doesn't have, if any of the radar cross section metallic. Yeah. So it tells you the exact patent number.
Yeah.
And that thing looks exactly like
Yeah.
what they described.
Yeah. No,
The cube inside the sphere.
And here's another thing I can say with great accuracy. I guarantee that these exist. In other words, if you lived in a world where these didn't exist, say you get a letter from God, these balloons don't exist for benign purposes, for calibration and sensor testing. If you said that they're forbidden by every treaty on every country on Earth, like anthrax is, okay? Then you say, well, there's less probability, but there's probably still some left over. But now you tell me, which I thank you for. These are common. These are probably used by every military on Earth to train their stuff. I saw this video of like Ukrainian drone pilots that are dropping like tank shells, and they're so poor. The military is saying, I'm not going to take sides or whatever, but they have radar jamming, and they have anti-drone channel jamming technology that makes a fake drone appear.
Right, exactly.
They have this with like no money, and so I guarantee. So we are both in agreement.
It makes it look like a fleet is coming at you, and there's nothing coming at you.
Nothing comes. You waste all your attention, right? These warheads have multiple targets.
Right, and if you were to test this in front of U.S. military training site, and they just upgraded their radar, why would you want to be trying to test it?
That's a very good point. Yep. Appreciate that.
So that's sort of my belief as to what this thing is. I think it's some tech. I've read this book by Annie Jacobson called The Pentagon's Brain. It's all about the history of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research.
Oh, wow. No, I haven't.
And they have been testing things like Neuralink since the early 90s on like soldiers, putting shit in their heads that makes them immune to pain and all kinds of crazy stuff.
They want to make a super soldier.
They're making a super soldier, and they're pushing the limits. Like they're going into the impossible, literally like 30 years before the public hears about this kind of stuff.
That's it. Think about these other countries that have zero. Like you think Vladimir Putin really isn't going to try like much more advanced shit that we would never do.
Right.
Even with as despicably as we treated, my stepfather was in the Vietnam War, and he told me incredible stories in combat and outside of combat. They did horrible things to our soldiers, and our soldiers are like, some of our bravest people. Like two of my best friends are Afghan. They're both like permanently disabled. Marines, Army, infantry, and they were done for like bullshit reasons. They shouldn't have been in these wars. And so they took the best of America. And they do fucking experiments on them. They do this to this day.
Right.
But again, does that prove that there aren't aliens? No, of course not. You just have to be skeptical. And again, always look at the story. There are people that people say, "Oh, Michael Shermer, he doesn't want to believe in alien. He's got like what is the incentive for him not to believe it? He is, for people that dislike him. And he's a friend of mine. I've written articles with him. I've debated him. And we have friendly debate. So the point is, you have to ask, like, cui bono, who benefits? Why would you take this position? What is he covering up? Or Avi Loeb, I've seen, he's covering up for Avi Loeb has an incentive for alien, not only for his book deals and, becoming #1 bestseller again, but also just for his scientific, curiosity. This is a guy who's like dedicated his life now and his career and his reputation towards like not only seeing the existence of other aliens as a plausible proposition, but that maybe, as he claimed on my podcast this week, that alien, something from another alien civilization, potentially with materials that indicate it's come from outside of our solar system, crashed in Papua New Guinea, and we can go and retrieve it and see if it's actually from metallurgical processes, not natural cosmic ray spallation.
Father.
Right. Now, like getting back to this whole thing, when I start to see the New York Times and the Pentagon start to corroborate these stories in lockstep, that's when I really start to question it. And when it comes to these videos like that they released, right? They Go Fast, the Gimbal, and I forget what the other one was. I was talking to Ryan. Who named those videos? Who came up with that name, Go Fast? Who came up with that name, Gimbal? Because those pilots, I know the pilots did not.
Yeah. So one of the so there's a set, and again, talk to Ryan, talk to my friend Mario, but there's a set of military. So after a flight, every plane that flies for 1 hour has a scrutiny around it of about 10 hours just for the debrief. So when they come back, they land on the carrier or they land at the Air Force, and they debrief the flight every single minute, because every minute costs about $8,000 in total investment for every single plane. Imagine how much money we have. Right? And then there's 10 hours of maintenance for every single plane that goes out. Right? So that's separate from it. They review all the gun cameras, they review all the sensor data, they review everything. People pour over it. And there's some analysts, who, in the past, before we had drone operators, there were people that were officers that would be intelligence officers, and they would review stuff. And then, like, when they would review it, they'd listen to something and they'd just name it. So a gimbal is just a camera on a platform, like a GoPro, or not a GoPro, but, one of those stabilized things. Yeah. And the other one, Go Fast, I think one of the pilots says, "Oh, look at that thing, it's fast," whatever, and then they just call it that. Then there are other ones that have been, fairly, like the Boca and those ones. I mean, this guy, Nick West, the triangles. A lot of those things are artifacts of cameras. Yeah. So the question is, can you explain all of these things? And my colleague and actually mentor and president of Simon's Foundation, David Spergel, was the chairman of the NASA Committee on UAP research that we announced its findings this past summer. And I think that they said some very large fraction was explainable by natural events, but there's always going to be that 12 to 30% that's not explainable. And the question is, at what level do you start to ascribe conspiracy, cover-ups, versus the honest admission of a scientist? The three most important words that any scientist must be able to say. And if they can't, they're not a scientist, and that's "I don't know." And that's, again, getting back to our friend Jack. He'll never say that. Never said I was wrong. I don't know. Right. It's always I know, and the idiots aren't listening to me, and you're a schmuck.
Yeah.
And so good luck. You're not gonna really get too many takers.
Yeah. And if the government's been lying to us about this or covering it up for 80 years, what makes you think that they're gonna all of a sudden come out and want to tell the truth?
Yeah, or that the cover up that lasted for 80 years of durability, once it does crack, there's not a flood, that everything doesn't come out. I mean, the question of that,
like they're not controlling.
Yeah, that they have such power to control for generations, like multiple generations. And by the way, it's not just like, the guy who saw the spacecraft crash in Roswell. Okay, what do they do? Just think realistically. What would they do? Just again, Roswell's my paradigm. I believe anything legitimate about it being bodies and spacecraft and whatever. It could have some. It could not, right? But some general knew about it. Okay, some farmer discovers it. Then they call the military base nearby. Then they send out a truck. Then there's 4 guys on the truck. Then they drop the truck. Has a crane operator on the back. Then they drop that, they pick it up, they drive it to the warehouse, and they store it in the warehouse, and somebody has to guard the warehouse. The warehouse has to be climate controlled, then it has to be and then you have to do all this paperwork. And then take all those people that I've already named 10 of them. Take all those people, they have 10 people in their lives, kids, brothers, sisters, wives, husbands, whatever, 100 people. Just in generation 0, the first time that these people were discovered, right? 1947, correct? And then they have kids, and then those 10 people have kids. 100 people have kids. It becomes enormous. And to say that all of those people have not, spilled the beans, if you like, is the biggest story in humankind's history, right? Yeah, this is so much bigger than even the tragic assassination of JFK. It affected one person. Obviously, tragically, a huge country was affected by it, but it was one person, and that's so it's relatively easier to cover that. Even that hasn't been effectively covered up for very long, right? With government mandating that you can't open up the official records for 50 years. Right? So, yeah, it stretches the mind. Doesn't mean it's not true.
What is it that Eric was harping on so hard on? I don't know if it was on Rogan's podcast or if it was with that guy Jesse Michaels, but he was talking to Hal Puthoff, the ex-Scientologist guy, and also most viewers from SRI. And they were talking, and he was basically explaining how in the 50s, I think it was Ed Witten's dad, they were making a lot of progress on anti-gravity, and then all of a sudden the research went dark, stopped. out of nowhere. So was he alluding to like the government took it over, or like it went dark, meaning like it went dark under like a special access program or something?
Well, yeah. So it's not really clear. Eric has an incredible ability to kind of explain things, to be curious, to illustrate things with amazing analogies, and with a commanding knowledge of history, and a commanding knowledge of mathematics and physics. So Jackson, he's just a mathematician. He's much more. He's creative. He's generative. But what he's not good at doing is like writing stuff up in a freaking book. So I'm like, Eric, you've got 7 books in you. Help me help you write a book. Put these ideas into place, because you can't just like every time you go on my podcast or Jesse's or whatever, have these statements or Rogan's. There's no durability to that. And I actually told this to Rogan about motivating him to write a book, because I was going to go back. I was episode 2023. It's easy to remember. I don't know what the hell episode, the first time Eric was on. No one's going to go back and watch Eric the first time he was on episode 1432. Yeah. So if he wrote a book about it and wrote, summarized the coolest topics in aliens and psychedelics, Joe always, no matter what, you're going to talk about psychedelics and talk with Joe. But just like the story, it's one into a chapter. He doesn't have to write it. Billions of people would write it for him for free. Anyway, Eric has to do the same thing. I'm trying to get him to do it. We'll see if that will actually work. But what he was saying about this gravity program, there was in North Carolina, UNC, I believe it was, and Research Triangle area. Ed Witten's father, who wasn't really, he was a physicist of some renown, but not as great a renown as his son, who's a mathematical physicist, right? Anyway. But they had working on what's called the Gravity Prize, and they had money and incentives, and there was some papers apparently written about anti-gravity. And I was joking, I tried to find those papers. They're so good, I couldn't put those anti-gravity papers down. So anti-gravity, Danny, come on. You can't put it down. I gotta bring the dad jokes, brother. You don't let me one dad joke on this love beloved podcast.
The best thing I've ever heard is the term Jew Nersey. I really appreciate you saying that in Julie's podcast.
That's right.
I won't let that go.
Gotta give him some So yeah, allegedly, according to Eric, they had this, and now Eric has found some material, that he claims Australian patent, and this is stuff that Grush had mentioned on Joe Rogan's podcast, and it does relate, and I think they did bring this up. But again, as I asked you earlier, and I think you answered properly in a certain sense, like, is the technology that's needed to do these things, you're really prejudiced if you say that, that it's necessary to have new laws of physics that we don't understand. This is Eric's claim, actually. He actually believes that the only way to get off of the Earth's surface and make it to and to instantiate a second cosmic home is not with a chemical rocket of SpaceX. It's to change the laws of physics.
Is that changing the laws of physics, though, with some of the ideas of having some sort of, like what Bob Lazar explained with his basketball reactor that was powered with element 115, I think it was. And he says basically, like, tried to touch it and it, like, repelled his hand off like a magnet. And if you had something like that and huge diagrams of it, of how basically it creates this field around the aircraft to where it's, when it's moving like this, it's falling through space. Like, it's almost like if you drop something, it's moving that way.
All right. And these are his ideas, or something he claims he made, or it could be in person. I mean, he's not a great physicist. He's not a physicist.
I don't even think he is a physicist,
right? Sometimes he's a pilot. But then there are all these questions that he really attend. Did he have all the credentials that he claims that he had? Did he see the things or have access to things?
But like, even people like Jeremy's an amateur physicist too. I mean, he has a bachelor's degree in physics. Yeah. And he's like studying all this stuff, and he says that doesn't defy the law of physics. It's just creating. You need a high amount of energy to do it, and it said it's important.
Right, either a large amount of energy or a minuscule amount of energy in an infinite amount of space. So we do know about anti-gravity. It's called dark energy or cosmological constant. It seems to be the force that's causing galaxies to accelerate at greater and greater degrees with every passing day. Something that won the Nobel Prize to 3 of my friends, and I've had them all on my podcast. And it's as well-known a phenomenon as exists. But the problem is that energy level differs from the so-called zero-point energy level by something like 120 orders of magnitude. And the kind of characteristic energy scale that we see, that we know about, that pushes galaxies apart, perhaps inflated the universe at early times, those things related to so-called zero-point fluctuations, Casimir effects, Curie, warp drives, and they're infinite, almost like you say, almost near infinite amount of energy. So it's not only manipulated. We have no way to like say use the energy of the acceleration of space time. We can't do that. There's no way to couple into it, and we actually know extremely little about it. So the question I always have is, okay, so now you've got this theory of this which no one has demonstrated except for the cosmos at large, which is again resulted in at least 3 Nobel Prizes so far. That nobody else knows about this. That like, what would be the incentive to not expose this, to get credit, to win a Nobel Prize, to make millions and billions of dollars? Why would this not be more? Why is Bob Lazar is like not a scientist, not military trained? What is the incentive to believe such a person other than you want to believe it? It sounds really plausible. Yeah. It sounds cool. It could explain things that you have no access to. And so tying together like a whole bunch of things that are each incredibly improbable. The U.S. government has conspiracy. These craft that travel great distances. There are new laws of physics that they operate by. Doesn't make it more credible. It makes it much, much less credible. If you multiply probabilities, which is how they add together, if you like, you multiply it. Like you have a 10% chance of it raining. My flight 10% chance of leaving on time if the rain is being up here, and then there's a 1% chance that the Uber driver will be on time to get me here, which hopefully will be coming soon. And not that I don't enjoy putting my kids to bed.
Jesus Christ, it's already 2:30.
Well, time flies, but putting these things together makes it less likely, not more likely. And that's the thing that kind of just goes, and gnaws at me when these things like, okay, to explain that, now you need a really impossible thing, which is the laws of physics have to be unknown to us, new laws that these things can manipulate, which again would be fascinating to me. But let me just double click on that for 1 second. It's been said that like the laws of physics lead to new types of technology. That's kind of the syllogism that people are using, right? These aliens, if they had the laws of physics that permitted anti-gravity, right, that you could extract some technology from it. That technology in turn would be used to get to the Earth from Proxima Centauri. Right? That's sort of an argument that we use, right? It's a way to explain how they're here, right? Because our current laws with chemical rockets and biological aging processes of DNA, right, do not permit us to get to any solar system, right? And so just using and that's the only life form we know exists, and that's the only physics we know exists, right? The known laws of physics by definition. So in order to get but I ask you, did we use to get let's say the most advanced thing that humans have ever built in terms of laws of physics? Let's just say it was the Trinity bomb, it was the atomic bombs that we used. Right? Did the scientists that were working, you saw Oppenheimer, right?
Yeah.
So I did an explainer video just as a small advertisement because people are more interested in the physics. And there's almost no physics in that movie, right?
Right.
But so I did a video called The Physics of Oppenheimer, or Professor Explains the Bomb. So if people are interested in the hardcore physics and the history of it, they can find that.
It's on your YouTube channel.
It's on my YouTube channel. So, but did they look at the laws of physics? Like, was Oppenheimer, was he a physicist in the sense that, like, he looked at the new laws of physics, and then from those laws of physics came up with technology? Or was he mostly an engineer? Like, remember the big process of marbles and plutonium versus uranium? It was a technology trend. It was a technology problem. We had to create the Oak Ridge National Laboratory, Hanford nuclear sites. We had to do things to produce a yielding, like what Iran is doing now. Iran is reputedly building a bomb, right? Are they using the laws of physics? Are they going back to quantum mechanics and solving the Schrodinger equation? No, it's a technology, right? My point is not enough to say that like the laws of physics have to be manipulated. You also need a way of improving the laws of technology to extract those laws. It's often said, well, your computer screen, the internet in here, the camera sensors, those are based on semiconductors. And that's true. Semiconductors are based on the laws of quantum mechanics. The very first transistor, nobody looked at the laws of Schrodinger, which is really what governs a transistor equation, and more advanced statistical mechanics, but nothing like group theory or string theory was needed, right?
Right.
But even they didn't use the laws of physics to invent technology, which was the previous most advanced technology, or actually came after the nuclear bomb. So all this is just to say that having new laws of physics, I don't think it's even necessary condition for aliens to be here and have new technology. It's certainly not as sufficient, if you just had new laws of physics. And so, like I said earlier, if I told you string theory had been invented on Proxima Centauri B, would it matter to you? Let me ask you this question. let's say aliens invent metallurgy and chemical rockets, okay, that for some reason can advance them, to very high velocities, or their biology allows them to live for trillions of years. If I said they invented that, would you say, well, they still have to invent string theory, or they still have to invent, warp theory, or whatever Jack has? In other words, what was more important, the technology or the pure science, the applied science or the pure science for teleporting?
So applied science.
Exactly. So these things about the anti-gravity conference of Ed Witten's father in 1913, so are these questions of, relevance to the discovery of evidence for aliens being here on Earth? I don't know. I don't know that it's so important. So let's say they were doing anti-gravity research, whatever that.
Right.
I'm sure they don't have any anti-gravity technology right now.
That would
Can you point? Yeah, flubber.
I mean, what Fravor said that he saw, right?
So
that
Fravor
sounds like
also-
anti-gravity.
So I don't know anything about this. So Fravor, the pilot who witnessed with his eyes the Tic Tac, also has knowledge about. You sure it's Fravor and not Rush?
I thought Fravor was the one who saw the Tic Tac.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he also claims that he has saw separate evidence, or you're saying the existence of the Tic Tac moving the way it did.
Moving the way it did, that would be anti-gravity, right? If it bending space up. So if there was something in there, it would turn to gelatin if it was not anti-gravity, right? If it could create a pocket where it just moves around and nothing is affected.
Again, so this is again synthesizing a whole bunch of claims that may or may not be related. Right? So that he saw it, that it was witnessed by other sensors, that the sensors weren't spoofed, because there are many ways to move. I can make something move, faster than the speed of light. You just give me a laser pointer, right? I mean, I can do it. I can have a signal that that changes faster, that doesn't transmit information. That's just a visibility, right? And who's to say that there's something inside there at all, right? And by the way, again, let's say these creatures are incredibly advanced. Do you think the first things that we sent to, will we know for sure?
They're definitely not. They're drones. They're 3D printed things. They're not human. They're not biological.
And the only thing that's biological in them are the fingerprints and the exhalation. I had Craig Ventnor on, who was the man who sequenced the human genome for the first time 25 years ago. And he was saying there's already Mars is covered in human shit. Because there's just like no way in the International Space Station and all of it when they use the bathroom, they vented to space and they found the outside of the space station is covered with the human microbiome. And he studies, so it's like already we've contaminated it. Now my question is, I like to do this as a thought experiment. What if I told you that there was life on another planetary system? It's a multi-planetary system like ours is. Okay, so it's a star system. It has a type G2 subdwarf yellow star, just like our sun, same size, and it has 2 planets in the habitable zone. You're familiar with the habitable zone, right?
The Goldilocks zone.
Goldilocks zone, exactly. I told you there's 2 planets there, and good news. One is teeming with life. Life everywhere, life in underwater oceans, ice caps, even in the atmosphere, there's life and so forth of this planet. There's another planet we haven't had time to slew the James Webb Telescope over to take a peek, but we want to ask you, Danny, what are the odds that object has life on it?
The one right
Just
next to
life.
it.
Yeah. Not technology, not the
I would say there's gotta be a high likelihood.
Very high, right? So I submit to you, this is another gift for you. This is a chunk of the moon.
The moon.
I gave Joe Rogan a piece of Mars. I gave Julian just a crappy meteorite.
I get a part of it.
You get a sliver of the moon. Just because I forgot. Sorry, Julian.
Thank you.
Next time I see you, brother, I'm going to do it. But Julian, you know that Danny let you have the first dibs on me.
That's right.
He got such a bump.
I let Julian scoop me.
That's right. He let you get the scoop. So I had to give him a little bit better Hanukkah Christmas present. Okay. So how did that get here? Besides me bringing it here, how do you think this thing is here?
The moon?
Yeah. How do you think that piece of the moon got here?
Panspermia.
Panspermia, right. So most people say, oh, you went to Houston. If you do that, so if this were collected by an astronaut, I would be in jail. And you would be an accessory to murder. And Stephen up back behind the curtain would also go to jail. So accessory to felon, right? It's a felon to have own possession of a fragment of the rocks that were collected by the Apollo astronauts. But NASA and the U.S. government doesn't control gravity.
So where was this found?
This is found in Northwest Africa. I'll send you a piece of I'll send you some information.
And how do you know it's part of the moon?
So it's the exact chemical composition has been acquired for it. And this is what I want to do.
It's been compared.
Yeah. So for your audience, I like to do a giveaway for your audience too. If you've made it this far, so go to briankeating.com. On my website, there's a giveaway. I give away one chunk, sometimes of these, but always every month I give away actual meteorite. And of meteorite, we had it chemically analyzed with X-ray fluorescence spectroscopy, blasted with X-ray, and you'll get a printout of the chemical fingerprint of these meteorites. And if you have a .edu email address, if you're in college or grad school or professor or whatever, go to briankeating.com/edu and you're guaranteed to win. So ordinary people that aren't in university, I'm trying to kind of give back to the university system. So briankeating.com. Other ones go there, and I'll send you the information about that, and I can send you information about the moon rock that I gave to Danny. I can't give you any information about Uranus. That's a private thing. So that got here by gravity, right? So impacts hit the moon all the time. They impacted Mars. So I gave Joe Rogan. I gave him a piece of Mars. Martian meteor, right? Yeah, I think he probably smoked it or something. I know. Yeah. But the Mars meteor, Mars, the Earth, the Moon, they all exchange material for billions of years now. So the fact that Mars is a cold, dead place, as far as we can tell, doesn't mean it was always cold and dead and lifeless, but it is in the habitable zone. Water can be in liquid form there. There's ice underneath. They actually think there's ice underneath the surface of Mars. Avi Loeb thinks there are caves with lava tubes that could have, he's like, there could be aliens there. Yeah. So all these things point to a very important conclusion, which is that the exchange of material throughout the solar system is ubiquitous. The lack of life should be used as some piece of evidence, not proof, but accounting for in the likelihood ratio test that I told you about earlier. You should be able to ascribe some probability to the lack of existence of life and its fecundity throughout the universe based on the non-observation. And the only planet that we know could have life in our solar system, for sure. So, yeah. So anyway, these things are great. They're fun to talk about. I think it's always, people get almost emotional and a religious capacity. They definitely do. People believe that, and the core fiber of who they are is their identity. It's very hard to change someone's identity. If you ever had a Jehovah's Witness come to your house, right? Out past an LDS church on the way over here, right? Like, okay, I'm pretty thankful, where I'm at right now. I don't need it. But if you say to them, tell me about aliens, I guess some Scientologists, maybe we shouldn't talk too much about it. It's around here, right? Isn't Clearwater not too far from here?
We are literally 10 minutes away from the headquarters of Scientology, where L. Ron Hubbard parked his pirate ship.
His spaceship. Right?
Yeah.
Cthulhu or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, it is very religious. And even like I was talking, me and Steve were talking about it earlier, like even people that are in like positions of authority in government or even in NASA or NRO or some of these agencies, a lot of them, because of their position or where they are in the hierarchy and what they know, like the information that they have that's classified that no one else has, right? They sort of, that is meaning in itself. And if you are one of these people, I mean, a lot of these really smart people are antisocial. Yeah. And introverted, very high IQ, antisocial, introverts, and they know things that many people don't know. You wake up, no matter what, even if you're a plumber, you got to prescribe some sort of a meaning to what you do to get up out of bed every day. And some of these people at a very high level, they think, I've said it many times, according to my friend Paul Rosalie, is they think their lives are the Da Vinci Code.
That's right, yeah.
And when you start to talk about aliens and NASA and the moon being built by aliens and we only know what these things are, but you guys don't, it doesn't progress science or it doesn't progress humanity in any sort of real sense, right?
Threatening to take away or even question about their identity. It's natural, right? I mean, by the way, if you want to know how to tell when you do meet a scientist who's extroverted, you know how to do that? He'll talk to you and he'll look at your shoes when he talks to you.
Oh,
then 100% he is extrovert.
That's amazing.
Or she.
Right.
Discriminate.
Right. Well, I think your Uber's here, Brian. Thank you so much.
This is awesome. It's worth late.
Podcast. All the way from San Diego.
Come back in town and see my friend Jordan. I got these stickers for you.
Oh, we got stickers. Cool. Yeah. QR code stickers.
QR codes. You're watching out there. Get that.
Yeah.
Snap this picture. You go right to the website.
Tell everyone where to subscribe. I'll link your YouTube channel, everything below.
Go to my YouTube channel. I got a couple books out and got a chat bot. I'm having a lot of fun with AI and trying to figure out how to improve education. I want to bring the cost of education down 10x and spread it to the masses. Because I do think, the one way we're going to save the world is have more science, technology, and engineering and math. I don't think we're going to do it, as great as gender studies is, as necessary as it is. I don't think we're going to get to a place of protection. And it may be, who knows, these aliens. Right? It may be that Musk is wrong. It may be that he's right. We have to get off the surface of the planet, but maybe we have to do something to protect the planet that we're already on. I mean, it's a lot cheaper to save the planet you're on now than to try to find another planet somewhere else that you might be able to get to and die on the way to.
Right. I mean, just to save ourselves from another Chicxulub.
Yeah, that's right. Chicxulub.
Yeah, another Yum Dryas impact.
Yes,
like we want to make our species survive, so we got to get ourselves off the planet and figure out how to terraform Mars so we can live past all this. And then when the next
clean your anus,
when the next round of civilization rises on Earth, we'll come back in our spaceships and we'll confuse the shit out of them.
Awesome. Thank you, brother.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate it. All the CKY videos and all that stuff, Haggard, all that stuff, pretty much like defined our childhoods.
But that's a very depressing thing. Yeah. I'm just kidding, man. I'm kidding.
It is the reason I ever picked up a video camera, like ever when I was 15 and started doing. That's led to all this shit. And like, it is so cool to sit down and talk to you, man. It's unreal.
I'm grateful to be here. This is you guys have a really rad thing going on. And I look forward to making any reason to make it to Florida. I'd like to have a place in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. And I was telling him, time kind of slows down when you get here. Whenever I get off the plane, as soon as I walk off the plane and the air hits me, I'm like, I can breathe. So it's I really love coming here. But it's funny because the gravity and the magnitude of what that's produced from then to now and the amount of money that's generated off of like YouTube is insane.
Oh, dude, it's so crazy.
I remember being at Bam's house when he received his first check for the $1 million. I actually signed for it.
Really?
Off of, when they delivered the package. And the funny thing is, the irony is I had no idea what I had signed for. I was like withdrawing on from heroin, because that's how I ended up at his house. And in those CKY videos, and the part that I played in the very first one, or the second, whatever one I was in, second or third, I think it was the third, was Dooley, which was a drug dealer. And I was a shady drug dealer guy, which was ironically my drug dealer's name in Baltimore.
What's up, sweetheart guy?
Yeah. But at that point in time, there was no like internet sensation. There was no YouTube, and it was word of mouth. And it was just kind of sold out of skate shops.
Yeah, tapes. Yeah, how did that shit start to like catch fire? Like, I knew like you guys obviously were well known like in the skateboarding circuit, but like how it's hard to even fathom when you're making videos back then how you would get the word out or get people to start like sharing them. Like these kids, like everybody, all my friends would buy every single CKY. We would download, we would watch it all the time. Like how do people in Florida become so like obsessed with their stuff and find this stuff when it's coming out of like Pennsylvania?
For sure.
There's no internet. I mean, there is internet, but not really.
Not then. Yeah, it wasn't being used like it is today. I think, Bam was just really way ahead of his time. He had such this creative perspective on life. And because the majority of the people in the CKY videos weren't really skaters. There was a handful, but the ones out of Pennsylvania didn't skate. Gunn didn't skate. Rad didn't skate. Deco didn't skate. Rake didn't skate. Bam skated. And Maldonado skated. And then Bam kind of just showcased his other skater friends. Because he realized, I remember him saying, he's like, dude, skating's rad, but no one gives a shit. Like the varsity girl who's like gonna go on to become Miss America doesn't care about skating. Like, how do we make this cross paths? And he did that by just kind of adding these funny, stupid skits that was just really in at the time, and it kind of transitioned into a bigger world than just skaters. You know, it wasn't limited to just that, and then it was just kind of spread.
Didn't you get him into skating?
No, I didn't get him into skating, but I'm from Baltimore, and Bucky Lasik, who's another pro skateboarder, legend, totally. He's from Baltimore as well, and he was older than I am. And he kind of recognized, I guess, the talent that I had at a young age, and he took me under his wing, and he was the one that got me sponsored by PAL, and that's how my career into that world began. But before I really kind of started forging my own future in it, we would go to this skate park called Cheapskates in Pennsylvania, and I walked in and I saw Bam, and I'm like, this kid's going to be a problem.
Hey everybody, I just want to drop in to remind you all to please hammer the subscribe button below the video. That is the one thing that makes this channel and these podcasts grow and enables us to keep making more of them, flying in guests all over the world, etc., etc. Thank you to everybody who has been subscribing. It has been helping a lot. The reach has been growing. We're now up to 60% of the viewers of these podcasts are subscribed. There's still 40, 45% who are not yet subscribed. So if you're a regular watcher of the channel and you enjoy these podcasts and you want to help, all I ask is that you just hammer that subscribe button below these videos. Thank you again. I love you all. Back to the show.
For me, because we were just alike. We skated alike. We dressed alike. We acted alike. We talked alike. We were into the same kind of setup skating, transitions, contest skater, consistency tricks, and we became thick as thieves, best friends at that point. And he wasn't sponsored at the time, but I was already by PAL, and Bucky was pro. So he had asked us to try to help him get sponsored, and it didn't work out with PAL at the time, but nonetheless, every year we'd enter this skate contest called the Bricktown Skate, the NSA is the Bricktown Skate Park Contest, and either he would win or I would win. And one year, he was there, Bucky had went, and Bam was like, yo, where's Novak? And Bucky's like, I think he's on heroin. And Bam's like, what's that? At such a young age, he didn't even know what the word meant. And that's kind of where his career continued to excel. He became a household name with the CKY videos that then turned into, Viva La Bams later on. He pursued that route in life, and I thought it was a much more logical approach to pursue heroin.
Yeah. How did you first discover heroin? At such a young age. What were you, 16 or 17?
At the end of 16, turning 17, I was a fully addicted heroin addict. And early. Yeah, the progression took place way quicker than I ever anticipated it to do so. And at the time, I had no idea what was happening. Now, it's very evident and clear as day for me to kind of look back and recognize the synchronicity in life's events that took place that landed me there, then, and here now, right? I was genetically predisposed, right? My father was an addict. His father was an addict. My mother, my brother, and sister by a different gentleman have no issues. I, on the other hand, followed in the footsteps of my father and his father. That paired with I was kind of being groomed without me even knowing I was being groomed in that culture of promiscuous behaviors, addiction, drug dealing, drug using. I remember being a 6-7-year-old kid. My father, he never worked a day in his life. He taught me one thing, if and when I went to prison, how to conduct myself. And he ran with the Hells Angels. He was a pretty gnarly kind of guy. He was around just enough to let us know he was not around. I remember as a kid, my mother, right, she had just got a job at Mercy Hospital, drawing blood for $5 a pop, phlebotomist. And then she literally worked her way up the ladder to become a nuclear physicist on the board of Mercy Hospital. Pretty big deal. And so in doing that and pursuing that career, she was consumed by climbing that ladder. And my father, unfortunately, was the one that kind of took care of me. Not a lot, but when he was around. And he would take me to the strip joint, and he'd be in the back conducting business. the pre-dancing girls would put me on a stool at the bar and pour me shots of ginger ale and Coca-Cola. And you know what I mean? So I was just kind of like being raised in that world, which was rather ironic because one would think that like I'd recognize that this is not a healthy path to pursue, right? You would think that, but the reality is, as a matter of fact, I made it a point to excel at everything I did in my life to not become my father, right? Because Jerome was a great guy, my father. Everyone loved Jerome, but when he didn't show up at 5:30 to make dinner for us, and we heard him and his biker buddies pulling at 3 or 3:30 with keys at the lock, we shook like leaves. Because we knew what we were in for, and it was nothing that a child should ever have to endure. So you would think logically that I'd be like, whoa, drugs are bad, kid, stay the way. But I think paired with the genetical predisposition and being cultivated within that society.
Normalized it early.
Yeah, the disconnection from reality had already started taking place. Yeah. Paired with the fact that I was already a really successful skateboarder at such a young age. So from others' perspectives, from the outside looking in, it looked like there was a method to my madness, right? And at 14, I'm being endorsed by Gatorade. At 15, I'm touring the world with Tony Hawk. I'm ending up in Thrasher and Transworld. I have video parts in the PAL videos. Like I'm doing some pretty rad shit. Yeah. So like people are like, he's cool, he's got it. Like he wouldn't. And then I think when people started to take notice, I was so like disconnected from reality and or abnormality that it was like, how? And yeah.
That was so. Like, what year was that roughly when you started taking off in skateboarding?
So, dude, to put in perspective how my timeline of brain works is like my second book had come out a year or two ago, the sequel to Dream Seller. Mm-hmm. And my life for the better part of 18 years just looked like spring break on methamphetamine, right? Like I was just 24/7. So we went and hired this private investigator and we said, hey, I need you to dig up every arrest record, every confrontation with every police officer, every jail stay, every incarceration bit. And he looks at me, he's like, why? Most people try to bury this really deep. You're asking me to unearth all this.
I remember it.
Yeah, I know. Because like when I would see things like that, I could put in my mind where I was at that time.
Right.
Like my brain compared to your brain, two different brains. Here we go. Example A. Where were you at? Well, okay, here's where I was at. New Year's Eve, 1999. Right? Do you remember where you were at New Year's Eve, 1999?
No. 99, yeah, it was Y2K. Yeah, I knew I was at my grandparents in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Waiting for that ball. That was Y2K drop, right?
Yeah.
I have no recollection.
Okay, cool. So you're about halfway there with me. So I know exactly where I was at. I was at that point in time renting a room on the corner of Broadway and Eager in East Baltimore in an abandoned house from this crackhead named Slim who kind of took over the house, and we pay him $10 a night. I'm shitting and I'm pissing into a bucket, and it's freezing out, and Y2K is about to hit. So me and the two people I'm sharing that room with, Caleb and Alexia, we each get pillowcases, and we have a crowbar, and we're standing outside of the Rite Aid in East Baltimore. Because at 12:01, when the power goes out, we're going to rob it and hit the pharmacy of all these. And it's going to be like I've hit the Mega Millions. It didn't happen. I went to rehab the very following morning. That's how my brain. So you asking me a timeline's like, fuck.
I was just trying to like put it in my own perspective of like, because I remember when I was obsessed with all of this stuff. Like my life was skateboarding and watching skate videos, and it was like I remember I think it was the first skate video I ever saw was the Baker 2G video.
Yeah.
And then after that, it was the Flip Sorry videos, and all those videos, and the Piss Drunks dudes, and Ali Bulala, and these guys were just hammered, smashed.
Dude, I remember one time the Piss Drunk guys, they're all good people, and the majority of them are sober today.
Yeah, they're almost all sober now.
Dude, Bulala had a pretty tragic story.
He just came out with a pretty rad documentary. I have not seen, but I've seen pieces of it. Have you seen it?
Yeah.
I love Ali. He's a great guy.
Cool.
Shout out to Ali.
Super cool.
But they came through it. My very first tattoo of all my tattoos, and I'm pretty covered, is this one right here. and it says no more fucking heroin. And I didn't get it. Like, I got it, but it wasn't by my design. It was when Bam brought
it was in the video, wasn't it?
Yeah, he talked about it, and I couldn't stop getting high, and he was doing the best that he had with what he could do, and he's like, the next time you get high, we're gonna get you a tattoo, and it's gonna say no more fucking heroin. And next time you want to get high, I want you to look at this tattoo, and it's gonna stop you.
Yeah, of course that's gonna work.
Yeah, you fast forward, I didn't get sober till 2015, so you can do the math. I know that timeline. It's fucked.
Oh my god.
But that was my very first tattoo, and the Piss Drunk guys came shortly thereafter, and Andrew and Ollie, they were like, dude, raddest tattoo ever, you're coming on tour with us. Bam's like, no, he's not.
Dude, that was so ingrained in the culture too. It was just like, for me, I was like probably 16 years old watching these guys just get hammered and fucking jump down 20 stairs. It was like inconceivable to me. And then there was that kid, Knox Godoy, and he was like 15, super young. He was like drinking 40s and like,
where's he at today?
I have no idea.
I saw some. He's still skating, I think. But it's crazy to see him grow.
I remember him
the
picture of the kid. Yeah, I remember him from the Baby G video, like screaming at the camera, like cussing at the camera, and then it's like he's like following him, but he jumps down like a 12 stair or something.
I love watching the transition because I always wondered, like, how's Andrew gonna carry it? Like, he was the Piss Drunk guy, and that was some rat. For me, my favorite style of skating, and still always will be. Him getting sober, like, and still that being like the pinnacle of everything for the Baker at that point in time. How's that going to transition? And he did it so beautifully. Like, he wasn't like, oh, I'm sober, this isn't the way to go. He just let like the newer, younger crew kind of forge
just let
their own path.
still show for it.
Straight up. And if that's your deal, that's your deal.
Yeah.
And that's what skateboarding is. It's individuality. Individuality with like kind of a. I actually really, give all credit to who I am today, the life that I live as a direct result of skateboarding, right? Like, skateboarding with my sobriety, with my work ethics, with what I've been blessed to create. And it's, failure is not an option, and no is unacceptable. And think about that. A skater will try a trick for days, weeks, months, years.
Yeah, same
like,
trick.
Over and over and over. And that's literally how I've got to where I'm at today.
Dude, and how old are you now?
44. I just
you're still ripped, dude. I was looking at your Instagram.
Check this out. I'm putting
good.
this. I'm gonna post this in a couple days. I'm gonna give you a sneak peek. I'm so stoked on this trick, dude. Check this bad boy out. It's worth it.
Smile. Hey, you're on TV. That was a good joke.
Holy shit, that was sick, dude.
That I fought with that thing for a minute.
Where is that at?
My buddy's mini ramp in Baltimore, 410 skate company,
dude,
Matt
that
Martin.
was sick, man.
And it's just a sick ramp.
Was it Switch 5.0?
No, it's just just a frontside 180, like fakey nose grind and then bringing it forward. Very like Bob Burnquist kind of deal.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I love that, man. Love the mini ramp.
But dude, skateboarding is like, I just realized, you would have thought that I came to this realization years ago when I did it like full time for a living. But I didn't. I didn't realize it until I just put a part out not too long ago, and I'm 44. My brain says that I'm like 16. My body says I'm like 99.
I feel that.
And I'm trying this trick, and I'm trying it. I can't make it, and I'm like so angry. I think I sprained my ankle. I'm like throwing my board, and I walk away and I don't get it. But it dawned on me, this is why I love it. While trying that trick, being filled with just frustration and negative because I couldn't land it. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. It shut this off. I wasn't thinking about work. I wasn't thinking about her, him, it. I was in the moment, like in it. And I
that's the best.
Spent a lot of money, went a lot of places, and just hung out with a lot of women trying to fulfill that void. And skateboarding. And I realized that at 43. Like think about it. It's so like, everyone tries. I think. I mean, I really try to be in the moment, and it's fucking difficult.
No doubt.
Yeah, man, that's therapeutic. They also do that. And you can see, I mean, even with Bam, you can see on his Instagram now that he seems like he's skating more. And I don't know anything about, him or what he's doing, but it seems like he's got like his shit together more, that he's actually like trying stuff now and like skating and landing shit, posting on his Instagram. It's more of that like positive reinforcement.
It is. It's so good for the mental health. It is. And that's how I can tell when anyone in the skateboarding world is doing good or bad, whether they're actually skating, not just like, shoot a photo of me posing this strike, you can see that, but like, and that's really what it comes back to, everything. It's the behaviors, right? Alcoholism, addiction, shopping, gambling, food, porn, sex. That's the solution to the underlying cause and condition, the real root of the problem. The behaviors lead to those endings or solutions or narratives, if you will. So, I can tell by someone's behavior change or lack thereof where they're really at. So understanding that, I really don't need to hear much about what you have to say, honestly.
Yeah.
As long as I just sit back and and as a direct result of this spiritual experience that I have had, I'm just like insanely hypersensitive. I'm aware, I'm alert, and I'm attentive of my surroundings. Too much so, like hypersensitive. Like,
is it hard for you to get through life being sober and not do? I mean, you've said it a million times that you just love drugs and alcohol.
Yeah.
Is it hard for you to stay away from it? Do you think about it, or is it kind of like, no, you've sort of like hit a switch and now it doesn't really bother you?
Dude, I've had this like profound experience of this spiritual experience, and the definition of a spiritual experience is simply a psychic change, meaning that I, Brandon Novak, today no longer look at things how I did then during the CKY, the Viva La Bands, the Jackasses, and what that looks like for me is that, without trying to get all like fucking zen on everything here, my poison has become my medicine. Right, and I am like completely free from the chains of bondage of addiction and alcoholism.
Poison being sobriety,
just being like, yes, but in a way of like, it's so consumed to me that not only does it like save my life on a daily basis, it allows me the ability to get through to so many others.
Yeah.
Where generally we build this really high, deep, thick, unpenetratable wall, because the demographic or wheelhouse for which I'm most or widely known as simply addicts and alcoholics. And what are we? Defiant by nature, hate authority, refuse to conform, right? Because we possess this job that consists of knowing everything. So when you suggest what I should do to potentially save my life, I suggest like, fuck off. Because I know. And because of my story being so widely viewed, read, publicized in the public format, there's depth in weight. There's experience, hard-won experience that's earned me a position of understanding as opposed to being understood. So when I have the ability to work with somebody, they know that, like, I get it. Like, I understand it. I'm great at playing devil's advocate. And the beautiful thing about it is my life is just as, maybe if not more, consumed by drugs and alcohol today. But the only difference is I don't use them, and it provides me an amazing, beautiful, blessed life.
Yeah.
It makes no sense anywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
And it's nothing shy of a miracle and magical that only makes sense within the sober community of what at one point in time I looked at as like this fucking cult. Like, I wasn't buying what you're selling. I'm not drinking your Kool-Aid. I'm not fucking like, dude, I love life, and I don't want to live mine sitting in some weird church basement with these weird old people. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, then for me, the pain had just become so great. A whole lot of things aligned to where I was willing to do the unthinkable, which was like maybe conceive to my innermost personal self that, like, you know what I do know? That I don't fucking know. Because prior to that date, my resume stated that I did know some shit because I had done some things. So it's just such a mind fuck.
Yeah.
You know, how do I go from like being a pretty successful guy by an outsider's perspective to the reality of understanding that the very best of my thinking places me in a position where I'm walking into my 13th inpatient treatment center, and I'm standing in the basement with this weird 19-year-old boy as he's thumbing through a donations box looking for some used underwear. And I'm praying to God that he finds it. How the fuck did I get here? You know, like, 1 and 1 was not equaling 2, boys. But what I didn't realize then, because I was so consumed by the mess that I was incapable of seeing the message, that day that I thought was the worst day of my life, true story, has literally turned out to be the best day of my life. Like that day. And I've had some really rad days in my life. I've done some of the most amazing things, even under the influence, that I would never take back. But that day, legit, standing in my 13th rehab, a Catholic charities facility that cost me $2 to get into, I walked in with the clothes on my back, literally tied on by a shoestring. Everything I owned consisted of 8 scarves, 2 jackets, 3 socks, a stick of deodorant. It fit into this bag that doubled as my pillow, a needle, a spoon, and a restraining order. That's all that I owned, legit, and a passport, oddly enough. And I'm in the basement with this 19-year-old kid, and he's thumbing through these donation boxes looking for some used underwear for me, and I'm like, praying to God that he finds them, and he does not find them. But what he does find is a pair of size 40 women's sweatpants with no drawstring, a woman's tank top, and a pair of size 13 Jesus sandals, right? And
That's a hell of a fit right there, bro.
That's like Florida's finest, man.
Yeah,
No
for
disrespect,
real.
which is why I love
You
Florida,
fit
man.
right down
You
here.
just get in where you fit in here, but just some big Von zippers, I'd be
before.
aces. God bless Florida, man. But at the time, I was like, dude, like, I go from like skateboarder, jackass, Viva La Bam, you know, a New York Times author, like, who's done some shit, man.
Yeah.
And I'm in this basement with this weird boy fucking handing me women's clothes. And, like, how? I
What
didn't
happened?
even. And my father was like, you know what I mean? Like, I should have known. Look, I didn't end up in addiction. It's funny. I didn't end up in addiction because I took the short bus to school. Right? Quite the contrary. I ended up in addiction because I was too smart for my own goddamn good. And every time I'd land in a psychiatrist's office, a doctor's office, a treatment center, a 12-step program, in a seat that had the ability to save my life, I would outthink myself right out of it. I'd seen me do it so many times. And it's funny, because quite the contrary, and it just dawned on me, I didn't end up in recovery until I took the short bus to that meeting. I literally had to dumb my way into sobriety.
Wow.
Straight up.
You know, you had a really unique, it's like your perspective had to have been so much different than everyone else. Like, you were kind of unique in the sense because it was almost like during CKY and Jackass and Viva La Bam and all that stuff, you had one foot in this crazy fucking world with Bam and like the spotlight, the
Kingdom, for
and
sure.
then you had another in this fucking just hell.
Dude, I'm glad that you pointed that out, and it's really ironic because, shameless plug here, but the book that I was just telling you about, that I did the audio version for, the narration for the audio version, The Streets of Baltimore, it really chronicalizes that whole thought process of knowing that. Like, that was because no matter how amazing and beautiful the experience was and how much I loved it and wanted to take advantage of it, I knew that it was only a matter of time before I burnt it to the ground as a direct result of my addiction, because I was unable to control, it. When I am drinking and drugging, I lose the pleasure of having a say-so in any matter anymore. And I didn't understand it then. But my book is all, my life is all in retrospect. Live forward and learn backwards. Right. So now, when I had written that book, after I had made it through that, I could really see the reality of my situation. And truth be told, the reason why I ended up in those positions for so long is because I refused to give addiction or alcoholism and or recovery the time, attention, or respect that it deserved. Right. Because I knew, you know what I mean? Like, come on, like I wanted what you had, but I wasn't really willing to do what you suggested in order to obtain this new life that you had. There has to be a quicker, easier way for me to get there.
Right. It's gotta be an easier way.
Yeah, right. I was just too smart for my own good. I swear to God. I always say my life for fucking like 18 years was basically me rearranging the furniture on the Titanic. That could just be this whole podcast.
You knew it was going down.
But I always, with the best intentions, like, if I just put this here and you come here and she goes there, Mary, like, it's going to be different.
Oh, my God.
And I believed it. I really believed it. And then I'd wake up tomorrow, right, the behaviors. I'd wake up tomorrow and repeat yesterday's actions, and I'm stuck in Groundhog Day for like another 10 years. Like, that was legit it.
What the fuck is that Alf? I can't get over that Alf tattoo. It keeps drawing me to it.
Dude, so do you
What's
know
the story behind that?
Do you know? There is a story behind it.
I'm sure there is.
The creator of Alf. You're a fan of Alf, remember?
Oh yeah, I remember.
The creator of Alf, Michael, I think is his name, Michael something. You look it up. There's a book written about it called Permanent Midnight, which they then made a movie about it, and Ben Stiller plays him. But he was a strung-out heroin and crack addict while developing the treatment plan of Alf, which makes sense if you think about it. This weird shit. And watch the movie or read the book. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever read. And Ben Stiller plays it and plays a great drug addict.
Oh, wow, dude. I had no fucking clue.
And
that
he was
explains
like,
a lot. Well, because he was like an alien
from Mailbag.
Yeah, that's what
all
it stood for,
day.
alien life form. That's what Alf
And all I did was just like try to eat the cat, the family.
Yeah, it's such a weird show. That was when I was really young.
If you watch read the book or watch the the movie, it makes complete sense.
Oh my God.
So I ended up. That's not why I got this though.
Okay.
I wish I was that smart.
Story.
It's just aligned. But I was at this tattoo convention, and they're like, "Yo, we'll pay you to get a tattoo." I was a judge or something. Like, okay, and I think maybe Bam came up with the idea for Alf, and I'm like, all right, so I get the tattoo. And then these chicks come up like, we have some blow. You want to come? And I'm like, yeah. So we go out to the parking lot, and the security follows. People are following. I'm in the car doing this blow. And because I breached my contract, they never paid me for the convention or the tattoo that I was supposed to
You
get.
breached your contract for doing blow?
For leaving. And like avoiding my responsibilities of being a judge because chicks had cocaine. And that was way more important. Come on, guys.
Can't blame yourself for that.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. We all know how important it is to get the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep as we age. It's something I'm really passionate about and have discussed at length with doctors and nutritional scientists on this podcast. That is why I use Verso. Verso is a company dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products that hold the potential to increase longevity. I take Selfie every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD levels with powerful ingredients such as NNN, trans-resveratrol, and TNG. NAD Plus is arguably one of the most powerful molecules in the body, but declines with age. Keeping NAD Plus levels high helps guide longevity genes
you know that you're just talking to yourself.
Sirtuins are called longevity genes
Here. Somebody
by
was talking
activating
here as you
their
talk.
overall health and slow down aging-related effects by regulating important processes inside of cells.
So I talk for
High
the
NAD
pimp,
plus
because
levels
I'm
can
a
improve
pimp,
metabolism,
the West Side
repair
gangster,
damaged DNA,
the East
and
Side
ramp up energy
pimp,
production in your brain
the
and
West
muscles
Side
and
pimp,
muscles.
the
Now, you
East
can't
Side
take NAD
pimp.
plus as a supplement because it's too big for the cells to absorb. But NNN directly converts to NAD+, while resveratrol activates your sirtuins, which increases their attraction for NAD. These two molecules act synergistically and increase your NAD+ more than just NNN on its own. Verso also publishes third-party testing from each batch produced to absolutely guarantee you're getting what you pay for. Head on over to VER.so and use the coupon code DANNY, it's spelled DANNY, to save 15% off your entire order. Or just go to VER.so/Danny. Back to the show. What was it like
I gotta
during
take
like
a
the
poop.
heyday of
I gotta
obviously the
take
CKY
my
division first? That didn't really like that
I
kind of
gotta
kicked off
take a major
Viva La Bam, right?
dump.
Yeah.
You're right.
I
What
feel
was it
like
like
I'm
in the
doing a
heyday of
few
filming that
different
shit?
things.
Like I know I heard
I gotta
this
take
review
a
on that
major
guy
dump.
Calvin.
Allegedly.
And he
Look at the
talked
West
about all the
Side.
money they had, and just like every week they had an insane budget. Like
Walking
flying all
on
over the world, just coming up with
Tom
the craziest shit ever.
I'm walking on calm shores.
Yeah.
Whoa,
It was intimidating.
and don't feel
Very
good.
overwhelming because
Yeah. Hey, hey.
the very
And
first,
don't feel good. Hey.
MTV's budget was
Yeah.
stupid. It was
I'm
stupid.
walking
Like,
on
the very
calm
first
shores.
episode that I appeared
Whoa.
in was
I'm walking on calm
where they
shores.
demolished Don Vito's house and they like threw trash
I'm
through
walking
the
on
window.
calm shores.
It just like really demolished it.
And don't feel
I
good.
just gotten off a
Hey.
bus from
Oh, man,
Baltimore,
look at this
and at
move.
this point, I'm like
This athleticism.
clean,
This
but by
body.
force, not by choice. And
Gotta take
I've
a
burnt all my
shizzy.
options there, and I'm living
Look
in
at
this
this
like
move.
halfway house. I'm like the only white kid in this halfway house, and it's in the hood. And I was really just so confused about me and who I was. Like I had no idea or
That's
self-confidence.
got to be a weird situation to be in.
And then I'm thrust into there. I show up as this whole set. There's the cast. It's just
Shit everywhere, money
money,
everywhere.
filming, and all these professionals. And Bam's like the man. And I remember him as being this like little skate rat. And I wanted to be a part of it. And I knew Dunn from then. I knew Rab. I knew all those guys, but not in this light. And they like wanted me to be a part of it. But I was just like such an out. I was at that point in time. I was just such a stranger in my own skin, trying to figure out who the fuck let me in and why. And all I wanted was a release, which was like to get high, and that wasn't allowed. So it was just this
struggle.
Yeah. And then the producers, they didn't really want me in it because I just was like this odd like person that didn't really fit their storylines. But Bam kept insisting that I be in it. And we talk about all this in the streets of Baltimore, really get in the thick of it. But he'd like, write me in scenes, and then they cut me out when it made the editing, and just wouldn't. And that makes me even more depressed, and like just this weird little redheaded stepchild that no one was accepting on their end. Like Bam and Rab and Rake and Dunn and all those, they love me. But and then finally, I'll never forget it. The one day broke where like I said something, and it was like comical gold, and they all started laughing, and the cast, the crew, and like, and it was like the best day of my life. And right there, and then so that paired with the fact that I was Bam's best friend, and I could do no wrong, right? And now at this point, I was allowed to drink and do blow, but I couldn't do like any downers. Because then like, that's not cool. I'd steal your wallet.
Uppers are good.
Yeah, that's socially acceptable and like life of the party. When I'm doing downers, I'm gonna steal your shit. I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna disappear to Baltimore for like weeks. I'll possibly die in your living room. It's kind of frowned upon.
Yeah, a little bit.
But and throughout this time, starting to kind of feel who I am, a little bit more direction. I spent more time there, and I'm kind of just finding my way. But I'm just becoming such a major pain in the ass to the production team because like Bam would want me to do funny shit. They couldn't control me because I wasn't on payroll. I'm Bam's best friend. He's never. I'm like fuck you. Like I'll walk out like naked with a hard on jerking off if that's what like
You
I did that for one
to any
scene.
of those guys, but Bam just brought you along, so they had to deal with you.
Yes. So, but it's funny. I say this one line, and it was during one of the episodes, and we do this thing, and it's called like Maniac Pool. And it's me, Dunn, Rab, Rake might be in there, Deco, and we're just like it's a mosh pit. We're playing pool, and they're all getting ready to fly to Europe. And they asked me if I can go, and I'm like, I can't. I have warrants. And everyone just starts dying, but it was really the truth at the time.
Yeah.
So the producer lady, I'm not gonna say her name, she pulls me aside after, and she's like, "Look, Novak, it's inevitable that like you're now gonna become a character on this show. But we can't control you. So we're going to pay you. And now that we pay you, you have to listen to us." And I'm like, deal.
Yeah, perfect.
But again, most people are like, wow, that's a really smart strategy to end up on the payroll and make a living out of this. No, I just dumbed my way into that. Which is anything good in my life really today. It's just like not done, by my doings.
Where were you guys when there's a story where Bam was like, you're like, I need some money, and Bam's like, go shove a rock up your ass and I'll pay you.
Yeah, that was in Europe.
That was in Europe?
That was in Europe. That paired with many other things that I had shoved up my anus for a lot of years while traveling to get under the radar of police not detecting what I was trying to consume, which were narcotics, it ultimately led to me having like this hemorrhoid surgery. It's like I just blew my anus out. I say a lot of things, and even saying that, I'm like, dude, this just sounds. It just rolled off the tongue wrong.
It's not
I don't
what
think there's a more self-deprecating thing you can say about yourself.
Well, it's one of those magical things. But name to me another male who's not a homosexual who's had his anus blown out.
Right.
Not many fit
Who
that.
brags about it on podcasts.
You
Could
know,
be 101.
it's all perspective. It could be worse.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you got the most use out of it.
I did. But again, these are right, and the reason why, because this generally wouldn't be stuff that I'd want to like really like focus on, because I'm a very changed, different man today. But all perspective, these are the things that I personally enjoy talking about because it gives depth and weight to the story, the transformation that's taken place as a direct result of me kind of, reaching out and asking for help, which is what I'm all about today, is helping people who are where I once was. So, those defects have become my assets.
Right.
That poison has become my medicine that I can now share with countless others. So it's given me purpose. It's given me drive. It's given me meaning. It's given me love.
Right.
It's taught me compassion, empathy, sympathy. And it all spawned from skateboarding. It really did.
So you guys were in Europe when that happened?
Yeah.
And then did you have to go to the hospital after that?
I did. I went to the hospital.
Because you guys were on. That was when you had the band, right?
That's Fuck Face Unstoppable.
Yeah.
Which I was the most important person in the band, but I didn't even play any musical instruments. I wasn't even in the band. Again, being his best friend, traveling is kind of a form of entertainment. He used to say I was like his walking television. They couldn't really like kick me off the tour.
Yeah.
And then they put me on the tour, like opening for them as Phil Collins. It was a whole other thing. So then I had some relevance to the tour at that point. But we have all that footage. So again, all of that footage we have, and I have a documentary that will be coming out that, unbeknownst to me or us, has been in production since the CKY days. So that's like 20-some years. We have the actual real-time footage. So everything that I'm talking about for the majority of this episode, we have the actual footage too. Oh, wow. And so cool. We are putting it out, so we have complete creative control. It's in production editing now. Joe Franz, who filmed the CKYs, he's doing this project with us.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Dude.
So when we're done, then we'll look at how we're going to, the avenues to release it.
So where do you live right now?
Philadelphia.
Oh, you live in Philly right now.
Yeah.
And Joe's still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
Wow. I was watching this morning. I was like reminiscing a little bit, watching one of the old CKY videos. I watched this scene where you guys were playing poker.
Yeah.
And Deco takes your cross. And he's like, "What did your grandmother give you this?"
And that was right around if you remember that, maybe you couldn't tell, but I was so uncomfortable. Like I come out of Baltimore, I had this big gold, I was just so unsure of myself. I really didn't know anything about me. And that was even filming that, because Ben would put me in these skits, and
you guys were drinking wine at a shot glass.
I was still in my mind, all I wanted to do was keep doing heroin, but I knew that it wasn't sustainable. And I burned all these bridges in Baltimore, so he was letting me live with him.
Yeah.
So although physically I was there doing what a lot of people would think was really rad shit, in my mind, mentally, all I was obsessing about was how can I get back to Baltimore to get heroin.
Yeah.
It's insane looking back, but that's literally where I was at during that scene. I couldn't give a fuck less about that. I wanted to get back to Baltimore to get heroin, but without any repercussions, which was impossible. So I was in this weird purgatory state, and that lasted for the better part of a lot of years.
God damn. What was the worst shit you ever saw, on the streets trying to score smack?
Dude, there was just a lot of things that I wouldn't recommend or suggest anybody ever have to witness. And really what it was is just the pain that our loved ones received as a direct result, right? Because they get the short end of the stick. They get like the addiction, except they get everything that comes with addiction except for the physical act of drinking or drugging, which allows you to escape reality. And it's kind of like this.
Yeah.
Okay. They get like the pain, the death, the destruction, the heartbreak, the heartache, and that to me was, you know, watching my mother like just have to close. We had this big glass door, and I went home one day, and a common theme in my stories is that locks stop working. Right? Like I put the key in, it doesn't work, and she's just there crying. She said, "Brandon, I can no longer allow you to live here. I will no longer love you to death. You have to go." And I'm like, "You're my mother," and it's so sick, but I would take it to like, you allowed my father to do this for years. If it wasn't for my dad, I wouldn't be the way that I was. You know, really projecting this evil, vile stuff that is not true. And that's, to me, the worst shit. Now, to viewers are like, oh, wow, your mom's crying. That's not that sad of a thing. I've seen, like, the stabbings. I've seen the shootings. I've seen, like, babies in crack houses. You know, it's just... But at that point in time, it's just kind of like par for the course. It's a Monday morning.
Yeah, that's stuff you see every day.
Yeah. That's not the stuff that sticks with me. What sticks with me is, you know, my mother literally praying to God that I die. Legit. Just because then she could finally have a peace of mind knowing that I was safe once and for all.
She told you that?
Yeah. She bought me a plot. I have a plot waiting. Legit. Which is for sale now. So, if anyone out here would like to purchase this plot, which is in Baltimore, the proceeds from said plot will go to the scholarship foundation that I've created, which provides sober living for any man in need. I refuse to let price be a deterrent as to why someone can't follow through with sobriety after completing an inpatient program. Wow. But yeah, like
that's fucking dark.
That's where
that
it went for me.
Most fucked up thing I've ever heard on here.
And to me, that's just like pretty. It's like, yeah, it's like, yeah.
Have you ever watched the YouTube channel Soft White Underbelly?
I've heard.
Dude,
never watched.
It's this dude, Mark Lade, who's a photographer who lives in LA, but he bought a photo studio in Skid Row. And then he was just constantly surrounded by all these pimps and prostitutes and crackheads and like the most fucked up human beings on earth. One dude had like half of his face blown off by a shotgun over like a crack deal gone wrong. And like he just started bringing them into his studio and talking to them and like asking them about their lives. And it is gut wrenching to watch some of those interviews, bro. I mean, and he says like the number one, I don't know if it's true for like you and people that you were around, but he says that out of all the people he interviewed, the number one common denominator is like fucked up childhoods and like fucked up parenting.
Mm-hmm. I mean, well, that's the thing, right? Like the byproduct, the thing that gets our attention is the Skid Row drug addict, crackhead. But if you look beyond that, you know, past the thing that we're seeing, the solution to the real problem, there's some kind of traumatic experience that took place within that individual's life.
Right.
And that's what's so important with getting. I'm a big fan of treatment. You know, I don't trust anyone that doesn't seek outside advice or counsel through some form of therapy, personally. And I'm a big fan of helping someone find an appropriate program that fits their diagnosis. Because what happens is then, say, you know, that bottle of wine is my addiction. Right? And I put it down. If I just simply sit this thing down, and that's all. It's not a matter of if I pick back up, but when I will pick it back up. Why? Because that's not the problem. That's the solution. The same alcoholic will drink again. Why wouldn't I just pick that back up? So if I can get someone into an appropriate program and create a big enough gap between me and the last time I picked up my solution, then we can get to the root of the cause. We can uncover what the problem is in order to discover what the problem is, if there's any hopes to recover from the problem. Because a lot of times people don't even fucking know what the problem is. It's never been uncovered.
Right. It's so buried.
Yeah. So ignorance is bliss. Why wouldn't I fucking smoke crack on Skid Row and have half my face blown off? Like, what? Foolish you for thinking that there's something wrong with my story.
Right.
Straight up, yeah.
Man.
Like, that's the disconnection from reality is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I liked what your quote was. You said, I think it was on Bert's podcast. You said, I'm a big fan of hard times.
Yeah, totally. There has to be some repercussions from the actions, right?
Yeah.
I was very grateful to have been surrounded by really good people in my new way of life that I'm on and journey. And they would instill these things in me, like you never get between an alcoholic and their bottom, right? And there has to be some repercussions from their actions, or else why would I stop? Right? Why?
Yeah.
Well, why?
Mm-hmm.
But that's the fucked up, convoluted thing about alcoholism and addiction. It's which is why it looks like we're fighting this really unwinning battle. If you look at the analytics, if you look at the statistics, the cold hard fucking data collected from whatever they're pulling this from, it states that I, a person in recovery, or an addict and alcoholic, should be high or dead right now. The fact that I'm not is A, miraculous, equally a miracle, and B, it defies logic. It looks like we are fighting a winning battle. But if you ask my mother, she'll tell you different. Because I'm not in that plot that she bought me years ago. So I work with the DEA now. It's pretty fucking insane. Wow. But, the DEA came to me. I didn't go to the DEA. The DEA came to me and they said, "Look, we understand that we cannot arrest our way out of this problem."
Wow, it took them long enough.
Right? Yeah.
Where you been, man?
We're on drugs.
And the just say no thing didn't work. Shocker. But they said, we understand that we can no longer arrest our way out of this problem. We are going to create this thing called the Opioid Summit, the 360-degree Opioid Summit, and we're going to have it in every state. The DEA is the DEA, but under that umbrella are all these different factions of the DEA. It's like the VA, right? The VA is the VA, but then you have all these other VAs in different states, and they're all kind of ran differently. They're not under the same guidelines And the DEA is very similar. So what they did was they brought me on to be the speaker, the keynote speaker for these events that they throw, because they want to try to, instill change in the approach that they're headed in with addiction and the crisis that we're in. So they interviewed Pablo Escobar, and they were talking about this. They said, we went to Pablo, and they said, how do we stop the supply? How do we stop the supply? And Pablo looked at them, and real matter-of-fact, nonchalant, didn't even blink his eyes. He said, we stop the supply by stopping the demand.
Right.
So simple. So simple that most miss that. Mm-hmm. What I can tell you is, me being a person who's coming up on 9 years sober, I literally spent the majority of every living breath in my body coming up with ways to find as much money to consume as much heroin into my arm as possible for a lot of years. And the fact that I'm no longer living that way, just me as one human in this 7.3 billion people in the world, I've stopped, just myself, a lot of the demand. Just me, right? So when someone took the time to help me, what happened was I accepted the help. Now I help another. 2 turned into 4. 4 turned into 8. 8 turned into 16. And before you know it, the narrative is changing, meaning that the outcome is changing. So that's the approach that, but if you look at the numbers, we're losing this battle.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't believe it. Isn't the pharmaceutical industry one of the biggest problems with this too?
It's so disgusting.
I mean, we're the only country in the world besides, we're not even half as bad as New Zealand, but they're the only other country that allows advertising of pharmaceutical drugs on television and everywhere else. And even with those recent documentaries that came out, the painkiller documentary and then the Purdue Pharma, all that shit is that. You want to talk about a cartel?
Yeah. It's insane. They are, as a complete fact, to my belief, they are worse drug dealers than the guys out here on the corner. Mm-hmm. that are just like legit selling whatever they're selling.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
those are the real gangsters.
Yeah, but if you could stop those companies being able to make so much goddamn money and skirt so much regulation and like being literally in lockstep with lobbying fucking politicians to be able to get away with
So
whatever they want.
convoluted, yeah.
I mean that seems to me like the lowest hanging fruit to the problem, right?
So but it's just so complex, so convoluted, so layered that my feeble mind doesn't see a solution to that. But what I can wrap my head around, what I can conceive is like helping another individual.
Yeah.
2 turn into
Do
4,
what you
4
can.
turn into 8, 8 turn into 16. The narrative changes because the demand is stopping. The supply is no longer needed. The outcome is, fuck, like, I'm cool. I don't even, I'm not interested in what you're selling. That's my outlook on a grim situation that I can wrap my head around and really believe things will change over.
Do you know anything about the program they have in, I forget what country it is right now. I want to say it's like Finland or something, where they actually made heroin legal to where like if you have a problem with heroin, like a doctor will work with you and like titrate down your dose, and you can actually go to the doctor to get your heroin, like make sure it's clean and make sure you don't, get any infections or whatever, and then they slowly work with you and try to wean you off like under medical supervision.
I'm a big fan of that approach. I know just a little bit, not nearly enough to sit here and act as if I do.
Do you think that would work here?
Here's the deal, right? In this world of harm reduction, there's no margin for error, yet it's impossible to do perfect.
Yeah.
No one has the fucking answer.
Right.
If we did, we bottle it, we sell it, we be a billionaire a billion times over. I believe, and I want to hope within my heart of hearts, that we're all coming to this with the most sincerest of intentions, and we want the best outcome. I really want to believe that. Probably not true, but that's what I choose to believe. And we're just doing the best with what we have. And if we all come together collectively and continue to not buy into, which could be, just political propaganda. Look at this war on drugs that you're fighting, that you're never going to win.
Yeah.
That just deepens certain parties' pockets for sure.
Right.
If you don't buy into that narrative and just stay in this for the right reason, like the right outcome will prevail. I'm a big. They were going to open the first safe injection site in Philadelphia. I don't know where, because they have those, but like in PA, I think the first one was going to be in the city of Philadelphia, and it was this close to being passed. And at the midnight hour, they pulled it. And some of the arguments were, well, what if my son walks past there and he sees them in there injecting? Because same thing, they were going to have doctors in there. They were going to have people administering fentanyl test kits to see if there's fentanyl, a very safe space for which you can inject your drugs, give you clean needles, clean cookers, clean water, clean cottons to bring the disease spreading to a minimal. And they said, well, what if my son walks past there and he sees that? And then also it could be used as a portal, to where like if you're in there and you want help, here's all these resources available. Let's get you from there to treatment, right? He was going to do all this great, but then their big concern was like, well, what if my girl, what if my son, what if my daughter? And my thought to that was the majority of the men and women that are in there doing that don't want to be in there doing that, right? Like my mother, 83, God bless her soul, is never going to walk past the safe injection site and seeing some guy with a needle hanging out of his arm like, that looks pretty fucking fun.
Right.
Like that's not how, generally that's not how it works.
Right.
But then, fuck it, I'll just say it. Like, being an owner of properties, I wouldn't want it next to my house.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you're really going to be sincere, would you mind? Right. But who's this? I mean, I would give up my property value in order to save countless people for sure. But my very first thought was like,
Oh, you don't
I love it, but I love it over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Truth be told.
Yeah.
So it's like,
yeah, what you don't see doesn't affect you, right?
yeah. But again, I just I believe in miracles because I am a walking, talking miracle, and I know a lot of real life miracles that are amongst us all day and night. So I'll continue to fight this, what a lot of others would say, unwinning battle.
Yeah. What do you think about like all the fentanyl and shit being trafficked over here and mixed with everything, like in cocaine? And
so that's insane
heroin.
too. I had a big talk with the DEA. I just did an event with them, the DEA, and I asked them about that. They said cocaine is making a very big comeback. Not crack, but cocaine. They're seeing tons of cocaine again.
Yeah.
Methamphetamine, obviously, which is kind of known. And they said what happened is because they banned China from being able to export the ingredients that it takes to make fentanyl, right? Like they really put a safeguard on shutting that down as best as they could do. But what's happening now is, remember like when they were making the backyard meth, like in a bathroom in a little like soda bottle can? They're doing the same thing here with fentanyl, doing that. And they gave me this chocolate chip analogy. Because you have these guys in the woods with a Home Depot bucket and a 2x4 mixing up fentanyl, like for real, and then they're putting it into whatever product they're cooking up, it's turning into this, imagine you're baking a batch of chocolate chip cookies. Do you have the ability to control how many chocolate chips go in each design cookie? No. Same thing with fentanyl. So that's why you get a batch where one you buy from the same dealer, one person might totally be fine, but the other person dies immediately. It's that whole chocolate chip cookie thing.
Yes,
so
that's what. Yeah.
So they're doing that so that they understand. So what they're doing now, and you'll start to hear this if you pay attention, they're going to start changing the narrative and the wording of it. You're not going to hear overdoses anymore. You're going to start to hear poisons. Because I said, well, why are they putting it in cocaine? Why are they putting it in Xanax? Why are they putting it in ecstasy? And they said to create that what addicts call speedball effect.
This holiday season, you might be looking for some delicious, nutritional meals to fuel you on those jam-packed days. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal delivery service, can help you eat well for breakfast, lunch, and dinner with chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. You'll save time and stay on track with your healthy lifestyle while tackling all those holiday to-dos. You can cross meal prep off your holiday list this season with Factor. Skip the planning, the grocery shopping, the cooking, chopping, cleaning, and get Factor's fresh, never frozen meals delivered straight to your door. Treat yourself to high-quality, delicious meals over the holidays. Choose from 35-plus chef-crafted meals every week that support a healthy lifestyle and meet your meal preferences. Whether it's calorie smart, vegan, and veggie, protein plus, and more wholesome options. And Factor isn't just dinner. You can count on convenience any time of the day with an assortment of 55-plus add-on to suit various preferences and tastes. Choose from quick breakfast items, lunch to go, grab-and-go snacks, and ready-to-drink cold-pressed juices, shakes, and smoothies. This December, get Factor and enjoy eating well without the hassle. Simply choose your meals and enjoy fresh, flavor-packed meals delivered right to your door. Ready in just 2 minutes. No prep, no mess. Head to factormeals.com/DJP50 and use the code DJP50 to get 50% off. That's code DJP50 at factormeals.com/DJP50 for 50% off. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
I love speedballs. There's nothing more I love than shooting up heroin and cocaine at the same time. Right?
Yeah, how do you do a speedball?
You just heroin and cocaine mixed up, cook it up, and shoot it together in one shot. But it gets you real high, and you just get this sensation, this smell, this feeling, and then it brings you like, poof, you just stop in your tracks. But it kind of produces that same effect within these kids who are going to buy a little bit of blow, right, or whatever. It gives you that without even knowing that you're going to get that, in hopes to create this new phenomenon, and just to help spike sales. Is what they're doing it for.
So addicted quicker. I always thought that the fentanyl and the cocaine, because the people that are doing it are dying instantly.
I know.
So I always thought that, I read something about this, where people,
but not all are dying because of the chocolate chip effect, right? So there's so many that aren't dying. Yeah, right. You can't control that.
So I thought it was like shitty street dealers who sold heroin that you mix heroin and fentanyl on purpose, right? Like, because it's a whatever. But they're mixing it on the same table or whatever as they're mixing the coke, accidentally getting some side residue of fentanyl in there.
Yeah,
but you think they're intentionally putting it in there.
That's what I was told.
Okay.
By the DEA people. And it's not, remember, the DEA is like a very big facet. It's a big organization. So it's not like they have a speaker that speaks for them. I just talk to some people that are employed by them.
But if I'm selling coke and I'm mixing it with fentanyl and it's killing people, that's not good for business, right? You want your clients to die.
True. But then the ones that don't die are like, what's this? That's like extra good.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like, that's different. I like that high.
Yeah.
Then go back to that person.
Can you, Steven, there's an article, I don't know if you can find it, but there was a recent article where the boss of the Sinaloa cartel.
Well, those are the two main cartels that are fighting over everything. This is also what they told me. It's the Sinaloa and the CJ. Which is whoever they are. Those are the two that are like the ones that are
new generation cartel.
Everything. Yes. Those are the two that have a say so in everything.
So that it was the boss of the Sinaloa cartel made some sort of statement like to all of their proxies that if they find fentanyl in any of their coke, that they're gonna like kill them on sight, or there will be like massive repercussions for them.
So that could very well have happened. I don't know the day-to-day work.
Yeah, it was crazy to see that in an article, to see that like the cartels are super against their shit being cut with fentanyl, and they're going to be punishing people for mixing their coke with fentanyl.
So then the approach to the prosecution side of this thing, again, what they're doing is they're changing the verbal from overdoses to poisoning. Because if I arrest you because you sold a batch of heroin or cocaine that killed some people with fentanyl, I'm arresting you for, possession, distribution, maybe some form of homicide, first, second, third degree. But if I can say that you're poisoning people, the outcome of that sentence is way worse. So you're going to hear less overdosing, more poisoning is how that's going to start playing out.
Do you think you could handle fentanyl? You could handle some
No,
fentanyl?
I would have for sure died. I mean, literally, my dude consisted of me coming up with as much money humanly possible to stick a needle into my arm and ingest it. I mean, I did that. Like, this is one of my tattoos. Where's my needle?
I know.
Oh, there it is. Like, that's what I did. Like, I really did that thing. And I'm not bragging by any means, but that was how I got there.
There it is. What does the top say? Let's scroll down up a little bit. Mexico Sinaloa cartel say gang has purportedly sworn off sales of fentanyl. Yeah. Banners appear Monday. Oh, wow. Prosecutors in Sinaloa confirmed that the banners appeared on overpasses and near roadways, but could not say whether they were authentic or who had hung them up. Yeah.
Or is that just a tactical play to say, we're not doing it, leave us alone a little bit?
That can easily be that.
It's like very similar to politics right there. Who put it
don't
out?
like that stuff.
Yeah, what side?
They are basically a political party in Mexico.
It is. It's like, did you
put
see
that
that
in
on
my
CNN or
cocaine.
Fox? Which narrative are we pushing out here? It's like, you just never know. It's a very difficult, uncharted territory.
What was the story with you guys? I don't know if you were with Bam, but you were telling a story about like some Samoan trans dude in a hotel room.
Yeah. I was on the Howard Stern show, and I'd been up for several days doing cocaine, and the Howard Stern show was done in New York at the time, and it happened very early. It's 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Of course, the logical approach to being there at 5 in the morning is just to stay up and do coke all night.
Don't go to sleep.
Totally. So I did that. We go in, and the show came out amazing. It did really well. Insanely high ratings. And the ratings were like great. And I talked on there about wanting to get blown by a transsexual because I was like, it seemed like a great idea. It seemed like, everything would be amazing about it. That's probably what they do the majority of their experiences. When they're portraying women, just give lots of blowjobs. They'd be great at it. Whatever.
they'd be better at giving blowjobs.
I think they'd be, more in tune with it,
right? Because they understand what it takes to get a good blowjob,
and they're men, disguising themselves as women,
right?
So obviously they're not going to fuck a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd imagine their go-to would be oral.
Mm-hmm.
That's my guess. And so we're in Australia and we're doing a fuck face tour. And one of the promoters asked if we needed anything. And that was another tour that I got kicked off of for just being way too high and buying Oxycontins. And I got caught with them. But nonetheless, Bam is like, yes, we need a transsexual that's willing to throw Novak. And we get back to the hotel, and lo and behold, there's a knock at the door, and there's this transsexual, and the transsexual's pimp. And in my mind, what I envisioned a transsexual to look like was this very attractive woman. That, remember that Maury show, the talk show? Mm-hmm. Is it a man or is it a woman? Remember that talk show? Like Howard's, Jerry Springer. Mm-hmm. Like really good-looking men that look like women, and in my mind, that's what it was going to be if it ever came to fruition.
You wouldn't even be able to tell. It's so good.
Yeah, dude, you'd be jealous for not partaking. In my mind, is how this was going to look if it ever happened.
Lost.
Yeah, totally. And lo and behold, it happened, and it did not play out at all like I predicted it would. The transsexual was just like this, like Samoan guy that didn't really look like a girl and looked like he played like a linebacker for a football team. And there was like a pimp there, and it was just really weird. And I had been on cocaine for like days, and I'm like paranoid and delusional at this point. And I used to watch that TV show Cops a lot, and I love when they would do the prostitution stings. They get a hotel room an adjoining room. Right. And then the John would come in with the chick, and then all of a sudden the police would barge through the door. And I'm like, fuck, this is going to happen. Before that, everyone went into the bathroom, the pimp included, everyone from the party. Because I was there? Yeah, he had to go to the bathroom. Everyone had to go to the bathroom because I was engaged at the time. And I didn't want word to get back to my fiance that I was getting blown by not only a hooker, but like a transsexual. Yeah. So everyone's in the bathroom so no one can see or take pictures. And
wait, why? What was in it for? Why did you agree to do it? Just because?
Well, because I was on the Howard Stern show, and that's a good goddamn story to tell. Oh, okay. That I would love to do that. Just like. And then at the time, I was like, yeah, whatever, sure, it'd be rad. But basically, my mouth throat to check, my ass did not want to cash. Yeah, that's what it came down to. Yeah, you're just consumed by the moment, the energy. You're like, I'll do it. And you're like, no.
Didn't want to be a coward.
Yeah. I walked way too far to get out of this one. And so everyone's in the bathroom, and I'm like delusional. I'm starting to become paranoid. I haven't slept for almost 5 days. Believing I sit on a chair and she sits on a chair and I don't know what to say or do, and I'm like, if you're a cop, just arrest me now, because I'm envisioning like the doors and the police. She said, I'm not a cop. She said, let's go to the bed. And I'm like, well, why would we go to the bed? There's nothing to do in the bed. Like, no. And then she kind of starts to crawl over and perform the acts. But I like to talk dirty, like when in that position, and that's not really. My mind can't get there, and I just want this. I just want it over with so bad, so bad. Oh. Somehow it didn't take long. Really? I pulled it together, man. I pulled it together. I've been in uncomfortable situations before, so it's not like the first. And I've had doing addiction, men blow me for money before, right? But that was by force. This is almost by choice in a weird roundabout way. Like your friends in the bathroom, and the pimp, this big pimp guy in the bathroom. It's just I want to blow him in Australia.
Oh my God.
So the deed is done. They come out, and then to make matters worse, when they're leaving the hotel room, one of them, Bam, had this big platinum heartogram necklace that this jeweler made and gifted him, really expensive platinum, and they swiped that too. So this whole thing cost probably at least 20 grand, just adding the cost of the necklace.
Christ, dude.
Yeah. So the moral of the story is do not get blown by a tranny in Australia.
No, they don't look
Or
like what
maybe
you
you
think
do.
they would.
Man. Everyone has a king, man. That's someone's, not mine.
Oh, yeah, but you were a veteran at that point, though. You knew kind of like
Yeah.
is there a process for you to like get yourself out of your head when that's happening? Like, I just need this guy to blow me so I can get some heroin. Like, it's gonna be over.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
it is. It's just kind of like, you disconnect. I
That's so
dissociate. Like really. I've spent. I've been in solitary confinement where I was locked in a cell for 23 hours a day. Allowed out once an hour, one time a day for an hour, Monday through Friday in handcuffs and shackles. I've done that. I've been homeless. I've slept in abandoned houses. I've had to like piss and shit into like one of those Home Depot buckets. I've done the prostitution thing. I've completely destroyed, my mother's hopes and dreams to have a safe child. So I've been around the block a lot of times, so I'm pretty good at like. Thank God I'm not like that now. I don't have to disassociate from anything, and I actually really appreciate and am grateful for the process in which like things take place in. And I'm so much in that zone now that like when the littlest of things like gets me off my game, like I almost like shake physically. Like I can tell, like I'm just so disconnected from being that guy that I once was. That like, I'm just such a changed man.
Hey, whatever happened to Deco?
He's around. I don't know.
He disappeared. Everyone wondered. Everyone speculates where he went, but he just like fell off and disappeared.
Yeah, he was the one that I was the least closest with.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah. He was literally the one I was the least closest with.
Huh. Do you and Bam still talk now, or are you guys still kind of on the outs?
We're not speaking at the moment. I don't have any issues. I've never been angry. Had an issue with him. I will always love him to death. I'll always be there for him. I think we were just going in two different directions for a while, so we didn't have much in common. But I see like the
you were like on the rise, and he was kind of like spiraling out of control.
Yeah, we were just headed in two different directions. And I don't ever come from a place of like standing on the top of this mountain preaching as if I have the answers, because I don't have any answers at all. What I know is just my narrative. And where I'm at, and the direction I'm headed in. And if anyone out there wants to be a part of it, then right on, let's do this together. And maybe if there's more similarities than differences, it might make sense to pay a little bit of attention. But if not, that's totally okay. So I don't know if his direction was the right or wrong one. Who am I to say that? I just know it wasn't the direction that I was headed in. And looking back for me, depending on how deep you want to dive or go down that hole, if anyone would have robbed me of my process, like allowed me to spend one less night homeless, allowed me to spend one less night in a cell or in a really bad position or predicament, odds are I would not be the man that I am today, who is literally a child of God, who devotes my life to helping people who are where I once was. So like, again, because all I did was just had a series of me knowing now that I was being divinely inconvenienced over and over and over until I could like recognize it and say, okay, here we go. This is it. So I don't know if I believe we're all exactly what we're supposed to be. I genuinely believe that in my heart of hearts.
So you cut him off, right?
This last time, I didn't cut him off. I just chose not to communicate with him because he was just in a place where I wasn't, and he was, just saying a lot of hurtful things.
Yeah, so rants and shit.
Yeah, so I was like, that's just not where I'm at. And I'm an empath, and I take on people's energy, and that was a very, very, very someone I love, who I literally devote and I thank him for giving me an opportunity to get out of Baltimore. If I stayed, I would have been in that plot that my mother bought me for sure. So, I'm forever indebted to him, and it was really tough to see someone who I love and who had helped save my life countless times then battle with his own demons. So I I've always been there. I'll continue to be there, and I would love to skate with him now. He just looks like he's skating and having a blast, and I hope that happens sooner rather than later. Skateboarding is the glue between all of our relationships and just in general.
Yeah, and just for like from an outsider's perspective, it's just like crazy to see two best friends like not, at least in a public setting, like publicly being mad at each other, not talking to each other. And it's just like, from our perspective, it's like sad, you know.
For sure, and I would have no problem. Like, there's nothing wrong. I'd love him to connect with him, but it just hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
You know,
it'll happen eventually
when it's supposed
naturally.
to. Timing and alignment is everything.
Don't force it, right?
Yeah. Literally, you know, the world works so much better when I just kind of stay out of it and just go along with the process that's key and kind of push in my direction.
Yeah.
When I try to interject because I believe I know what's best, I fucking fail. Straight up. So I just remain teachable. I remain humble. I remain open-minded. And I remain willing. Good, bad, or indifferent. Every morning I start my day with thanking God for everything I've been given, everything that's been taken, and everything that's in store for me. And I mean that until like 10 o'clock. Then I gotta like recalibrate, recenter, readjust, reevaluate, reassess.
Right.
But the beautiful thing is I have this awareness now. Ignorance is no longer bliss. I've been you know, given this information, which now means I'm to be held accountable for my actions. And I choose to understand as opposed to being understood. That's it.
Yeah.
It's so simple that for me, I missed it for so long until, again, not to fucking be a weird asshole, but until I like took the short bus to school. Right. Until I just admitted that what I know is I don't know. And the moment I admitted complete defeat was the second I secured the ultimate victory. It's so fucking contradictory to the way I lived my life prior to.
Yeah.
It's the exact opposite of everything.
Right. Yeah, what's that famous quote? Hard times make strong men make good times make weak men.
Yeah, I was smiling because mine is a hard head makes for a soft ass. And I promise you, my ass is the softest in this room. I just bumped it over and over and over.
Oh my god, dude. So how does your business work? Where you bought a bunch of houses in Baltimore and
Wilmington, Delaware.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so how does that whole thing work?
Well, it's not even like, again, I got kicked out of high school in the 11th grade as a direct result of my addiction. I got my GED in the penitentiary. I didn't go to like real estate school. I told you what I walked into treatment with. But somehow I promised myself, because of what my mentors told me in the beginning, they said, if you stick to the basics, you'll never have to go back to the basics. And they said, if you want what you have to give it away. Right? If you want what we have, do what we do, and you can get what we got. Right? They said all these weird things that like were like mind fucking riddles, and I didn't understand them until I understood them. But I promised that, so I went to an inpatient treatment center for 90 days. And from that inpatient treatment center, I went to a sober living house where I lived for 1 year. And the reason why I did that was not because it was my idea. It was because my sponsor, who had 19 years sober at the time, suggested that I do that because he did that. Didn't take a genius to figure out if I recreate what he did in the past, I could get what he has today. So I followed suit, and I went to the sober living house for a year. And that sober living house like did for me what no other program had ever really done. Because I'm institutionalized. I can fall in line. I can conform really easy. I can go to a jail and do a sentence. I can go to a treatment center and make you think I'm like running the place. I can run the groups. I can repeat the rhetoric. Like I do that. Right. But where the ball was always dropped for me was once I completed said program or sentence, and I'm just thrusted back into this community of quote unquote normal people and human beings, because I was so disconnected from reality. Like I didn't understand how to make that transition. And I'm living in this sober living house after completing my 90-day inpatient treatment center. I'm a big fan of following through with the continuum of care, which is why I said what I do now. I'll get into that. But in this sober living house, I now have a job washing dishes at Marianne's Diner. I wash dishes for $6 an hour under the table next to a 14-year-old kid named Brian. And I had heard about what humility would look like, but I never knew because I never experienced it. That was humility, right? The successful individual I was prior to finding recovery, I'm now a 38-year-old man who has 4 months sober and working at Marianne's Diner washing dishes for $6 an hour under the table next to a 14-year-old kid. What the fuck? In my mind, I should have been at least the president of the United States. At the least.
Bare minimum.
Right? Like, for starters. And little did I know that job literally was creating the foundation for not only my sobriety, but me as a human being. And I was washing dishes. Every night I had a black outfit, black button-up shirt and black pants, and I would put my clothes in the washing machine, and they would come out bleached, and I didn't know why. And I was too embarrassed to ask someone what the deal was. And one of my housemates walked past and they saw that I was washing my clothes with dishwashing detergent. And they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, I didn't know, like that. I was really disconnected from reality.
Yeah.
But simple things like that were taught to me through the community from which I lived with, of all these sober guys just trying to attain the same thing. Another stage sober while assimilating back into this weird thing called the fucking world without drinking or drugging. It's like a lot. And I stayed in that sober living house for a year. And I learned, I opened up my very first own ever bank account. Just me, not one with a chick or someone who had like a safe like mine. And I got a checking account and I got a debit card. And then I worked that up to a pre-secured credit card. And I started paying my own way, the $165 a week off of the money I was making washing dishes. And then I started paying bi-weekly. Right? It was no fucking guess or to anyone's surprise, I lacked self-esteem. And I didn't know how to obtain it, or else I would have done it on my own and not ended up in a 12-step program.
Right.
Again, all these things happen to me unbeknownst to me. I'm showing up for work on time. I'm becoming self-sufficient. I'm taking pride in washing those dishes. I missed one day for a whole year, and that's because of a snowstorm, not because I didn't show up, because I started taking other people's feelings into consideration, and I was like, if I don't go to work, who's going to fucking help Brian wash all these dishes, right? The behavior started to change. Mm-hmm. And through these behavioral changes, that lack of self-esteem, through doing these esteemable acts, turned into like this insane amount of self-esteem, right? All of a sudden I started doing these esteemable acts and I gained this sense of self-esteem unbeknownst to me. And one day I just started looking at you in your eyes. I started speaking with conviction and believing what I was saying. And I recognized how important and significant this part of my process was. Fast forward, on my 5th year anniversary, my 5th year sober anniversary, I got back to where I was financially put together, and credit score built up off of that pre-secured credit card. Like I own a property, I own my own house, and I'm like, me and a guy that I met in that treatment center, who's now one of my best friends, George, we bought a house. And we opened up Novak's house, and that was one house with 10 beds. And
you bought the first house you bought was for other people, like for
sober living. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, my own house. I bought my own house, so I was living in my own house.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And I bought that one on my 3-year anniversary.
Okay,
I bought my own personal house.
Okay.
But then on my 5th year, we bought one home, named it Novak's house, Wilmington, Delaware, one house, 10 beds. And we just celebrated our 3-year anniversary on November 4th. And today we have 6 houses with 65 beds. And,
that's awesome.
And I didn't go to real estate school. I didn't come from this background. All I did was get the fuck out of my way. Mm-hmm. I just learned that the common denominator in my problems were me. And if I surrounded myself with like genuinely good-hearted, like-minded people, I could get to where I'm trying to go with the assistance from some people that didn't do it. Wow. Not me. And now what I do is I just travel around. I'm a motivational speaker, and I raise money to provide a scholarship fund And the why behind my whole purpose, all these fucked up stories that you heard about, is to show you that like change is possible and that your history does not have to dictate your future, but it can absolutely guide and direct you. And now I just raise lots of money to provide a scholarship fund. Therefore, any man, because I only have men's houses, upon completing some form of an inpatient program that want to continue their journey but don't have the finances to do so, we will give you a bed. Wow, dude. Until you can kind of transition into paying your own bills and becoming self-sufficient, helping. I'm just doing what was done for me.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel or solve world hunger. That's my story, and my story produced this outcome. So how fucking dare I safeguard it and not share it with the world? Because this is the beautiful, magical thing about recovery. In our weird world, anywhere in business, if I come up to you and I give you something that I have, I am to walk away with less. Fact. Prove me wrong. But in my world of recovery, if I walk up to you and I give you something that I have, I walk away with more. It only makes sense within my world. And other people that live in my world, recovery people, can attest to it.
Well, that's something that's weird. It's like embedded in the human psyche is that when people help each other, you would never know. It was such a weird thing too, right? Like when you give away shit, you get this weird sense of gratitude or like fulfillment from it, right? And you would never think that. It's kind of counterintuitive to what people think when you think of like from the perspective of scarcity. Like there's only so many. I only have so many of these apples. I can only give away. I can't give away any because they're not going to last me or whatever. But when you actually do that act of giving away some of the shit you have, there's this weird psychological sense of fulfillment from it that you would never expect was there.
And the universe always prevails and gives you exactly what you need. There's a saying within our sober world that if financially you're going through some issues, and you go to a 12-step meeting and they pass the basket around, throw in an extra 20. I think that's what's impressed upon, from my lineage of mentors. You're financially strapped, you're going through these difficulties financially, I want you to throw an extra 20 in the basket. Like, what?
Right. Yeah. That's a Tony Robbins thing. He always talks about that.
Yeah, I don't know much about it.
You know?
I know
Dude,
who he
you
is.
could be the next Tony
I know
Robbins.
who he is, but I just stay in my own lane.
You give Tony Robbins a run for his money.
I just stay in my own world.
Flying around my jet helicopter.
He's a pretty extreme guy.
Yeah, no doubt.
But then, so then the 6 houses, and I know from where I came from in the world that I revolve myself in and surround myself in I can create any environment that I see. I truly believe if I wanted to be a brain surgeon, I could be a brain surgeon. I just have to devote the time, attention, energy it takes, but I can do that. So with that mentality, what I've learned, again, mentality creates reality. That's a fact. I know that to be true with my world. I was like, dude, I could be doing more. I could be helping more. I could do better, help more in a much more efficient manner. So I created my own treatment center. I opened up Redemption Addiction Treatment Center, which is basically like my house's, pardon the expression, but on meth. It's just this bigger, place where we can help more, and there's a psych practice. Now I have like a psych practitioner that works for me. I have a medical director that works for me.
That's crazy.
I deal with
all the dudes that work for you, like recovering addicts too.
I'd say 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10 of them.
Yeah. And when I say work for me, it sounds so egotistical, and I don't want to frame it in that manner. It's just, I'm just saying that a difference a day can make, provided just the right amount of willingness. That for me came as a direct result of pain. So anything is possible, and I always impress upon my employees, our employees, however you want to say that. It sounds so weird saying. That the moment that we forget the bag for which we've built this organization on, fucking light it on fire. right? Because the client's care must come first. But the moment it becomes financially driven and incentivized, and it's not the very first thought is how would the clients feel about it? How would it affect the clients? When it's more like, then it's like, pack it up, man.
Yeah.
Pack it up.
It's not genuine
This
anymore.
was-
No.
Are methadone clinics still a thing?
Uh-huh.
Really?
I'm a big fan of all that.
You are.
Mm-hmm. Because at the very least, right, the chocolate chip analogy, medicated assisted treatment, methadone, Suboxone, Subutex, Vivitrol. It's not what I do, but who am I to say what the right way to live is? Fuck, I was homeless almost 9 years ago, letting them for heroin. All of a sudden, I'm walking on water and I have the answer to everyone's crisis. No, man. Truth be told, if you think going to the methadone program every day provides you a life that you believe is worth waking up for and getting out of bed, looking forward to the day, I'll fucking drive you. And at the very least, if you decide that you want to come off of that one day, you'll at least be alive to have the chance to do so, as opposed to just rolling the dice with fentanyl.
Right. What was the problem with the methadone? What, there was documentaries and shit made about it saying like vilifying it. I think the problem with it was, if I remember correctly, there was dudes. I know there's a dude in Florida specifically who had like a ton of those methadone clinics here, and he also was like responsible for selling the actual opiates. Mm-hmm. So he was doing both.
But again, that's the financially incentivized.
Right. He's making money off it.
Yeah, which is the problem. It's an absolute problem. Yeah. It is a problem. And unfortunately, and look, I'm an abstinent guy. I don't partake in any form of a drink or a drug or a medicated assisted treatment in order to make it through another day. I'm not talking bad on any of these things. But
you did do methadone though, right? You tried it?
Oh, tons, yeah. I loved 180 milligrams of methadone and 3 or 4 Xanax bars. Guaranteed overdose every time. And it didn't cost that much money. So I was like, that was a good overdose. Yeah, that was a good one. So I'm not foreign to any of these approaches. I just never took it in the appropriate way. I know some people who live a very happy, productive life on methadone. Unfortunately, I know more that don't.
Yeah.
But who am I to say?
Right.
Again, I deliver my message in the form of attraction rather than promotion. Right? So if you out there, the viewer, the listener, find what I do appealing enough that you want to be a part of it, let's do it.
Yeah.
If not, and the methadone clinic looks more appealing, right on.
Right.
Give it a go.
So when you were doing it, you were aiming to overdose.
Oh, I was not doing it appropriately. I wasn't going to a clinic. I wasn't being monitored or given doses. I was buying it off the street corner.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was always very scared to get on methadone because it has a really strong shelf life. And it's very, very difficult to come off of.
You mean like staging your body?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a gnarly process.
But like even doing any drugs, you would be aiming to go over the line.
For sure. Yeah.
You're more scared of underdosing than overdosing.
Yeah, dude. There's nothing more that angers me than when I see somebody going to the bar and have a glass of wine. I want to smash you over your head. What's wrong with you?
Or leave
half of it, one line, and go to bed with the bag. Fuck you. Like
Yeah,
you don't deserve to be alive.
You get your ass kicked.
Yeah, like get out of it. Yeah, that's what makes me part of that 30% of the world that is not normal, who cannot use without repercussions.
Well, that is more unnormal, I think. To just have somebody who does that, just has one drink or does one line, you're a psycho.
Yeah, in my eyes.
I think in my eyes too, and I'm not even, I don't have a drug problem.
Or do you?
Maybe I do.
You think I'm here for a podcast?
Yeah.
AKA intervention. Are your bags? Did you bring his bags?
Yeah, exactly.
Joke's on you, pal.
Oh God, dude. But that's a funny thing though. Like everybody does coke nowadays. Everybody. Like even young people I know. Before I even ever saw it in real life. I know people that are like were 10 years younger before I ever saw it today. Like people in their early 20s, like late teens that are just like, they go out and coke's like a normal everyday thing. It's like having a Bud Light.
Wow.
And that was, at least when I was growing up, that it wasn't like that.
See, I'm so disconnected from that world that,
Yeah.
like, before when I was in it, I felt the same way. Like, oh, everyone does it. And now it's really rare for me to see people, like, because I'm just not in that world. You know, I don't go to bars. I don't associate with people. I'm in bed by, like, 9. No one in my world's doing blow.
Right.
So I don't, it's kind of like you spot it, you got it. I don't spot it much anymore.
Right.
I don't got it.
Yeah.
Like that way.
Interesting. Yeah, I feel like whenever I never go out, but when I do go out on the rare occasion, or I go to like a nightclub or a bar, it's just like I can see it in the back. It's like everybody's taking turns. We went to the strip club a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
How'd you see a lot of recreational kids going to the strip joint?
There's a guy who sits in, like, when you first walk in, he's the guy that sits there with like the deodorant and all the the mints and everything, and then there's like 3 stalls and you're waiting in line and you just hear every fucking 5 seconds and this no one's even hiding it anymore.
There's a line in the bathroom, but nobody's at the urinals.
Yeah, that's right.
Just for the one with the
privacy.
So we just gotta pee.
I hear that in the stall, then I look at the guy and he's just like,
yeah. I have no people that do it, but I don't. You know, kind of show me who you walk with, I'll tell you who you are. My mother used to say this to child all the time to me, and I don't. My social interactions with people are just so different than they used to be. You know, I'm so consumed by like work and business and trying to like skate stuff. Like I just don't have time.
That's good for you.
Yeah.
how often do you skate?
Well, it's funny. Again, after coming to this realization later in my life, now I try to make it a priority more and more for my mental health, because this thing needs to be quiet sometimes.
Okay.
It's pretty heavy.
What else do you do for fun?
I like to work out.
Okay.
I got oddly great at quitting things. I laugh with you too, but I don't smoke anymore. I don't eat red meat. I don't eat chicken and fish. I only drink water. I drink hot tea and water.
You only eat chicken and fish?
Yeah.
No vegetables?
I mean, I eat vegetables. I eat meat-wise.
Okay, gotcha.
But I like to work out. I like to skate. I like to ride my bike. I like to do. My life is really fucking monotone and bland to most. I love to go to the grocery store. I love to like have my house clean. Like really simple shit. And people are like, because for years that was not what I was doing. Like there's nothing normal about the way I lived for so long.
Right.
That now, like, dude, Friday night at 9 p.m. was a Dateline special that I wanted to see, and I was so happy. I was so excited. So, like, I had just my sweet sleep clothes on, 9 p.m., a beautiful fall night. I hang out with my cats, lit some candles, and just watch this 2 hours. I'm a cat fanatic. I'm like,
so is he.
Yeah.
I love cats.
And he's from Pittsburgh.
Dude, I just wanted one cat. Like,
Oh, hell yeah, I got a black and white cat.
I had one of them too.
Tuxedo cat.
I believe I was a cat in my past life.
Oh, yeah?
And I like to know what's going on with things, but without being in the mix. Because I like to pick and choose who I give my attention to. I like to leave when I want to leave. When I'm home and not traveling, I eat the same thing every day. And I keep weird hours sometimes.
Huh.
Very feline-ish.
Yeah, it's like legit.
Cats are fucking psychos, dude. Aren't they the one animal that just kills for fun, not for food?
Well, I've heard that before. I don't know.
Is there any other animal that just kills shit for fun, like lizards and shit?
I don't want to say they do it for see I'll fucking do it to defend them, but I think they do it to bring back to their owner to say like, hey, look what I've
They
done.
definitely
for
do
you.
that, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Because they bring the mice back and put it in the door.
that's true. Yeah, that's true.
So it's
Like, what other fucking animal does that?
You know,
Do dogs do that?
I don't think dogs kill them. Well, the ones, the hunting dogs that go,
Yeah. Right.
they pick the dead up. I don't know.
What have you like experimented with good drugs? Like, there's people out there who are like super obsessed with like hacking their body and making themselves like stronger and more efficient, and like there's people who like are obsessed with all the fucking red lights and the saunas and the cold stuff.
I do the cold plunges.
Do you?
And I do the saunas. I do that in my facility with my clients.
People go like the same way you and overboard, like down the dark road.
I don't go crazy with it. I take supplements. I'm very mindful. I try to, because I'll go crazy. I'll count carbs. I'll go insane. Yeah, I'm already insane. So I don't let that dictate what my day or actions look like. I just make a conscious effort to do a little bit better than the day before. So what I try to do is cut out processed foods. My food to have like a life, to where if I don't eat it within a week, it goes bad. That I can wrap my head around. Okay, this should be good for me.
Grocery store stay around the edges, not the inside aisles where all the fucking.
Oh, that's a great point.
Yeah.
I never. Yeah,
all
the edges.
Stay on the edges where all the produce and the meat.
That's where I stay.
Yeah.
I've never heard that.
The cereal's in the middle.
Dang, I don't eat cereal. Bullshit. I ate cereal in my hotel this morning, but I don't eat that.
Cereal's so fucking bad for you, dude.
I eat oatmeal every day.
Do you really?
I saw this meme once, like, if someone eats oatmeal for breakfast, stay away from that. Yeah. It's like nothing's appealing about oatmeal.
I've tried eating oatmeal for breakfast. It doesn't do anything for me. People say it's good, but like, I don't know. I've also seen documentaries about like the glyphosate and shit and all the shit that's sprayed on the oatmeal when they process it. It can be bad,
but it could be worse. You could be eating like, lots of Twinkies for breakfast.
Right.
So it's like, fuck.
Yeah, that's like the heroin.
You're asking me, I'll justify anything as long as I'm sticking a needle in my neck. Straight up. Like, I was king of justifying any behaviors.
Yeah.
I'm the wrong one to ask. But I saw that, and I asked I have a psychiatrist friend, Dr. Yi, insanely intelligent Asian guy, friend of mine, and he created supplements. He puts my whole supplement thing in track, and I'm like, dude, because I eat this one pack of steel cut oatmeal, and I put in organic blackberries and blueberries added every day.
Oh, nice.
And I'm like, what's the deal? I got all nervous because I've ate that for like 4 years. And he's like, dude, don't get caught up on the hype. It's like, if you feel better or good upon eating it, then just follow suit. Like, because it's like, who's pushing that narrative? Is it the right wing or the left wing?
Right.
Who's going to financially incentivize off of you?
Why don't you eat red meat?
I watched this documentary that definitely was pushing the narrative of vegan or die.
Yeah.
For sure. But I did see some things that I thought were pretty beneficial from not. So I gave it a go. I don't know. I stopped smoking. I stopped. All kinds of
nicotine?
Stuff. None at all.
Dude, I just picked up this habit.
Oh, man.
Have you seen these?
My nephew does it.
Really? Apparently, I had a doctor, and I thought they were bad, right? I figured this is probably just as bad as vaping. But then I had this neuro fucking surgeon in here, and he was doing them. This guy from Tokyo, no less. And he comes in with one of these all in fucking Japanese writing. And I'm like, you do these?
Wow.
And he's like, yeah. He's like, they're neuroprotective. It's good for your brain. It's just addictive.
Which is very well maybe.
I'm like, what's wrong with being addicted to something that's good for you?
I agree.
But I think there's probably some shit that's bad for you. It's probably not good for your heart. Oh, shit.
I have enough things to deal with. I don't have to take on it anymore.
Right. Yeah.
I'm cool. But yeah, I quit. I quit watching porn. I quit masturbating.
What?
Yeah.
Quit masturbating altogether?
Yeah. Yeah. Almost 2 years.
Wow.
I don't abstain from.
You never
jack off, but I just don't jerk off.
Damn.
I got into the whole like spiritual quest.
What's the longest you've gone without jacking off or banging a woman?
Oh, well, not long. I still have sex.
Right.
I just don't jerk off or watch porn unless it's with a woman.
Right.
But probably like a week.
A week?
Yeah. That's it.
Wow, man. Good for you.
When I was incarcerated and there was no way that I could have human contact with a woman, it was much longer, but I was jerking off in there. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I could ever do that. I have sex and I go to the bathroom and jack off right after.
Really? I am not that guy. I'm like a once a day is more than enough for me. That's gnarly.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't know what it's about.
You want to dig into that?
The more sex I have, the more I want to jack off.
See, your coming is the byproduct of something much deeper.
That's your poison.
Let's get to the root of the cause here.
Fucking
Romeo.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Speaking of that,
I'm trying to fill some void.
I have, can any of you guys guess what that is?
The white thing?
Well, yeah,
Looks like an ayahuasca root.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
A wave, a water wave.
Water wave, ayahuasca,
A cum stain.
fucking A. Well, we're talking about, so yes, it's cum stain. And here's how that came about. Again, cocaine is a direct result of a lot of bad decisions. On cocaine for multiple days at Bam's house, shooting a game of pool. Yeah, shooting a game of pool at 5 a.m. one morning. It's so fucked up. I win the game of pool. We've been awake for days. I win the game of pool 5 a.m. I win the game of pool. We have a tattoo artist with us. We go into the bedroom. I lay on the bed. He puts a pillow over my head. He pulls a laptop out. He jerks off and comes onto my arm. And then we had the tattoo artist trace it and then go over it and put the cum in. So I've had his cum inside me without him actually fucking me. Which is also in itself another magical trick.
They tattooed it in.
They tattooed it, yeah.
Oh, fuck. That's gnarly.
So there's a whole thing there if you want to unpack that too.
That's going to be a clip. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And I won the game of pool. It's so wrong that it's fucking right.
Wow.
None of that makes sense anywhere in the world, but it makes complete sense. And see, I just, that was just like, all right, we're probably getting ready to wrap. You start talking about cum, and then I go there. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of things like that. Those were just days of, it's just like a Monday morning. I used to bet at people, if they could guess it, I give them $100. And one time, we're at the airport, and drinking a glass of wine. I'm talking to the guy who serves it, and he's just this flamboyantly gay guy. He's an amazing guy. And I'm like, if you guess what this is, I'll give you $100. And he's like, sweetheart, that's cum. And I'm like, God damn it. Oh, my glass of wine was $8, and I had to tip 100 on top of it. I'm like, never fucking again.
Wow. That's fucking wild, bro. Well, you gotta catch a flight, dude. It's 3 o'clock.
This was amazingly entertaining and very interesting. I could sit here and do this for hours, dude.
Yeah, man, this was fun. Thanks again for doing it.
Yeah, come visit us when you're telling.
I would love to. I don't really make it over here much this side, but this was I really enjoyed it.
You said you have a house in Lauderdale?
Yeah, I did, but then I was opening my new facility, Redemption Addiction Treatment Center. So anyone out there, if anyone needs help and anyone out there is struggling with addiction or alcoholism, call me directly, 610-314-6747. And we'll do the best that we can to get you the help that you deserve. If you could add that,
I'll put the phone number in the description. Is there like a link or anything?
Redemption Addiction Treatment Center.
Yeah, I'll link all your shit.
That'd be rad. But I had a place in Fort Lauderdale, and then I was so consumed with opening that. That was always my dream, my end game. I always wanted to open a treatment center. I wanted to be a part of people's daily process, like from when you walk in the door to when you leave. I want to see like the lights come on. I want to see you start to have some ambition and drive, and like start to really like have a reason to wake up and look forward to the day, and families coming back into lives. And I knew the best way I could do that, paired with the fact that I fucking I can't stand being told no, right? I can't stand when someone says, oh, we can't give this person a scholarship because they don't have insurance. So I'm like, fuck this. No is not exceptional, right? Like failure is not an option. I opened up my own treatment center, and now no one can tell me no, and I help. So I did that, and I see like these beautiful lives coming back together. I don't even know why I got into that tangent.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah,
I love it.
But that was the end game to where we're at now. Oh, so while doing that, I was so consumed with that process that I wasn't utilizing my place in Fort Lauderdale. So I got rid of the place, everything in storage. So I say within the next year, I'll start looking for another little rental property to get.
You think you'd ever move to Florida? Be honest.
I think when I get older.
Really?
Yeah.
Just when
not now. I love the seasons too much. I really appreciate the
there's no season here.
Yeah.
It's just hot and hot.
I'm like an accessories whore. I like layers. I like hot tea.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you like scarves, right?
Yeah, I'm not even a big fan of summer.
Yeah.
I love fall. But yet I had a place here. So who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
Can't call us.
People from up there are so much different from people down here, bro. Like, people up there have so much. In general, they have so much more character than people down here. They're kind of like down here. There's a lot of old people, but people are kind of flat. You know, up there you have just like the one. What I love about people from like New Jersey and New York the most is that they'll shit on you with a smile. You know what I mean?
My
Like,
friend
they'll
was just
talk
saying that
shit
last
to you.
night. I was out to dinner and she was telling me that.
Yeah, and like they just have so much more charisma up there.
I went to New York recently to see one of my favorite bands ever is the Libertines. Pete Doherty, it's a London band. And they played in New York, and I went to it, and I'm like, it's such a shame. New York is beautiful. I love it. It's so charismatic. It's so eclectic. There's so many different vibes.
Yeah.
The people are just not nice.
Yeah.
That's
what turns me off.
Yeah. But they're not nice, but you can be not nice back to them,
But
and it's
just
kind of
so
funny.
Not that guy now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I cringe at the thought of confrontation. You know, I literally, and that comes from traumatic shit as a child with my father.
Right.
So that kind of bleeds into like when I'm off my square, just like I don't get angry, but I just get I shake. I start shaking.
But what do you like better? What would you rather have? Would you rather have be surrounded by people in New York that just aren't nice, or would you rather be surrounded by people that are in like LA and they're just fake nice in order to?
I wouldn't surround myself with either. That's the beautiful society that choices options.
Yeah.
So and both those places I would not live.
It's not black and white, right?
But if I had to, I would probably, because I like seasons, I would take New York.
Yeah.
But you know, California I go often. Just it depends on what the reason behind it is. I don't even like summer, but I had a place in Florida.
It's something about the climate too. Like that changes you when you're in
I'm getting older.
weather.
I'm getting older, and I'm like really liking like the easier, softer, slower way of things going, which I think added to Florida becoming appealing.
Yeah.
And then I come here, I had everything else set up. I had a place, I had clothes, and it was like no thought to it. Just jump on a plane, cruise, and it was nice.
Yeah.
So I'll do that again. I will. Next year. Maybe we can do a part 2.
Yeah, man.
That'd be awesome, bro.
When's the documentary coming?
Not sure yet. I don't know. That's above my pay grade.
There's Franz. Get Franz on the phone.
Yeah, that's a Franz question. Yo, Franz, people are asking. You got some fucking editing to do, buddy. Yeah,
That's awesome.
It's amazing, though. It's so cool.
Cool, bro. Well, thanks again,
I love
everybody.
you, boys.
You know what it is. Links are in the description. And good night, folks. Cheers.
But now movie stars are going, I support LGBTQ just to be cool, just so people go, oh my God, he really cares. Well, did you see? Like, I don't even honestly really know who she is. Sydney Sweeney, she's like a hot actress. She's selling her bike.
Thanks for coming, bro.
Yeah, man.
I love your podcast. I love your merch. Thanks for the hat.
You're very welcome.
Check it out. I won't wear it. I got my headphones, but I love the logo, the triangle with the flying saucer. Is that the triangle that your dad saw on the aliens' bodies?
Yeah. So you wanted to get into that?
Yeah. We talked about this briefly before we started recording.
I'm really a big proponent of I guess you could call it like esoterica, things like that. And so the idea came to me before we came out with the show. Like, I need to have a sigil. I need to have a symbol. Are you familiar with a sigil? What that means? So a sigil is the notion that you have a symbol, usually a geometric symbol, that has some sort of metaphorical or metaphysical meaning packed behind it that is impactful on the subconscious mind. So the idea is that the more people are viewing the symbol and spreading the symbol and are aware of the symbol, its power grows out into the real world. So the meaning behind the symbol is, yes, when Dad encountered these entities, they had the triangle on their chest, which represented the Trinity of creation, right? The idea that there's a masculine and a feminine force of nature that are creating us, the Divine Mother, Divine Father, etc. But the UFO and the triangle represents the union of the UFO phenomenon and the spiritual forces. It's also like the pyramids of Egypt because the beings showed in the pyramid. So it's the notion that the UFO phenomenon is truly one and the same with spiritual phenomenon. So that's this symbol just came to me like, this is it. It's the Philosopher's Stone. If you look at it, it's like the triangle with the circle. Very ancient symbol in alchemy.
What did you say? What would you call it? The philosopher what?
It's like the Philosopher's Stone. It's an ancient alchemical symbol.
Oh.
Which is like
basically, you know, through your mind, through perception, through your thoughts and your willpower, you can sort of change reality or, you know, manifest. So it's a play on that. It's just a play on these things. You know, does it have any magical power to it? Maybe not, but it's cool, right? That's the idea behind it.
It's super cool. I love it. It's a beautiful design.
Thank you.
So what's going on with your dad, dude? Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
I mean, it depends on the day. You know? Okay, so
what do you think is really going on in the sky with these orbs you're seeing? Like what is it?
Like what are the orbs?
What are those orbs? I went out with him the night before we recorded the podcast. I'm sure they told you. Your sister and your dad told you.
Well, I called. Remember? And I said,
was that the same night?
Yeah, I called because I had wrapped recording and I called to speak to you and you were out there.
We went on the beach the night before and we sat out there for probably, how long were we out there, Steve? For an hour?
I thought it was 2 hours.
It might have been 2 hours, but we were out there for at least 45 minutes to an hour before we saw an orb. There were lots of planes and like flying through the sky, and then the orbs, they were way different than the planes. Like they were coming up off the horizon, going back down, disappearing behind the horizon, moving to the left and fading out, and then popping back up. Like it was very clear on video. I have no idea what they are.
Yeah, it's like it's hard, man. It's hard to say exactly, right? Because it's like you got people out there like, well, we don't know. How could you know? But it's on the other hand of the spectrum. It's like, well, I think I have a pretty good idea because I've been seeing them since I was young, you know, and based on, you know, everything that I've observed of them, the way they behave, the way they interact. Most people don't like kind of approaching this part of the conversation, but also based on what these entities have told my dad they are. I'm not sure if you're aware of that part yet, but they actually have told him a thing or two, you know. And they said they're guardians.
For people that are listening, yeah, go ahead,
yeah.
You can fill in the blank there.
They actually said things to my dad. They gave him a message. They gave him a long message, you know. They said they're the guardians. They said that they work for creation, that they created us. They protect us from the forces of darkness and things like that. And through the aeons, meaning, you know, the ages, thousands and thousands of years, they have sort of like overseen our, you could say, evolution here. That they basically put us here and they monitor us and they guide us and they keep us from going extinct, keep us from, you know, getting wiped out or our biology mutating too far out of control, you know. So it's like, what are they? I don't know. To me, when I think, here's the problem. The problem is, you know, I want to say what I really think they are, but then people out there get offended, you know, because if you say it's an alien, then you hurt the spiritual crowd. If you say it's an angel, then you hurt the atheist, you know, alien crowd.
Yeah.
What I really think they are, I think that they are beings of a vibration that is much higher than ours. I think that they have evolved past dense material reality. I think that they are probably purely enlightened. Funny because the word light is in the middle of it, you know, enlightened. And I think that they are light. I think that they actually are the vibration and frequency of light, which, you know, is beyond physical. They come from another place. You know, they come from a place that is eternal. You could call it the spirit world. You could call it string theory, other dimensions, whatever. Either way, I've seen them pop in and disappear and do crazy magical things. So
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Do you think that there's something that's in like a place that is like a deeper dimension of reality, like that's like goes beyond our 3 dimensions, like maybe like 4 or 5 or 6 dimensions, and then like can peek through whenever it decides it wants to?
Exactly. I tend to think that it's more like we're the false dimension, you know, like knock on wood, we're the dream, We're the illusion. And that they come from the real place. They come from the eternal place, which is what they told my dad. We come from the eternal place. It's basically like the spirit world. It's a dimension that's permanent, and it's beyond material reality. And they basically said, like, nothing here is of any object to us. I mean, we could, or obstacle to us, you know, we could pop out of your light bulb. We could walk through your wall. We can vibrate through the atoms. We can do anything, you know. When I think of these beings, I think in terms of the various mythologies around the world. You know, I think of like Irish fairies. I think of like Arabic jinn or genies. I think of biblical angels. I think of like the Nagas. You know, I think it's, I could be wrong here, but the Japanese snake beings that come from the sky. I mean, you have all these different myths of these different beings that come down and they're divine.
Yeah, right.
Maybe it's all the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's likely all the same thing, right?
It's something spiritual. That's what I know. That's all I know.
And you can experience these things the same way your dad can?
The same way? No.
How old were you when you first started seeing those orbs in the sky with your dad?
13.
13.
And I'm just turned 30. So
you just turned 30?
Yeah.
What did you think about this when you were 13 years old? What was your first reaction to this and like your dad going through all this stuff?
God bless my grandfather. I just have to say that and get it out of the way. 2 days ago was the 10-year anniversary of his passing. I don't want to speak ill of the dead. It's a funny story, although at the time it wasn't funny. But when I was 13 years old, the week that this stuff started happening, I got off the school bus, and he was my next door neighbor. My grandfather
was.
Yeah. And a lot of days I would get off the bus, and, you know, my brothers were in high school, and my sister was in elementary school, so it was this awkward period where it was just me home for hours, you know, so I would go next door. And I go this one day, and my grandpa says, "Boy, your daddy's been out in the woods smoking dope. He's been seeing them green booger men." And I'm like, you know, I'm just a 13-year-old kid. I'm like, what? That's, you know, what do you mean? I don't understand, right? And I go home that night, and sure enough, my brother and my dad started telling me what happened. They saw things in the woods, and they, you know, exactly like the story he told you. I mean, he told all of it to me, minus the regression that hadn't happened yet, you know. But, so, yeah, immediately I believed him. I believed my dad. Despite what my grandpa said, I believed my dad because I saw him in the eyes, or you know, I stared at him in the eyes, and I could see how sincere he was. And also, like, children believe in magic anyway. Yeah. They kind of believe in fairy tales and stuff, so I didn't have a hard time accepting it. But over the coming weeks, so what happened was Dad was so desperate to be believed that he would start dragging us out of bed. Get out of here right now. Get out of here. Get out of here. You know, 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning, whatever. He would go out and he would sit there and look at the sky at night and wait to see them. And he was so desperate. He would just get us out there. And we saw, I mean, it was within weeks that I started to see for myself. I believed right away. I never doubted. I mean, here I am today. I'm 30 years old, and I'm, you know, I'm doing the thing. I'm going out there and trying to help and, you know, tell the story. And I feel like it's my burden as much as it is his and my siblings. And I've always believed, you know.
Yeah. So have you ever since that happened and you started seeing this stuff, did that like heighten your focus on this sort of the history of religion and occult stuff and esoteric stuff and all this history of UFO phenomenon? Did that sort of like spark your interest in all this stuff?
Yeah, so kind of yes and kind of no. So are you familiar with Pentecostal holiness?
Roughly.
I grew up Pentecostal holiness,
okay.
Which is like basically, and I say this respectfully, you know, I don't mean to ruffle any feathers, but it's basically like 2 levels below Amish. It's
oh really?
Yeah, it's a very, very serious and very strict adherence to, you know, religious belief. And I say all that to say I was already very much a person of faith, you know, from birth on to now, you know, believing something. That's my point. Believing something, believing God, believing something is there, you know. And I remember being a little boy, and I have to say, you can believe all day, but sometimes I just got so bored sitting in church, you know, and the times that I couldn't get away with whipping out my Game Boy and playing Super Metroid in church, you know, my mom slapped me on the wrist, I'd put it away, and I'd start reading the Bible. And one thing I remember doing as a child was always being obsessed with the book of Revelations, because I wanted to learn more. At a young age, it wasn't enough for me to just read what was there. I wanted more. I wanted something deeper. And I guess in, you know, the Christian community, the book of Revelations is the most mystical text, right? So I would read it over and over and over, and I was never satisfied. I never had enough. I just wanted more. I figured if I kept reading it, you know, every sermon, that maybe I'd understand it different. Anyway, so I say all that to say, I was already very deeply fascinated with spiritual mysteries, but you know, Christians are taught, like, you're not allowed to look anywhere outside of the Bible. Where do you go? Well, there's nothing else out there. It has to be right here. Fast forward to when I'm 30. I start seeing lights in the sky. I don't have to necessarily go into all the details of, you know, Dad's fallout of when he told that story, because Danny already, I'm talking to the listener, Danny covered it in the episode with Dad, so I would highly encourage you to listen to him first if you haven't heard that yet. But it was a very vicious, cruel reaction, you know, when he came out with his story. And I was just so baffled at 13 years old that here I am with my dad, and I'm having these experiences, and I'm seeing these entities, yet I'm being told by everybody that it's not real, that the only thing that exists is within the Bible, and there's no mention officially of UFOs by the government until like 2017, something like that. Here I am.
So what year was this when you were 18 or 13?
2007.
2007.
Yeah. So like I'm like really like alone in the universe, having these experiences, going to church. They're telling us it's demonic, it's not real, it's not happening. You know. So the point is, to answer your question, my mind was shattered very early. I knew that there was something deeper. I had this itch to explore what was deeper. Then I start seeing this thing, and I'm like, there has to be the entire mysteries of the creation of the universe can't be contained within one book. It's not possible. What about, you know, it was published 2,000 years ago. What about between now and then? A lot of crazy stuff has happened. That's not in there. What about all the stuff before it? That's not in there either. So there has to be more, you know? So that's kind of what started me down that journey of being curious about other spiritual mysteries and, you know, like you said, UFO literature and lore and things like that. And next thing you know, I'm studying like Hermeticism and Gnosticism and Rosicrucianism and the wisdom traditions and things like that. That's where I ended up, you know.
How did like discovering this UFO phenomenon with your dad change your outlook on religion?
Well, it helped me to be more open-minded, you know, to realize, like, surely the thing that I've learned that's most important is that God has to be bigger than anyone's system, right? God has to be bigger than any one thought. If there really is a God, let's all pretend we don't know, right? Let's just pretend we don't know. If there is an intelligent being that thought the universe into reality, and you look down from the perspective of, you know, just studying humanity and how we think about it, we're all just like killing each other and spiting each other and judging each other, saying, my God makes more sense. Well, actually, mine makes more sense. Well, I have these rules to get me closer to God. Well, I don't care about being closer to God. It's just about believing a certain way and sacrificing this and that and the other. And they all have these different rules and customs. And the thing that I've learned is God has to be bigger than all of that, right? God has to be so unfathomable, so ineffable that surely we can't understand with human words and concepts, right? I think that what I've learned most of all is that in order to begin to conceive of what God is, we have to humble ourselves to the very fact that there are forces out there that are way greater than we can understand. We're human. We make mistakes. It's part of our design. And I think that God is truly bigger than any one system, you know? And like, I think that it doesn't matter so much what you think you should say or do or think or believe to try to be, you know, loyal to the deity, God, whatever, Allah, Krishna, whatever your favorite name is. I don't even think the name matters. I think what matters is how you treat people, how you embody that energy, right? If God was real, surely I would want to be a reflection of that force, right? It's like what Jesus said. It's like what Buddha said. Like, you would want to embody that energy, that vibration. You would want to actually treat other people with kindness. I don't really think it matters so much what you believe. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'm kind of rambling here, but it's like actions, like treat people, like Christ consciousness. That's the simple way I can explain it. It's like it's so much more important to actually be good to other people.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, definitely. And that's sort of reflected in some of the stories your dad tells about his interaction with the beings. Like one of those stories he said that he had an interaction with a couple beings outside of the forest with the tree line. They talked about like protecting animals, or like every animal is sacred, and like every life on earth.
All consciousness is one. Yeah. One.
Yeah.
Like we're all one.
What happened with your brother, Chris Jr.?
Like the original night?
No, like ever since then. Because I don't think I've ever seen any interviews or anything with him. What's he doing? How does he cope with this? How did he cope with all of this stuff and all this story and this whole sort of like life your dad has built?
So he's done one interview since, and it's been on my show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't recall the episode title off the top of my head, but actually he's done a few. He's been on Blood Susetsu a few times.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he didn't do too well in the beginning because he was 17 years old and he came face to face with entities in the woods. I mean, like literally face to face. I don't recall if Dad went into great detail about what happened to Junior, but
about the Cape Fear River part? Yeah, he told about it. I don't know how much detail he gave.
I know he said the eyes. He mentioned the eyes.
He mentioned the eyes, yeah. He mentioned like hiding in the bushes.
Did he say the part about how Chris Jr. was frozen for hours and he couldn't move, and one of these entities was staring at him in the eyes, and he couldn't do anything. He couldn't scream, he couldn't yell, he couldn't run. He was just...
He mentioned that. He did say it was for hours, though.
Yeah, it was for hours until Dad got back. And then when Dad got back from where he was, because he was missing for hours, you know, and he gets back, he's yelling for Junior, he's looking for him, and then the beings just kind of vanish, and Junior snaps to, and he's kind of, well, like he can move.
So that Cape Fear River incident, right, that your dad describes, he described on the podcast, the beginning of the podcast that I did with them. They thought they were gone for like 45 minutes, 30 minutes, but they ended up being gone like for multiple hours. Do they have any idea, does your brother or your dad have any idea where they were for that time?
Yeah. So I'm smiling because I'm glad you asked. And I also apologize for this. I do have a cold, so I apologize to the listener in advance.
But you sound great.
Thank you. But yeah, so Dad was missing for 4 hours, and we know this because it was corroborated by the witnesses, and also they came and they did an investigation, and they, determined there was missing time. I mean, it's history, but for those who don't know, it was determined he was missing for 4 hours. So eventually, they brought a hypnotherapist, like a regression therapist, a Harvard-trained psychologist by the name of Michael O'Connell.
Michael O'Connell.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And very cool guy. And
he's currently at Harvard.
He passed away.
Oh, did he?
But he was in the past. It's who the Discovery Channel and MUFON brought out to do his regression. And anyway, so he.
Why do all these Harvard psychiatrists die? It sucks. Was it of old age, or did he get hit by a car?
I don't know. He was pretty old when I met him.
Oh, was he?
I was 14.
Okay.
Yeah, he died years ago, and I think he generally had some serious health complications. But yeah, I don't know about that one. But anyway, so he did do a regression on my dad, and so for context, for those out there who don't know, yes, a History Channel documentary just aired about my family in August, but a Discovery Channel documentary aired about us in 2008, and it was terrible. It was just so terrible. And anyway, they only showed like maybe 90 seconds, 4 minutes tops, out of an hour and a half regression with all this mind-blowing information. And the part that they did air in the regression on TV was like out of context. It was so ridiculous. It was like something to the effect of they're letting the children out to play, like this sensational kind of part of it, but it was an hour and a half, right? And for anybody who's interested in the transcript of the, is it okay if I mention episodes of my show?
Of course.
Okay, yeah. So episode 9 of my show, Let's Just Said So, I do actually verbatim go through the entire transcript, and
Of the hypnotic regression.
Yep, I got my hands on a transcript of it, and I do a reading of it. And then in episode 17 of, again, my show, we do a full reading of his, he had a regression years later with the female entity, commonly known as the lady. Yeah, the lady. So anyway, so I do provide those regressions, but...
So can you walk me through that regression?
Sure,
with the first one?
Absolutely, yeah. I just wanted to get that out of the way so that the listener, after they hear this, they can go click and they can hear the whole thing verbatim. But yeah, so here's what happened. Now, I can't quote it verbatim, but I'll tell you what happened. So, okay, so as Dad was telling you in the previous episode that he was on, he goes to the top of this hill, right? And he sees these 2 lights up on the horizon. And, first train of thought is like, oh, it's the sun. Wait a minute. There's not 2 suns. That's weird. So immediately it's fear. He turns like he's going to run, but then he looks back and a third one appears. Next thing he remembers, he's at the campfire. Okay? Well, that was the 4 hours. So here's what happened. One of those lights approached him. It came up to him. And my dad was able to recall reaching out and touching it. But it was this thing of pure living light that was shaped like maybe like a teardrop shape. Like he commonly draws it like the shape of a tear. It's kind of rounded in the front and then it narrows. You could be like a football, but also kind of like a teardrop. I don't know. But anyway, it's like that. But then it has these spikes of light rotating around it. It's like kind of like plasma, kind of like light that is sentient. I can't describe it. I try to use different words, hoping that it'll catch.
And just this ball of light floats up to him.
Yes, but it's massive. It's a vessel of some kind. It's like,
how big would you say?
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there, but based on his description, probably 40 foot. I mean, it's huge.
Wow.
And the distance, it's like covering the horizon, like the sun. And it comes up to him, and it's got these spikes of light rotating around it. And he even recalls like the shapes of them, and he reaches out to touch it. And next thing you know, he's in a dark room, and he sees stars all around him, and he's surrounded by these entities, these 7 to 8 foot tall entities, the ones that
the big ones.
Dad's freaking out. He's like, where's my son? Where's my son? Where's Chris Jr.? And they're like, basically, don't worry about him. We're keeping him safe. We're watching over him. And basically, they tell him all kinds of things. Like the stuff I said earlier. They said they're the guardians. They serve creation. Yes, they have a triangle on their chest. They said it represented creation or the Trinity. The idea that there are, divine forces creating us, and they basically said that they protect us from dark forces. I mean, they guide our evolution. Exactly the stuff I said earlier. This is the stuff they told him in that span of time.
In this black, dark room that he was in?
Well, yeah, I mean, he was inside the light. It was like, he could see the stars around him. It was like translucent. Imagine you're in something, like let's just say a ship. Maybe not necessarily technological. I mean, we're talking about dimensional entities.
Right,
here.
exactly.
But we'll just say for conversational sake, it's a ship, right? And you're looking around, and it's like it's dark because you can see all the stars around you, but there's no walls. It's like translucent, like glass. You can just see everything around you.
It's like he stepped through a portal or something.
Exactly. Yeah. And wherever you thought is where it would go. They let him do it. Think wherever you think you'll go. you control with your mind. It's like you're connected to this. It's a kind of dimensional technology that we don't have, you know. And they explained to him, they said the people in power of the world, they don't like us too much, you know. They're very afraid of us, but you know, they can't really do anything about it, you know. And we're the Guardians, you know, we're here to help. And many years went by before he really learned much more about their intentions, you know, because like he explained, he came back, the 4 hours was over, and over the next 5 years, we would be having experiences. Like I heard my sister explain it was like poltergeist activity in the house.
Before we go there, I want to ask, so that hypnotic regression, that was the first hypnotic regression your dad did, where he just remembered what happened.
Right.
Why do you think they make you forget it?
Yeah, that's a
like, why do you forget all that? Like, if they were actually trying to communicate something important to him.
I think it has to do with trauma. Like, I think it has to do. My interpretation is mortal eyes aren't really supposed to be seeing this kind of stuff regularly.
Mortal eyes?
Yeah, like me and you know, bodies, people who are not dimensional beings, we're just ordinary people. I don't think the brain.
We would lose our minds. A lot of people would.
Or it would be so traumatic that you would repress the memory.
Yes.
And you would have missing time. But that's just one interpretation. The other interpretation, obviously, is they do wipe your memory. Why? I don't know. Because what if you never had a regression? What if you never recovered it? Dude, I'm
your dad mentioned something like that on the
This
podcast.
copy
Something about some sort of thing they use to reverse, like a real neuralizer.
Oh yeah, that was like some CIA patent or something.
Yeah.
The beings though, yeah, I don't know. I mean, sure, they could.
But he said that they got it from them. Maybe I heard him wrong. But he said they got the idea from I guess the beings had this thing first, and then they tried to figure it out, reverse engineer it. Maybe, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
But the memory wiping thing is always so weird to me. Like, why do they wipe your memory?
Why?
Even do they? Maybe they don't. Like you said, maybe it's just trauma. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just your own mind doing this to save yourself the anxiety.
I think in the case of my dad, it could have been trauma. I don't know, because I will say it took him about a year and a half between that initial night and then the actual hypnotic regression because of the Discovery Channel investigation, you know?
Yeah.
And that's the one good thing that came out of all of the Discovery Channel stuff was the regression. Everything else, don't care about it. But
did your brother do a regression?
No.
No?
No. None of us kids have had. I mean, I've had like a past life regression, if you believe in that kind of thing. But no, I haven't had this kind of, you know, here I am, I'm going on.
Why didn't your brother do it?
It wasn't offered.
Oh, really?
Yeah. As far as I know. Or he didn't want any part in it. He didn't want to go forward with it. I don't know. I mean, it was like 16 years ago.
Yeah. He was only 17.
Yeah. He would have been about 18 by the time the documentary came out. But anyway. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I don't have recurring dreams. And that I haven't had missing time. And all three of my siblings. I mean, there's got to be things floating around up in there that I don't remember. I mean, there's got to be.
Oh, yeah.
I'm telling you, like, I have a lot of recurring dreams about being in that dark room surrounded by these entities.
You do?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This holiday season?
To say that, like, before my dad had his initial regression, he would scream in his sleep, and he would get headache so bad he would pass out when he tried to remember what happened. And then he had the regression, and it kind of like opened it up to where he could remember things. And the suggestion of it there was like going forward, you know, you it won't be blocked anymore. You can just you'll remember it all consciously. You know, you'll experience it consciously. And then what's important to note is when he encountered the lady in 2012, it wasn't recalled through hypnosis. I mean, it was like 100% a conscious experience. But he was present for it.
Right. And he said that also, I think on the podcast, that it didn't feel like a dream.
Right.
It felt like he was wide awake.
I mean, he was telling me about it like just days later, like in vivid detail. Like, I'm not talking, you know, oh, I can't remember it. Like, no. He vividly is present for all these experiences now. It's crazy. You asked me just a little bit ago if I've had experiences on the level of my dad or whatever. No. I had seen entities, but it's like a flash It's not like Dad where they stop and they say what's up and they show you the symbol on their chest and they're like, it's not like that. It's more so like I see it and I lock eyes with it and then it's gone. Or like one time
where?
around the house, in the living room, in my bedroom, front yard, walking through the yard, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's happened on 3 or 4 occasions. There was one time where this is one of those things that I want to recover in memory, because I know there has to be more to it. When you see these entities, it's like time clearly works so differently for them. I mean, you just see them in the way they pop in and they shimmer and then they're gone. It's like I feel like there's something more to what happened. But I was sitting there with my friend, and we were sitting like it's like a 90-degree angle. Like you have the wall here, and my back's to this wall, his back's to that wall, but we have the same line of sight. You see? I know the camera might not see it, but you see it. We're looking the same direction, but we're at an angle. And we're just talking, and something touched me. I'm like, what the hell? And I pull my shirt up, and I show him, and I had a red mark where there was like a handprint on my ribs. Like literally just like this sensation of, it was like magnetism, like warm electrical magnetism touched me. It wasn't painful. It was actually kind of pleasant. And I saw the mark. I'm like,
Pleasant?
yeah, like
Felt good?
I mean, not like good, but it wasn't painful.
Okay.
Like you would think, electricity would be. I can't describe it. It was like not painful. It wasn't damaging. It was just warm, but it felt like electricity. And I looked at my shirt. There's a mark. My friend's looking at me, and then we both look in the corner, and there's an entity standing there. Its head is no higher than the doorknob. It looks exactly like the little one that my dad and my brother saw. Big round head, big round eyes, and its hands are like down by its side, but it's translucent and it's shimmering, and then it just disappears. Poof. And my friend looks at me, and he's like, "You just saw that too?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And it was crazy, And there's a couple other instances where it's been like that, where I see it, and then it's gone. There's one time where something touched me on the shoulder from behind, and I turned around and there was an orb, kind of like a glowing orb. I didn't see an entity that time.
What that time when you felt it touch you and you looked behind you, there's a glowing orb? Where were you? Were you outside? Was it daytime, nighttime?
I was just inside the house, like
inside the house,
in the kitchen.
There was an orb behind you.
In the kitchen. Yeah, and then the kitchen and into the not a formal dining room, but like a formal living room. It's weird. It's like the kitchen and the formal living room were together. So I'm in the kitchen. I turn around. It's over in the other room, but it's one big room. But and then there's a couple other times my sister and actually all of my siblings. We've all seen entities like that. But it's never like Dad. With Dad, they get out and they have a message, They have a whole thing. Could it be because the regression? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know.
Going back to your brother again, how often do you talk to him about all this stuff? Does he kind of like suppress it? Does he not like to talk about it? Does he like just to forget about it and move on, or what's the deal?
He used to be that way.
Yeah.
The first time we really had like an in-depth conversation about this stuff, other than the night that I first found out about it at 13 years old, it wasn't until I was 18 years old, 5 years later, when I finally had the courage to ask Chris Jr. about it. Because the vibe was like he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want anything to do with it. If it came up, he got really upset and he would leave. Plus they put him on Discovery and made him look bad, so he was just done with it. And yeah, now, today, there's not a day that goes by that he doesn't wear this hat.
Really?
Yep. He's my biggest ally. He's my biggest fan, my biggest supporter. He actually, it's so funny, man. I had to sign documents because my brother is so gutsy. He gets on with the History Channel, Beyond Skinwalker Ranch, right? And they're like all sponsored by Carhartt. So like we all got to wear Carhartt gear. I actually did film with them. It didn't make the cut, but I did a whole segment with them. And I had this jacket that had to be taped over because it wasn't Carhartt. But my brother, Chris Jr., said, "I'm not taking off this hat. I'm going to wear this hat."
That's awesome.
That's it. Yeah, it's just how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
And they made me sign appearance releases, you know, and then
Did they put it in there?
oh, it was blurred.
It was blurred.
Yeah, but I thought it was funny, man. It's like, I mean, it's a step, right? It's a step in the direction to get your symbol on TV, even if it's blurry.
Well, you would think like your brother was there the day this all kicked off with your dad, like experienced that first day, that first night with your dad. You would think that he is just as tapped into this as your dad is. Does he still see this stuff as much as your dad does?
Oh, he's very much tapped in now.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to. Is like,
and does he ever have any of these other
Sling
paranormal
dick like a
experiences, or did
pimp.
he ever witness the lady?
no, not the lady. No,
Okay.
not only very few people have. I have it. My dad has. His niece, my cousin, her daughter, because they were our next door neighbors living with our grandma at the time. My grandpa had passed, but they were like walking over to our house for some reason while we were all out of town, and they saw her in the yard. She just kind of zoomed up and zoomed away. She was like floating.
She didn't say nothing.
The lady?
At that time.
No, she didn't say anything. But it's actually funny because my dad had a voicemail from my cousin freaking out. Oh my God, Uncle Chris! Uncle Chris, I saw this lady with blonde hair, blue eyes. She was floating. She had a white dress. She was glowing. And I mean, that's not verbatim, but it's you not Michelle how she was freaking out. And yeah, no, Chris Jr. actually has a
Did you
unique
grow up in
ability
a
in our
fucking
family. He's the one that the orbs tend to come around in the daytime, like more than anyone. Dad makes special mention of that to me all the time. He's like, son, Chris Jr.'s got a gift. They show up around him in the daytime. He's constantly, in our family group chat where we get orbs. I might see him somewhere and do a video, or Dad, he's always getting videos and he'll post them. Chris Jr. will send those orbs in the daytime.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's the closest you ever seen one come?
I'll give you a banging cheetah still.
Feet, like me and you, maybe a little, maybe more like the wall.
Really?
Yeah, like right over my head, like.
That night that I was out there with your dad, a couple times there was like the shooting star above our heads, like not maybe like 100 feet above us or something like that. It looked like a shooting star, it didn't look like an orb.
Right.
But I never saw something like just like floating around and moving.
Oh,
that close at least.
Yeah, I've seen
What
that.
about pimp suffrages?
Like I said,
I'm the leader of the
it's, like,
pimp
really
suffrage,
close.
bitch.
It's super close. Touch you and then poof, magic trick disappear.
That's so wild.
Yeah.
And like another thing I don't really understand is the whole paranormal aspect to it. So there's a lot of different paranormal things that have happened inside your house that your dad and your mom talks about specifically.
Mm-hmm.
And I think your sister said that she experienced it too. If these things are good, why are they coming across like in these terrifying forms, like shadow figures or deep voices that are like it seems like it's terrifying.
Yeah, it does, but again, it's like funny in the Bible, for example. Anytime an angel appears, what's it say? Be not afraid, right? I think that there is a quality to nature that is unfathomable that we don't understand, but that does not equal evil or not good. It's like this great example that I've heard about nature is when a tree drops all of the acorns,
I'm the
and
world's first feminist.
some acorns are just not going to make it in the cycle of life. They're going to be snuffed out, and they're not going to get to bloom into a tree. And it's just the way that it is. It doesn't mean that nature's evil. It doesn't mean that nature's cruel. It just means that there's an order to it that we don't quite understand. And I think that applies to the beings. It's like when you see a shark. It's my biggest fear. I just see a shark and it makes me feel weird.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like sharks, man. And there's just some things you see and it gives you a gut reaction, but it doesn't mean it's evil. It's just a part of nature and it exists in its hierarchy, and it is what it is, But we just don't understand these beings. Anything we don't understand is going to be scary. But I can tell you their actions very positive. I mean, it's in Dad's book. I know so Dad is very humble about these things, and he's never going to go into great detail about these things.
Please do.
But I feel like, he's my dad, so I just want to talk about cool shit he's done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
But like, there have been quite a few people who have come around and have experienced these entities. You call them whatever you want, beings, orbs, whatever, and miracles have occurred. Cancer.
Yeah, we talked. I read that in the book, and we talked a little bit about it at the end of the podcast.
There's quite a few of those scenarios where, and again, it's like, does Dad have healing abilities? I don't think it's like that. I think everybody has healing abilities, and I think it's like,
they banned me.
The reason it happens so much around Dad is because he asks the beings. He gives it to them. He believes it's them. He completely, never once in my entire life has Dad ever looked at me and said, I healed someone, I have the healing ability. Never. He will never say that. He believes everything ever weird that's ever happened around him or to him or from him is 100% the beings. It's exactly like what I said in the beginning of the episode. I think what's important is we humble ourselves to the higher forces, right? We understand that there are things outside of us. Maybe they look scary.
Oh, watching feminist documentaries because I'm a pimp. What did that have to do with
cancers,
everything
human
to do with
strokes, and all kinds of other amazing things happening all around us.
Are you a patriarch?
So much so that people
Not
from the
everything,
CIA,
baby.
from NASA, the space industry, DoD, all these intelligence agencies are knocking on our door and saying, hey, what's going on here, right? It doesn't just happen all the time.
What's going on here?
Right, like,
what was that like when you were? How old were you when that first happened?
It's funny because I'm actually the first one in the house with anybody from NASA. That was the way it worked. And I was home playing like Fallout 3 or something. Summer, I distinctly remember. I was home. It was summer, so I was just home during the day. I'm only 15 years old. I don't have a job, so I'm just playing games, right? And there's a ring at the door, and it's Hal Posemeyer. I know they talked about him quite a bit in the last session.
I'm about to
wink
wink
the door, and I just remember being like, "Oh, here we go," because the documentary had already been filmed. I don't think it aired yet. We're having all these experiences.
I don't know why.
So I'm like, Mom, NASA's here, and seriously, and called Dad, and I'm like, Dad, there's somebody from NASA here. And he's like, just entertain him until I get home, and the rest is history, But this guy hopped in the car, drove 12 hours from Cape Canaveral just for a chat. And he was in our lives until the day he died. I actually just listened to it, so I know he told that story, how he fell in his head and he had the coma. Same guy.
I feel like transgenderism, as a transgender person,
until that day, he was
like transgenders
intimately in our lives until he died.
That day Hal showed up, how old were you?
15. Maybe 16.
And do you remember specifically what he was saying and what he was asking and why? Why did he tell you he was there? How did he find out about you?
So the funniest part is, and Dad would never tell us detail because he wasn't there. I was the one that answered the door. And I suspect he did this on purpose because he was a covert kind of individual. I think the idea was kind of look dumber than you are, kind of put on a little bit of an act. And he was a little bit of a joker. He was really funny because he constantly would just crank out jokes. And they weren't like good ones either. He clearly had a persona. It was an act, I've come to understand. And he was a genius, but he kind of acted a little bit clueless. It was funny as fuck, man. And
like this slight time of focus on women, and then
he says, "Hello, is this the residence of Chris Bledsoe?" And I said, "Do you mean Bledsoe?" He said, "Yeah, Chris Bledsoe." And he's acting like he's looking at his paper, like he's trying to read the name.
Homosexuality.
And I'm like, yes. And he shows me his lapel, and it's NASA. And he's like, well, I'm with the press corps for NASA. I drove 12 hours from Cape Canaveral. I really was just hoping to have a conversation with your dad. I just wanted to ask some questions and, just things like that. And I don't remember in that moment what we talked about, but I know over the next many years what we talked about up until he died. I do know that he was an at some point he was a CIA analyst.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude. A lot of these people
okay,
are double dipping.
Here we
He
go.
was CIA and NASA?
You have women
Yeah.
who are
At
fighting
one
like,
point,
really hard.
Something he told my dad
do
before he
everything that
passed
they
away.
can
It
to be
was
the
kind of
best
like a
athletes that they can.
confession. Like I
And
don't know how much
then, like,
longer. I want to tell
somebody
you a little
who
bit more about me before I'm gone.
Perhaps
kind of
just
thing.
wants to take advantage of the system.
But he's a very cool guy.
Just says that they're woman
He's
and then
hilarious.
gets to
He was
take
so
away all your
intelligent
hard work.
that he had
I don't
3
like that.
PhDs by the time he was like a teenager.
How
Can you look him up, Steve? We can pull up his Wikipedia and look at him.
Mitochondrial tests.
So we can show some people what this guy looks like.
He was a really cool guy. He's
Then-
one of the very first people at
There
NASA. I
should
mean,
be
he was an intern for Werner
X
von Braun.
chromosome.
Yeah.
Harold
Yeah, that's it.
Sports
We're
Line.
you
X,
click
Y
his obituary. You
chromosome,
might see us in
whatever
there.
the fuck else you
You
want.
might.
Oh,
Whatever.
wow.
I know we
What
were
a
in
fucking
his video, and he was a very kind
race
soul.
against cheetahs.
And
Go
Let's
for
play
it.
his video.
I swear we're in it. I could be remembering wrong, but I feel like I just
Song
recently.
is
No, we don't have. There's no audio here.
Oh yeah.
That's okay. I don't have it.
routed it.
That's okay. I can look at it.
He was a funny dude. He was so intelligent.
1939 he was born. Holy smokes.
Yeah, he was.
Damn,
He was
I
like.
do that
He
shit
was
too.
like one of the young interns when Werner von Braun was. He would be like in the same room as him. That's how far back he goes. And then there's this individual named.
Pull up his Wikipedia or something and read about his history at NASA, or what he did, what his accomplishments were. Does he have a Wikipedia?
That book, UFOs and Alien Abduction Phenomenon, were in it.
Is that his book?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we're actually in it.
There's no official sort of.
Hold on a second, though. There are some
Meaning of minor
drag
planet
queens
name.
that don't want to be women. They want to dress like women, but they don't necessarily want to be women. That's a weird one. Not saying
Yeah,
drag
that's
queens
him.
are
That's
weird.
Young Hal.
Have you ever known
Yeah.
a drag queen?
So he was a.
Yeah, there's
Well,
nothing that
Is
there's
that
nothing
not
legit here
a
that
I swear you got to skip through the obituary, man, because I feel like we're in it. I could have sworn we are.
I want to
a
read. I want to
term
read some
that-
stuff about what he did.
is
Well,
offensive?
yeah, so
like drag
do you-
queen.
Do you know
That to
Project?
me just kind of is an offensive
Ruma?
term.
Yeah, of course.
He was
What
like
would you
the
call
right hand man of that.
Cross dressers.
Alan Jacob.
Really?
Yeah,
Is
Hynek.
that-
He worked with
I
Hynek?
mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
What's
he
the
was like
difference?
his protege.
Oh wow.
He was the guy that
Have
dropped
you ever
in
known a drag
and
queen?
did the debunking.
Yeah.
So he shows up to our door, acted.
There's this.
Is Chris Belso here? He's
Yeah.
he's playing us,
Mm-hmm.
But over
He's
time,
just fishing for
I knew
information,
who
trying to figure you guys out.
exactly fishing
Well,
for
they were
holes,
like a
and he
woman
couldn't
who
find him.
dressed like.
So he was there specifically to
Very
figure out if you guys were full of shit or not.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, he was the guy that dropped in to find the holes in the story.
So is that a cross dresser? Is
And,
that that's the thing?
So
That's the
so
thing.
you said he was.
What if it's a
visiting you
woman
guys
who
for
wants to
years
dress
after
like a
that?
man? Call
Until
him a
the
drag
day,
queen.
actually the
Do
day
you call
he
him a drag
died,
king?
he was
Like, it
supposed
just
to be
gets
driving to
sloppy.
our house
There's got to be a
to
better
spend
term.
Thanksgiving with us.
Is it
And
cross
he
dressing?
didn't show up, and we're like, oh, well, something must have come up. And then the next day we get a call from his wife, Katie,
I think
and
that's
she said basically
fine, but
found
cross
him and
dressing
said
kind
he
of
was in a coma.
insinuates
But
that
he was
they're
like,
in that two
we were
genders.
expecting him at our house,
I don't know.
so.
But
And that's,
dressed
What
up,
did he say to you
could
about
call
this
it
whole phenomenon?
cosplaying.
well, he said more to my dad than
What's
he
the
said to
difference
me. I mean,
between
I was younger.
queens
I
and
think he
cosplayers?
let a lot more out to dad, but he knew it was
There's no
spiritual.
overlap.
He indicated to my dad that it
Why are you
would be his
doing this?
family.
Because I
Yeah,
could
yeah.
just be having these
The
conversations in my
entities,
head, but I feel
Now,
like it's
here
gonna be
is
beneficial
something
for the world if
that I
somebody
find
lets you to somebody like,
particularly
That's good.
wild. But
Do you
in
think drag
about
queen is
2008
that
or
term?
9, I would have been
Yeah.
like 15 or 16 years old. Something he said to me and my family
What would you call them?
that for many years
Cosplayers?
I've been
Is that not?
paying attention to in my mind
Is that? That's
is that by the year
much.
2025, the disclosure rollout would be on the table. All those years ago, 2008 or 2009, he said
Why
the
is
government's
called?
disclosure plan
Let's ask
is going to be
ChatGPT this.
out on the table
Yo, dog.
by 2025, and we're going to. This is what he's saying. He said, and we're going to do it through soft disclosure.
Yo, dog,
meaning
why
there's
don't we
going to be
call
like a
trans,
steady drip of
not
information
transgender,
so as to
but
not
cross-dressing
shock
people?
people. It's going to be like
Cosplay.
little bits of information
That
coming
seems
out
like
over a
it's less
long
offensive, doesn't
span
it?
of time.
Right.
But that we should know pretty much the majority of everything by 2025.
No, not transgender. Why don't we
You
call
told me that when I was a
cross-dressers cosplayers?
What do you think the disclosure is gonna look like? Like, do you think that if there is government disclosure about this stuff, it's gonna be 100% accurate?
No, actually the opposite.
How so?
I think it's going to be more or less.
What is a less offensive
fear-based.
term
More or less,
for drag queen?
Militarize. You're seeing it now. They're jamming our space. They're jamming our
It's
radars.
not inherently
You've
offensive.
got congressional hearings really
I
coming
think
out.
it is.
And they're
I
saying,
really do.
I have a
It's
classified
like,
dossier
you're not a
that was handed to
queen.
me by a
Like a
superior.
queen,
I've heard stories
Okay.
of people getting harmed.
back
and,
in the day,
you've
if you
got
call
like
a dude a queen,
uh,
that means that he's
Mexican
gay.
Congress
And there
coming
are
out with a
cross-dressers
body
who are
saying
not
there's
gay.
eggs in it. You got all this stuff. It's building
Or
this.
drag
It's
queens.
building this fantastic sci-fi story.
So
Right,
what would you
but
call
I
it? I think it's
at the end of
cosplay.
You think it's
That's like a
fear-based?
more
Yeah,
overarching
I think the general picture
They're
is to
costume
create this
players.
narrative
They're just
that
playing
we
as, like,
are all
women.
tiny specks of pretty much nothing, and that there's no hope. There's no
I don't understand. Now that to me
any
makes sense.
inkling of spiritual evolution. And why do I think that? It's because it's what the lady told to my dad. It's in the book. It's in the regression.
What's
it's in.
different?
It's what
I
she
don't know.
said.
I
I mean,
guess-
it's the
I don't
it's
think
the
there. I
message.
think
She said that
cosplay
they are going.
is
There
kinda
is
like
a
an
force. She didn't say who.
overarching.
She said that there are people
Why
at the
are they
helm of
saying
humanity. She didn't say
drag performer?
the Illuminati. She didn't say the
artist, gender
Bilderberger.
performer.
She didn't give a
Be
name,
careful
right?
with
She just said there was a
crossdresser.
dark force
A dark force at the
Female
helm of
impersonator.
humanity.
at the tippy top. Yep, controlling
Man
humanity.
in
There's a dark
dress.
force, and they are using
Man in
biblical
dress
scripture,
is
namely
dismissive and
the
can
Book
be
of
hurtful.
Revelations, to sort of
I think
script
cosplayer-
events on a
why
global
is-
stage to manifest a cataclysm.
Yeah, but why can't
and
you
that there
just
would
use
be
the
a
term
great
cosplayer?
deception.
It seems more
That
overarching.
this deception would be basically
Totally,
to paint the
cosplayer may seem like a
phenomenon
broader,
in a
less
negative
loaded
light.
word, but here's why it doesn't fit.
It's
Cosplayer is character based, not identity based. Who's to
Is
say
this dark
that?
force? Are these human beings?
It's costume play.
yeah, that's. I mean,
Cosplayers usually
are
dress
they?
up as
I don't
fiction
know.
characters.
Maybe
Not
it's
always.
an egregore.
A what?
An egregore, the
Drag
concept
queens
that
or
like.
crossdressers aren't dressing as someone else.
It's like the devil.
They're
It's like if
expressing the
enough
version
people
of
believe in
themselves,
something, it
even
gives
if
it
it-
power. It's like,
Right.
enough
Exaggerated performance.
people believe in a
Calling
specific
drag or gender
concept.
expression cosplay.
Oh, there you go.
It's
Yeah,
just-
perfect.
just
Wow,
a
you're
fake
awesome.
or make
Egregore.
believe.
That's the first time I've
Which
ever heard
erases
that
it.
word. An egregore is
Yeah.
an esoteric
Cosplay is often
concept
temporary
that
entertainment
refers to a
focused.
non-physical
Drag or
entity that is
crossdressing
created
can
by
be
a group
deeply
of people.
personal.
The term comes from the ancient Greek word
The communities don't see themselves as
egregoris,
the
which
same.
means wakeful.
Yeah, it's like the devil. Like, is there really a force that can oppose God?
Cosplayer is
Keep
dressing
scrolling,
up
keep
as
scrolling. I
someone
love
else.
this. What is this?
I don't
Drag
think so.
performer
Scroll
or
up a little bit more,
crossdresser
Steve,
is
to the, where
expressing
there's
a
some
part of
photos on the
yourself.
top right.
Then it
Yeah,
needs a
click that.
better
It's the
name.
brain. What is that? So this is
Transgender
like a hive
person,
mind
being who
type
you
thing?
are.
Yeah,
Not
it's
in
just
a
it's
costume or
it's
role.
it's like
That's
it's as simple as this. It's thought
Okay,
forms.
so what would you call
Are
drag?
made up. Oh, thought. Okay.
But these
These
Okay,
thought forms
I
are
mean-
made up of the thoughts, ideas, and feelings that the group inadvertently sends out
Doesn't
to
the
their
term
collective
drag
group
performer
mind or
mean
collective
that-
consciousness. It is hard to create one on
Doesn't the
purpose
term
because
drag
they are
performer
often
mean that you are
unintentionally
performing something? You're
interesting.
not actually like
Yeah.
feeling
The
that
mind is a very
personally.
powerful thing,
So you are
and I think if
contradicting
enough
yourself.
people believe in something, it more or
That's a
less
sharp
can become
observation. You're
true.
fucking right in
You know?
Yeah,
it.
100%.
And you're picking
And,
up on
you
a
know,
real
if
tension in the
enough
language.
people
Yeah. You're right that the term
the
performer
phenomenon is so
does
negative
suggest
and so
putting
scary
on something
and
like a
so
role.
warlike,
act,
and they're jamming our
and for
radar,
many drag
and they're
artists, it's exactly what it is.
cattle,
The performance of
and all
femininity.
this stuff that they're
Action like
telling
camp
us that's
or
going
glamour.
on through this
So in
these
those
official
cases, the drag
quote,
persona,
channels.
RuPaul, shout out to RuPaul,
It's spreading this,
may
this
be
very
separate from the person's everyday
dark,
self. They're not claiming to
fear-like
be that persona
narrative,
24/7.
you know?
They are
And
creating a character.
that's-
But
that's kinda
here's where
like-
it gets more complex. For some drag performers, even the term
it's like
drag is like,
I don't know how to get the words out. I'm trying to find the words, but
if anything, it should be like, blah.
it's like a
The opposite
spiritual
of
war.
drag.
Honestly,
Lift.
like the whole
Lift
the
performance.
phenomenon thing.
Anyway, for some
I mean,
drag performers,
Spiritual war.
The
Thank you for titling this episode.
Spiritual war. Okay, sure, yeah.
That would have taken me like at least 3 days to come up with.
It's called perfect performing,
Awesome.
though. Shouldn't it be
Wars.
called like
Egregores and spiritual wars.
Hey, you said you wanted some esoteric concepts.
Yeah.
these
So
are
there you
better
go.
names?
Good word.
I love that.
Yeah.
I gotta pee real quick.
Lift.
Did you search Harold or
Lift.
Hal?
I don't
Harold.
know.
Try Hal.
Help
I
them
got
explore
your
gender
profile of
identity.
a tektite.
Be a way of
He was the
expressing
world's
their
expert on
So when
tektites.
drag is a performance that feels
Tektites, they're like
blah, blah,
this
blah. It's
special
not a
kind of
contradiction,
meteorite.
it's a
They're
spectrum.
like glass meteorites.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
he was literally like the
But it's not
authority.
drag is a constant
on
has
them.
been
He also
taken
mapped
off.
the moon, didn't he?
Feels like a-
Yeah.
but
No,
both of
that
them
was
being
not
me.
what it
Yeah,
is.
you need a word
I
for
don't
being
know.
me.
Okay.
Yes, drag performer implies performance, but it doesn't
Profile
exclude
of a
personal meaning.
tektite researcher.
I've been tektite hunting with him.
Really? Scroll. Can you
It's
zoom in
like
a
saying
little bit?
someone is a poet even.
Hal
language
Havenmeyer is a tektite researcher from Ohio.
Isn't the term
Wow, in July
drag like
20,
negative?
In July 2000, the main belt asteroid
It's like,
12753,
oh, that thing's
which was
such a
discovered
drag.
by Gene and Carolyn Shoemaker on April 18th, 1993,
Welcome.
was named in
How you
honor of
living,
Hal and
GB?
Katie Havenmeyer for their many
GB, go fuck
contributions
yourself.
to the international
Yeah, drag can sound
occultation,
negative in
Occultation.
everyday speech.
occultation timing association,
These all
IOTA,
use drag as a burden, but in
and
the
their studies of
community,
work in the
drag is
field
totally
of meteors
different.
and meteorites.
The term
He
drag
is the
is
author
believed
of
to be
Fireballs,
theatrical
Meteors,
slang,
and Meteorites, Tektites,
referring to men
Cosmic
wearing long
Paradox,
skirts that drag down
Cosmic
the floor.
Paradox,
That's
Gray's
so lovely.
Observer's Handbook,
Others
and
say
also
it's an acronym dress
published
resembling
over
a- that's not
190 scientific articles. Holy crap.
Yo, what up?
Yeah, it was
GB?
speculated. This is not anything I know. This, don't take this to the bank. Okay,
Keep scrolling. Okay.
this is just something that was implied
Is this a
as a
song?
possibility.
I like it.
If
I
there
like
ever
it. It goes-
was such an office as Majestic 12, he would be
Da,
somebody
da, da.
who probably was.
Some of his engineering work
I wonder what GB
still sits on the Sea of Tranquility from the Apollo 11 mission.
Opinion on this.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
what are your
what
thoughts?
Chris was talking
I think
about.
drag is
Oh,
back
yeah.
in
Your
the-
dad said that he mapped the moon for the moon landing mission, so they could figure out the perfect place to land.
He was a genius. He was so intelligent that he had to take medications to slow his brain down. I mean, there's a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
To slow it down? God
Yes.
damn, I can't find enough medication to
Yeah.
speed mine up.
There's a lot of, when you start talking aerospace industry,
Okay.
you get a lot of
Very smart people.
yes, a lot of brainiacs. We're talking
In
about
daily slang,
genius
yes, it can sound
mathematicians and
negative.
astronomers and
In
physicists and
culture,
stuff.
no, it
But
should
Although
be
all
lift.
planetary scientists
living.
are
I
in
think
agreement
that's
that
way
tektites
better.
originated
Lift
within
living
the
is
Earth's moon
what drag
system,
queens should
there
be.
are
Lift.
two major
Oh, that
theories
motherfucker's
as to
lift
their
living.
origin. The
What
most
does it mean?
popular, simplest, and
Not
widely
drag,
accepted
it's
is
lift.
they
It's like,
is that they
whatever.
are the
It's
result
living.
of a
It's what
terrestrial
they're doing.
impact caused by a comet or
Does it have to
asteroid
be a
throwing material
performance?
out into space and
Anyway.
re-entering as tektites. Interesting.
Oh, that's cool.
there's a lot of mythology about tektites. They're also
We
commonly
need
known as
an equal
moldavite.
rights
It's
amendment.
like a crystal.
I
If
don't
you're
care
into
what
such
you
a
want to
thing.
call drag queens.
And there's
Performers
I love studying
or
myths.
poets
I don't care what it
or
is. Holy Grail, Wishing
doctors
Stone, whatever,
or
Buddha. I don't care. And
superstar
there's a lot of really
athletes
cool,
or
interesting
homeless
mythology
people
about
or whatever,
moldavite potentially
unhoused,
being one of the stones
black,
of the Holy Grail.
white, blue, green, yellow.
Uh-huh.
Everybody
It's
gets
like
equal rights.
the mineral name, I believe, of tektite.
Oh, really?
But I
Or
think
it's a
lift
kind of
living is
tektite,
good.
rather.
Wow. Dude, this guy sounds like he was fascinating.
He was cool. Like I said, I mean, again, it's like you can't take
Trans
this. I don't know this
ideology
for a
is
fact. It was implied to me that he may have been a Majestic 12.
Women's rights are not hate.
It's like
I get that.
the original people who like basically ran the covert UFO program.
The Majestic 12?
Yeah, it's an idea. Again,
Who were some of the other people that were part of that?
I don't know.
Oh, nobody knows.
I don't even know if he was. It's just
Okay.
it was indicated, But when you're talking in these covert, I mean, dude, I've been around people in the CIA and NASA and all these other agencies since I was like 15. I mean, you meet so many people, and this one says this one, and it's like I don't know.
Why, we're
So,
talking about feminism.
okay.
So why is it a discussion
So
on trans?
who is the one that originally
Shouldn't it be
claimed
like,
that there was
this is Susan B.
shadowy
Anthony
sort
and
of
this is
force at the
fucking-
top of society that wants to install fear
Who's that
through
hot chick?
this disclosure process?
The lady,
The lady.
the
Gloria
entity.
Steinem.
Okay.
She said it's a dark force.
Now, whoever might be in charge of this disclosure, say there is some sort of government disclosure in the process right now, right? That's going to come out in the next few years. Like looking back to 2014 when they started releasing those Navy videos and everything like that.
2017.
So that was 2017? Oh, yeah, okay. Anyways, so if that was like the just dipping the toe in and saying like, we're going to do this over the next 10 years, who specifically would be behind that? And obviously there are people around you guys who you guys are talking to in intelligence or in Department of Defense or in NASA, wherever it might be, all these crazy agencies who are openly talking to you that this is not the case, this is not reality.
What was that thing about?
There's obviously a split in government, right? Like there's a divide.
Yeah. Multiple divides, actually.
Do they acknowledge that to you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And who do they say are the people who want to paint some sort of false dystopian, fearful narrative?
It depends who you ask. If they're in the CIA, they might say it's NASA. If it's somebody's NASA, they might say it's, if it's somebody in the Air Force, they might say it's somebody in the Navy. You don't really get a straight answer. It just depends who you're talking to. You see what I'm saying? Oh, I'm in the Air Force, but they're in the Navy. They're the bad guys. It's like there's splits within these factions. Well, you have CIA, but my CIA group is the good one, but their group is not the good one. There's compartmentalized fractures within these intelligence communities. And then you have groups like the Invisible College who are like, well, we have all these answers and we know it's spiritual, but we don't think people deserve to hear it, And then you have other groups that are like, we don't know how to tell it, but we want it to get out there, meaning like the entities, the beings, whatever. They want the truth of it out, but they're like, how do we do it? And then you have others who have bot armies and trolls, and they do like cyber stalking and harassing. And
yeah, we just learned all about bot armies a couple weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a thing. And you have those firms who are like silence any sort of conversation about this that gets too close. Push all the conversation about whatever popular alien theory is being run now, like you've got Pleiadians and Arcturans and all this, all that's okay, but then harass the people and troll the people that are kind of close to the real thing. A couple of death threats, things like that. It's complicated, man. Like when you're in the intelligence world, it's very gray. It's not like you see on TV where it's like, we all are loyal to the same mission. Well, not really. Because when you're talking like CIA or some compartmentalized intelligence program, they sometimes, it could be because of blackmail they have on foreign nationals or international people, leaders, whatever information they have could make some of these people untouchable, and they can do whatever they want, and they can get away with whatever they want, and they're more or less above the law. So some of these people are rogues, and they just do whatever they want, harass whoever they want. They don't care. I've experienced that. And
are some of these people that are involved in this, are they like private, commercial, aerospace people, or are they all in government? Like, do you get any people from like Lockheed Martin or any of those aerospace contractors?
Yes, actually.
I was asking my buddy the other day, I was wondering, like, you hear the stories about Men in Black.
No bullshit.
I wonder if the, quote, Men in Black, huge air quotes there, if those are actually like government agency people, or if they are private contractor people, like contractors, like aerospace contractors. So they send people out there because they're those guys. Obviously, like what's going on right now in the news is everything about these aerospace contractors keeping stuff secret and all these black budgets and everything like that. I'm wondering if they are the ones that are trying to intimidate and strong arm people into It's too
That-
quiet.
I mean, I couldn't know for sure. You
That
know,
would be me.
I have met more, like in the way you described, like I've met more people from these government agencies than I have met private contractors. Although ironically, just 2 or 3 days ago, I was hanging out with a very sweet guy from JPL, and
Oh yeah.
he's a very nice guy. Yeah, I can tell you about it later. But
Oh, I think your dad was telling me about
Well,
that.
this is
Yeah.
political
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
theory.
I went and visited.
I thought this was
But
feminism.
you know, and I do want to reiterate, I'm
I
not
don't
saying
know.
that all
When
these
are they
people are
gonna
bad.
show
I'm not saying
Gloria
that. I'm saying some are good. There's no black and white. There's no rule book here for dealing with the intelligence world. It's nothing like you see on the movies, man. We think the men in black
I
shows
was,
up with the
I was
sun
watching
shades and
political
the
theory. It
suits
wasn't
and the ties.
feminism.
They're really nerds with khakis and polos.
Really?
Yeah. I just told you,
Oh.
15 years old, playing Fallout, knock on the door, and it's
Well,
NASA.
that was how.
Yeah, aerospace industry coming to question me and my family about UFOs. I mean, come on, like, if there's
Yo,
ever a
dog.
real Men in Black, I mean,
Yo,
I lived it.
Right.
I might have it all
I've met
wrong,
people
but I
who
thought this
don't
was
exist.
Right,
women's
but I'm talking
history
about like the people that
highlights.
tried just to intimidate you. Because your dad also mentioned that in his book, that there was people out there that like tried to intimidate you guys or scare at least your dad
That's
or
not-
your mom or someone.
they
or,
must
like,
have
there was
had
some
other
sketchy
talk
shit
about
that
other
went
stuff.
down.
They could have been like,
Yeah,
all
I
right,
didn't-
this is what it's
I
like to be a
didn't know.
woman,
Did you
and
say
then
that
talk
on there?
about transgender.
No, I think it was in the
That's
book.
not
Oh, that
PBS.
didn't happen. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely talked about it on air, but I also did I not hear it in the book?
But we did.
I'm not sure.
Here we go.
I'm not sure what I should
We'll
or could
watch that
say
one.
there.
But I want to watch.
Maybe it was over dinner. I don't know.
It could have been, but yes, you are
What do you wanna
correct,
say
and
about
that's the whole point. Is
There
yeah,
is
that it was
a-
not private content.
I just have a thing with logic. Logic's very
And
important.
yeah,
And there's
you
something
know, I don't
wrong
like
with,
to
with that argument.
I don't like to give too much attention to that
With
Right.
part of it, you know. But it was
Not
basically
that way.
like we could
It's
blow your
just
brains out if you don't
when
tell
you
the
mix
story
it
the way
with
we want you to.
feminism.
And then an orb
They're
appeared,
separate.
scared the dude away, and he never came back. See ya.
They're just
Oh
different
my
arguments.
god.
Yep.
One is
Yep. Appeared
promotion
right
of
behind him. He's on our property. Orb appeared, and
traditionally has been
never heard from him
promotion
again.
of XX chromosome people.
So you know, it's like I don't really
Transgender
care to
is a whole
give
different thing.
those kinds of people attention. You know, I don't
And when you
really
try to
think
mix
too much
them,
about them.
What other kind of people should
they
live in
do
your
they're
house? Besides
changing
Hal?
the definition of feminism.
You name an agency, Homeland
I'm
Security,
not saying
DIA, NRO. Dad
I'm
told
just
you about
saying
that one.
Yeah, you told me all about the NRO. That was
Yep,
great.
yep. Air Force Intelligence,
It's not
Army
traditional
Intelligence,
feminism.
Naval Intelligence. I think I already said CIA. Obviously,
Mhm.
I've met people from FBI. I've met virtually.
Why
They
don't
all
we
just
say
knock on your door unannounced.
transvestite anymore?
No,
Why
that's
did
only
that
happened.
go away?
Unannounced
such a
only a
bad
few
thing?
times.
Okay.
A lot of times it's like,
I
hey,
get
I'm coming through the
transgender.
area. Can I
Why
stop by?
is that?
Sure, come on. Or
Let's
you know,
find
get
out.
our number. Hey, so and so,
ChatGPT.
introduce me to this
Mhm.
guy who told me to get in touch with you. You know, it's not always unannounced.
Yeah.
Why
That
don't
was
people say
more or
transvestite
less
anymore?
a
Why
few
is that
times.
seen as bad?
But no, mostly it's just like, hey, we'd love to come visit.
Yeah.
Okay, come on in. You know, Southern hospitality.
because
you
it's
want, you want
outdated,
coffee, you want tea,
clinical,
you want,
and
Yeah,
potentially.
yeah.
you know, what do you
Well,
do?
who's to say it's
The CIA is
outdated?
not gonna
Words
do it.
are
You're gonna say no and slam the door?
clinical.
Were you at the house when that guy
It's
Tim
medical?
showed up?
Historical use.
Really?
Yep, it was in my bedroom where
What?
yeah, I helped him with the metal. You remember that story?
Yeah.
He put the medals.
Put it in both hands.
Yeah, I was the one who helped him
Association with fetishism.
do that whole thing.
Every time
Where it was like
transvestite was
one
linked to
person at a
sexual
time started with
fetishism,
me.
it was
I helped the medals
transvestite
first,
fetishism.
and he
What is
explained to
that?
me
The diagnosis involving sexual arousal.
he
from
had these
wearing
charts where it was
different
like
gender,
basically
and
showing that the
associate-
isotopes of
shift
these
towards
metals were not from
identity,
Earth.
respecting
He was implying to me that this
Transgender,
material did not come from Earth.
cross-dresser.
It comes from somewhere very far away,
Mhm.
and it's organic. He said it's alive, like it's some sort of living, sentient material,
Mhm.
and just explained how he was able to
some of the transgender,
sort of like
some of the transgender
replicate this material.
He
He made like billion-dollar patents being able to replicate this material by
Really?
I
yeah,
think it's just
the
because
very
of
cutting-edge experimental
see.
technologies like hip
Not just
replacement,
that.
bone replacement type stuff because it's organic, right? So he figured out how to
What's a queer person?
not reject the bone material. It's like
Kids,
if you just
when I was
put a
kid,
metal
I'll
implant
tell you
in
exactly
your
what-
hip, your body's going to reject it. He figured out
But,
how to make it
um,
merge because
I
it was
don't know.
organic.
Is that
And he
is
figured
that
out
gay?
you take. I can't remember what the
Are
material was. I mean,
lesbians
I'm not a
queer?
scientist, you know.
like back
And he
in the day?
explained
Would
this to
you
me
have been
quite a
like,
while ago.
oh,
But it
that
was like
girl
you
is
create
queer?
zero gravity
No, you
conditions
would
and
have
it
been like, she's a
creates some new bond or
What is
I don't know.
He explained all this to you.
Yeah, but I'm not a scientist. You know what I mean? So like, it's I
queer
didn't
is a broad
I don't know how to convey it properly, but yeah. So he put it in my hand,
like gay, lesbian,
and he was like, just kind of pay attention. You know, tell me if you notice anything, anything. If you notice any sensations or feelings or thoughts, I was like, okay.
Queer. What
He
is
put the
that?
other piece in my other hand, and it felt like
Reclaim
static
slur.
going through me.
Oh,
Like,
smear the
whoa,
queer.
but it wasn't painful. It was like when the entity touched me, it was pleasant, and I felt this energy. And I'm like, oh my god, I feel electricity. And he goes,
I want to take back
Okay.
transvestite.
let's get the next one, and we went.
Why?
You know, my
Because it's
brothers,
like if it's
my
not seen as
sister,
a slur, gotta take it back.
my mom, and then my dad, in whatever order. But we did dad last, and then you heard the story.
It's
With
like
dad, it was so powerful. I mean, I sat right
the
there and I
N-word
watched
for
the muscles of his
transgender
arms were
people.
convulsing. I mean, this energy was so prevalent
It's
from
been
this
taken
material. He
back.
was shaking, and his vision blacked out.
so you would
And
call
it was basically
other
described to
transgender
us
people.
that this
Are you
this
transgender?
material
I mean, legally,
is
I guess I'm a
it's like
lesbian.
quasi crystal. I don't really know what
Okay,
that means.
so you'd be like,
but,
yo, what up, my transvestite?
That's why I got Steve. Steve will pull it
I
up.
guess.
but he basically said that the fact that we had a reaction from this material in the first
This
place
isn't a thing for
was
homosexual.
evidence
What is
to
the word?
him. It was a way for these covert programs to, you know, you say you're seeing an entity and then you touch this stuff and you feel nothing whatsoever and you're lying.
Really? So it's like a lie detector test.
Well, no, it's more so like it's reacting with your energy because you've been in the presence of an interdimensional entity. You see what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
that's what he told us. Like,
Like you have some sort of vibration going on inside
yes,
you.
yes, because you've been
I'm
altered
sure.
because you've been in the presence of an interdimensional entity. So he knew that we were telling the truth because we all felt this energy. And ironically, I had just started dating my wife at the
No,
time.
there's a weird.
She
there's
happened
a
to be
word.
there. She didn't feel a single thing. She didn't feel anything from the metals. My mother did, all of my siblings, and my father.
All of your siblings.
Yeah, and then my wife too. I was like, I don't care. You know, people come around to my house and ask us, yeah, I don't care who you are. You're in my house. And I'm kind of, you know, I'm kind of like, can she do it? You know, let's get her in here. I didn't care about, you know, being secret.
Did,
They don't
whatever.
fucking know.
Did Tim show
AI
you
keeps
guys
being neutral.
anything that was like super confidential that
I
you're not allowed to talk about?
I mean, yeah, but really it wasn't a big deal. It was just pictures of Area 51. I mean, it was a big deal. It was, but it wasn't like he didn't show me
Life
any
living, I
bodies
think,
or
is
anything
great.
like that. It was just
Life
pictures of
living.
Area 51. And, you know, it's like basically indicating to us that there is a facility where this kind of study goes on. But the main thing
I
that
think it still goes on there. I think they moved it all.
Area 51,
Yeah, like all the crazy studies.
I have no idea. Like he
Have you ever
didn't
wanted to be a
didn't
woman?
show us anything that was like.
Mind blowing.
Well, no, I guess what I'm trying to say is like he had an air of plausible deniability.
elements
Like he
of
showed
it
us
that
photos of the facility, but he didn't show us any of the like, you know, he didn't show me
You're like,
a craft
Right.
or anything like that. I mean, it was pretty like towing the line of what, you know, if I was a dude
you
in
ever
a
want to be a
covert
woman?
program, what would
I
I?
am, so I guess.
How
yeah.
far to the line could I get? Well, he got as close to that line as possible, and he told us he was going to do it. He said, "I have a box, all right, and at the very edge of the box is how far I can go. We want to show you classified information, things like that. I'm
I
going
don't
to
know,
get
though. I
right here
kinda
to the
think
edge,
that
and I'm not going to pass it."
Sexuality's on it.
So he showed us pictures of Area
Spectrum,
51.
so-
He showed us his badges of Area 51. He had like actual laminates, the CIA, NASA, Air Force, and Area 51 laminates, the clearance passes. Like, click, let me in the door. He showed us that. And he basically told us that, you know, this was a very serious subject matter. It was the most classified subject. We are very seriously regarded in these intelligence communities. He said that if we had been talking just 6 years prior about our experiences and going public, that we would have probably been shot and killed. But that the times had changed and that they were loosening the protocol on how to deal with people. He basically said we have other ways of ruining your life. We don't have to shoot and kill you anymore. We can just we can do whatever we want. You know. And he was like, you know, we don't necessarily want you going public. Don't want you going on Facebook and talking and spreading this, you know, anywhere or anything like that. And if you do, it doesn't matter because everyone will think you're crazy and they won't believe you anyway.
Right. It's
You
true.
know?
That's true.
Well,
And you guys did go public with it.
absolutely
What did he say about that?
nothing. Nothing.
Is anybody trying to fuck with you for going public? Did anybody ever, when you initially went public, did anyone try to fuck with you?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's hard to say. It's like, yeah, I mean,
And why wouldn't they want you to go public with it?
because again, it's like there's a narrative, right? There are so many.
But if it's spiritual, what does it matter? Like, it's not like, why do they care?
Honestly, like, it's a complicated question, you know. It's because my take on that is,
What's your favorite thing about being a dude?
this may sound like it's out of left field, but it's about awakening, right? It's about the awakening of humanity. I mean, what does that mean? Well, right now we're asleep. We don't really know what's going on. We don't know the nature of things. We don't know the reality of things, right? To awaken means
Perhaps the strongest
when we all realize, when we
have
all
on
kind of
Earth,
like
probably,
expand our idea
because
of
of
things
childbirth
and realize there's something
and
more
fetish shit, too.
than just this. You know, there are other beings out there in other realities. There are energies and forces in other realities that are always all around us, which again brings us back to the Christ consciousness thing. It brings us back to the light thing, because if there are other
What are they
dimensions and
gonna
other
talk about?
forces,
Explorers then? That's all I
then
wanted to know.
you know, we got to be more mindful of our thoughts and our intentions and our feelings and how we project. You know, it's like,
Yeah,
there's more to us than just physical action.
she was like hot without.
There's mental action. There's intent, spiritual intent, things of that nature. It's the kind of stuff the beings talk about. But awakening is when we realize there's more to this than just material life. That we have abilities. I mean, you know about the remote viewing stuff, right?
Yeah.
You're aware of all that. We can all do that. We all have some degree of
What do you
psychokinesis
think she thinks
or
about transgender?
what's it called? Extrasensory perception.
Mm-hmm.
We
Right.
all have this.
Let's
We
talk
all
about
have these
religions.
abilities.
See
It's
all the
just
shit we go through.
in order
Wow, that looks
to
cool. I like
access something, you have to be aware of it, right? You have to be aware that you have these abilities. You have to be aware that you are a higher consciousness.
That's what Diana
Yo,
talks
dog.
about in Dinosaur
Yo,
Mythos.
dog.
When I read that, she was going deep into how I don't think she gave up his name in the new book yet. Maybe she did, but she keeps Tim pseudonymous in both of her books, I believe, and she talks about how Tim has some sort of like daily ritual protocol he does to keep himself in tune with this extrasensory thing, whatever it is. Like if we are some sort of biological antenna
Look at this
that
athleticism.
can access some sort of doorway to extra perception, he has a thing
Why
he
is
does
that
every
more
morning where
important?
he like drinks water and meditates. He does
No
whatever.
coffee. It's part of his
that was
protocol.
part
No
of it.
coffee.
No coffee. Yeah.
Sunlight. You know what he told my dad?
No.
When's the last time you dated, brother? When was the Super Bowl?
Really?
Yeah. Kundalini yoga. They're very esoteric in NASA and CIA, man. And that's a rabbit hole in and of itself. But I want to stress, you know, I do not want to say that all of these people in these agencies are bad. They're not. Some of them have been really good.
Of course not.
Some of them have written blurbs in my dad's book, you know, saying he's telling the truth. Please listen.
Yeah, Dan Sunnyvan.
Yeah, and John. Alexander.
Oh, John Alexander. Yeah.
And some of them, and Hal, you know, he may have debunked us at first, tried to.
Hal did?
He tried
Oh,
to.
Povenmire.
Yeah, Hal Povenmire.
Yes.
They have tried to, you know, they do have a job. But at the end of the day, some of these people have been very kind and very generous and trying to ensure that we feel heard and feel understood. You know, it's like not all of these people in these programs are bad. I do believe it tends to be like Stranger Things season 4. This is my favorite example where you have this whole you have this scenario where like 11 losers are mojo, and you got one element of the government trying to kill her, and then you got the other element trying to like get her mojo back and put her out there to do her thing. It's like that. It's like some of them are bad, some of them are good. It's the way it is, you know. But you asked, why don't they want this out if it's a spiritual thing? Because those bad elements, whoever they are, tend to be more powerful and have more reach, right? They don't want us to awaken.
No, they want to keep us. Yeah, they want to keep us asleep on our daily routines. They want us waking up.
They want us dumb and sick and hooked into the pharmaceutical culture. Yeah, watching TV, eating the crappy food, just doing everything we can to be sick and dumb and as low vibrational as possible. They don't want us to awaken. Why would they want that?
Look at this athleticism.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I just wonder why these people like Tim and people close to you who are showing this to you or telling you not to say anything publicly. It just boggles my mind.
Maybe because it's real.
Yeah, but if they're not a part of that negative force, why do they want to keep it a secret?
I don't know if he is or isn't. I don't know. He never told me. I don't know. I just know by based on people's actions, you know, and if they've helped us or not. And I'm not here to say this one's good, this one's bad. I just know that, you know, like there have been a few. I will say Jim Van, CIA. His title is Directorate of Clandestine Affairs. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pull up Jim Van's bio on there.
This guy never, ever has he said, don't go speak publicly. Don't go tell your story. It's actually been the opposite. You need to write a book. You need to go tell your story. You need to talk. There are some people in the government who truly, despite how they may look or how they may appear or who they know or whatever, it doesn't matter. All I know is how they've been to us. And they have been, you need to go shout your story at the rooftop. It's time to tell it. Forget what all these haters say. It doesn't matter. Go tell your story. He's one of them. Hal is one of them. Colonel Alexander, one of them. Go tell your story. Go tell your story. You know, so like, I don't know. That's pretty. I don't know. You know, I can't say who's good or bad. I'm just telling you what happened, right? I'm telling you the facts of how the cards are falling. So that's my experience.
This whole protocol of trying to like tune your body into this extra sense or whatever it might be, isn't that like getting into the idea of Rosicrucianism? I think it's how, did I say it right?
Rosicrucians.
Rosicrucians, yeah.
Yeah, more or less, yeah.
And it seems like that might be something that you may not want to do. Like being tapped into this, as fantastic as it sounds and as crazy as your dad's story is, it could be something that would be too much for a lot of people. Being able to witness some of this stuff or being tapped into something that you aren't ready for.
Yeah. But on the other hand, it's like,
How much have you looked into Rosicrucianism?
Quite a bit. Yeah. I love it. And
okay, here's what is this? Semi Van's bio. Here we go.
No, it's a okay. So here's an official talk.
Oh, Jim retired. Okay, he retired in 2007 after 25 years career in Central Intelligence Agency's National Clandestine Service. Yeah, my friend Mad Dog Jim Lawler was telling me about him. Saying that they worked together at the same time. At the time of his retirement, he was a member of the CIA's Senior Intelligence Service. Jim served multiple overseas and domestic tours along with senior management positions in CIA headquarters. He is a recipient of the agency's Career Intelligence Medal.
Dude, he like wrote the handbook of following protocol.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
So he's a part of
that To the Stars thing.
Yeah.
He would be in our yard taking calls, Mom, when they were starting it up. It was fun.
What was the deal with? I don't want to get too off track. The whole To the Stars.
I don't know. I don't know that much.
Yeah,
the only one of them that I ever met personally was Jim.
Yeah.
And you know, like I want to stress, like I can't vouch for what other people say and think and believe. All I can vouch for is how they treated us, right? So I don't know. You asked like, are the good ones or the bad ones, or you know, this, that, or the other.
Yeah.
Those are the few that have always been like, go, keep telling your story, But yeah, Rosicrucians, that's an interesting subject. So, do you got steam in you?
Got what?
You got some steam in you to hit another tangent real quick on Rosicrucians?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I got all the steam. I got steam all day, baby.
This is gonna be a shift.
Okay.
So here I am, 18 years old. My dad sees the lady, right? At this time, I'm like we discussed earlier in the episode, you know, I'm open-minded to what's out there. I'm like, knowing that it's not all contained in the Bible, but I still feel that attachment, like I'm not really ready to look at other things yet. I don't know how to explain it. Like I still was kind of sucked into that one train of thought, that one track being Christianity, right? So my dad comes home one day, or rather I come home, right, because I'm at college, and I'm talking to my dad, and he starts telling me, son, I saw this lady, and, grazing over the details, because I talked about some of the things she said already, but grazing over that, just, how he first told it to me. He said, I saw this lady, and she said this, that, and the other, and she said that she goes by Hathor, but that throughout time and across many cultures, she was known by many names. And she, she had the dress, she had it glowed, it was like twinkled like stars, like this white gown that it was like it had stars all over it, right? Well, you can look up ancient depictions of Hathor, and she was depicted this way, with the bull, this symbolism, right? It's like, you remember she appeared first as a bull, right?
The bull. Yeah, it was the bull first, then her.
Right.
And I think he said it was like somewhat to the Lady of Guadalupe.
Yeah, many names. But you look at depictions of Hathor.
Hathor.
Yeah, it's this Egyptian deity, and she was depicted as a bull, and she had this dress that was like the twinkling stars, and it's the notion that she was like the divine mother of the cosmos, nourishing with her udders, the cow, the bull symbolism. She was she fed the cosmos with milk. It was this symbolism, right? Mm-hmm. But she said, I go by many other names.
Oh, look at that one.
So can you imagine how I felt at 18 years old with my dad telling me this stuff?
No, I can't.
Being a Pentecostal, I'm like, what the hell? I've never heard of Hathor. And then he said that this being, the lady, she said that Amun-Ra is the hidden one. That's all she said. No content. Amun-Ra is the hidden one. Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. But the point is, I spent a lot of time after that studying Egyptian mystery schools, which led me to Rosicrucianism, Hermeticism, Gnosticism, just wisdom traditions in general, And a fascinating tidbit of information is that, like, at one point in human history, when Egypt was the dominant civilization, you had all these different secret mystery schools. And I can't remember the year, but it was the Pharaoh Thutmose III who was so enamored by these mystery schools that he united them all into one school. It's one body of wisdom, and they believed that their wisdom came from Atlantis, right? Like, if there was such a thing as Atlantis, which I tend to think that there's a notion of that existed. I don't know if all the crazy stories about it are true, but I do think there was a precursor society that had more knowledge than we do. They said that their knowledge was passed down from them, and anyway, so that's where the Rosicrucians claimed that they come from. All the way back then, they claim their lineages all the way back from the mystery school of Thutmose III, thousands of years ago. So I find myself several years back in Philadelphia. A true story. I find myself back in Philadelphia a few years ago with a mutual friend of ours, Jim Simivans. He's the guy that introduced us to Jim Simivan and Colonel Alexander. And I'm riding in the car with him.
Who is he?
His name's Larry.
Larry.
Yeah, he's mentioned in the book.
Okay.
It's actually his dad who had the stroke at the bar mitzvah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't remember him.
Yeah, some people are like, don't want their name out.
So he's one of those people, he doesn't want to be like fully out there?
Yeah,
okay.
and I respect that,
okay.
But his name's Larry, and he's a cool guy. But he starts like, what do you guys think about Rosicrucianism? Talking to me about it. What do you think about Rosicrucianism? I'm like, I don't know. I don't really know what that is, What do you think about Rosicrucianism? And he starts telling me about, what they're into, and Rudolf Steiner and this kind of stuff. And next thing you know, he's like introducing me to Dr. Gilbert, who's this really cool guy out in Nashville, North Carolina, who's like he's like a Rosicrucian, but he also has like kind of like his own mystery school. And next thing you know, he's like getting me in touch with him and kind of getting me to study with him. I didn't study much with him. I went out on my own. And I started to have these dreams about the phenomenon. I started to have dreams around that time of like seeing hieroglyphs and seeing glowing symbols on tablets and hieroglyphics, and seeing when I met this gentleman who was the Rosicrucian who like started me onto learning this stuff.
Is this Larry?
No, the guy that Larry introduced me to. Yeah, Dr. Robert Gilbert.
Okay.
And he said the word neter. He believed in us. He believed in Dad. He was like, this stuff all checks out with, like Rosicrucianism and what these mystery schools teach, what you guys are experiencing. It's all here. And, you dive into their texts, and it's like since ancient times, all of these societies have known that there is a goddess, there is a female force, there is a feminine layer to the divine reality that has been suppressed. But these mystery schools, they're all about it. They're all about, it's like the Da Vinci Code. The Da Vinci Code is all about it. I just bring that up because we just did an episode of my podcast about Da Vinci Code. But yeah, it's like this popular, it's all about this divine feminine, right? So I'm like, wow, this is really weird. And I go through all these rabbit holes, and I'm studying this stuff, and I start having these dreams, and then I start having, these dreams of like glowing hieroglyphics, and I had this really crazy dream of like Osiris, and then when I heard the word neter, which was basically the concept of Egyptian nature spirits, I started having dreams about the phenomenon being that way, and it kind of like led me down that rabbit hole, studying that information. And then next thing you know, I find myself doing the podcast, and I'm just like, that's a lot of what we talk about is this kind of information and how it relates to the phenomenon. Because in my experience, the phenomenon is more of it's more esoteric in nature. It's spiritual. It's not necessarily physical alien, but it's something spiritual. And I think it's kind of hard to put it into words, but it's helped me understand it a lot better, studying a lot of this material. It's weird, like my dad being an ex-Pentecostal Christian, having these experiences with these beings, starting to say these several thousand-year-old Egyptian names that we've never heard of because Christians aren't allowed to study this stuff. And then I start going in the ancient past and reading this material, and it's all checking out. I'm like, what is happening? I don't know if I'm doing a good job of explaining it. But the stuff I'm finding in these bodies of knowledge is like...
This is a lot of like similar to the stuff that Ed Casey talked about.
Yeah, exactly.
I know there's like a whole Edward Casey like foundation or school where people like look a lot into the ancient Egypt stuff. Exactly.
Yeah. Very similar thing. And he saw a lady too, believe it or not.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, they called him the sleeping prophet. What was his story? He would like go to sleep and he would come up with like revelations like to heal people.
He sleep on a book.
Yeah, well, that was I think the first thing he did was he slept on a book. Like he had to study for something for school or whatever, and then someone said just sleep on it, and he like literally took it literal, and he slept on the book, and then he like could memorize everything.
He knew the whole book.
And then after that, like the people would say they needed to be healed or something, and basically like he would just say, tell me their name and where they are on the earth, like what state they live in or what town they live in, and he would go to sleep and come up with like a prescription for them to follow or something for them to do to like fix their whatever was wrong with them.
That's very
fucking crazy.
He also predicted quite a lot of stuff. He had like 14,000 readings throughout his time being psychic or whatever, his life. And many of them were true. Like I think one of the things that he predicted in advance was like using blood to diagnose illnesses. I mean, Edgar Casey was around in like the 40s, or even before that. And another thing he predicted was the discovery of like the Dead Sea Scrolls, things like that. And Edgar Casey.
Oh, he predicted the discovery of that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yep. Just years before it was found. And another thing he was really big on, which I find very fascinating, and we just did a whole episode on this concept just weeks ago on our show. It's out. Edgar Casey was a big proponent of Jesus being an Essene.
What's that?
Essene, okay, so the Essenes were like, not much about them is known in history, but they were an extremely advanced spiritual society that existed back in first century Judea, where you had like, you know, in the life and times of Jesus, you had these different groups of Jewish priestly class who were like, the Sadducees were like, you know, we control the temple, you know, you have to get to God through us, and they're the ones who were like, kill Jesus, you know, really just kind of harsh, bad people. And then you had the Pharisees who were like really into the Torah, maybe not as bad as the Sadducees, but you know, pretty spiritual. I'm generalizing. But then you had the Essenes who were like very devout, lived in agrarian villages, and like the historical writings we have about them that survived from like Philo of Alexandria and Pliny and Josephus all say that they were like the most advanced and most ancient secret society that existed since aeons and aeons, and that was written 2,000 years ago. And they had these rites and rituals, and they had these elaborate healing arts, and you know, they were just this happy group of people who just existed outside of society in their own ascetic agrarian village, and they used crystals and herbs and all kinds of.
Jesus was part of them.
That's what Edgar Casey said. That's the belief is that, you know, maybe what we know about Jesus isn't what we're told. Maybe there's something deeper to it, right? Maybe he wasn't Essene. I don't know. We can't know for sure, but there's a lot of interesting stuff about that.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And it seems like too, especially when it comes to the internet, there's a lot of people on the internet who like they've sort of found their sense of meaning through this whole UFO thing. Like there's a whole group of people online, whether it be on Twitter or Reddit, whatever it is, that are so invested in this thing that they've found some sort of meaning in it, right? And anyone, even if there's somebody who comes across their post or whatever it might be on Twitter, let's say, that questions it or comes against it, like it's almost they're hostile towards it, right? Like they want to defend it to the death and not hear any sort of counter arguments against it, where they've sort of like found their own meaning of life, or they found their own religion through this kind of thing. And it's very similar to a religion in a sense, people that are like super into the whole UFO phenomenon.
Yeah, it is. People are very violent over their UFO beliefs.
They are.
Intellectually violent.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, man, you know how weird it was at 2007 when my dad came up, reported to MUFON. I had an experience. I believe it was angelic in nature. And then exactly like what you just said, right? You start infringing on people's religion. You got people who, you know, we're from North Carolina, which is mostly Christian, in the early 2000s. And it's like, oh, you know, you're dealing with the devil.
Yeah.
That's not angels. That's not even aliens. It's demons. But then you have the people in the 2000s when we first came around and reported our story that were like, we believe in aliens, but, you know, they're not spiritual. The two paradigms were separate, you know? Back then...
So religious people said they would believe in aliens, but they're saying that what you're seeing is not religious.
No.
Oh.
Religious people said they're demons.
Oh.
UFO people said, I don't believe in angels or demons. You're seeing aliens. So it was like we were either too religious or we were demonic, depending on your crowd.
Right. But why would the religious people say they're demons? Why would they not accept the fact that they're good?
Well, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I remember being a kid and somebody I knew very, very well, a family member, I'll just say that, when Dad's documentary came out, people are cruel, man. They'll just tell you right to your face why you're a liar or you're crazy or this or that and the other. And I remember somebody saying, no, that's not possible because Jesus didn't die on other planets. Jesus didn't go down on all those other planets. I don't believe there's anything else out there. So I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, I saw it, you didn't, so I don't know what to tell you. But, I mean, people believe whatever, it's ego, right? It's like, it's genuinely painful to consider a worldview that is counter to your own. people's egos are grasping firmly on what they've been taught their whole life they're supposed to believe. This is what I said in the beginning, Danny, is if we want to awaken, if we want to understand what's really going on here, we have to humble ourselves to higher forces. We have to understand there are things out there that are bigger than us.
Well, even the Vatican has accepted the idea of aliens now. Like, I forget who it was, but the Vatican was explaining how, we can't limit, if you are religious and you believe in God and you believe in a higher creator, like, you can't limit that just to Earth, right? Like, you can't limit God's creativity just to human beings. There has to be, you have to give him the benefit of, whoever it is, the benefit of the doubt to have created something outside of what we see every day on planet Earth.
Right.
Yeah, and that's coming from the Vatican. If there is something that is spiritual that people have witnessed, like you and your dad are witnessing, is it possible that there also is a bad version of it?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It has to be, it's just the nature of reality. If there's something good, there's something bad. And it's like there's varying degrees of that. But it's like, it's like the absence of hot is cold, right? Or the absence of love is fear. It's, yeah, of course. I do think that there's some negative entities and things like that. But I don't think it's anything to worry about. I really don't. I've never come face to face. I mean, I've seen some shadow entities and things like that. Like, I've been around people where I've seen things that were attached to them. But I think for anybody out there who's curious about entities and if you're like, would I experience a good one, would I experience a bad one, this and that and the other, I think that depends on what kind of person you are, and particularly what you're going through, what energy you're putting out. If you're a good, kind, loving, joyful, positive person, why would you be worried about negative entities, right? But let's say, somebody who's deep into a very serious addiction or abuse problem or some sort of very negative, violent scenario, or spouse abuse or whatever scenario in your head that's really bad, well, maybe then I'd be worried about some sort of negative entity. I mean, it really depends on you.
Did anybody you ever talk to, like some of these NASA people or anybody else, did they ever say anything to you about negative, like evil entities?
Yeah.
Or bad ones? What would they say about that?
Well, at Skinwalker Ranch, that's one thing Colonel Alexander told us, was like at Skinwalker Ranch, they were having some pretty spooky experiences, like things like you know about the ranch, right?
Yeah.
How like multiple billionaires have bought it since then, to run experiments there, and that's one of the things is like they constantly are trying to like gotcha with the phenomenon, they're trying to like trick it, they're trying to get it on camera, they're trying to like they just think that it isn't aware, I guess. But the beings would like constantly outsmart them and do things like disable their cameras and turn off the lights and just do things to really scare them. Definitely harm some animals, things like that. I don't
harm animals.
From what I've been told, yeah, there's been some animals that have been harmed at Skinwalker.
Yeah, like the cattle mutilations. Do you think that has to do with these entities at all?
I don't know, because it's like the idea about the phenomenon of Skinwalker Ranch. Some people say it's because of Ute, Native American black magic practices from centuries ago. Really dark kind of things lingering there. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have much experience with negative entities. I only have experience with positive entities. I can't say why that's there, why bad things are happening, but I don't think people should worry about negative entities. It's just like it says in the Bible, right? We have dominion over spirits. You don't have to be a Christian for that to be true. I'm not Christian, but I believe it to be true. I think we have power and dominion over entities.
Really?
Yeah.
How do we have power and dominion over them?
I believe we're very special. think we're very, very special. I think that there's a lot more to being made in the image of God than people realize. I think we are literally made in the image of God. As a matter of fact, if there was a piece of wisdom that I would love to leave with everybody, that I would love everybody to contemplate on and really study this phrase, understand what it means and where it comes from, you'll find that the Rosicrucians and even the Freemasons and all these secret societies are obsessed with this phrase because of its importance. It's as above, so below. And it's the concept that the microcosm mirrors the macrocosm, or in other words, if you think really hard about space, right? You think about galaxies and solar systems, how they have an inherent order to them at the highest level, right? But then you think really small, and you think about the cells in your body and the atoms. They have a similar order. At every plane of reality, higher and lower on this infinite sliding scale, on this Fibonacci scale, so to speak, right? The spiral pattern. It's fractal. Reality is constantly fractal, all the way up and all the way down. And I believe that that is true in every dimension and in every plane. And I do believe that we are fractals of God, that we are all infinite sparks of God. It's like the ancient Hindus said, it's Indra's net, right? You have this one original consciousness, and it's personified, or it's not personified, but shown as this net, and then you have a drop of dew on every intersection of the net, and the sun is shining on the water, and that sun is equally reflecting off every piece of dew. That's me and you. That's all of our consciousness reflecting. There's only one light, right? It's God. It's the mind. It's the universe, whatever. You call it whatever you want to call it. We said this in the beginning. It doesn't really matter so much how you believe it. Reality is reality. You can kick and scream about my God's better than yours all day, but something's up there. I tend to think this is how it works. It doesn't care what you think. It doesn't care what you believe. It cares how you are. It cares how you vibrate. It cares how you act.
Right.
What you put out into the world. But anyway, so I believe that we are. I think that we are reflections. I think the material world is only a mere reflection of the higher eternal world. Another example of this, Plato, the most famous philosopher of all time, he had a whole story about it called the allegory of the cave.
Yep.
He's like, imagine you're in a cave and the sun is shining in the cave. The sun represents the eternal reality. It's invisible, so to speak, but also like it's kind of a source of light. It's symbolized by the sun. It's shining into the cave. Me and you are in the cave. We see the shadows on the wall. Me and you, we live here in the cave, symbolizing material reality. We think the shadows are the real thing, but really it's out there in another dimension or outside of the cave, right? And it's like you have all these different stories around the world basically saying like, this is the illusion, there is something real, there's something else. There's something else that's not the illusion. We are in the illusion. Or as the Hindus would say, we are all in the dream of Brahma. We're in the mind of God. Or as the Hermetists and the Rosicrucians would say, the universe is simply the mind of God, and we're each a thought in it. Okay, so the question is, why do we have dominion over spirits? Because of that. Because we are a piece of the Creator. We are linked to the mind of God through our mind, because we are a piece of that mind. Right?
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
That's why we have ESP. That's why we have psychic abilities. That's why healings and miracles occur. Because we are divine. I believe we're divine. I think we are. I think that's the truth about all of it. All religious myth, all the wisdom traditions, and every bit of it. I think that we are all special fractal pieces of, you could say, the God mind, or whatever you want to call it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter.
What do you think would happen if like this information came out that like this is a spiritual thing, and like everything that you're saying? Imagine the government came out and said everything that you and your dad are saying. Like, this is what it is. It is what it is. We're not gonna. It's not beings from another universe that are gonna try to control us or anything like that. This is just a good thing. It's divine, and let society run with it. What do you think would happen? What would affect you?
I think that is going to happen, but it's not going to be because the government came out with it. I think it's going to be different than that. I see it going down in my head as the entities sort of allowing themselves to be seen more and more by the masses. As it's like this, okay? So the whole population is 100%, right? That's obvious. Just say the entire population is 100, but maybe 10% no. They have to know, they believe, they understand, right? The beings, or you could say God or whoever, I mean, God is in charge of everything. Again, it's like, doesn't really matter how people, it exists, whether we like it or not.
Right.
It just is.
Right.
And God is the origin of everything. At the bottom of the UFO rabbit hole is only God. Right? Because God created everything. People can say, oh, I don't believe in God. That's fine. You don't have to. But it's just the way it is. It's just there, So let's say only 10% of people are aware. The beings cannot infringe on people's free will. We have to awaken on our own. Right? So as more and more people become aware and they begin to raise the understanding, the collective consciousness, the collective, you could say vibration. I really like that word. Some people think it's woo-woo. I don't.
Collective vibration.
Yeah.
No, I think it's
consciousness, whatever.
Yeah.
It's absolutely a real thing. As that increases, I believe that the sightings will increase. Like literally, like what you've seen, like the sightings of the entities. As the awareness increases, the sightings are going to increase.
Yeah, like a very basic example is I've never seen any of these things before, right? Until I went out to the beach with your dad, right? But I've also never stared at the sky for 2 hours.
Right.
I've never looked for it. I've never really tried to look for it. And that was the first time. Was it because your dad was there? Or was it because I stared at the sky for 2 hours? I don't know. I've never stared at the sky for 2 hours before.
But there's a third element there. Your awareness of why you're looking at the sky. A lot of people who just look at the sky, you don't see it. Maybe they're just looking through the telescope at the moon.
Right. We were looking for that. We were looking for the orb.
Exactly. Your awareness. You're connecting the mind.
Right. But isn't it true that, like, no matter what it is, if you look for something hard enough and long enough, you will find it. You'll find what you're looking for. Is there a little bit of that in there?
What, like with the beings? I mean,
yeah. Like if you really want to see them, I really want to see them. I want to believe them. I want them to be there. Like, is there something that happens in the mind?
Yeah, I've met a lot of people who are like that. I mean, just for context, I mean, like I said, I'm 30. I started when I was 13. I've met hundreds of people who've come to the property or met them online or whatever. If we're counting online, if we're counting everybody I've ever interacted with, it's got to be at least 1,000. It's a lot. We would have people camping in our yard when I was a teenager. And I say all this to say, of all the people I've met, there have been many who I've met who are just like you, UFO fanatic, like, I want to see something, and they don't see. Because it's like, well, maybe you're trying a little too hard. Maybe you don't have the right intention. Maybe you don't have the right attitude. It's like threading a needle with this thing. You really have to go out there with an open mind. And again, I keep saying this for the listener. You have to humble yourself to higher forces. In order to see these things, you have to go out there and you have to allow yourself to say, if it be your will, show me. Going out there saying, I'm going to see a UFO, I'm going to see this, I'm going to see that. Well, I've met a lot of people who never see anything. They think they've got it all figured out and it's back to square one. There are some people who have come to our property many times, never seen one thing. Period. And they're the biggest UFO fans in the world.
Yeah.
Why didn't they see it? I don't know. Maybe they're not looking for the right thing.
There's also another element to it is how it's so elusive.
Yeah.
The elusive element builds more interest in it. The fact that these things, whether they be orbs or flying saucers or tic tacs, they live on the edge of our ability to understand them and observe them, right? It's so rare to see one. And if it did become something that was just all the time, you could see them, I often wonder if we would care so much about them, if they were ubiquitous. If something is just there all the time, it's not as interesting. Like if a UFO landed on the White House lawn tomorrow, it's like, oh wow, it'd be all over the newspaper, people would talk about it. But maybe after that, it would just be like, okay, what's the next news story? We would try to find the next thing beyond that, right? We would try to find the next thing that we don't see. What's the next mystery we need to figure out? Like that's how the human mind works.
Yeah. So that's a good point. But I think that's probably true. But then I also think there's another layer to that, which I do think will happen. Like I genuinely think this is going to play out, and that we're going to. I think we're on the positive timeline. If such a thing exists with timelines and things like that, I think we're on the positive one. I think there's a lot of doom and gloom out in the news and the media, but it's all just smoke. It's smoke. They're just blowing smoke. It's like the lady said, this dark force trying to, make it look like it's the end of the world, but it's an act, and it can only go on so long. And yes, real tragedies are happening. Yes, real people are suffering. But the whole point is that I believe that is it's manufactured by anyway. So my point is, I do think we're on the good timeline. I do think in our lifetime, it's going to play out where the masses will come around to this. Again, like it's what I was saying earlier, like as the awareness, let's say we're at 10% or whatever of the total population, they're awake. Awake meaning they know. They've seen the beings, they know, or maybe they haven't seen them, but they just know, right? As that grows, I think the sightings will grow. And I think we're going to hit a critical mass where it's going to go somewhere above 50%, where it's like it's not really an issue of free will anymore, because when the majority of the population believes, well, okay, well, we can show up. You guys you're okay with it. They're not going to just infringe on the world. People always ask, they're like, well, why don't they just show up for the masses and say, we're here, we're real? They can't do that. It's infringing on free will, right? But again, so we're going to hit that point, I think, and I think that when we hit that point, we're going to hit this mass shift in consciousness where we start having leaps and bounds, quantum leaps and bounds in our understanding of reality, consciousness, the mysteries of life after death, technology. I think everything is going to change. I think we're going to very quickly shift into a much better place because our understanding of everything is going to shift. First things first, they're going to do away with the agenda of all of this scientific crap that is trying to paint this picture that we're just nothing special. It's only Darwinian evolution or only Big Bang, all this indication there is no spiritual phenomenon. I think that's going to fade away. We're gonna take this old news and we're gonna stop caring about it. I think it needs to stop being taught. I think the truth, I think the reality is somewhere in the middle. I think it's evolution, but I think it's through intelligence, right? I don't think it's Darwinian evolution. I think it's more so like what the Rosicrucians, and the wisdom traditions teach, that it's like God is evolving us, right? But in reality, it's like it's not just physical and biological evolution. It's the evolution of consciousness. The fact that the human body and any sort of biological life evolves is only a reflection of the evolving consciousness, right? So over time, our consciousness is evolving, and therefore, we're evolving too. Scientists are like, oh, it's Darwinian this and that, and it's evolution. That's a tiny little piece. They're looking in the corner of the room. They're not looking at the whole picture. Consciousness evolution.
There's, thinking about like what would happen if this became ubiquitous and everyone realized that, there's this whole nother reality. This isn't reality. We are just like a shadow of a higher dimension. And how would that affect people's lives? Well, you would think maybe people wouldn't want to wake up and go to work anymore. Maybe it would sort of like redefine meaning for people. And meaning for most people is creating some sort of identity for themselves. Like people who have a purpose in life, they wake up and when they go to work or when they do whatever they do every day, there's something behind that, whether it be making a lot of money, whether it be building some sort of legacy that outlasts them. Like if you want to talk about some sort of like symbolic immortality, that is very much tied to innovation and like humans building things and evolving things. Like when you talk about automobiles or AI or whatever it might be, we human beings are at the foundational level. We create new shit, and that's like what we do best. And that is what runs the entire world. That's what runs the global economy, is building and creating and manufacturing and all this stuff. And the core drive for all that is money, legacy, symbolic immortality. There's so many things that are just like at the core of human existence. And if you change that from the bottom level, saying that this is not reality, we are a shadow of some higher reality and spirit, and you get into all this, esotericism, and you're changing what it means to be a human in our reality. What is that going to do to the fabric of society and the way the world operates? Like we're no longer going to be a society or a culture that wants to make stuff or that cares about money.
I don't think so, right? I think we create because we're a reflection of the Creator, right? And I think if we existed in a society where we weren't designed not by nature but by the power structures to just be dumb, loyal workers, if that form of society went away, that mean what it is now. We're all supposed to go to school, memorize our answers for the test, and then go out and then go to college, and then get a job, and we're dumb workers.
Yeah, and again, a lot of the things that define who we are and what we do is very much related to the fact that we don't live forever.
Yeah.
Right? That we're going to die eventually, and we have to do as much as we can while we're still alive.
Yeah. But I think if this form of society went away, and I think, I know of a handful of technologies just from a couple of chats with, like CIA officers and NASA and aerospace and people like that. I know we have very advanced technologies. And I know a couple of things, not even anything that would blow your mind. But the point is, I know that there is advanced technology. I know it. And I feel like there have to be technologies that could change the very fabric of technology, like energy. I know they have some advanced energy systems. Time travel is indicated, although, I haven't seen any evidence of that, but it was indicated. Extreme hologram kind of stuff. High-tech batteries. I mean, you name it. There are advanced technologies. I think that there are ways that they could just create some sort of baseline level of wealth and security where, it's like if we didn't have to worry so hard about survival, bills, and taxes, and we could just kind of exist in a peaceful society, that I think we would want to create.
That's the thing, though. You say, clearly we have some crazy high-tech shit that people don't know about.
Yeah, with the military and stuff.
With the military, right. And that's government. That's the thing. Like, how advanced, and is it advanced enough, or could there be some sort of enlightenment that's going to stop us from being these territorial apes that we are? Like right now, the world is based off nations that want to compete for power, right? And the more they want more people, they want more money, they want more military might, more guns. That's what the world is. That's what everything is based on. Like our entire GDP is based on war. It's based on military contractors, and that's what runs the world. So is there something technologically advanced, something that's so crazy that it's going to change all that? It's hard for me to wrap my mind around that.
I think it exists. I do. I don't know that for sure, but I know that the beings told my dad that it was written many thousands of years ago about the light winning, and that it's already happened. You know, it's just playing out. And I do think that we're going to be the generation that gets to see the great unveiling of the mysteries of what it all means. Why are we here? Life after death. God, these beings. What is our place in the universe? I think we're going to know those things. And I think that when we do know those things, everything is going to change. I think that there, like you said, will there be some form of enlightenment? I do. I think it's happening now. I think it's happening right now with, you know, an example of that is me and you talking, or anybody talking about this. And that's just going to spread and spread and spread, and more people are going to talk about it. And like we said, the more people are aware of this, the more people are going to see it. I know this. You know, talk about since I was a kid being studied by the Department of Defense, because these things are happening at such a strange intensity. You know, like I've seen things that mortal should not see. I've seen very weird shit. You know what I mean? And what I know, something that I cannot be convinced otherwise, especially recently with stuff happening, more and more people are starting to see these things. Just for example, Dad and I, and just my family, we've had a lot of people out to the property to skywatch. You should come, by the way. You should come visit. You should come visit, like maybe after the holidays or whenever you get a chance. But we've had a lot of people come to our house over the years, and a lot of people have seen this phenomenon. And despite that, up until recently, Dad never had a mass. I say mass, you know, when I say mass, people might think thousands or millions. I don't mean that much. But like the biggest group that Dad had been with present that had a sighting with him was like maybe 20. And then a couple months ago, after he published his book back in like February, and then the documentary came out in like August, and then I think it was like September or something. He went and did a like a book signing kind of thing at a place in North Carolina, and there were 50 to 70 people there, and they saw him. They put a microphone to my dad, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna do a skywatch led by you," and he wasn't prepared for this, and he did it. And I mean, I wasn't there, but I know there were 50 to 70 people there, and they all saw. They saw, and it's like, oh my God, something's happening. You know, this is a pretty big crowd. You know, and it's like, then after that, Dad and I were like, you know what, we could do something with this. And we had the wild idea, like, why don't we try to take this out into the world? You know, we put the videos up, and, you know, we've invited History Channel to our property to study us and get sightings on their AI cameras and all that. And, you know, have let people come to our property, and now we've been at other places with large crowds and seen it. Why don't we try something different? Why don't we try to organize some sort of public event where we can try to show as many people as possible? So I was like, Dad, I'll just put it out on Instagram. We'll invite the whole world. Anybody who wants to come, you know, show up at this day, at this time. We're going to be here. We're going to skywatch. We're going to see what we're going to see. And Dad was like, I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. Let's make it smaller first, and we'll work our way up. So we ended up with like 11 people. But the point is, it was our first time doing this, and we went out to the beach, the Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina. And we had a crowd with us at an agreed-upon spot and time. We've never done this before. We went out and we said, okay, we're going to meet in a public location off of our property with the express intention of having sightings. And we had crazy sightings, like crazy, like stuff flying over our head. And it looked like the sky was like, looked like the stars were just shooting all around in every direction. And crazy. I did an episode of my podcast about that night. But something's happening. You know, there's some sort of, just based on my lifelong experience with these beings, there is a notion, I'm understanding that it's growing. It's growing and growing. The awareness of this, the sightings, you know, and like not only is it growing around us, but then like the awareness of it is growing. And look at you, dude. You just had Dad on, and I mean, that right there is awareness. You know, like,
yeah.
Whether people believe it or not, it doesn't matter. They've heard it,
right?
And Dad just, you know, did the History Channel thing, and then there's some sort of awareness that is growing, And I think it's going to just keep growing and growing and growing and growing.
Well, going back to what you were saying about some of the people telling you not to talk about this stuff, right? Some of the people that you originally met with saying, don't talk about this stuff publicly, it won't be good. We used to have to kill you a couple of years ago, but now we don't have to do that anymore because we have easier way. It's easier for us to ruin your life now.
Yeah, that's exactly why I do it.
So that kind of goes back to like, if this is something that could upset the balance of global power, it's interesting that you just said the DOD and the CIA are the people most interested in it, because this is potentially something that could render them obsolete.
Yeah. That was something that was told to me by Jim Semivan. He was like, well, I can't remember exactly what I asked him. This was several years ago, probably like 2016 or something like that. And we were at that mutual friends in Pennsylvania. I asked him a question. I was like, why don't you just come out and say it, man? Like crap. I've always kind of had a funny way with these people. I don't really honor sensibilities, and I just, I say what I want to say. Like, you've investigated me, I feel like I have the right to ask questions.
Yeah,
respectfully,
for sure.
And I press and I press and I press. And it was funny. One time, actually, I asked him, I was like, is there such thing as like the Illuminati or the shadow government? I said shadow government. I was like, is that real? He got this big grin, and he was like, I might have brushed shoulders with it. But anyway, so yeah, I said something like, why don't you just come out with it? Why the secrecy? And he goes, well, you have to imagine that there would be a lot of people pretty upset that if they found out how we've been kind of hiding the whole time, and if they found out the nature of it, and we would most likely lose our continuity of power in the public image, the image of continuity of power.
Yeah.
They can't come out and be like, sorry, my bad, we've killed people over this, we've silenced them, we've abused people, here's why we did it, I hope you free. They're not going to do that. They're like, please, go tell it for us.
Yeah, that's a big can of worms.
They don't want people to, they don't want people approaching the phenomenon. They don't want, exactly, it's a big can of worms. They don't want people interfacing with this. They don't want people out there looking up the sky connecting with it. They want people to
there's that recent bill that was passed, that whistleblower amendment. I think it was the Schumer amendment, and the Whistleblower Act was passed as a part of it. Basically, it was like whistleblower protection for people that wanted to come out and talk from private military contractors like Raytheon or Northrop Grumman or Lockheed, or whatever it was. And I think Grush was protected by that Whistleblower Act, and now they're trying to reverse it, and they're trying to get rid of it. And two of the congressmen that are pushing to get it kiboshed are guys that are paid for, that are like very much lobbied by Lockheed, and one of the guys is like right near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So it seems like what the consensus is that some of these big private aerospace companies or defense companies are trying to keep this stuff secret. And they've been doing business with the government for a long time, and there's a lot of secrets. And it seems like some of these private companies have way more control than they should have. And they're obviously, these senators and congressmen are in their pockets.
Yes.
And that has a lot to do with secrecy. I think they're the ones that are pushing for it more, so they can make more money and they can protect all those budgets.
And militarize.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fast. You're like, who's the dark force? Man, I'm really trying not to be thinking about it here, but I mean, we want to militarize the just generalize it. This is, we want to militarize, like that's what it is. They
militarize space.
Exactly, militarize space, militarize the phenomenon, militarize the subject. I mean, you tell me who's the dark force. I don't know. I don't want to say.
Yeah, your dad told a story on the podcast about how there was a rocket that was being shot off the East Coast or whatever that had like a mock warhead on it, but it was fake, but it wasn't real, and it got some sort of.
It got shot
Is there
down.
a video of that online?
There was at one point. I don't know if it's still up. I saw the video. Eventually, it was leaked online. My dad was like, "This was the one." Yeah, he's showing this mission control.
What do you remember? Do you remember where it was launched from? What if we were to search for it?
Probably Cape Canaveral. I don't know.
No, it was on the West Coast.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Steven, if you like search
Vanderberg.
that's what it was. Vandenberg.
But it was it was just an orb, and it shot controlled bursts of light into the thing, and it tumbled down. And yeah, Tim Taylor asked my dad. He was like, "Why do you think they did that?" Dad was like, "Well, was it a warhead or something like that?" You know, I wasn't there. I'm just paraphrasing how it went down. You know, and they determined, yeah, it was. They were trying to sneak a dummy warhead into space. This phenomenon doesn't let us put weapons in space. Actually, they came and they told the government in
Who came and told the government?
the beach in the 1950s. They were like, no more nuclear testing above ground. You're harming beings and other realities. You need to stop this. And if you actually look in history in the 1950s, they stopped testing nuclear bombs above ground. Now, this is something that the entities indicated to my dad. Cool corroboration here. There is an experiencer by the name of Dorothy Izat, who we never had the time.
I've heard of her. I've watched
Her documentary. It's really good.
I didn't watch the full documentary. This guy Sam on Twitter, his name's Chupacabra.
Uh-huh.
He made a little documentary on his YouTube channel. That's how I learned about her. She has a very similar experience to what your dad sees.
Exactly. Yeah, and I only know that because Jen Senior in the CIA told me. He was like, I think you should watch Capturing the Light by Dorothy Izat. I don't know. It's, in my opinion, it's very similar to what you're experiencing. It's a very similar phenomenon. And anyway, so if you go into Dorothy's experience, you have the same message from the beings.
What message?
About the nuclear bombs and harming beings in other realities.
So how in the 50s they told the government that?
Oh yeah, they're like, you need to put a stop.
How did they tell the government?
I don't know. I imagine they showed up and they scared the hell out of them.
Does anybody have any story on how that happened?
I don't know. That's all I know. But they warned them, don't test bombs above ground anymore. You're harming. It causes shocks to the dimensions. You know, they're like splitting atoms. It can't be good for anything.
Right.
Period. You know, and they actually did stop testing nuclear bombs above ground in the 50s. And here's another cool little tidbit. I remember being a kid back when the Discovery Channel and MUFON was investigating us in 2008. One of the reasons that they knew that my dad was telling the truth when he hit send was they wanted him to draw the depictions of the beings and the craft. Remember we talked about, you know, craft, but it's kind of like made of light. And,
It wasn't like a flying saucer.
No, it was like a big teardrop shape of light spinning with these tendrils of light. I mean, it's, you know, it's like think like H.P. Lovecraft. For anybody out there that knows what I'm talking about, it's like something cosmic that you're not really supposed to. You can't really understand it. It baffles the brain. And I've seen this. I've seen this kind of thing. I've seen one of those. But talk about missing time. But what was I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, in 2008, MUFON and the Discovery Channel was investigating us, and they brought us diagrams from the 1950s where they had other witnesses draw the same exact being, the same exact craft. And they were like, look at this, it's identical. They knew we weren't making it up. They knew that there was. They told us they get thousands of reports.
And here's pictures of the beings that you guys drew online. Where can we find them online?
I can find them on my phone.
Can you find them? Where can you find them and pull them up on there?
Maybe just type like Chris Bledsoe painting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can send it to you.
Chris Bledsoe painting. I think you sent it to me the other day, didn't you?
But I also have one of the original drawings.
Oh, really?
Oh,
that's a lady.
Yeah, that's painted by Doug Alden. There's Dad with the brain scan. There's my dad's painting on the left.
Is that? Go up. No, scroll up. Scroll up.
No, that is my dad's painting.
That's the little one?
Yep. Oh, look, that's by me. Dad painted this in 2009. Love the glyph on this. I think that's my first ever tweet.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
That's
this
funny.
the scary one that was hidden in the closet?
I don't know about the closet, but that's
That one was in the closet. I don't remember in the closet. I remember the scary 7-footer that was outside the window.
No. Like Chris said, he painted the creature, and his wife said it was so scary. Get it out and put it in storage.
That was the 7-foot.
Yeah, it's the other one. This is the one that my brother saw in the woods, that I saw in my room, and it was translucent.
With the mechanical eyes.
Yep, and that Dad saw. See the triangle on his chest, and that Dad saw in the backyard, and it was like, you don't understand. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to help you.
I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Are these things able to change the way they appear to you?
Yes.
And if so, could they make themselves more pleasing than this scary little glowing being with red eyes?
Perhaps like a beautiful blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman in a white dress. Yeah, I think so.
You think they're the same thing?
I think generally, I mean, they all come from the same place. Yeah, I think they can appear in a variety of ways.
You think so? Okay, so the consensus is that these little beings and the big, tall 7-foot ones and the lady are sort of like the same thing, just like shape shifting into different forms.
I don't think it's quite like that. I think it's more so like how can I say this? Well, you know, it's like at the Vatican they have this whole 9 orders of angels thing, right?
Yeah.
You know, I think it's closer to that. That there's a hierarchy of exists throughout realities. This Jim Simeon actually told me.
This is what Diana writes about in the book too.
I haven't read it.
The new one.
I wouldn't know, but that's cool. But yeah, so Jim told me.
That's the 7-foot one that he said had like human-ish eyes.
Yeah, and eventually.
So it did have a pupil. It had a pupil and white around it.
And then eventually they removed their parents and they were just white. But
I wonder if they're making themselves look like that on purpose. Like if they can look like anything else.
Yeah.
Like back in medieval times, maybe they made themselves look different.
Yeah. Well, you know, like we only understand angels to be how they look because of all the Renaissance era paintings and stuff, you know, with the Roman armor and the wings, and you know, I don't know. You've got people over in Ireland talking about elves and fairies coming out of mounds, and I mean, throughout different cultures you have so many different descriptions. I think it's all the same thing. But
have you ever heard of the guy? I had a kid in here. He's not a kid. He's probably my age. This dude who was a filmmaker, and he made a documentary about a guy in New York City called Love and Saucers. If you can Google, if you just YouTube Love and Saucers, Steve. What was this guy's name? A really old guy. But basically, his story was that he lost his virginity to an alien.
David Huggins.
David Huggins, that's who it is. Yes, it's an amazing documentary.
Wow.
And he draws all these paintings, and he tells this incredible story of how he had sex with this female alien, and she had babies. Let's play the teaser. If you just type in Love and Saucers trailer, it is real. I mean, it's a very well done documentary. I believe this guy is genuine. I don't believe he's telling a story. I don't think he's making this up because there you go. David Huggins. Shout out to David.
Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Religions, which was filmed here in our city with syndrome that can't be passing the script, Katie. Oh yeah, this goes on for the next 4 pages. There's a bunch of other stuff. It was never going to be that easy. So Buddhism has 3 central ideas known as the 3 jewels or treasures which can help us seek and find. These are the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. The 3 jewels are central to a lot of Buddhist practices. In fact, many people begin their daily rituals.
My name is David Huggins. I'm 72 years old, and I live in Hoboken, New Jersey. I was living a perfectly normal life until I started remembering things. It was just like image upon image upon image. It wouldn't stop. I was so scared. The eyes were just glowing, straight forward, and we floated up to some type of craft. So you hurt me, you hurt me. No. This is a woman I never seen. When I was 17, I lost my virginity to a female tourist.
Classic American album, Paper Towns, Galtimo was eventually struck by wanderlust. He wanted to see the world outside the palace and find answers to questions
Virginity
I have
lost.
Wonderkind.
like
Wonderkind pen.
He clearly doesn't understand don't kiss and tell. I mean, could you imagine, like, if I was the extraterrestrial that came down
Right?
and had this encounter with him, I'd be like, dude, you're painting me and
No.
putting, you know, like,
That's why she stopped talking to him.
it's got to be.
Yeah. But apparently he has little babies that he got to meet.
Whoa.
A crazy documentary, man. I highly recommend it. It's really good.
Wow. Wow.
Hoboken, New Jersey. That's where Julian is. We gotta. Oh my God.
We need to get him out of there.
We gotta get Julian out ASAP, bro. Well, dude, thank you so much for coming on and doing and hanging out and telling the story. It is so perplexing, man. Especially the fact that I witnessed it and I got it on video with your dad is something that I can't explain and I haven't been able to figure out. I definitely want to go out there and try to do it again, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, just I think the best thing would be sometime in the coming months, just come out and visit, you know? I just think generally, like, for you as a person, man, to have your own experience that's really meaningful and impactful, just come out and visit, you know? And just no pressure, and we'll just hang out and have a good time and, you know, see some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to. Tell people where they can follow your podcast and all your social media stuff, so we can link it. We'll link it down below in the description.
Thank you. It's Bledsoe Said So. Pretty much everywhere, Twitter, Instagram, BledsoeSaidSo.com is probably the easiest way to find all of our socials there. And this is going to be way out of left field, but my co-host of Bledsoe Said So, Nick, and I actually do have a heavy metal band called Twice Born. Check us out.
Twice Born.
Twice
Shit,
Born.
we got to listen to some of that.
Twice Born. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, guess what? We're going to end this podcast and we're going to talk about some other shit, your heavy metal and some other stuff.
Oh, sweet.
For a couple more minutes, 10 more minutes. And if you want to watch that, go to the Patreon linked below. Peace.
First and foremost, Danny, the Danny Podcast, Concrete. Since the last time I saw you, we kind of had some very viral moments, bro. I didn't even realize how big this last episode was going to be until my phone started shaking like an earthquake, and everyone's like, "I see you here, I see you there. This person posted." Like, it went, bro, like easily over 1 billion views on some of the content of the last discussion we had. And I kind of wanted to follow up, bro, go a little deeper, and I appreciate you bringing me back out here. Shout out to Julian Dory. You guys were like 5 blocks away from my house in the New York City area, and you guys didn't call me. I missed the party last night with every A-list celebrity in the world, Danny. After party for the awards in New York City. To be here today, Danny. So we got to make this episode very educational, very important, and there's a lot of information we're going to cover in this. First, we're going to get into the clip of our last conversation that went viral, and how silly it is that people are actually arguing on that content. And to refresh people's memories, the video clip that went viral was about how little people know about religion, how little they know about their own religion, yet they want to judge others when they actually have more in common than they don't. The clip wasn't about me propagating whether Islam is the true religion or Christianity is the true religion. I believe that's someone's personal choice. None of us have the right to judge each other except the Creator, which all the religions say. Only God's the judge. But a lot of people took that content that came off our last conversation and used it as like a debating topic. We broke the internet because we showed people that Jesus Christ spoke Aramaic, and the core word in the Aramaic language for God is Elah or Elohim, which is also the same word as Allah. Meaning you guys shouldn't be hating each other or killing each other over Jesus' name or Allah. They're all cousins, they're all family, they have much more in common. Muslims and Christians both believe in Jesus Christ, both believe that there's going to be an antichrist who comes towards the end of time claiming to be his God, and the world will be in chaos. Right? That's half the world that believes in it. Yet all three religions follow the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments say do not kill, right? And is anyone really following it? So I don't blame the doctrine ever, because I know human beings are flawed. We make mistakes. We add to religion what we have no right to add. So I want to start this conversation by stating, I start this in God's name, the most merciful and magnificent. I also want to tell everyone in the audience, I am not perfect. I can make mistakes. You should not take everything I say 100%. You should go and double check what I'm saying. Check the people I'm talking about in today's episode, because where you get your information, most people just absorb information, never questioning where it came from or what agency or what company is putting this message out and who are they backed by. Like, you need to know the narration. You need to know the chain. Where am I getting this information from? When we go to court, we can't just enter evidence into court. We have to mention, I got this from John Smith. There's a million John Smiths. With John Smith that lives on 2273 Main Street. Here's his license. Like, you can't just show up to court without being verified. So what I'm asking you to do is, before we get into these subjects, and they're very heavy, today we're going to talk about where are the aliens. There are no aliens the way they want you to believe, the way the media wants you to believe. We're going to get into, is there a God, is there not a God? How can you come to that conclusion? I'll dig deep into the occult and why things are the way they are in this world, and most people have no idea what I'm talking about. And then we're going to get into a phenomenon known as the evil eye, which is why I believe many people that are public, your life's in danger, my life's in danger, anyone that lives a public life, is why so many celebrities pass away, why suicide is at an all-time high, and the impact of social media. I call these phones, these devices, weapons of mass envy. And envy is why human beings are on this earth. And we'll get into that also.
Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
So
I like your song.
It's a very important episode, and I hope
like
people
it.
take the good out of this and not look at it as a way to debate.
I like your
who's right or who's
song.
wrong. I will draw upon my knowledge of the Abrahamic faith for where I'm sourcing this information. Scholars like Hamza Yusuf, Jordan Peterson, all these amazing people that are out there speaking very positive things. And I have role models that are of every religion, every creed. I love the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi. He wasn't a Christian. He wasn't, these are people I've always looked up to and kind of where I've gotten a lot of my philosophy and my beliefs from. So to not give bias, to try to be as fair as possible.
What sort of religion did your parents follow, and where were you kind of brought up?
So my family's from what's called the Republic of Kosovo. We call it ethnic Albania. And we spoke a little bit about that in the last episode. So Albanians are a mixture of Muslim, Christian, Orthodox, Christian, Jewish. Then there's even something known as the Bekeshi. There's a lot of little different smaller religions. So my father's side was like from a very small sect of the Shia Muslims, of which I did not believe in at all. Why? I didn't know much about religion, and it's nothing against the Shias. It's just, it was a really deviated version of that. And I felt more like a lot of those doctrines and that version of Islam that my family it came from wasn't really the mainstream. Not even for Shia. It was like a sect of a sect of a sect. Kind of like, I guess, like Jehovah's Witness, compared to mainstream Christianity, Catholicism, which is the biggest, and then Greek Orthodoxy. So I didn't know much about religion when I was younger. And actually what led me on my journey to study religion was being born to what you would call quote unquote Muslim family that was really secular. I wasn't taught anything about religion in my house. I don't come from a religious family at all. The version of Islam that my father's side followed was not the mainstream. Very basically, like I said, like an interpretation of the mainstream, but a lot of traditions added that not even regular Shia would follow, because in Islam you have, Sunnis and Shiite, which I think is a trap. The Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, never used the word Sunni or Shiite. So anytime a Muslim puts a classification on themselves, they're breaking from the main body. And the Prophet told the Muslims, he warned them, towards the end of time, you will separate like the branches of a tree, and only one of you will be guided. Only one group of these religions, just like Christianity became Christian and Orthodox and Jehovah's Witness and all these different, Protestant and Libertarian. The same thing happened in Judaism. You have Orthodoxy, right? All these different groups. The same thing he said would happen to you towards the end of time. So I was not brought up in a religious household, but the tradition of what my family practices was like a deviated version of Shia Islam. I do not consider myself a Shia. I guess you could use the word Sunni. I am a Muslim. I try to follow the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. I was not taught this religion. I learned it on my own through going to different places to study. But what led me on my spiritual journey was as a child, you grow up in America, bro, and Christmas comes around. Let me tell you how it feels to be a Muslim or a Hindu during Christmas time. And I feel like everyone celebrates it now anyway, regardless of their faith. I put the cookies out, man, and I'm waiting for Santa, and I would wake up in the morning, the cookies are gone, and there's no present, and I'm like, man, my life sucks. So, as a kid, we're singing all the songs, we're in school doing chorus, everyone's excited and shit, and I'm like, man, I'm getting nothing. And as a kid, you're like, man, I guess Santa hates me. But my family kind of had, they would celebrate New Year as they would celebrate, Christmas. But one day, I had some friends in school that were of Arab descent, and they were like, Jesus is in the Quran, right? And I never read the Quran, never read the Bible. I was only in 5th grade. I was like, Jesus, we believe in Jesus, man? They're like, yeah. I was like, dude, that means we can do Christmas, man. I'm getting all excited. I'm like, shit, we're Muslims and we believe. I'm like, we really believe in him? They're like, yeah, man, we love him. He's one of the most important people in the religion. He's mentioned more than any other prophet in that book, by the way. Jesus Christ is the most mentioned figure in the Holy Quran, by the way. I don't know if Christians know that. The most mentioned. There's a whole chapter called Mary, peace be upon her. She's the most important woman in Islam. Literally, her and the Prophet's wife, Aisha, who gave us so much of his life and his narration. I probably want to talk about that too. People like to attack the character of the Prophet Muhammad based on his marriage. They say he was a pedophile. He married a 6-year-old and a 9-year-old. This is the number one way that people want to attack that religion, try to attack it based on his marriage and trying to understand a culture from 2,000 years ago. There is no exact age. This is the question I will flip to people that want to use that type of personal attack to try to dishonor or disclaim the work of the Prophet. First of all, in the state of New York, the age of marriage was 13 years old, bro. They just changed it a few years ago. If you don't believe me, look it up. The legal age you can get married in the state of New York was 13 years old. Was that normal? No, I don't have a daughter, but if I had a daughter and somebody tried to marry her at the age of 13, they'd be hanging from a tree, bro. Or they'd find them in the Hudson River, right? Because that's just crazy, right? Yeah. Latino culture, they have something called what? Quinceañera. Yes or no? Yes. Most people don't even understand what does that mean. Well, why do they dress up their daughters at the age of 15, basically they're brides, and then they throw a party for their birthday? Because in that time period, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, you were telling the community, my daughter is of age of marriage. That's what that's from. Sweet 16. Would you let your daughter? What person in America will let their daughter get married at 16? You celebrated Sweet 16 because you were telling the world, my daughter's of age. You can start to court her. Doesn't mean you can take my daughter and bang her. It means she's of age with morals, morality. You have the right now, if she's old enough to date, to seriously consider marriage, is where that comes from. So I'll ask you, is it normal for a girl to get married at 15?
Definitely not.
But at one time it was. Because the world operated, especially ancient cultures, when a woman had her menstrual cycle, she was now of age to be married. The minute they had their menstrual cycle in the ancient, so people want to analyze an ancient culture 1600 years ago with today's perspective, when meanwhile in their own backyard, these are the laws. And you want to attack a guy that lived 2,000 years ago almost, who all his enemies never once said, this girl you're marrying is too young. No, because they would arrange, there's people in Albania that were arranged marriage before they were even born. That doesn't mean they consummated the marriage. I know people whose grandparents were engaged in the belly because it was a clan structure. It was like, okay, if I have a daughter and you have a son, like let's say like two different clans, but they're friends.
Yeah, it's like Game of Thrones shit.
Exactly. Your daughter's pregnant. Your daughter is pregnant. If one has a boy and a girl, you guys want to, yeah, and they didn't ask you. It was all arranged. So just because he had an arranged marriage before she may have been the age of consummation does not mean that was normal or irregular. That was very normal, not only in the Arab world, but throughout history. And again, go look at the marriage laws in America. They just changed them. Is it normal to get married at the age of 13? Or why was that the law in New York City? And that's only 100 years ago. You want to talk about 1,400 years ago. People's lifespans were shorter. And they did things very differently. So that is the argument I will give to anyone that wants to attack his character based on that. And the people that, you got to remember, the Arabs of that continent wanted him dead. His own family wanted him dead. They offered him to be the king of all the Arabs if he would just accept their pagan way of life. All these gods of Mecca, if you accept it, we will make you the king of the Arabs. He said, not if you gave me the moon and the sun and everything in it, there's only one God. Muslims do not believe that Islam is a new religion. The word, the concept might be new, but the word Islam means to submit your will to God. To who? The same God that we broke the internet with. It's the same word in all three languages, and I'll debate anyone, anytime of the week. You saw it with your own eyes. He spoke Aramaic, Google. Aramaic words for God. Well, then why are you using Google to prove it? Well, prove me wrong. Go to the Aramaic lexicon. Go to the Aramaic dictionary. Type in God. It pops up there. It's not some trick or some manipulation, but it's to show you how little you know about your own faith, and you want to judge others. And that's the biggest problem we have in society around the world. People that know nothing about nothing, making statements, and that is one of the dangers of social media, who are not qualified to talk about these things. And maybe I'm more qualified than most, but I still say I can make mistakes. I could be wrong. Please research what I'm saying, because I'm responsible on a spiritual level for the information I get. In Islam, if I preach something to you and it's not accurate, and you base your belief on that or not, I'm responsible. I may have been the one that led you astray because I gave you wrong information. I will be held accountable when I face God for the information I'm discussing right here, right now. So that's why I start with an apology. Please double check everything I'm saying. I could be wrong. It is your obligation as a human being to always question what you are taught, where it came from, the narration, which is very important, the chain of where this information came from, and where it could have or could not have been deviated. It's very important to question where you get information, not just in theology, but look at the world we're living in. Yeah, the news outlets, who's financing them, what is their agendas, what other associations do they put money towards? Maybe you can see where the bias comes from, and this is the biggest problem we're facing as Americans. What's important for people is not to believe what I believe, and I'm not here to push it. Here's what I want to ask people before we get into the heavier subjects of demonic attacks. I believe we are under full-blown demonic attack, under the guise of aliens are coming. And we're going to get to that at first, but I want to start at the beginning because it's important. Sorry for the saliva. It's like you're talking for hours. So, for me, I ask people this, and this is where I start my whole basis from. So, like I was telling you earlier, it was the finding out that Muslims believed in Jesus that blew my mind away, and that's how I started my spiritual journey. That's how I started studying religion, reading the Bible, reading the Torah, reading the Quran, going to lectures, studying people like Hamza Yusuf, who, by the way, is amazing. People should really check out this guy's work, especially when he talks about the occult and the New World Order and all this other stuff. amazing scholar, speaks multiple languages, founded a place called the Zaytuna Institute out in, if I'm not mistaken, Burbank, California, and just a phenomenal speaker. Yeah, he was involved in the burial of Muhammad Ali. He was born Greek Orthodox. Where's he from? He's from California. His parents were professors. His name before he converted to Islam was David Hansen.
Oh, really?
And he had a near-death experience, if I'm not mistaken, when he was younger. And as he laid in the hospital bed, he almost died in a car accident, I believe. And he realized, man, I almost went. Like, this life really is like a joke. Like, I can be here today and gone tomorrow. Like, what's next? What's next? And he went on this spiritual journey. Ended up leaving America, going. He studied every religion, and he left like Islam. So he didn't even think about Islam. It was like the last thing he studied. Started reading the Quran. He fell in love with it. Ended up going to, like, if I'm not mistaken, Mauritania and learning Islam from the Bedouins. And became one of the greatest scholars I think we have, not only in our faith, but in the world. He's such a brilliant speaker. I mean, he's done things with Jordan Peterson, I believe.
Didn't Andrew Tate recently convert his religion?
That's what he's saying, yeah. To Islam, that's what he's saying, yeah. I mean, I can't confirm, but he's saying, yeah, I'm a Muslim, so... It's very interesting. I guess everyone that goes to jail these days, huh? When we go to jail, man, it's like they call it the jail religion. Like, you switch your religion to protection because the Muslims in jail are more like, I'm not saying that's why he did it, but like, it seems like when people go to jail.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he had to deal with, like, normal people have to deal with when they go to jail. He didn't probably have to pick a side or a team. Like,
no, he was isolated. Right?
Him and his brother. It's funny how when you go to prison, it's so compartmentalized into, like, different racial factions. Like, you're either going to be with the Mexicans, you're going to be with the skinheads, or you're going to be with the black guys.
And you're going to be someone's bitch.
Or you're going to be someone's bitch, right? If you want to run solo, yeah, you're going to be someone's bitch.
You're going to be Andy Dufresne before he got the protection of the warden and Shawshank Redemption. Right?
I was talking to me and Julian, shout out to Julian Dory. We were talking about this the other day when we were in New York, walking around, seeing all the different types of people that are in fucking New York. And it's like, when you think about what it means to be, like, New York's just like this melting pot of every different culture, everything, right? So when you think about what it is to be an American, it's hard to really define it. But when you think about what it is to be an Albanian, that's not hard to define that. When you think about what it is to be Israeli, it's definitely not hard to define that. If you were talking about, like, it's really these cultures or these people that have had to deal with existential threats that really define them. Like these other countries, like Israel or like Albania. But America's never really had a real existential threat. So it's like, what the fuck is it anymore to be an American? It was really interesting to think about.
We're in a very interesting crossroads. And, things are shifting dramatically. And really, I hope we're here. I hope we're here in a couple of years, the way we're going. I've spoken about this on many shows. I mean, we have empire sickness, right? I think we're seeing what it is after you've peaked and corruption sets in. It's like gangrene. You're not going to die instantly, but your fingers are going to rot, your arms, and eventually you're dead if you don't take it out. We are at, like, the last stage of what corruption looks like, and we are in a lot of trouble. And all the symptoms and the signs of tyranny are there, and people are asleep at the wheel now. Free speech is the most important thing. That's why podcasting is so important. What you do is so important. Regardless if people like it or don't agree, social media is where the public discourse is, and there needs to be a serious debate about protecting free speech on these platforms. I don't care if they're privately owned, because the effect they have on everything from culture to voting to you name it, for it not to be protected where everyone has equal opportunity to speak and you can't just turn someone off. I mean, it's a serious problem, man, and it needs to be addressed fast. I also think as AI expands, we need to start using labels, especially for music, organic. Podcast organic. People can use these apps now. I can take your sound and type into this one app, and I can produce a podcast with your voice, bro. If I have your energy to make it, like, even right now, I can do that. So I think we need to start using a label like organic, human made. Immediately get people used to that, so we can protect what we do, the arts, podcasting, all this stuff. Getting back to kind of where I want to go with all this. What fascinates me in all my studies of life, of pursuing, is there a God or not a God, or is there anything after life? What boggles my mind is that most people follow their religion like a tradition and not because they truly believe. I was Catholic, therefore my son will be Catholic, right? And his son will be Catholic. And a lot of people don't even know anything about their religions. I'm Muslim because my dad was Muslim and his dad was Muslim, right? So most people just accept these traditions. They get together for whatever holiday they, celebrate in their religion, whether it's, Christmas for Christians or Easter or Eid for Muslims or, Rosh Hashanah for Jews. So and they just follow, okay, today we get together, we do a little feast or we do Ramadan. And they just, a lot of people just follow these things blindly. This is what my family was. This is what I will be. What I want to ask people is this. This is the way I look at it. Why is it that human beings prepare for everything they do? If they want, human beings that have some intellect, we prepare. We didn't just show up today in the studio and do a podcast. First, I had to contact you, set up a date, book the flights, book the hotel, rent a car, drive. Everything had to go in order for me to be here today. I had to plan for it. I couldn't just come. Because most human beings, especially ones that want to succeed, we have to prepare for things in life. I don't just become a doctor overnight. I have to go to school, then college, medical school, residency, then I can become a doctor. Because order has to come from order. But we'll get to that in a second. Where I'm going with all this is there's people that contribute to a 401k that are listening to this show. There's people that own their own companies or work in a job or in school or in college, and they're preparing for something in this life. There's someone listening to your show right now that's in college to become a dentist or whatever the case may be, a lawyer or a financial professional in the banking world. And they're in college right now, or they're in grad school right now, and they're preparing for something that they want to do in this life. There's people that contribute to a 401k in their 20s. They're taking money that they can use today in their life and putting it aside so that they hope by the time they get to the age of 60 and they reach the age of retirement that they're prepared for retirement. They don't want to be not ready to survive in retirement without enough money. How many people die never cashing their 401k out? Millions of people never even reach the age of retirement. They put money away in a 401k and an IRA. They prepared for a day that they weren't even guaranteed they would ever see. So they can give it to their kids. I understand that. But in essence, where I'm going with this, Dan, is that they're preparing for a day they may never see, which is retirement. I started my 20s, isn't it? I'm 40. There's no guarantee I'm going to reach 60. My question is, are you not guaranteed to die? So my question to people is, if we prepare for everything in this life, how do we not prepare for death? People go, what do you mean by that? Well, maybe there's nothing after death, then. But the overwhelming majority of this world, regardless of denomination, Hindu, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, ancient civilizations, Mayans, the ancient Egyptians, all believed in an afterlife. The overwhelming majority of this world, throughout time, throughout history, has believed that there's an afterlife. They also believe if you don't believe what they believe, there's a price to pay. If I am not a Christian and I don't accept Jesus Christ as my personal Savior and Lord, I'm screwed based on Christian doctrine. I'm either going to purgatory or hell. Muslims believe if you associate anything with God, you go to hell because only God is God, right? So it's like all the religions say if you don't follow what they believe, there's an afterlife. That afterlife is forever. You're going to pay a heavy price. So my first question to the entire audience is: forget the nomination right now. How do you leave something like that to chance? If there's even a small chance that there really is an afterlife and there is a torment waiting for us, you prepare for a life that you're not guaranteed to see tomorrow. You are guaranteed to die, yet you won't investigate. You won't go and look. The problem is most people follow their religion like a tradition. And when that tradition fails them, they assume all religion is garbage. There's nothing that's out there that works. They had something horrible happen to them in their faith, maybe a bad priest or a bad imam or something that happened, and now they want to group all religion into one. They don't want to make the argument, well, where's God when you have wars like, Yemen, Syria, like where's God, the Holocaust? And that's a classic trap that people fall into, And I would flip the question just like Hamza Yusuf does. Not where's God, where's humanity? Where are you? You got this gift. You gave me this liquid death. I'm holding the can. I can pick it up. I can drink it. I can throw it at you. You probably get up and knock me out because you're in better shape than I am. That's called free will, brother. What are people doing with their free will? You want to leave it to chance? I promise you there's an afterlife. Me, I don't know this. I don't believe there's a God. I know there's a God. I've seen too much evidence to support that there is a God. My only argument to people is, have you really looked? Have you really studied? Are you trying to judge a religion based on the actions of human beings, which are flawed, which can do whatever they want? I could say I'm a Christian all day or a Muslim all day, but if I'm killing people, I promise you I'm not a Christian or a Muslim. That's not what the doctrine teaches. If you take innocent life, then you have a guy that gets up there and kills 1 million people and says he's a Muslim or a Christian no. So people look at what people do and then they want to judge the doctrine. To me, these doctrines are amazing. All of them teach you how to be a good human being. Every single one. The only core differences between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism is who was Jesus Christ. Other than that, they all teach you how to be more compassionate to man, woman, human, to be loving, to care about your environment, to be God conscious and aware that God sees everything you do, that you are being judged for what you do, that you will face the Creator one day. That's what these religions, even the religions that are not Abrahamic say that they're, what does Hinduism say? You're bad. You don't elevate to nirvana, you downgrade. You might be a raccoon the next life, or a rat, or a cockroach. You understand? Right? Because you don't, if you're good, you elevate to almost the status of becoming a god, right? You become, you reach nirvana. The highest levels, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Buddhism. I'm talking about in the Hindu faith when you evolve, they believe in reincarnation. So like if you're not doing good in this life cycle, you will go down to a lower life cycle. If you're doing what you're supposed to in this life, you elevate to basically a God status. So all of them have some type of consequence for actions that we do in this world, in this dimension. And that's another similarity that all faiths have. So my argument to people is, if there's even a small chance that any one of these religions could be true, how do you not study the majority? How do you not go deep? How do you not look to see if there's something actually after this life? Because if there is, just like in this world, the landlord comes and says, hey, the rent's due. I didn't know the rent was due. They kick you out of the house. If there is an afterlife, that means you have to put work to find it. Just like in this life, we put work in, we prepare, we get ready. Your death is coming whether you want to think about it or not. Most people don't want to think about it. The only time they think about death is when they go to a funeral and they see someone. Sometimes there's someone that they cared about. They cry for a couple of years, maybe. I have for years. Eventually, we get back up and we move on with life. How many people really prepare in the way that I'm saying to stop and take a step, disconnect from life, sit down somewhere quiet and I'm not going to be here forever.
I think it's probably the people like Yusuf, or the people that get old, people that develop terminal illnesses that actually have to confront death head on when you have to confront death. I think those are the people who really study it and look into it and think about death more than anybody. I think all the other people spend all their waking moments trying to avoid the thought of death. I think everything that we do is a construct or a coping mechanism to try to avoid the thoughts of death and the fear of death.
Most people don't want to think about it.
If there's one thing I know about my listeners,
it's something like you said. I agree with you 100%. I think getting gray hair is a mercy from God. Do I like the fact I'm turning gray? No, but I think it's like a reminder. It's like the grains of sand.
You're like a fucking assassin. End of that group. Fucking Albanian assassin. I know all of Albanians are assassins.
The grains of sand to the hourglass is what gray hair means to me. It's like God reminding you, yo, you're getting older. Your ride on the roller coaster is about to end if you live your natural life. It's a blessing. It's reminding you, hey, you're getting older. Like, have you looked? Have you done your homework? You want to just wait to see what happens when you pass away? So that's my first argument. Are you seeking knowledge? do you realize that you will pass away? Do you realize that if there is a creator, and if any of these religions could be true, there's a price to pay on the other side? Do you really want to leave that to chance? And again, you might go through this whole journey and say there really is no God. I don't have a problem with the one that doesn't believe if they've done their homework. Some people, something bad happens to them. They were born to a horrible family, or something horrific happens, and they go, well, there's no God. Why would God let this 5-year-old die of cancer? Why does God allow Yemen, to starve to death? Like there's a lot more to that than just that simple explanation. That this makes no sense. Like, if there is this being, right? Why does Bill Gates have $1 billion and people are starving to death? Like, how's that fair? And a lot of times it's these people that are evil that have all the money, right? So people use these arguments to try to say, well, that's why there's no God. I would argue, not where's God, where's humanity? We have a duty. One of my favorite quotes in the Quran is, do not oppress and do not be oppressed. That you have a duty to stand up against corruption. In any civilization, in any culture, you have a duty as a human being to call out evil, hypocrisy. And when you see injustice, you're supposed to stand against it. Another quote of the Prophet was, if you see evil, stop it. If you can't stop it, physically stop it, speak out against it publicly. And if it's too dangerous to do that, then hate it with everything that's in your heart. Look, you have an obligation to stand against corruption, evil. That's whether you're a Christian, Muslim, or Jew. We have a duty to stand. And these are the things we have in common. And that's really what that whole clip was about, man. It wasn't about, Muslims are right, Christians are... No, it was like, we all believe in these people. Which position we put them in as king or just another soldier in the chain of God, cool. But look at what we have in common. We both believe in the Virgin Mary. We both believe in Jesus Christ. We both believe in the nuclear family. We both believe that there's a God who's going to judge us for our actions. We both believe that only God can judge us. So who am I to judge you? Or you to judge me? It should be the opposite. This is another thought that I take from Hamza Yusuf. I got to give the man credit. That if you truly believe that what you believe is the truth and that these people are in trouble, then there's got to be a place of compassion where you actually feel sad if you believe that what you believe is the truth. That they're not on the same path as you. You shouldn't be looking to fight with them and argue or debate, because even debate can be harmful if it's done the wrong way. It creates animosity. People need to have real conversations respectfully and just know that there's an overwhelming majority that's the same. They believe in Moses, they believe in Abraham, they believe in Noah of the Ark. Half the world believes in John the Baptist, Jesus Christ, Muslims and Christians. And for you to kill each other and hate each other, all of your leaders, whether it be Christ or Muhammad, would be ashamed of you. And I want to remind the audience, if it wasn't for Christians, the first Muslims were given refuge by Christians. This is a story that's never told to bring unity to people. So the first Muslims were being oppressed in Mecca, where the Prophet was from, peace be upon him. He was being attacked by his own clan, by his own family. They wanted, so they started killing some of the first Muslims. Their own family was doing this stuff to them. So they sought refuge in ancient Abyssinia. Ancient Abyssinia is today present-day Ethiopia. Okay? These are some of the most ancient Christians, period. And that leader was a righteous leader. So a lot of the disciples of the Prophet, they went there. Because he told them, go there because there's a righteous king there. And he will give you refuge. When they went to meet with the Negus, that's the word, Negus. You've seen it they make fun of that clip with the kid and the spelling bee. I don't know if you've ever seen that clip. Yeah. That's the actual word for the ancient king of Abyssinia. So when they went to seek refuge there, they came and said, hey, we want these people back. The people that were trying to kill the first Muslims, they went there you need to give us these people. And they were about to be surrendered back to them. And then they're like, well, they believe in Jesus. We believe, and they told him the whole story. Hey, we believe in Jesus too. He's like, these people believe in Christ also, even though they didn't call themselves Christians. And he let them stay in the kingdom, man. He gave them safety and refuge. That's a big boost in the beginning of Islam. Without that Christian kingdom, the Muslims might have been wiped out. When was this? This is in the inception of Islam. During the time of the Prophet Muhammad. How long ago are we talking? 6-something AD. I don't have the exact date. It was like mid-600s, late 600s. Okay. So if it wasn't for that righteous king, a lot of the first Muslims would have been wiped out. And these are stories that we need to remind our Christian brothers, our Muslim brothers, Jewish brothers, that, hey, we don't have to believe in the same thing exactly. But right now, in the world that we're living in, the evil that is coming for us, all of us, regardless if we're even from those religions, what is coming for all of humanity, that is something that should unite us. That is something that we are on the same page. And we need to remind each other that, of course, these people that are doing what they're doing, they want us to kill each other. They want us to take on these little things and go to war so they can justify everything that's happened in the last 50, 60 years. These are the things I'm trying to remind people. You don't need to believe what I believe. I will face God on that day. At least I made a choice. At least I investigated. At least I went deep into my studies, and my intention, because I believe God judges based on intention, was to find the Creator. I chose the path that I chose for myself. It's not me to choose your path, but at least I did my homework. At least I didn't wake up one day and say, I'm going to just follow. I didn't follow what my father's family followed. I didn't believe in any of it. I said, this doesn't make no sense. And I went on my journey. And I studied theology for a very long time. And again, I would never even use the word scholar because it's an embarrassment to even use the word when there's people like Hamza Yusuf, when there's people like Jordan Peterson. I have no right to even use that title because these guys are brilliant. Brilliant. And Jordan Peterson's a Christian. I love him, though. I listen to his lectures. I think he's an amazing human being. And that's what we're trying to inspire in this world that is full of chaos right now. So, my first argument is the lack of knowledge, people doing their homework, asking serious questions. And I ask it again, are you not going to die? Are you going to leave that to chance? Are you going to wait to just see, you better do your homework, son. Because you don't just show up to a test unprepared and pass. Usually you're not going to do too well, or not as good as you could have done. So that's my first principle of today's discussion.
Do you know who Sheldon Solomon is?
I think I heard that name. He calls himself the prophet or something?
No. He's he lives in New York. He's a professor. I forget the name of his. I forget what
you had him on your show?
Had him on the show. Yeah, about a month ago. And he wrote this book that was a follow-up based on Ernest Becker's theory, based on fear of death and how it guides human beings and everything they do. And I asked him after he did a ton of studies, like scientific studies on people, when he would remind them of death, or he would these weird little experiments, right, where they put them in isolated situations and remind them of death, and then ask them a bunch of questions. Anyway, long story short, this guy spent his whole entire last 50, 60 years studying this stuff. And when I asked him, I'm like, what do you think happens when we die? And it kind of blew my mind what his answer was. He said he thinks it's the same thing that happens before we're born. He's like, do you remember what it was like before you were born? No. He's like, I think that's exactly what it's like after you die.
I don't think so. I think that energy is never lost. It can only change form. I believe that we are in this life to find the truth. That's the main purpose for us to be here. I feel like a lot of us don't really, we're distracted, bro. There's so much distraction out there that, you live in a place like New York, you're cut off from nature. You don't even really see the sky, the stars at night. There's nothing there to remind you of the one that created all of this. So my next principle is, and I think I take this from Khalid Yassin, amazing lecture, What is the Purpose of Life? Khalid Yassin, amazing lecture that really had a profound impact on me in my life. And he had made this one argument, why I believe there's a creator. Why I believe there's a creator is two principles. First one, if you lived by yourself, have you lived by yourself? Mm-hmm. And you woke up in the morning and you left your bed a mess. When you came home, how would you find your bed? Same way. You'd find it a mess, unless you either had it made or a nice burglar broke in and stole your shit. I was like, let me fix Danny's bed, because your bed will not make itself. Because order, you can't leave something out of order and expect to find it in order, right? Mm-hmm. So, the first principle is that order can only come from order. We had to combine together as a collective to create a society, to create rules, to create laws. This doesn't just happen overnight. It was with purpose. It was with intention, right? You can't leave things randomly, just expect everything randomly to happen in our lives. We don't use that strategy in our own daily lives. If I just, wait around and something randomly might happen, for me to succeed or whatever the case may be. My second principle is very simple. If we take 10 numbers, Danny, and we number them 1 to 10, like lottery balls, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to number 10. If I put them in a box and I blindfold you in a zero light environment where you cannot see into that box, if you shake that box up randomly, chaotically, and I tell you, Danny, I need you to pull out number 1, number 2, number 3, in a row, in order. This is basic statistics for those of you that don't know anything about math. 10 numbers randomly, without you looking, what are the odds you pull out 1, 2, 3 in a row? Do
What's it, like 1 in 100,000?
It's like, no, it's beyond that. It's actually, if I'm not mistaken, 1 in 26 million. It's almost impossible.
26 million.
From that's 10 times 10 times 10 to the 10th power. Jesus Christ. So where am I going with this? I'm with my family one time, and I wanted to kind of get at the adults. So I kind of used the children in a funny way, to have fun and kind of inspire them to believe, in God. So I took a box. I did the experiment. I put the 10 balls in. I got $500 ready because I know no one's taking my money. And I don't gamble. I don't think gambling's good. I mean, have I played roulette in here and there? Yeah, but am I like part of my life? No. I go to the family. I shake up the box, and I'm like, kids, we're going to play a game. You guys can't look in. You got to pull out 1 to 10 in a row. You pull out 1 to 10, you get $500. Now, kids don't know the mathematics. They think it's easy. They're all fighting each other. I want a chance. I want a chance. Like, I'm like, all right, you go first, Billy. And you would go in. For 3.5 hours, these kids, all like I would say 20 little kids, the adults are watching me. Everyone's like, what the hell are you doing? For 3.5 hours, because they wouldn't give up. They see $500, they're going fucking crazy. It's like an Xbox, PlayStation, like they're all like, no one pulled out the number 1 first. Forget getting to the 1, 2. For the entire time I was doing this experiment, no one even pulled out the number 1 first. Forget getting 1 to 2. So like when I say it's like almost impossible to get to 10, no one even pulled out the 1 first for 3.5 fucking hours. So everyone gets disappointed. The children get mad. What was the point of this? You tricked us. You knew we couldn't do it. I said, here's the point. I said it to them, and I will say it to your audience. Open your bag. I'm going to give you not 10 balls. I'm going to give you 1,000,000 balls. In order. You tell me how. If that sun was not exactly where it is in spectrum to this earth, me and you wouldn't be having this conversation right now. If it was 1 inch closer to the earth, an inch could be 1,000,000 miles in space. It's nothing. Closer to this earth, you'd be dead. 1 inch further away, we'd be dead. It'd be too cold. The way the earth rotates on its axis, the seasons, the 7 layers of the atmosphere, all in order, brother. The ionosphere, the stratosphere, each with its own purpose. It's like a canopy that protects us, right? Gravity. 1 million living species on this planet, Danny, each with its own purpose. It's called the eco what? What's it called, Danny? An eco what?
Ecosystem?
That's fucking A, man. It's an ecosystem. If we wipe out enough bugs, what happens to us? What happens to us? Forget everything else. If we wipe out the insects, what happens? I have no idea. We're fucking dead, bro. How? There's no more food, no more cross-pollination. All the creatures that eat the bugs, they fucking die. No, it's an ecosystem. It's in order whether you want to believe in it or not. Now, they want to say it all happened by accident. You wipe out enough of those creatures, we're dead. It's a system. You're breathing in oxygen and carbon dioxide. It's called a what? A respiratory what? System. It's in order. Without you even thinking about it, you're breathing out a gas that would kill you, feeds the trees, they breathe out. It's a fucking system. It's a system. It's all in order, man. The North and South Pole reflect a majority of the sun, it reflects the sun's light back to space. I mean, I can go on for days and days about everything that is in order for you to be alive right now. You don't expect your bed to make itself by accident. How did all of this amazing, look at us, man, by accident? I don't think so, brother. You can see the design. You can see that there was purpose. You can see that this was designed for your existence. And that's why God's the most merciful, because even though the majority of us don't respect the Creator or even believe in the Creator anymore, I breathe because of His mercy. That's my second principle. Order can only come from an order. You explain to me how all these die. You can't get 10 balls out of a box in order. How did all of this come into order for you to exist? You really believe it was an accident? Really? Really, you're that foolish? You don't expect anything by accident in your life.
Right.
You don't leave anything to chance in your life. Yet you leave the question of death to chance. You don't investigate. You don't do your homework. You don't dig deep. You don't go into. Even if you learn nothing, just studying Islam or Christianity, you can understand 1/5 of the world. Learning about the Chinese, their culture. This is where we're failing as so many people we know nothing about. I can study Chinese history. Maybe I can understand how they think, why they are. They have more of a hive mentality than we could ever have. Because there's a pride mentality. Yeah, like the whole. As long as the country prevails, they have that patriotism deeply rooted in them from the times of the dynasties. But we don't study history, we don't care. And we also study history not looking at where are we getting the information from. Who gave me this information? Who's the author? Who was he? So this is my argument. I do believe that we were created. I do believe in an intelligent creator. I do believe it is your duty as a human being, regardless of what religion. If you're a Muslim, you should study Christianity. If you're a Christian, you should study Islam. If you're a Jew, you should study, and vice versa. Because this is where you can see the commonality, how much we have in common. There is no reason to kill each other. Any of these incidents that happened throughout history were by leaders that were not following the doctrine of those faiths. An example of that, no offense to the Turks, the Ottoman Empire. They were a nationalist empire. They were not an Islamic empire, in my opinion. Now, they may have done things that made the Muslims feel cool, but we had no right to invade Christian countries. Period. But then people will say, well, they were a Muslim empire. The crescent moon and star is not a symbol of Islam, yet you see it on every mosque. Some Muslims may consider that a desecration. So where did that come from? The Prophet Muhammad had no symbols. These are the things that tell people, where do you get your information from? Do you study? Do you do your homework? Do you research? Who are you to judge another way of life or faith if you know nothing about your own? And this is where the majority of people are, in my opinion. They know nothing about their faith. That is why that clip went so viral then. It shocked people. They couldn't believe it. They type in the Aramaic. How do you, if you didn't even, I'm not, and again, some people perceive it too, but like, if you didn't even know the language of Christ, you didn't even know the name of it, how can you even call yourself a Christian? If you're a Muslim and you can't say a couple words in Arabic, how are you a Muslim? When the religion came in that language, like, these are what I'm talking about. And then you have people that want to talk about the faith, they know nothing about it. They're not qualified. So I'm kind of done with that segment there. So that's where I take a lot of my stance from. And there's a lot of overlap, man, especially towards the end of time. Christianity and Islam have a lot in common. Book of Revelation, Antichrist, the being that will come down to deceive the whole world, that he is God and that God is not God. That to lead humanity astray. There's a lot of talk of aliens, Danny. And I got a newsflash for everyone. I'm going to talk about the aliens right now. Oh no, we're going to talk about this. I'm going to show you an alien in real life, bro. And everyone that's watching this can do it right now. I need you to go to your bathroom, stand in front of your sink. Most people have a mirror there. But teach you a way to see the aliens that's going to blow your mind away. Flip the light on and just look into the mirror, and you're going to see the aliens. We are the aliens if you believe in God. If you believe in God, we, human beings, are the aliens. We are not the ones that originated on this earth. The story of creation, Adam and Eve, peace be upon them, they were cast down from the heavens when they fell into temptation. So we're the aliens, then. I got a news flash for you. You're an alien, bro. Welcome, man. Thanks, man. Happy to be here. I'm sure you come with a Christian upbringing. You've heard the story of Adam and Eve, right? Okay. What did it say? We fell from the Garden of Eden, yeah? Right. Okay. So you're the alien, Danny?
Yeah, but wouldn't every being from another place be an alien to you? So we are aliens to, if there's another civilization out there, we would be alien to them the same way they're aliens to us. So we're all aliens in that sense, right?
Absolutely. Alien is something foreign and not understood.
Right.
And that concept, I agree with when people say that there's aliens and we're going to see them. Yes. But I'm going to use the Abrahamic perspective on this. We know from the Jewish, Christian, and Muslim tradition that before we were created, human beings, there was a species created before us. We're not the first species with free will. We always talk about how human beings have free will. I just talked about it a little bit right now. I can do whatever I want. Well, we were not the first species created with free will. We hear the word Satan. May he be far from us. May he be cursed. This is the greatest enemy humanity has. Before we were even created by the Creator, this being declared war on us. He was full of envy, full of jealousy, but not like that God had made another, that God would come to love and design and instill greatness into. His spirit blew into Adam, the first human being ever created. The devil declared war on Adam before he was even created. Now, from the Christian perspective, and no offense to my Christians, because I love them, they say that the devil was a fallen angel, and they use the word fallen angel. That is, I believe, inconsistencies when we try to translate words from Aramaic, Greek, Arabic into the English language. When we think of the word demon, we only think of it from the English language. Usually when I hear the word demon, it means like evil, they're not good, they can do none that are good. And this is not fair to that species. The species of the devil, as explained from the Islamic tradition, is a being made of a smokeless fire. So it's a flame with no smoke or maybe electricity, we don't know. This species lived on Earth long before us. They have free will, and there's different types of them. They're known as the jinn. J like Janet, I, N like Nancy. Okay, it's where the word genie comes from. You rub the bottle, the jinn comes out, and you make a wish to the genie. You basically sell your soul. That's what you do. The demonic realm, and the way we understand it from the Anglo-Saxon perspective, the Christian perspective, American perspective, there can be no good or like they're only bad, like the Exorcist, right? Demonic. That's not the case. There are species that lived on this earth before us. The devil, they were very similar to humans in the sense that they have wars with each other. They're on this earth in a parallel dimension. They're on this earth in a parallel dimension. We can't see them. Not all of us. And this demonic realm is where I believe this alien agenda is coming from. And it's one of my theories. And I'm going to get into this. So, demonic realm, you call it. Parallel dimension. These beings interfere, they whisper, and they are bad. No, that's what I'm trying to explain. They're not all bad. So, they were very similar in humans in the sense with free will that they would kill each other. They had wars. That we don't know everything about their history, but there's a lot of it in the Islamic tradition, which is fascinating. And I'm gonna give the correlations to aliens here in a little bit, and my interpretation of what's really going on. So once we were cast down from the heavens, right, because Adam fell into temptation, then God said, okay, all of you get down from here. He granted Satan a second chance, not a second chance, but like he gave him more time before the end of the world to try to lead as many of us as he can astray. He hates us, bro. Okay? He can't stand us. The devil. Satan. Okay? Shaitan is the Arabs would call it. But before that happened, he was the best of that species. So God took him up into the heavens. You understand? That's why he was amongst the angels. He was not an angel. An angel does not have free will. An angel is a creation of light. Also in another dimension that we can't see. Okay? These species are like the soldiers of God. They do not even make a move without being commanded. They don't have free will. So you have the species of the devil, they have free will. The angels don't. When God gave the commandment for all the angels to bow to Adam when he created Adam, the only one that didn't bow was the devil, Satan. The angels all bowed. So how could he have been an angel? Angel doesn't have free will. He would have bowed. He was one of the jinn of the demonic realm. They have free will. You look a little confused, like I'm losing. What do I need to clarify?
No, I'm wondering where you got this information. From
what? This is from the Islamic tradition, and some of it's from the Christian tradition.
This is in the Quran.
This is not in the Quran, and there's some mentions of this stuff. The jinn are mentioned in the Quran, but this is also from the Hadith. Now, the Hadith are basically the equivalent of what I would call the New Testament. Like the New Testament, I don't have Jesus' exact words. I have what Paul thought he heard, Luke thought he heard, John thought he heard, right, of what happened, right? Those are the Testaments. That's why it's called the New Testament. So the Hadith are the Arab version of the Testaments. Anyone that ever heard the Prophet Muhammad speak, and then there's a narration. The difference between those Testaments and the Christian Testaments is that they're preserved a little bit better. So in the Islamic world, the Hadith are like what they believe to be the authentic sayings of what the Prophet said. The Quran is solely the word of God, which should be taken for that and nothing else. The hadith should be taken with a grain of salt. Some of them may have been his words, some of them may not have been his words. It depends who narrated the chain of those sayings. So they would write, the Prophet's wife, Aisha, said that she heard him say this. So the Muslim would say, well, if it came from his wife, that's probably more authentic than from Tom, Dick, and Harry who said they heard him speak. So they're preserved in that fashion.
Got it.
So a lot of this comes from his expressions of what he said the end of the world would look like, what the end of time would look like, and the correlations between the Christian and the Muslim perspective of the end of times. A lot of it's the same. What will come towards the end of time? The mark of the beast, Antichrist, corruption, all the shit that's going on in our culture. Up is down, down is up. All of this was talked about in the Christian faith and the Muslim faith. And a lot of it overlaps. A lot of it. It's fascinating stuff. Why I think where people should start their journey is understanding the occult, understanding that there's these societies that have existed since forever that have penetrated governments, entertainment, you name it, okay? And there's an obsession with the prophet Solomon. Solomon's in all three religions, by the way. Solomon's probably one of the most fascinating prophets you could study. We believe that every prophet had a power. Moses had the rod, and his hand grew as bright as the sun. Jesus, peace be upon him, he walked on water. He brought people back from the dead. He did amazing things, though, right? What was the miracles of Solomon? Solomon had the power to control and to command every living creature in this world and in the world we can't see. He had dominion over both dimensions, the dimension that we live in and the demonic dimension. In the Quran, it even says that he was building his temple and he commanded the demonic realm to dive to the deepest parts of the ocean and to remove pearls and treasures from the sea so he could decorate the temple with it. And these beings would go literally to the bottom of the ocean in a millisecond, in the flash of an eye, and bring them back these jewels. Literally in a second. It mentions the Queen of Sheba in the Quran. And it's also, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's mentioned in the Christian scripture also, where he sent for her to come to his kingdom. And he said, which one of you, and he's talking to the jinn, the demonic realm that I'm talking about, and he tells them, which one of you will bring me her throne by the time she gets here? And one of them proudly boasts, I will. And within the blink of an eye, this throne appears in Solomon's kingdom. So when Queen Sheba comes, she sees her throne, she sees her own throne there. She's like, and we're talking about a massive throne. How is my throne here? And then she realized she's dealing with Solomon, prophet of God, had power over both dimensions. This is why the occult is always obsessed with Solomon. He had power over this dimension and the demonic realm.
Sorry to interrupt, but this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. We all know how important.
When they do their rituals is always on a checkered board. It symbolizes the two dimensions, the dimension of light and darkness. Our dimension and their dimension cross. Bohemian Grove, all these things that everyone talks about. That's what these rituals are, to ball. And one of the most important people should study, one of the most important people is Aleister Crowley, the father of the American cult, bro. This guy, when he starts doing all his crazy shit, this is where you see that shift in technology also with people like Jack Parsons. These are people that you need to know, that you need to study to understand where we are today and why these things are literally right in front of our face, because we've been conditioned slowly, gradually to accept this satanic shit that is not normal. Very slowly, very subtly. Our enemy has a longer lifespan than we do. The demonic realm, they live longer than we do. They follow us. They communicate. When you're dealing with some fortune teller who's actually saying shit that's real, and you're like, how the fuck do they know? Some of these people have sold their souls. Black magic is real. The evil eye is real. It's something we're going to talk about. It all comes from this dimension that is parallel to ours. My fear is, with everything that's been going on, now that they're declassifying all these documents, and UFOs are real, and supposedly Peru, they were battling
7-foot aliens 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And then you got people like Stephen Greer who want to say, yeah, it's all real. These are demons, brother. We know that they can travel at the speed of light. The demonic realm. We know this from scripture. We know that Cain, the one who killed his brother Abel, right? First murder on earth. We know that the devil, based on these traditions, shapeshifted into a human being, went amongst the children of Cain and taught them how to make music. That is where music was created. It's actually a demonic conception. So this is where music comes from. It's the weapon of them. It's the weapon of the demonic realm. Watch a movie without music. You'll never cry. I promise you. You can watch a million things. You know, maybe it'll be a little sad, but unless they play like that Inception music in the background, and then you see it today, I lost my life, you won't feel shit without that sound. It's a very powerful weapon. So we know from some of these traditions, we know especially from the Muslim traditions, that the devil shapeshifted in front and went into the children of Cain and taught them how to play instruments and make music. The weekend has been going around since day one, bro. People have been gathering since the beginning of time on the weekend to dance to music, bro. Literally, since this whole thing started. The weekend has existed since day one on earth, bro. Music is how the children of Adam were mixed together. So when Cain killed his brother, for those of you that understand, Adam had many kids. One of his kids was named Cain. One of them was named Abel. Cain killed his brother to take his wife. He really wanted his wife. He took her. He went down from the mountain. Because the first human beings lived up in the mountains. Took them down. This is based on, Muslim and Christian, history.
Right.
He went down and started his own community. Adam, before he passed away, commanded his children, the ones that were left on the mountaintop, do not mix with the children of Cain. The only way, now the devil wanted to get them to mix. So he went amongst the children of Cain, taught them how to make instruments. They heard the sounds. They would come out of curiosity. They would see them dancing once a week. They were having like festivals. This has literally been going on since the beginning of time. The weekend, the party. Since the beginning of time, bro. They see them dancing. They ended up getting closer and closer. They made contact. That was it. They mixed. That's how it happened. But the moral of the story there is that the devil was able to do what? He was able to shapeshift. He was able to change appearance. They talk about shapeshifters with the alien technology, the Anunnaki. We know from Solomon that these species could travel in an instant and not only go to these places, but bring back material objects to him to build his temple. This is in the Holy Quran. So that's the obsession of the occult with Solomon's temple, the intermixing of these two dimensions. I believe that because all of this information is coming out about aliens and all this stuff, is that there will be an event sometime in the future where we will see aliens, but they're not aliens, bro. They are demonic beings that have attacked humanity since day one. Their mission is to lead us astray. Their mission is to make us believe that there is no God, that we came from them. This is where Scientology comes from. It all goes back to Aleister Crowley, Jack Parsons, Scientologist Ron Hubbard.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, they were all boys, bro.
I just learned recently that they were all friends. They all spent a lot of time together. L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley, and Jack Parsons.
Tell him to pull up on this picture. Let me show you your grays, bro. Pull up Lam, L-A-M, and Aleister Crowley. When he went, Lam is this being that he would communicate with and do rituals with. When you look at a picture of Lam, it looks literally like a gray alien. Okay, he drew this with his own hands. Okay, there you go. What does that look like to you, Danny? What does that look like to you?
That looks like...
Does it look like an alien?
It looks like something from like one of the fucking cartoons my kid watches.
But does it look like an alien?
Yeah, it's got the alien-shaped head, but what?
He didn't call it alien, bro. He went to channel. He studied black magic.
What does that say underneath?
You cannot understand the world we live in until you learn who this guy was and who he was rolling with and what was going on. You want to be woken up to what's going on in the world, you need to know who this man was and his impact on the world that we live in today. Period. I believe much of the technology we have.
Who drew this picture again?
Aleister Crowley was his own hand.
Now, Aleister Crowley, he was satanic, right? He called himself
father of the occult,
the Church of Satan, right?
A lot of his followers went into that and opened on it. He was like their Their pope, basically, bro.
No.
This guy. He studies in the Great Pyramid of Giza. You know, he went he went to like meditate in these pyramids, right? From the Abrahamic faiths, the ancient Egyptians, right? Pharaoh was one of the most hated people ever by God.
Who?
Pharaoh,
The
Pharaoh Egypt. That's why God destroyed him in the Red Sea.
Don't follow
He
the
drowned.
birds.
You seen the movie Ten Commandments?
Yeah.
The Pharaoh told his people, "I am God in the human form." You understand? I am God in the human form. Even though God sent all these miracles that people would say we're crazy, we believe in these things. Like, how can you believe, that a guy walked on water and brought people back from the dead?
Mm-hmm.
People think we're crazy that we believe this. They think we're fools that we believe this. And it sounds pretty crazy. It does go against logic, right?
Right.
For me to believe that, and I do, I believe Jesus Christ walked on water, bro. I believe he brought people back from the dead, bro. I believe that actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy to say that. People are like, well, you're so educated, you're so stupid. You believe in these fairy tales?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very complicated reason why I believe in it. Now we can get into that a little bit later. But where I was going with this, people need to study this stuff, man. This guy goes into the Great Pyramid of Giza, meditates, these beings are contacting him. Pharaoh was the most hated human being to ever walk the earth by God. Because he saw God's miracles with his own eyes, and he still said, I'm God. So imagine the locusts are coming. Fucking all this chaos is going. And he's still telling people, no, I'm God. Because that's what they believed. He was God on earth. Right? The Pharaoh. So he was considered the most arrogant human being to ever live. Because he saw the miracles and still kept saying, I am God. It's funny because they discovered that Pharaoh, by the way. They found who they believed to be Ramses, right? Who? They dug up this mummy, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot which year. But they carbon dated it to the time that Ramses would have been alive.
Mm-hmm.
And this mummy was not even mummified the way the others were, but perfectly preserved. Perfectly preserved. They do an autopsy. They see the guy died from this particular mummy died from drowning in salt water. Drowned in salt water. Really? He's in the museum, bro. Hair, nails, everything. One of the miracles of the Quran. And on this day, O Pharaoh, we preserved you as a sign for those that will come after you. You can go and look. This is a guy. You got to remember, at that time, ancient Egypt was a superpower.
Yeah.
It was America. Like, those pyramids were like the World Trade Center, bro. Like, beyond that. Imagine probably even more crazy for that time period. The structures like that were crazy, bro. I believe that the ancient Egyptians worked with that realm also. It wasn't aliens, bro. They were working with the demonic realm, bro. They were doing black magic. They were inspired. They showed them how to do this shit.
You think the Egyptians built the pyramids?
With the help of the demonic realm. Not the alien realm, demonic realm. Okay? Remember, the devil's going to go with...
What do you think the purpose of the pyramids was?
I'm not sure, man. I don't know. I'm not going to try to act like I know, but... You got to remember, I also believe that maybe they were built, because remember, the jinn were on this earth before us. Maybe they built them and the Egyptians just found them. Could have also been another theory that it was not actually built by them. I don't know, but there's plenty of stuff that supports that the Israelites built, but I don't think it was the Israelites that built those, bro. They might have built other structures throughout Egypt, but my theory is that I think the demonic realm was involved in the construction of those. Remember, they're going to help any civilization or culture that's leading humanity astray. They're going to give them secrets and power. And they do these rituals and they do crazy shit. But getting back to the point, because there's a lot here, man, and it's like I'm trying to keep it as organized as possible. It's not an easy subject to cover. People need to know who Alistair is. Yeah, you need to know who this guy was. If you think it's an accident that this guy's doing all these crazy rituals, orgies, all this crazy shit, when did he live? When did he die? He was born in England. Okay. 18-something, he was born, okay? And then he made his way to the U.S. But first he studied in, the Middle East. He learned the Kabbalah and all this crazy other stuff, ancient magic. And all. And like I said, he was meditating in that pyramid.
Are there photos of him near the pyramids? Around the pyramids?
I believe so. I hope you'll pop everything in. There's tons of pictures of him, bro. Yeah, he had government officials following him. He had artists following him, actors following him. Walt Disney was his boy, bro. Walt Disney was his boy, bro. Wow. Okay, so I don't find it a coincidence that this guy who's doing all this black magic and worshiping the devil and doing all this crazy shit, being contacted by beings, is by accident, bro. Jack Parsons is the reason we go to space, bro. There's something for the right. But it's the reason we get rockets, rocket fuel. He has a dream, Jack Parsons, in his own autobiography. You can read all this. You should know who Jack Parsons is. The technological curve was kind of flat until these guys start messing around in the desert, bro. And it goes like this after them, bro. Like skyrockets. Like, you know, you've seen the chart of technology, and then it just, you know, like we were like this forever, and then it just went like this. Yeah. Right around the time these guys are all playing games in the desert, doing all kinds of weird shit. He discovers rocket fuel. Okay, this guy is chilling with Crowley, one of his like disciples. He sees a dream where a being named Belial Dajjal. Dajjal is the Arabic word that Muslims use for Antichrist. Same concept. Muslims and Christians believe towards the end of time, someone will come claiming to be Christ when the world is in chaos. Everyone's starving, civilization collapses, like all hell breaks loose. And then this human being appears that says, I am God. Worship me and I'm going to save you guys. Antichrist. The Muslim word for it is Dajjal. It's the same concept. This guy, who's not even Arab, says he sees a dream that the Antichrist came to him in the dream and said, you are very important for my work. I'm going to help you get to rockets up. And he taught him how to make what he created, the rocketry. Well, he's considered the father of rocketry. Right. He says he was contacted by a being named Belial Dajjal, which is the same word Muslims use for Antichrist. Now, why are they even talking about this stuff? Why is this guy even still put that in his biography? These guys are all boys, bro. Celebrities are with them. Government officials were practicing Thelema. That's the name of the faith that they call this. Thelema. 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 He wrote a book like about the will of man. So it's the opposite of what Muslims. Muslims means one who submits their will to God. Their book is about man following their own will, which is what, from the Abrahamic perspective, is when a human being only follows their desires. You are not acting in accordance with the Creator.
Right. And Satanism is all about worshiping yourself, right?
So basically, people go like, why would God make the angels, which are the most beautiful, beautiful creation that can do nothing wrong, right? Why would God make them show us respect? Like bow towards us. Not bow the way we bow to God, but like show us respect. Because when a human being acts in accordance with the Creator, when they submit their will and not their desire, most men, their desire is to grab every woman they see if they're willing to be with them and just have lust and fun and gluttony and all these things. That's our desires, right? Mm-hmm. When you submit your will to God, you suppress your desire and you obey God. When you follow only your desires, you're feeding into what Satanism is all about. So, for me, I found it interesting that his book was about the will of just, man, like you yourself, it's okay to do whatever you want and be whoever you want. Like, so that's where a lot of this shit comes from, bro. Years and years of these people, their disciples, getting into government positions. They still do these rituals. You've seen plenty of videos online. Why are they dressing up in cloaks, bro? That video was real. Whether you hate AJ, love him, don't like him, he went into the grove. He got you footage of these guys. AJ? Let's not say his name. You're already in a doghouse already. One of the most controversial people that gives news. They want to throw him in jail. AJ, bro. He's in Texas. Info.
Oh.
Come on.
Yeah, okay.
We got to speak in code now. We're not in a free country no more, bro. Got to speak in code. So, right. Bro, you explain to me why these powerful people all follow this stuff, you know, but the agenda has been to convince humanity that we were created by aliens and not God.
This agenda is to convince humanity that we were created by aliens.
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was not to convince the world that he doesn't exist. Was to convince the world that he's an alien. I believe technology may already exist and it could be the CERN project. I don't know. I believe they figured a way to open that dimension into our dimension. And that is why they are now releasing all this stuff. They precondition us with movies. These guys were playing around with these beings to begin with, but they're not aliens, bro. They're demonic. When people take ayahuasca, what happens sometimes they see these elves. It's not elves, bro. You just saw demons. The reason some of them are nice is because, like I told you earlier, they have free will. You might have came across the ones that are actually nice. The ones that are aligned with Satan, they're evil. So people go into these trips, man. I can't mention her name. She was in a big Hollywood movie. She hits me up. She's like, I'm having nightmares. I'm like, what did you do? She's like, I took ayahuasca and I'm just seeing the most horrific nightmares I have ever seen in my life. I cannot sleep. I'm like Freddy Krueger. She's like terrified to go to sleep. She performed some prayer. I sent her some water to cleanse herself with, like baptized basically. The next day, she slept perfect. She's like, I don't know what you did, but it worked. She like basically cleansed. This realm is real, bro. These people have been worshiping, I believe, and working with these beings for a very long time. This is a demonic agenda to destroy humanity, to make us go, because the devil's always going to make us go against what God made us. God made us beautiful. He made us together. He made us in pairs. He made us binary. Man and woman. Right? And we are now at the end, I believe, of a very corrupt time we're living in. I believe there is no way out for us. I know it's our duty to stand up against injustice. I really think that we're towards the end of time. I don't think humanity, I know this sounds crazy, but I think that based on the signs of the end of the world in Christianity and Islam is very specific, by the way. Some of the signs in Islam, when buildings touch the sky in the Arab world, he said, the day will come where the pagan Arabs, like that, but the Arabs will make buildings that touch the sky. And as soon as they build one, they build another, and they'll compete with each other. Now Saudi Arabia is building the biggest building on earth, and they're going to boast about it. He said this 1,400 years ago. He said the day will come when dishes communicate. They're going to talk to each other, and families will be torn apart. The word he used back then is the word that the Arabs use today for satellite television. Dishes will talk. He said they're going to hang up mats on their walls. Like you have this TV, it looks like he's like, they're going to hang them up. And he used his hands. He made like a rectangle. They're going to put them on the wall, and it's going to destroy their souls. Because all you see on it is filth there. These are his words, bro. You read these prophecies, they're amazing. He said men will become women, women will become men. He said that you just got to go study the signs of the end of the world in Christianity and Islam. It'll blow your mind away.
How do you think we went down this path, though? Do you think there at some point there was a fork in the road where we could have gone down another path?
Following desire. What I was trying to say earlier is that why did God make the angels bow to humanity? Because when a human being, out of their own free will, chooses to submit their desires to follow the Creator, they are higher than the angel. Because the angel cannot sin. That's why the devil was not a fallen angel. The devil had free will. When a human being acts according to the gift that God gave them, which is intelligence, they are higher than all creation. When a human being only acts upon desire, eating, drinking, sucking, fucking, is that all there is to life, man? Eating, right? Tony Montana said in the restaurant. Right? Is this all there is to life, huh? Eating, drinking, sucking, fucking. I can't even have a little pill with her, man. I got a zombie for a wife. We become zombies, bro, because all we do is follow our desire. Eat, drink, suck, fuck. We don't care about no one else, nothing else. We become lower than the animals. Because animals act like that. Animals they don't have intellect. They don't have instinct and desire. They eat, drink, suck, fuck. So when a human being, that's all, and it's scary. They call us consumers, cattle. When a human being only follows their desires, they are lower than the animals. When a human being uses the intellect that the Creator gave us and acts in accordance with that, they are higher than even the angels. Because she chooses to submit their desires to follow God. When we only act upon desire, eat, drink, suck, fuck, we are lower than the animals because they don't possess our intellect. Danny's like, I don't know why the fuck I love this. Danny's like, this guy's lost his fucking face. Does any of this resonate with you, bro? Or you falling asleep on me?
No.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you think I'm out of my mind?
Yeah,
you think people can follow it?
You're definitely out of your mind. There's a lot here, bro.
Bro, there are no aliens. Human beings are the aliens. We fell from the heavens. The demonic realm is positioned to try to come into this dimension. I believe they will. The Christians call it the bottomless pit. I can't say for certain if CERN is 100% the machine that's going to do it, but they're building more and more of them. China's building one. They're building one in the U.S. That is the largest machine on the face of the planet. Hadron Collider. That's correct. I believe they figured out a way to create black holes. Black holes, I believe, are nothing more than a doorway to a different dimension. It used to be that they think it sucks you in and that's it. Yeah. I believe this is how these demonic creations, even angels, can very quickly travel.
What do you think about people who have the ability to see some of these phenomena? Do you think that they have, do you think there's something in them genetically or in their brain where they can sort of like tap into their dimension and see UFOs or see aliens? I believe communicate with something else.
These beings can like inspire thought, or what you would call telepathy.
Yeah. Like so, you're talking about like the
so like you know how like we always show the cartoon where it's like the angel and the devil on your shoulder. Yeah, I believe that's 100% real. I don't believe it. I believe that these beings literally, what you would call telepathy, they inspire thought into the heart of man and woman. These thoughts you get, like, you know, I'm married, and she's hot. You know, this girl's hot. You know, you know, even though I'm married, and it's like that desire, like they feed these thoughts. They don't make you do it, but they like basically like Inception. They plant thoughts in your mind that seem like a good idea. It's really not a good idea. Right. So they use some of that on us. They can possess objects. They can possess people and allow themselves to be possessed. I believe there's rituals. We know that from Solomon's temple, they learned the ancient arts of black magic, that it was buried under his temple. Legend has it the Knights of Templar went down there and found it. And that's kind of how this all started. We don't know for certain, but we know that there was manuscripts. We know that Solomon told his people at that time that were practicing the arts, black magic. It's mentioned in the Quran that there's black magic that can separate a man from his wife. We know that the devil has an army that only, like he has armies, legions, that literally focus on certain types of sin. One of his armies only focuses on divorce. One of his armies only focuses on murder. Every day they come back. We know his throne is on the water based on the Islamic tradition. Some of the scholars believe it's either the devil's seat, literally, or the Bermuda Triangle. We know that the devil's throne is on the water, on this earth. Different dimension, but on this earth, from the Abrahamic perspective. There is, in my opinion, a true agenda because of people like this that were very influential in our world, bro. To deny these people, to deny Aleister Crowley, his impact, the people that were around him on modern science, on rocketry, on all this stuff, bro. We would not have this technology without satellites. It all goes back to this guy.
Why would the Antichrist give Jack Parsons the technology or the idea to create rockets?
I don't know, but what I do know is if they're doing weird rituals, if they're doing sacrifices, whatever the fuck they did, none of us were there, brother. There's crazy shit going on this earth, bro. There's a lot of kids missing, bro. There's a lot of things we can't explain, bro, that people are trying to like wake people like, yo, guys, this is not normal. You're seeing shit in award shows and music and the one eye, which, by the way, the symbol in Islam for the Antichrist is one eye. Why do they all do this shit? It's in your fucking face. It's the eye of Ray, bro. The sun god, bro. It's all there, man, the information. It took years, and I really don't feel like I did this justice the way I was intending, because it's a very complicated subject, and it can seem like you're out of your mind and you're crazy, and I would just tell people who don't understand what I'm saying, who might think I'm like off the wall. I don't take any drugs. I don't drink alcohol. I'm not crazy. It's hard to explain something in such a condensed amount of time. I told you in the beginning of this, please don't take anything I say for real until you go study yourself. Don't take what I'm just giving you cliff notes from my life of what I believe is going on and what I think is going to happen. And I think what's coming for us, brother. I believe we're on this nation. How it exists physically after whatever's going to happen is going to happen, I do not know. I know I want one system. I know they were for the whole world. I know that the Antichrist can only rule if none of these countries have sovereignty. That he has to be the supreme being to rule the earth, control all money, all products, all stuff. I know blockchain can do that. I know it's terrifying. Once I understood crypto and blockchain and what could be coming for all of us, you guys better wake up. You better pay attention. You think they made crypto? They told you the story of this chapter. I said, Wizard, he was in a cave. He made this coin. It's called Bitcoin. Because if they told you that crypto was going to enslave you, you would never use it. Some of you are so stupid you probably still would. So they had to give you a story. Who is this wizard? He's like, the Wizard of Oz. He made a coin called Bitcoin.
How would crypto enslave us?
You know how blockchain works?
Kind of. I don't understand it.
It's like a universal ledger, like nothing can be hidden.
Right, exactly.
And I'm not saying, and again, so forgive me for using like Bitcoin itself. The concept,
I understand. Right, crypto.
I was saying, I was
everything.
Shout out to Matt Cox. I was on his show too, a couple of shows. I said, listen, once I understood what blockchain was, now they announced central banking digital currency. I said, do you think they would ever allow something that they can't control in our possession? They would destroy it. Yeah, but you know, the coins are doing good. Yeah, why are the coins doing good, bro? Or why did they do better than when people bought them for nothing? Because you had people like Elon Musk. We're going to accept this coin now. This company, we're going to accept this. All it takes is one rule. No U.S. corporation can use this type of coin. All those coins crash overnight, bro. You've seen the scandals that have gone on in crypto, all this shit.
So that was just a reaction to what the blockchain or what cryptocurrency could be.
The bottom line is, the way I understand is they can program what you eat, what you like, literally how much you eat. This is where it's all going, under the guise of, my opinion, global warming, climate control.
Don't say that word.
It all ties in, and the only way it can work is if we're all on one system, one grid, one currency, one world government. You don't believe there's a push for one world government?
Yeah, I do.
So America's in a way. America has been,
but I don't see how crypto or blockchain could hurt us.
What can I hide easier, cash or crypto? There's always a trail in crypto.
Cash. The cash is controlled by the U.S.
Cash is, but could I put like $100 in my pocket and go over a border with it? And no one would know in that country I had $100.
Right. But you could also do the same thing with your cryptocurrency. You can keep it on one of those little drives.
There's always a trail on blockchain to use it in that world, right? My understanding and where it could go is like eventually it's like no matter what, you can keep it separately in a wallet and it's not plugged into the system. Mm-hmm. But when you go back in and cash in on the blockchain, right? There's a what do you call it?
Ledger.
A ledger of the transaction. Right. So it's not like what's going on right now. It's like where I know it can go and where it will go. You understand? Mm-hmm. I believe there's going to be central banking digital currencies. They're going to allot based on the guise of climate control. We're eating too much meat. The cows are farting too much. You only get one steak a month. You fuck up. You don't play their game. They take away your credits. It's all done instantly. There's no way to. That's where I believe this is all going, and that's also a antichrist type system based on the explanations of Christianity and Islam of how this guy will control the whole world. You can't buy or sell unless you're in that game, in that system, and accept. So I think this is where it's all going, brother. And it's all. I think what a lot of us have is we only see one or two tiles of the whole mosaic, and we don't see the entire mural. I know this is something wrong here. I know this is something that could be wrong here. And very few of us can see the whole mural. My job. It took me 20 years to kind of figure it out. And people might be watching saying these guys out of his fucking mind. All I'm saying is, don't leave nothing to chance. You're not guaranteed to live forever. Don't just assume that what you know is the truth if you haven't looked at anything else. Because it should only confirm what you believe to be true or not. You know, regardless of what denomination you are. These people's names I gave you, because it's like the wormhole you're about to go down. If you really go deep into what this has done and their impact, you tell me where they got. How does this guy wake up one day and invent this rocket shooter? He's telling you we were doing different rituals, this demon came. He's drawing pictures of a thing that looks like an alien. We know Scientologists say that aliens are in the volcanoes. They created us. Supposedly that's what they think. So they're all together, one group. Walt Disney, right? These guys are all together, and all these weird things start happening technologically. I don't find it to be a coincidence. Why all of a sudden now you're releasing all this information? Why? Right. I think they figured a way to bring that dimension into this dimension. You're going to see things that boggle your mind. You might even see your dead grandfather, but it's not your dead grandfather. It's a manifestation to a being that has the power to you. We've cured death. You see, we are God. I mean, this could be one of the ways they fool humanity to take the Antichrist instead of believing in God. These are just theories. I'm not saying everything I say is going to happen exactly the way I'm saying it. All I'm saying is your radar should be on right now. And if you're not feeling nothing, if you have no empathy, no empathic capabilities, it means your spiritual heart is dead. If you're watching things that are disturbing and doesn't bother you, you've been desensitized. If you're watching things and you feel no emotion, your heart is dead, because when you kill what they call the third eye, your heart dies, your soul, you don't feel nothing. You're alive, but you're numb, which leads you to the evil eye. So many famous people die from this phenomenon, thinking they have mental illness, thinking they have spiritual, physical sickness. No, they don't. The evil eye is a concept that exists in all three of the Abrahamic faiths.
Hold on. Hold that thought. I gotta take a leak.
Yeah. We're in the Bolshevik War right now, bro. And right now what's coming up is all the pride stuff is going to be... Okay, so I had this woman come on my podcast. Her name's Mel K. And we got in real trouble on this show before because we talked about this one family that I will not name, okay? And every time we named this family, the 4 tech gods all came down and just fucked my show. Just the Rothschilds. All of... No. Hey, I'm not saying the name.
Brian's trying to tank his own show.
Yeah.
That's how much he loves the deep state.
So she comes on again. We just mentioned what happened on the show. They do it to us again. We just mentioned their name. You remember when we talked about them? And they took... It happens again. Damn. So
what are they doing with this effort? Let me say they do this to you. What do they do to you?
Okay, so on Apple, Google, Twitter, and Facebook all after me.
How so? Like shadow ban?
No, even worse. So on Apple, they listened my podcast that no one listened to it for they showed nobody listening to the podcast. So they blocked people from listening. No, they show them to see what you're down, but how your podcast is doing. And they said nobody, not just one episode. Multiple episodes. I got strikes and deletes on my YouTube channel and all my Facebooks. I couldn't get into my Facebook.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it was just like boom, 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 boom. All how much when I need.
What did you mention that this family had done?
This is funny because it involves something to Brian. That basically this family is so rich that people think that the CFR is just basically their board of trustees. What CFR companies? The CFR Foreign Relations. We said, bro, come on. Yeah. Talk about that.
People that taught you how to
taught you how to tie your fucking shoes and shit. You don't believe in conspiracy theories because you love your dad. Mel K comes on my show, and she's like, she goes, I've been talking to some people in the intelligence, and they go, this gay pride stuff is going away. And the next thing you're going to see are immigration riots. This is going to be right around the next. So, hand to God, we do this episode. Next day, Starbucks is like, we're banning all the pride stuff. And now you start seeing they're putting little breadcrumbs out, man. Little breadcrumbs. I saw this one thing in Chicago. Oh, yeah, the illegal immigrants are upset about where they're staying. And these illegal immigrants who speak no English are holding up perfectly written English signs saying we're tired of how we're being treated. And now you're starting to see this over and over again. Arrogant. So everyone's always like, when these Republican governors sending these immigrants all over the country, I'm like, yeah, you're showing those Democrats. Bro, they're moving assets. I know it sounds crazy, but that is 100% what they're moving assets. Dude, these guys coming into the country, bro, have you seen them? A lot of them are Chinese, and a lot of them are military. And I'm telling you, they're moving, and this is what's going to be right around 2024 election, immigration riots, people going nuts, and listen to this, and you'll start seeing all the little breadcrumbs being made out. May I give you another scenario? May I give you another possible scenario? I hate to piss on your parade. What if we do have open borders, thank you, Joe Biden, and complete disaster down the border, and so governors like Greg Abbott are going, how about you guys want a taste of what we're dealing with? Hey, New York, here you go. It's about 13,000 immigrants in New York.
I saw my own eyes. My head against sensation.
Yeah, Brian. And
It's a refugee camp in the middle of our city.
Let's look wants you to think, dude. This is mine. Look, I'm a puppet master. I'm telling you, Dad. They want you to think. No, you're the manifest, bro. They're moving. Military, you study the Baltic War. It is happening in.
What is the Bolshevik war? Communism take over. Where? That's what I see. Just like how communism expanded. Bolshevik war? Yeah. Where was that? Where was this? Former USSR. Oh, okay. That's how they came up. So what he's basically describing is that all these things that we see in the media and all these riots and all the different things that divide people, it's all intelligence run. It's all run by intelligence to divide society. And basically, from what I've had people explain to me before, is that there's layers to it, right? You have the normal everyday people in society, like you and me, useful idiots, and then you have above that, you could have useful idiots, people that are known, who have followings, or public people who can get influenced. Then you have intelligence. There's a layer above that, pulling strength. And you have, this is an out there theory that I've heard smart people explain to me, that above the intelligence, you have the aliens. Quote unquote aliens, whatever that might be. That's a loose term, air quotes is what you're saying. I read people, like I said, we did a lot there. I might have rambled. Please forgive me. It's a lot of information. I gave you cliff notes. All I'm asking people to do is just go study some of the stuff I talked about. Go read about the people I mentioned. But if they're demons, why are they doing things that could be good? Because look at the nukes. Look at the nukes. Look at this thing shutting down nukes. And there's been a few cases where people have been injured or killed by getting in the way of these flying saucers or whatever they are. That's what Gary Nolan's studying. But by and large, it seems like these things are completely non-hostile, and they're doing things to make us look in the mirror and not wipe ourselves off the face of the earth. It depends how you're looking at it. Again, sometimes you do things that are good to get people in, too, right? So remember, from the perspective that I take, not all of them are bad, right? That realm was created before us. They have free will. Even here in the Britannica, when we look at the definition of the jinn, in Arabic mythology, a spirit inhabiting the earth but unseen by humans, capable of assuming various forms and exercising extraordinary powers. Belief in jinn was common in pre-Islamic Arabia, where they were thought to inspire poets and soothsayers. Their existence was confirmed in the Quran, and they are conceptualized in Islam as creatures parallel to human beings who are capable of choosing between good and evil and must thus face eventual salvation of their nature. So they have that same test as humanity because they have free will. Anyone that was given free will by the Creator is being tested by that Creator. They are beings of a smokeless flame by nature in the same manner in which humans are said to be made of the earth, and they cannot be seen by human beings. And if you look at human beings' skin color, right? Adam had all of that, the different types of the earth in he was created. So some of our skin colors look like sand color. Some of us have red, like the red clay of the earth. Some of us that are darker as human beings, we have that rich color of the topsoil. You can really see that the different colors of the earth in human beings' skin colors. If you look at it. Oh, that sounds crazy too, bro. So bottom line is, these beings were created before us. They have a longer lifespan than us. They follow us from the minute we're created. Okay? The ones that are aligned with the devil, their only purpose is to lead us astray, to turn our back on the one that created us. The people that have this ancient wisdom, this black magic, this ability to work with that dimension is 100% real. I've named some of the people that did it, and you tell me how they invented rocketry and all this other crazy shit. When they're telling you themselves, we were involved together as a group, we followed this man, his books, the way, and all this stuff. They're painting pictures of what they want you to think is an alien, but they don't even accept as an alien. They accept them as gods. Deities is what they call them. They didn't call them aliens. We've been conditioned to believe over the last 60 years, 70 years, that there's other life that's more intelligent than us, and they are in some ways because they existed before us. The demonic realm has been around since before us, but they're not all evil.
But the point is, the ones that are not evil are actually supposed to stay away from humanity. They don't interfere in our dimension. The devil wants to destroy us. So the people that seek this power, this knowledge that they don't have, that they are enlightened, they are the enlightened ones, right? Is because they work with that dimension.
Have you heard of James Fox, documentary filmmaker? Makes movies about aliens and UFOs. His first, well, not his first, but one of his most recent ones was Phenomenon, and then he did one this past year he released called Moment of Contact.
I didn't see that one yet.
So the premise of it was basically they're in this little town in Brazil called Varginha. There was this craft that crashed, and there was a huge debris field. This was in like the 90s, the early 90s, 92, 93, 94 maybe. And there was these two beings that were seen running around this little town of Virginia, Brazil. And there was all these witnesses that were interviewed. Like these three schoolgirls were walking home from school through this field. They saw this being. They described it to everybody. It was on the news. There were other people who described it. There were these two military guys and two police officers that saw the thing. They grabbed it, they brought it to a hospital, and when they got to the hospital, basically all the military showed up, and they like cordoned off the hospital, shut everything down. There was an x-ray technician that was involved, and he was there, and he was x-raying the being, and James Fox went there, and he interviewed all these people like 20 years later. He's been interviewing them for the past like 12 years, so going back and forth between here and Brazil, and all these people had the exact same description of what this being looked like. And there's pictures. If you pull up Moment of Contact, Varginha, Brazil, you'll go to images and you'll see what the being looked like. The other weird thing about it was that after they brought it into the hospital, every single person that he interviewed over the past 10 years, they all described this insanely pungent odor that smelled like sulfur. And the hospital even smelled like sulfur for weeks afterwards. And they explained the feet of this being. It was like this little, like shiny, dark brown creature right there with red eyes, they explained. And they said it had cloven feet. And it reeked of sulfur. Now, I had this lady, Diana Pasolka, on the podcast a couple months ago, and she has a degree in religious studies. She teaches religion. She studies religion like her whole life. And what she says is that every biblical description of demons in every religious text all describes them as having cloven feet and smelling like sulfur.
And this looks like a grape.
And this thing looks like a gray. Had cloven feet, as described by the witnesses, and reeked of sulfur.
So the reason why people use sage and all that stuff is because these beings don't like those smells. The demonic don't. They don't like nice, pleasant smells. They like pungent smells. They like, basically our filth is what they enjoy those smells. I believe many of the homeless people you see in the streets, besides the fact that they have problems with narcotics, if they're not even on narcotics, this is why it's dangerous when you drink alcohol, spirits. When you take drugs, you are making yourself very easily able to be possessed by demons. There's people who can't remember they did this, they did that. If you study serial killers, when you get into a certain level of filth and you're not pure, this is why, for example, Muslims wash before they pray. The ritual of hoodoo, as it's known, is to purify the outside so the inside can be cleansed. If you're not pure on the outside, you can't be pure on the inside. Baptism, right? And they're made from a smokeless flame. Water defeats fire, right? In that aspect. So when you're in an impure state, so a lot of times, why do you think they do, if you study the occult, they would do orgies and all these disgusting things because basically they're trying to spiritually degrade themselves to the point where these beings see their royalty and then they do what they do. They give them knowledge that they don't have. Technology.
Give them knowledge they don't have.
Technology that they didn't have. I believe a lot of this stuff, there's no way human beings made this on their own. Yeah, we were like the channels, but the information, like I said, go back to Jack Parsons, man. The guy said, I would have never made it to space. The rockets would have never happened if it wasn't for this being giving me the knowledge. But what did they have to go to get the knowledge? Some people will sacrifice kids, whatever it is, bro. They demand some type of loyalty, some type of ritual, and then once you show loyalty to that dimension, then, like they said, sell your soul to the devil. Sell your soul to the devil. They give you the keys to this dimension, bro, because they know this dimension, even though it's our dimension, better than we do, because they've been here since before we were here. They follow us. They have a longer lifespan. They can travel at the speed of light. They can inspire thought, telepathy. They can shapeshift, some of them. There's different descriptions of the jinn also in the Islamic interpretation of what's going on. There's ones that fly. There's like, they have different species. Now, some of these other people with the Anunnaki, you know, they give like aliens all these different names, Valorians, all that. My friend, you're talking about the demonic realm, period. So Islam is not arrogant to say where, no, there's not other species or what you call aliens, but not the way you're being spoon-fed by the media, by movies, by, and today's our Independence Day, we will not go silently into the night. Remember that movie with Will Smith?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. That's what they want you to do. These beings are smarter than us, and they're gonna. My friend, that dimension is real, and there's a phenomenon that I've experienced in my life that I started studying a lot because it almost cost me my life. There is a concept in the Abrahamic faiths, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, known as the evil eye. Many people have seen. You can pull it up. Type in the evil eye on Google.
Athleticism.
Okay, which is really has no power to help you. I got a news flash for all of you that are like putting this amulet up like it's going to save you or protect you. But the reason it's created is because of the real fear and the real threat that people have from what this phenomenon is known as. You want to know why all these celebrities are dead? You want to know why Robin Williams hung himself? You want to know why, brother? It's the evil eye. This phenomenon we learn from the prophet Joseph. And the Quran has mentioned the evil eye, Christianity. That symbol has nothing, cannot help you. I got a news flash for you. If you're using this symbol to try to protect you from the evil eye, you are committing idolatry. You are putting your faith and your hope into an object when God is the only one that has power. This thing has no power. It's a piece of plastic, man. It's a way to make money. If you want power, you want protection from the evil eye, I'm going to tell you how to do it. So when I lost my brother, a.k.a. my uncle, I suffered from what I thought was a depression. But I know spiritually, because I've been spiritual my whole life, praying, worshiping God, fasting, that we were designed by our Creator to be able to handle anything, no matter how horrific. And the greatest examples of this are the people that He guided, the prophets, what they went through. Noah of the Ark, to see the whole world get flooded, which, by the way, every civilization in the world, even the ancient ones, all have a story and a recollection of the great flood. Even the ones that are not Abrahamic, the multi-god civilizations, all have a story of a great flood, bro. Right? Modern science has said, DNA-wise, we all came from one ancestor, so you can't rule out Adam and Eve, bro. Science is actually kind of supporting that if you do homework on DNA, that we all had one common ancestor. That's what science says, right? So there's a lot going on, man, and there's so much. Like, religion is not something you learn in one day. It's like, well, that's why I say you have no right to judge anybody. Like, it's so deep. The philosophy is so deep. The history of it is so deep. And it's what drew me to Islam, because Islam, for me personally, encompassed all of it. The Christian perspective, the Jewish perspective. God sent messengers and prophets out the earth throughout time. He didn't just choose one nation. He chose the Israelites for a very long period of time. But when they didn't accept Christ and lost, they lost that of narration, and then God went to the other Abraham, which was the Arab nation. So remember, the Arabs and the Israelites draw their lineage to Abraham. Abraham's one of the most important people, and that's why I call the Abrahamic faith. That's the common ancestor. Abraham had two sons. One became the Israelites, one became the nation of the Arabs. So the Islamic interpretation is there's always been only one God, sent messengers and prophets throughout the earth. He sent them over and over and over. We kept fucking up. We kept changing the books. He finally sent down one last message, one last book. That's what they believe the Quran is the final testament, right? We have the gospel of Christ, but we don't have it in its original form. There was 25,000 testaments, man. The Council of Nicaea, they chose which books went into what we call the Bible today. The Bible's a Greek word. Jesus wasn't Greek, man. He spoke Aramaic. So what I'm telling people is, like, again, I'm not here to push one or the other, even though it sounds like that. What I'm saying is, like, we know so little that we want to hate each other. Like, at the end of the day, as a Muslim, not allowed to hate Christians, not allowed to hate anybody, not allowed to kill anyone. This is what the doctrine teaches. What people do on their own, that's their opinion. Same thing with Christians. Jesus said, love your enemy, let alone people that believe in him too. Like, there's so much more in common, and we're gonna allow these little things to make us kill each other and listen to people say, Muslims your enemy, Christians your enemy. No, we need to talk and find the common ground. We both love Christ, love the Virgin Mary. Some of my favorite stories in the Quran are about like Jesus. His first miracle in Islam is very different than from the Christian side, which I found fascinating. The Quran goes into how Jesus' first miracle was to protect the honor of his mother, to actually save her. So in Islam it says that when Mary was having Christ, peace be upon him and her, she went into the wilderness to give birth. She was under lock and key the entire time because her life was in danger. She was not married. She did not have a husband, so for them to have seen her pregnant, they would have killed her for adultery. They would have stoned her to death. So when she went out to the wilderness to give birth to Christ, may he be blessed, God commanded Mary, when you go back to the city, Bethlehem, wherever it was, do not speak to anyone. If they talk to you and they attack you, point to the baby. Now, this is one of the stories on the Holy Quran. And it makes a lot of sense. She wasn't married. She was under protection. She went to have Jesus. When she had the baby, she comes back to the town now, and everyone starts coming out of the woodwork. Oh, Mary, how could you have done such a thing? How could you have a baby? You're not married. Calling her the most disgusting names that you would call a woman. And the mob's building up. And the Quran says she pointed to Jesus. And he's not even a couple of days old. His first miracle was he spoke, even in the arms of his mother as an infant. Do not attack my mother, for I am blessed in this life and the next. He told them, I am the Messiah. So when they see this 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, how many days, not even more than a week old, you just had a baby. Did you imagine the baby talking after 5 days? No. So the Quran says that the first miracle of Jesus Christ, peace be upon him, was to protect the honor and the dignity of the Virgin Mary, and they should be blessed.
You think that's true? You think that's real? The baby freaking said that 2 days old?
I believe in the miracles of Jesus Christ. I believe he walked on water. I believe he created a pigeon out of clay and blue, and it came to life. I believe he cured the lepers and the blind, but by God's power. He was just another one in the chain. He was created the same way John the Baptist was. Christianity says that John the Baptist, to my understanding, in Islam also, that his parents didn't have physical relations. Zechariah was old, and his wife was barren. They were past the age of being children. The angel Gabriel appeared, said, you're going to have a son. Your prayer's been answered. You mean John the Baptist. They never had physical contact. She was just pregnant instantly with John the Baptist. So Jesus wasn't the first one to be created without physical contact. Adam was created with no parents, right? When you look at it from that perspective, and if anyone has a right to say on that level that they're a son of God, he was directly carved with God's hands and his soul was blown into directly by God.
But what if Adam was just an alien who came down? And what if Mary was like inseminated by aliens and Jesus was just like an alien?
He came down. Adam and Eve came down already fully formed. They fell for it. They had their children.
Right. If that happened today, we would say that was aliens.
Someone made a joke the other day. It was kind of funny. It's like when we go into the ocean, they're like, oh shit, the aliens. Like when we go down, like stupid here. We seem to like lose that battle in the ocean.
But like the idea of angels, like back in the day, right, in biblical times, is that a lot of people believe, smart people believe, that I talk to that study this stuff, believe that those were aliens. And they were depicting them as being angels and demons because that's what they believed in. And when you're telling a story in the Bible, maybe they didn't think of them as like extraterrestrials. Maybe they thought of them as gods because they had these crazy powers. So when you tell me that this lady came out of the forest with this thing that was a baby that can speak and communicate with people and walk on water, you told me that there was some little creature right now that could do that, I would think, okay, this is some sort of divine being. I wouldn't think of it as something that was like son of God.
I mean, Abraham was described as being thrown into a fire and walking out like they, because he was against idolatry. That's the common theme between all the prophets. And that's 10 commandments. Thou shalt not have any other Lord but me. Thou shalt not make any carven image or statue. And so many of these denominations make pictures, make images. It's in the 10 commandments. That's before Jesus and Muhammad. They preach the same thing, that you should be worshiping anything but God. Mark chapter 10. Someone drops on his knees, I believe it's verse 17 of the Bible, and says, "Oh, good Master, how do I seek eternal life?" Jesus says, "Good. Why do you call me good? Only God is good. In the Bible. They all said the same thing. Worship the one God. Worship the God of Abraham. Worship the God of Adam and Eve. Worship the God of Noah of the ark. They're all one chain working for the boss. There was prophets and messengers. Prophets brought the new messages that God revealed. Messengers were there to remind people of the last prophet's mission. So you had prophets that brought the new commandments down from God, and then you had the messengers who reminded people of what the previous prophets said before. Those are the two types that received revelation from the Creator.
What do you think created the flood?
I think it was not by accident. I think God destroyed the world and reset it. You know, people talk about human beings have evolved. No, we've de-evolved. If you believe in the Abrahamic faith, you're a Christian, you're a Muslim, you're a Jew. We know that Noah of the ark, even in the Quran, lived for 900
This motherfucker throwing up the gang signs.
We know that the
Bitches doing coke lines.
Stated that Adam was 20 cubits or whatever, like basically like 20 feet tall. Okay? Really? I believe this is how human beings were before the deluge, before the great flood. We had longer lifespans, we were bigger, right? And we know that there were species on this earth even before the demonic realm. There's another species that we know very little about, known as the Bin in the Arabic language. We don't know nothing really about them. We know that there was multiple species of